Chapter 1. 18 Years of Striving, Only to Become the Villain? Xuantiangong, Ascension Platform. Immortal cranes soared, ancient beasts roared, divine peaks floated in the air, and multicolored divine lights spanned all directions. Yi Xian stood tall against the wind, his snow-white robes rustling, his long black hair dancing in the breeze, exuding an indescribable elegance and grace. So handsome. The crowd of Xuantiangong disciples below gazed up in awe, their eyes filled with reverence and admiration. Truly worthy of being our Xuantiangong's strongest direct disciple in a century. Just by standing there, senior brother Yi Xian feels as piercing as a sword through the heart. I heard that last month, the sect master and the elders decided to initiate the life and death trial for senior brother Yi Xian. The life and death trial? That is the most terrifying secret realm of our Xuantiangong. Anyone who passes will be qualified to become the young master of Xuantiangong. As one of the top forces in the southern wilderness, Xuantiangong boasted immense strength and a profound background, being a direct branch of the ancient sect, Xuantiangong Dao. The life and death trial within the sect embodies the legacy of generations of ancestors. Those who succeed not only gain substantial power, but are also designated as the next heir of Xuantiangong. Moreover, they may receive the summons of Xuantiangong Dao and enter the central wilderness spiritual realm for further cultivation. The central wilderness spiritual realm. That is the place where all the divine paths and holy teachings of the six wastelands converge. In the six wastelands, aside from the mysteriously vanished upper star realm from ancient times, the eastern, southern, western, and northern wastelands all look up to the central wilderness spiritual realm. The central wilderness spiritual realm not only gathers the essence of all mountains and rivers, but also harbors ancient treasures left behind by primordial true gods. It is no exaggeration to say that the central wilderness spiritual realm is undeniably the divine, awakening ground of the six wastelands, a shared dream and goal among billions of martial artists. As a candidate for the young master of Xuantiangong, Yi Xian was originally the unparalleled prodigy with the greatest chance of obtaining it all. Yet at this moment, he cannot find joy within himself. In fact, he felt a sense of desolation. 18 years. I have toiled for a full 18 years, only to end up like this? As the most rapidly rising genius in Xuantiangong over the past decade, Yi Xian harbored a significant secret. He was not a native of this world, but a transmigrant. Ever since Yi Xian realized he had crossed into a fantastical world of martial arts, he resolved to train diligently. How terrifying is the power system of this fantastical world? Those who have read novels know well. It cannot be fathomed by common logic. A moment's inattention could lead to the destruction of one's family. Moreover, after 18 years of transmigration, his golden finger had yet to arrive. If nothing unexpected happens, it is likely that this lifetime would never witness the emergence of such a thing. Fortunately, Yi Xian's background was relatively decent, being a direct descendant of the Yi family, one of the three great families of the Jiang Kingdom, which coexisted with the royal family. However, reborn into such an unpredictable world, Yi Xian, devoid of a golden finger, felt an extreme lack of security. Thus, over these 18 years, he had desperately stacked buffs upon himself. By the age of 3, he had opened his Qi by 5, he had awakened his divine bone, becoming the most outstanding genius in the history of the Yi family. At 13, he entered the Qi Master Realm, becoming the youngest martial artist in the history of the Jiang Kingdom, capturing the attention of Xuantiangong. At 16, he broke into the Suspended Realm, becoming the third direct disciple of Xuantiangong in a century. After 2.5 years, Yi Xian had already become a 9-star Grand Martial Master, a top-tier expert in the Suspended Realm. He stood merely a step away from the realm of Martial Dao Master. The sect master personally initiated the life and death trial for him. Yi Xian should have been the brightest star in this world. As long as he could pass the trial, he could leverage the ancestral legacy of Xuantiangong to shatter the barriers of the Martial Dao Master Realm and become the young master of Xuantiangong, second only to the sect master. This would smoothly attract the attention of Xuantiangong Dao, allowing him to further his studies in the central wilderness spiritual realm. However, this once promising scenario was shattered by a letter from the Yi family that had arrived not long ago. According to the elders of the Yi family, in the distant Muyun city, Yi Xian had an unwed fiancée who was deemed a waste. She was once a prodigy from small family, but one day, she suddenly lost all her cultivation, enduring scorn and ridicule, and possessed an ordinary mysterious ring. The elders of the Yi family believed she was unworthy of Yi Xian and thus demanded that he personally go to Muyun city to annul the engagement with his fiancée. Yi Xian lost all her cultivation, has a ring, and I have to break off the engagement? This familiar plot, a quintessential formula. It made Yi Xian quickly realize that after 18 years of effort, he had somehow become the villain. To think that after all these years of relentless training, working like a dog, desperately stacking buffs, I end up facing a version of a fiancé that resembles Xiao Hua. Yi Xian could hardly fathom that in this strange, fantastical world, the most terrifying thing was not the mysterious, formidable powers, nor the unknown secret realms of divine awakening. Rather, it was a fiancé residing in a small border town. At this moment, Yi Xian's heart was in turmoil. Although he had read countless novels where the villain faced humiliation during the annulment of engagement, experiencing it firsthand was an entirely different matter. Moreover, Yi Xian was a villain. Just the thought of his soon-to-be ex-fiancé publicly declaring 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, made him feel dizzy. His mind was flooded with 1,000 thoughts. Yi Xian had considered preemptively eliminating her before the protagonist could rise. But the problem was, Yi Xian was a villain. How terrifying is the protagonist's halo? No need for Yi Xian to elaborate. He could only think of the emperor like Wang Teng and the well-connected Tianhua. It wasn't that Yi Xian lacked the will, it was that a protagonist could not be easily killed. Even if killed, the fated protagonist would have countless ways to be reborn, and upon rebirth, would be even stronger, with their golden finger more potent. It was as if they had consumed a powerful stimulant, outputting wildly. In that case, not only the Yi family, but even the Xuantiangong and the Xuantiangong Dao behind them could face annihilation. If I can't kill him, then I can only brace myself and face the inevitable. Ever since learning that his little fiancée possessed the qualities of a protagonist, Yi Xian discreetly sent someone to inquire about her situation in Muyun City. The little fiancée was named Dantai Mingwei, renowned for her beauty and grace. Since her cultivation had been completely lost, the entire Dantai family had drastically changed their attitude toward her. Had it not been for her engagement to the Yi family, she would have long been cast out. In such circumstances, the little fiancé must be desperately lacking in affection, yearning for recognition and encouragement. Finding a breakthrough, Yi Xian resolutely defied his family's wishes. Not only did he refrain from annulling the engagement, but he also penned a long, heartfelt letter to be sent overnight to Muyun City, encouraging his little fiancé not to lose heart. Furthermore, Yi Xian prepared a storage ring filled with rare herbs and precious elixirs, repeatedly emphasizing in the letter that he would never annul the engagement. He hoped to provide her with a sense of security for her cultivation. Additionally, he included several advanced techniques and secrets from both the Yi family and Xuantiangong. I hope that through my efforts, the little fiancée can feel my sincerity and, upon awakening her golden finger, not treat me like a mere monster to be eliminated. At this moment, Yi Xian's desire for survival surged. He was uncertain whether his actions could alter his villainous fate. If they couldn't, then perhaps I should consider retreating into seclusion, hidden away in the deep mountains. In any case, he must avoid any entanglement with the protagonist and ensure he remained out of the protagonist's sight. Just as Yi Xian pondered how to survive, he suddenly felt a peculiar tremor in his mind. Received goodwill from Dantai Mingwei. Fortune 1. Fortune 1. Fortune 1. Fortune 1. Yi Xian. What was that just now? Chapter 2. 10 years of worthlessness, a dog's countenance. Time rewinds to half an incense stick ago. Jiang Kingdom, Muyun City. Dantai Mingyu's complexion was pale as she knelt within her family. She resembled a prisoner awaiting the pronouncement of a death sentence. Beside her sat the head of the Dantai family, several elders, and a younger generation of the Dantai clan. It's been 10 years this waste who has squandered the family's resources can finally be expelled. I wonder what kind of luck Dan Tai Ming had to end up engaged to the Yi family. Humph. Had it not been for the engagement with the Yi family, this waste would have been kicked out of the family long ago, not wasting a decade of cultivation resources. Listening to the jeers and ridicule surrounding her, Dan Tai Mingyu's eyes were filled with despair. 10 years ago, she was the most dazzling genius of the Dan Tai family, the first among the younger generation to reach the 9-star martial master level. At that time, who dared to bark before her? The elders treated her like a precious gem, signing a marriage contract with the Yi family. But shortly after the contract was sealed, her talent seemed to vanish into thin air. Having lost her innate talent, she found herself unable to progress further in martial arts, and even her original cultivation began to decline incessantly, ultimately reducing her to an unmitigated failure. Giggle. Everyone must refrain from such remarks. Sister Yuer is not entirely without merit. At least in the early days of her cultivation, she dazzled everyone with her remarkable talent. The speaker was the cousin of Dan Tai Mingyue, Dan Tai Xinlan. Once, Dan Tai Mingyue shone like the moon in the vast sky, while Dan Tai Xinlan appeared dim and insignificant in her presence. Even the grand engagement with the Yi clan, a most fortuitous event, had befallen Dan Tai Mingyue. Now, Dan Tai Xinlan had successfully broken through to a 9-star warrior, becoming a 3-star martial spirit, the strongest among the younger generation of the Dan Tai family, while her once radiant cousin had descended to the level of mere dust. Perhaps the heavens have finally come to their senses, deeming it unfair for all good fortune to rest upon your shoulders alone, hence allowing your cultivation to plummet repeatedly, leaving you as the waste you are now. Dan Tai Xinlan exclaimed with palpable excitement, whispering into Dan Tai Mingyu's ear. Are you frightened? The Yi clan is soon to arrive to annul the engagement. Losing your last line of defense, I am curious to see how you will navigate the days to come. Were it not for the binding engagement with the Yi clan, how could the Dan Tai family have supported a failure for a full decade? Enough. Even the most amusing jest, after being observed for 10 years, becomes tiresome. An utter wastrel, stripped of all cultivation in a distant place like Muyun City, dares to dream of uniting with the most outstanding genius of the Jiang Kingdom, the future young master of Xintian sect? What a delusional fantasy! As she spoke, a hint of concealed malice shimmered in Dan Tai Xinlan's eyes. If only the family had chosen to forge a union with me, Dan Tai Xinlan, perhaps the Yi clan would not have sent someone to annul the engagement today. Dan Tai Xinlan's fingers curled tightly, her fists clenched. That was Yi Xian, the candidate for the young master of Xintian sect, the leading sect in the southern wilderness. Even a prince from any kingdom would pale in comparison to him. An 18-year-old, 9-star Grand Martial Master. Not only in Jiang Kingdom, but across the entire southern wilderness, he was an extraordinary existence. Dan Tai Xinlan took a full decade to ascend from a Qixi realm warrior to a Xianbone realm martial spirit. Yet, even so, she remained merely a 3-star martial spirit. In the same span of 10 years, Yi Xian had already transcended from warrior to martial spirit to martial master, achieving the rank of a Void Realm Grand Martial Master. Moreover, he was a 9-star Grand Martial Master, only a single step away from entering the ranks of Martial Grandmasters. The entire Jiang Kingdom boasts no more than 10 Martial Grandmasters, each one renowned and formidable. And Yi Xian was still so young. His future was limitless. Dan Tai Mingyue, it is because of you that I have missed out on such a perfect preordained union. Dan Tai Xinlan's eyes radiated with a chilling hatred, as if a monumental opportunity had been snatched from her grasp. The Dan Tai family members present, though silent, harbored a seething resentment towards Dan Tai Mingyue. The ancestors of the Dan Tai family had forged an alliance with the ancestors of the Yi clan, hence the long-standing engagement. In Dan Tai Mingyu's generation, the person with whom the engagement was arranged happened to be someone as exceptional as Yi Xian. Had they been able to unite with the young master of Xintian sect, the Dan Tai family would have been a force to reckon with, not only in the small Muyun city, but throughout the entirety of Jiang Kingdom. Yet, due to Dan Tai Mingyu's shortcomings, they had let such a divine opportunity slip through their fingers. Dan Tai Mingyue, You are the center of the entire Dantai family. It is this failure that has dragged our entire clan down. The Dantai family was destined for greater prospects, Dantai Mingwe. You cannot escape the blame, even in death. Faced with the uproar of her family members, disappointment was etched in Dantai Mingyu's eyes. If it had been a few days ago, she might have felt utterly despondent due to the Leaf Clan's annulment of the engagement. However, now, it seemed as though she sensed a shift in the heart of Dantai Mingwe. A faint glimmer flickered across the unremarkable mysterious ring on her finger. Do not be disheartened. Allow me to cleanse your body with the power of divine blood. Your ascendance is merely a matter of time. The enigmatic woman within the ring conveyed. Although the Xintian sect is a preeminent sect within the southern wilderness, backed by the formidable Xintian divine path, the mysterious woman within Dantai Mingyue's ring also possessed an extraordinary origin. Once a peerless powerhouse from the upper realm, she had met with an unforeseen demise, her soul residing within Dantai Mingyue's ring. Dantai Mingyue's constant decline in cultivation was also due to the mysterious woman, who was secretly healing her injuries by utilizing Dantai Mingyue's energy reservoir. Upon initially discovering the truth, Dantai Mingyue was understandably incensed, realizing that her decade of being treated as a waste and enduring ridicule in Muyun City was all due to this reason. The mysterious woman felt a sense of guilt about this. Make amends with Dantai Mingyue. She not only took her as a disciple, but also vowed to purify her body with divine blood. It will take 3 more days until your body is completely cleansed by the divine blood. If you can endure these 3 days, your talent will become extraordinary in this realm. Extraordinary, even more so than Yi Xian. Although Dantai Mingyue had never met Yi Xian, his name had always represented an insurmountable pinnacle for all the talents in the Jiang Kingdom. To a certain extent, he had transcended being merely a name. He had become a mountain that was impossible to surmount. What is Yi Xian? If you can merge the full power of the divine blood, even if all the talents in this realm were combined, they would not compare to a single finger of yours. Although Yi Xian's talent was indeed rare in the southern wilderness, to the mysterious woman, he was merely a talented individual from a remote area. How could he possibly be compared to her personally trained disciple? Dantai Mingyue was momentarily taken aback. For her, Yi Xian was already an unattainable genius, yet in the eyes of her mysterious master, he seemed trivial. The mysterious woman was quite pleased with Dantai Mingyue's reaction. Though they had only spent a short time together, she held a deep affection for her disciple. The Leaf Clan's public annulment of the engagement filled her with righteous anger. How dare a mere lower realm family annul my disciple's engagement? If not for her soul's recent restoration, she might have already burst forth from the ring and obliterated that despicable Xintian sect. Master, I understand your intentions. Dantai Mingyue could feel the blazing fire of fury within her master. However, the marriage contract with the Leaf Clan had, after all, sheltered her for 10 years. Compared to the approaching Leaf Clan, she felt a greater disdain for her own kin, who had turned their backs on her. Alas, my master's pride is unparalleled. Once I achieve success in my cultivation, I shall personally visit the Leaf Clan and defeat Yi Xian in public, symbolically restoring some face for my master. Just then, a powerful silhouette descended from the sky. From within the shadow, a middle-aged man stepped forward. His name was Yi Shu, a personal attendant of Yi Xian. A letter from a young master for Dantai Mingyue. Yi Shu's gaze was indifferent. The Leaf Clan was a prominent family in the Jiang Kingdom, on par with the royal family, and Yi Xian was a candidate for the position of the sect's young master. Had it not been for Yi Xian's direct order, Yi Shu, with his strength at the Void Realm, would not have bothered to come to a small place like Muyun City, so powerful. This was Dantai Mingyue's immediate reaction upon facing Yi Shu. The overwhelming pressure emanating from Yi Shu was suffocating, even without him intentionally exerting it, leaving those present feeling akin to ants before a giant. Such formidable cultivation was sufficient to sweep through the entire Muyun City, and even in the Jiang Kingdom, he would be considered a formidable expert. Yet such a master was merely a messenger from the Leaf Clan. The more formidable the Leaf Clan's display of power, the more intense the resentment of the Dantai clan members toward Dantai Mingyue became. Come on, the esteemed envoy of the Yi family has personally delivered the message. Sister Wearer, Why not open it quickly? What if it's not an annulment, but a consolation to encourage your cultivation? Sensing the surrounding clan members' anger, Dantai Shinlon seized the opportunity to fan the flames. A mere waste, she had stumbled into this marriage with Yi Xian purely by luck. Dantai Mingwei. Some things were never meant to be yours and will never belong to you in this lifetime. Yi Shu's expression shifted slightly upon hearing Dantai Shinlon's words that a few days prior, Yi Xian had suddenly sent Yi Shu to Muyun City to investigate Dantai Mingyue's circumstances, that why Yi Shu had initially thought that his young master wanted to sever ties with this waste of a girl. Who would have thought it would turn out to be? Forget it. Since it is the young master's wish, I shall refrain from saying more. Noticing the change in Yi Shu's expression, Dantai Shinlon's heart surged with joy. It seemed that her words had indeed struck a nerve with the Yi clan, that Yi Xian was a direct disciple of the Xiantian sect and a candidate for young master. Would he truly marry such a waste? Not to mention marrying her. Even the mere notion of it would be a disgrace. Dantai Mingyue slowly lifted her gaze to the approaching Yi Shu, initially filled with hesitation, but upon recalling her mysterious master behind her, she mustered the courage to tear open the envelope. To her astonishment, a storage ring rolled out from within the letter. The ring's material was extraordinary, instantly recognizable as something remarkable. Upon seeing this, the surrounding members of the Dantai clan turned envious. Could it be compensation for the annulment? The Leaf clan, being a prominent family of the current age, and with Yi Xian as the future young master of the Xiantian sect, the compensation they offered must be substantial. Dantai Yu, a mere waste. How dare she enjoy such treasures? In my opinion, it would be better to hand over everything to the clan. After all, the clan has supported her for so many years, and she should be grateful. If it weren't for Yi Shu still standing there, the envious members of the Dantai clan would have likely rushed forward to snatch it away. Don't just stand there. Open it. Although the meaning behind this ring is somewhat humiliating, if you manage to find even 1 or 2 precious herbs, it might accelerate the cleansing process of the divine blood, elevating your cultivation. The mysterious woman urged from within the ring. Though she was a powerful figure from the upper realm, she was now but a wisp of a soul. Even with a few hidden techniques at her disposal, she could not easily employ them unless absolutely necessary. Hearing the mysterious woman's words, Dantai Mingyue obediently opened the storage ring in her hand. The next moment, a surge of crimson spiritual light shot skyward. Blood Python Branch. It's actually the Blood Python Branch that can reconnect severed meridians. Blood Jade Bone Ginseng, which aid in the rebirth of the energy reservoir and the condensation of profound bones. Ironwood Spiritual Liquid. My heavens, that's an exceptional spiritual herb capable of refining third-grade pills. Rooster Comb Phoenix Tail Flower, and there's even Rooster Comb Phoenix Tail Flower? Staring wide-eyed at the dazzling array of spiritual lights erupting from the storage ring, Dantai Mingyue was utterly stunned. The members of the Dantai clan present were in a frenzy. Even the elders of the Dantai family could not help but display expressions of greed upon witnessing the compensation within the storage ring. Truly worthy of being a candidate for the young master of the Xiantian sect. Such a grand gesture. To offer such generous compensation for an annulment, Dantai Mingyue had struck it rich. Sensing the envious glances of the surrounding clan members, Dantai Mingyue instinctively covered the ring. She had only opened a small corner of the ring, and so many treasures had already emerged. If she continued to look, she feared even the elders would not be able to resist rushing forward to seize them. How strange! Amidst her worries, Dantai Mingyue was also filled with a strong sense of bewilderment that it was merely an annulment. Even if there were compensation, it would typically just be a formality to save face. Why would Yi Xian send such a substantial treasure? The rare herbs that had just appeared, any one of them could cause a frenzy in the market. Otherwise, the elders of the Dantai family would not appear so greedy. Moreover, Dantai Mingyue had discreetly glanced deeper into the ring, and aside from various spiritual herbs and medicines, there did he deliberately insult you in the letter? How despicable! Rest assured, once I regain my strength, I shall storm the Xiantian sect to seek justice for you. No, master, it is not as you think. Dantai Mingyue's face flushed slightly. What has come over me just now? Although Dantai Mingyue had never met her betrothed, she had harbored some resistance to the family arrangement in her youth. However, at that moment, Upon opening the letter, a ripple of emotion unexpectedly stirred within her heart. She even found herself thinking that Yi Xian was rather commendable. The mysterious woman's curious gaze was drawn to Dan Tai Mingyue's strange reaction, and she sensed the contents of the letter with the recently restored power. Consequently, both women were taken aback that why Yi Xian did not express disdain for Dan Tai Mingyue's humble origins, nor did he demean her for her diminished cultivation. Instead, he offered encouragement in the letter. Particularly, the final line read, "Even if you are but a mortal, I, Yi Xian, shall safeguard you for a lifetime." In a world rife with deception and treachery, was there truly someone who upheld their promises to such a degree? The mysterious woman felt as if she had gained a new perspective today. In her heyday, many had sought to forge connections with her, yet after her fall, even those closest to her had turned against her. Had it not been for the betrayal of those she trusted, how could she have found herself in such dire straits? Sister Yu, have you been startled by the contents of the letter? If you are too timid to read it aloud, allow me to do so for you. Dan Tai Xinlan's jealousy reached its zenith the moment the storage ring was opened. Why was it that despite the annulment of the engagement, Dan Tai Mingyue still received such favor? She could not wait any longer and yearned to publicly tear away the last veil of modesty from Dan Tai Mingyue. Allowing everyone to witness the pitiful state of this discarded waste without the Yi family's betrothal. With a swift motion, she seized a letter from Dan Tai Mingyue's hands, her eyes gleaming with mischief, and proclaimed loudly, "The engagement is set. You are the wife of Yi Xian, and I shall protect you. Once I pass the trials of life and death, I will surely restore your cultivation and safeguard you for eternity." As Dan Tai Xinlan read aloud, her expression shifted from mockery to a rigid disbelief. How could this be? Wasn't the letter from the Yi family meant to annul the engagement? Why would Yi Xian still wish to protect a mere waste like Dan Tai Mingyue? Could this be the fabled true love? The mere mention of true love grated on Dan Tai Xinlan's ears, yet the rest of the Dan Tai clan had no time to heed her protests. Who would have thought that young Master Yi Xian would uphold his promises so steadfastly? Sister Mingyue is truly fortunate. We were wrong to doubt. Please, Sister Mingyue, forgive our transgressions and do not hold it against us. Cousin, do you remember me? I am Xiao Liuzi. When we were young, my mother held you in her arms. Cousin Mingyue, I was blinded by foolishness before, but henceforth I shall be your most loyal supporter. Whoever dares to speak ill of you, I shall break their bones. Witnessing those who had once scorned her now turn into her devoted admirers, Dan Tai Mingyue experienced, for the first time in her life, the astonishing thickness of human skin. These people had once wished to trample her in her downfall. Now, upon learning that Yi Xian had no intention of breaking the engagement and still showed her such care, they now acted like eager sycophants. Groveling at her feet, to be born into such a family is indeed lamentable. Yet for Dan Tai Mingyue, was it not a stroke of fortune, were it not for her 10 years of being a waste? How could she have discerned the true faces of these sycophants? All of this was thanks to Yi Xian. Alas, why do I keep thinking of him? The mere thought of Yi Xian caused Dan Tai Mingyue's cheeks to flush once more. No, it cannot be. Just then, standing amidst the crowd, Dan Tai Xinlan suddenly feigned madness. How could Dan Tai Mingyue, a waste, elicit such unwavering devotion from Yi Xian? Dan Tai Xinlan's face was contorted with disbelief. She had come to witness Dan Tai Mingyue's misfortune, yet now she found herself the subject of ridicule, especially as she noticed the growing distance in the gazes of the surrounding clan members. Dan Tai Xinlan appeared utterly deranged. This is all a lie. The letter is false. The storage ring is false. You must have staged this charade with the Yi family, right? And those items in the storage ring. You must have conjured them with illusions, correct? As she glared at the seemingly deranged Dan Tai Xinlan, the onlookers from the Dan Tai clan wore expressions of pity. The truth lay before them. Yet Dan Tai Xinlan stubbornly refused to accept it. Not only did she refuse to believe, but even Yi Shu, the messenger from the Yi family, was also seen by Dan Tai Xinlan as a conspirator in collusion with Dan Tai Mingyue. You are not a member of the Yi family. Why do you feign messages to deceive me and the members of the Dan Tai clan? The scene before them left the clan leader and the surrounding elders utterly astonished. To question Dan Tai Mingyue was one thing, but to confront the messenger from the Yi family was audacious, Dantai Shinlan. Cease your insolence. Slap. The clan leader swiftly appeared before Dantai Shinlan, delivering a fierce slap that abruptly interrupted her frenzied antics. Have you lost your mind? Although Yi Shu's strength remained concealed, his aura spoke volumes. If angered, the entire Dantai clan could not withstand the wrath of the Yi family. I am not mad, spitting blood and sprawled on the ground. Dantai Shinlan's face twisted in horror. It is she. She deceived us all with a forged letter from the Yi family. I merely sought to expose her deception. Dantai Shinlan was not simply refusing to believe. She was unable to accept. Why? Why was it that Dantai Mingyue, reduced to such a state, could still encounter a paragon like Yi Xian, who refused to abandon her? She could not accept that Dantai Mingyue had fallen so low yet still had room for redemption. Beyond her refusal to accept, her jealousy ran deep. She envied everything about Dantai Mingyue and was especially envious of her bond with Yi Xian. They had never even met. Yet why did Yi Xian remain so steadfast? What if it were Dantai Shinlan who had signed the engagement? Would the devoted partner who captured Yi Xian's heart have been Dantai Shinlan instead? She has lost her mind. The clan leader shook his head, delivering a decisive blow to Dantai Shinlan's cultivation core, rendering her powerless. The ruthlessness of the act and the decisiveness of the movement left no room for her to react. Leader, you are so cruel. In that moment, Dantai Shinlan finally comprehended the desolation that had once engulfed Dantai Mingyue. Alas, it was too late that a letter from Yi Xian had hoisted Dantai Mingyue from the depths of despair to the heights of glory. The entire Dantai clan was in need of someone for Dantai Mingyue to vent her frustrations upon. Though Dantai Shinlan was a standout among the younger generation of the Dantai clan, compared to the Yi family and the Xintian sect, her influence was still far too light. Regrettably, the clan leader's measures did not faze Dantai Mingyue in the least. After a decade of being a waste, she had long since seen through human nature. Now, with the assistance of the mysterious woman, she sought to swiftly complete the divine blood transformation and pursue the martial peak she had long forsaken. Perhaps only then would she have the courage to truly stand before Yi Xian the Xintian sect upon the ascension platform, gaining Dantai Mingyue's favor. Great Dao Fortune 2 gaining Dantai Mingyue's favor. Great Dao Fortune 2 gaining Dantai Mingyue's favor. Great Dao Fortune 3 feeling the surging Great Dao Fortune within him. Yi Xian suddenly awakened. So my little wife is actually my golden finger? Though Yi Xian was unclear about the nature of this so-called Great Dao Fortune, he could distinctly feel a torrent of power brewing within him, yearning to erupt. What is happening? Why does it seem that the spiritual energy around Yi Xian is becoming increasingly peculiar? Could it be that he has broken through again? Hiss, I remember that Yi Xian had just recently achieved a breakthrough, hadn't he? How can he have new insights so soon? Indeed, the radiance behind Yi Xian is something we'll never be able to catch up to. Yi Xian is truly remarkable. On a bear his children. Uft. Yi Xian would never look at you. Who said that? What if my senior brother happens to favor this plump little potato of mine? Yi Xian paid no heed to the commotion beneath the ascension platform. At this moment, he was wholly immersed in the baptism of the Great Dao-S Fortune, in just a brief span. The Great Dao-S Fortune within him had coalesced into a resplendent golden sphere. Beneath the sphere, countless golden treasure chests emerged, accompanied by a long pointer. Could this be a lottery? Chapter 4. Is he mad or foolish? Having never encountered a pig, yet having seen a pig run, Yi Xian had long been accustomed to the myriad peculiar golden fingers circulating online in his past life. There were even those that collected negative emotions. Surely my own ability to gather the affections of a little wife could be comprehended. Just as Yi Xian was secretly comforting himself, a disciple from the Xintian sect hurriedly approached the ascension platform. Senior brother Yi Xian, the sect master, has emerged from seclusion and is currently discussing matters with the elders in the Great Hall. Please make your way there. The disciple, while bowing, couldn't help but steal glances at Yi Xian, his heart racing with anxiety, more excited than a fan encountering their idol at a concert. Senior brother Yi Xian, it truly is him that I never expected to have the opportunity to speak so intimately with senior brother Yi Xian in this lifetime. Yet, Yi Xian paid no attention to his inner excitement, as all his focus remained on the golden sphere in his sea of consciousness. According to the markings on the pointer, 100 points of Great Tao Fortune were required to draw a reward. Yi Xian quietly glanced at his internal accumulation. Since earlier, he had amassed over 200 points of Great Tao Fortune. He could undoubtedly perform 2 draws. With this thought, Yi Xian cast a sidelong glance at the disciple who had come to convey the message. The sect master summoned him to the Hall of Eternal Vitality, undoubtedly for something significant. Otherwise, he might have tried out this golden finger-esque lottery mechanism to see what rewards he could obtain. Contemplating this, Yi Xian lightly stepped forward. In an instant, towering clouds soared into the sky, accompanied by the resonant roars of tigers and dragons as ethereal figures ascended, truly as expected of senior brother Yi Xian. Even his ascent was conducted with such grace, leaving us in perpetual admiration. As Yi Xian departed on his cloud, the disciple left behind on the ascension platform was filled with awe and unutterable admiration. How is the preparation for the life and death trial coming along? As Yi Xian arrived at the entrance of the Hall of Eternal Vitality, he heard the voice of the Xiantian sect master emanating from within. All matters have been arranged. Elder Xianjin replied, In a century, our Xiantian sect has only produced 3 direct disciples, and Yi Xian is the only one still within the sect, as well as the youngest among them. As a direct disciple, a symbol of the highest status within the Xiantian sect, once their strength reaches a certain level, they often seek breakthroughs in their own ways, and the sect does not impose strict constraints. The previous 2 direct disciples both left the sect to hone their skills in solitude, vanishing without a trace for a decade. Only Yi Xian has remained within the sect, diligently cultivating. His reluctance to leave the sect stems not only from the absence of bottlenecks in his cultivation, but also from an essential reason. This is a world of mysticism. Even though Yi Xian stands as a paragon among the younger generation of the Xiantian sect, he is still considered a formidable force in the Jiang kingdom. However, beyond the mountains lie greater heights. And beyond humanity, there are those more powerful. The world of mysticism is fraught with peril. Remaining within the sect, under the protection of the sect master, the elders, and those reclusive old masters, significantly enhances his safety. Your talents are indeed promising, and had it not been for the divine decree from the Xiantian divine path, I would not be so eager to initiate the life and death trial ahead of schedule. The Xiantian sect master continued. In the past century, we have only accepted 3 direct disciples. The talents and strengths of these individuals are comparable. However, if one were to make a comparison, Yi Xian would undoubtedly surpass the others. After all, youth is an invaluable asset. Moreover, the other 2 direct disciples have been absent for nearly a decade. It would not do to delay the life and death trial due to their absence. But I have heard that Yi Xian seems to have had a marriage engagement with a small family in Muyun City. The sect master mused. Once Yi Xian becomes the young sect master of the Xiantian sect, his marriage will no longer be merely a personal affair. It will involve the reputation of the entire sect. This matter has long been brought to my attention. The Yi family has already sent Xian Yuan to Muyun City to annul the engagement. Elder Xianjin spoke, to which the Xiantian sect master replied slowly. In the eyes of the sect master, Yi Xian's talents warrant a better match. In the future, entering the Xiantian divine path and forming bonds with the prodigies therein could indeed be a splendid tale. How could he allow himself to be hindered by a worthless girl from a remote little town? Yet, who knows if this so-called worthless girl from the small family would continue to cling to Yi Xian? Indeed, Elder Xian Yu is correct. Yi Xian is currently the most promising candidate to succeed as the young sect master of our Xiantian sect. With the imminent life and death trial approaching, if these trivial matters were to affect him, it would be a tremendous loss for our sect. This matter involves the Xiantian divine path. I believe the concerns of Elders Xianjin and Xian Yu are quite valid. We must thoroughly sever ties with this worthless girl from the small family. Prompted by the elders' reminders, the Xiantian sect master fell into a brief contemplation. If that is the case, Elder Xianjin, tomorrow you shall accompany Xian Yuan to Muyun City to publicly annul the engagement. This way, it will also help him focus on successfully passing the trial. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian, who stood at the entrance of the hall, had his expression changed dramatically. He had finally managed to stabilize his little wife. If the Xiantian sect caused such a commotion, not only would his recently awakened golden finger become useless, but he himself would likely become a cautionary tale in an instant. Sect Master. This matter is absolutely unacceptable. The Xintian sect master and the elders present were momentarily stunned as they watched Yi Xian stride into the Hall of Eternal Vitality. Yi Xian, the sect master has asked you to go to Muyun City to annul your engagement for your own good. With your status, let alone a worthless girl from a small family, even a princess from the Jiang Kingdom would find it an honor to be in your presence. The Yi family is already renowned in the Jiang Kingdom, standing alongside the royal family. Yi Xian, being the most talented youth of the Yi family and the future young sect master of the Xintian sect, would find it easy to dominate not just the Jiang Kingdom, but all the mortal realms in the southern wilderness combined. Moreover, the Xintian sect has the backing of the Xintian divine path. Yi Xian's future is boundless. Yi Xian, you need not concern yourself with this matter. We, your elders, will take care of it for you. Indeed, Yi Xian, if you feel guilty, we can simply offer her additional cultivation techniques or spiritual herbs when annulling the engagement. I am sure that a family from a small place like Muyun City would be more than willing to accept. Listening to the elders, Yi Xian felt as though he could weep. How did the character Xiao Huahua in the novel go berserk? Had they forgotten? While normal people might think that a mere engagement holds no binding power and that reasonable compensation would suffice, the protagonist's perspective is beyond the comprehension of ordinary folk. They would not only fail to see a trivial engagement as inconsequential, but would also feel insulted by such an exchange. What if Yi Xian's little wife were to be of similar temperament as Xiao Huahua? With this thought, the scenarios of being ruthlessly punished by his little wife began to flood Yi Xian's mind. I will not annul the engagement with Muyun City. At this moment, the desperate Yi Xian could no longer afford to challenge the sect master and the elders in the hall. Since the engagement has been established, I, Yi Xian, shall not be a person who abandons a promise. I appreciate the good intentions of the sect master and the esteemed elders, but the annulment of the engagement is simply not an option. Inside the hall, the Xintian sect master and the gathered elders were left in disbelief, their eyes wide as saucers. Muyun City is merely a remote small town within the Jiang Kingdom. The Dantai family is a family that we have never even heard of. Has Yi Xian gone mad or become foolish? How could he be so devoted to a worthless girl from a small family? Even if she possessed unparalleled beauty, she was not worthy of Yi Xian's obsession. Xian Yuan, how can one allow emotions to cloud their path and cultivation? The Xintian sect master waved his sleeves, his eyes flashing with a hint of anger. For so many years, the Xintian sect has devoted everything to cultivating Yi Xian. With Yi Xian's talents, once he becomes the young sect master of the Xintian sect, he will immediately enter the Xintian divine path for further advancement. In the future, what kind of prodigies or saintesses would not be beneath him? How can he stubbornly cling to a worthless girl from a small family? I shall give you one more chance. If you agree to annul the engagement, I will impart to you the profound mysteries of the Xintian sect during the life and death trial, assisting you in successfully passing the trial and becoming our Xintian sect's young sect master. As soon as the words of the head of the Xintian sect were uttered, the elders present could not help but gasp in astonishment. The Xintian profound meaning is the ultimate principle of the Xintian sect. Should Yi Xian manage to grasp the Xintian profound meaning before entering the trial of life and death, the trial would pose no challenge for him whatsoever. It could be said that the head of the Xintian sect was directly endorsing Yi Xian to become the young master of the Xintian sect. Subsequently, the sect would mobilize its resources to recommend him to the Xintian divine path. This was an unparalleled opportunity that many had longed for but could not attain. Would he forsake such a promising future for a useless girl? Or would he embrace the title of young master of the Xintian sect and soar to greatness? Everyone was eagerly awaiting Yi Xian's response. Chapter 5. The Divine Bone's Great Power, Shaking the Age's Apologies. Sect Master, but my mind is made up. Yi Xian's reply was resolute. Between the profound meaning and life itself, he decisively chose the latter, and no matter how formidable the profound meaning may be, one must have life to cultivate it. Moreover, he had awakened his golden finger. In the presence of such a boon, no divine skill or ultimate art could compare to Yi Xian. The sect master's decision is for your own good. You should reconsider. Without the Xintian sect, Even if you possess extraordinary talent, you would not have achieved your current accomplishments. Not forget, the Shintian sect does not have only you as its direct disciple. Ultimately, you must articulate your choice clearly before everyone in this grand hall. Yi Xian's defiance of the sect master and the elders in favor of Dantai Mingwei incited the collective ire of the Shintian sect's higher-ups. However, at that moment, Yi Xian's mind, which had been calm for a while, trembled once more. Dantai Mingyue's favorability increased again, with the Great Tao's fortune rising 555 in an instant. The Great Tao's fortune on the Golden Sphere surged from over 200 points to just above 300. What the hell? Shocked, Yi Xian almost blurted out an expletive. What is happening with my beloved wife? Her favorability is skyrocketing like it's free. At this rate, who needs to learn the Shintian profound meaning? Of course, my dear wife is far more alluring. Yi Xian, while suppressing his inner excitement, silently activated the pointer on the Golden Sphere. He could hardly wait to draw a reward. As Yi Xian's finger moved, the 308 points of Great Tao's fortune on the Golden Sphere suddenly decreased by 100 points. Simultaneously, the pointer began to spin rapidly. Soon, the whirling pointer landed on a magnificent golden treasure chest. With a loud bang, the treasure chest exploded, releasing 4 large, colorful projectiles. Thank you for your patronage. What the hell? Yi Xian's forehead twitched violently. He truly did not expect that even in a fantasy world, he would encounter such infuriatingly frustrating nonsense. Why, Yi Xian? From your expression, it seems you are dissatisfied with the sect masters and the elders' recent proposals. The head of the Shintian sect and the elders, already displeased with Yi Xian's previous defiance, were further incensed by his disgruntled demeanor. Even the head of the Shintian sect's expression darkened significantly. However, while they were angry, Yi Xian was even angrier. After sacrificing 18 years of effort, he ended up with such a cursed outcome. At that moment, he felt as if he were being roasted on a fire, faced with the choice of being burned alive or being fried to perfection. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Xian activated the pointer once more. The pointer spun again. Another golden treasure chest erupted. This time, it was even worse. The open treasure chest revealed nothing but emptiness. Damn it! In that instant, Yi Xian felt an overwhelming urge to accept the inheritance of the Shintian profound meaning and abandon the golden finger. This golden finger was truly a bane. Yet, sensing the atmosphere in the hall, Yi Xian realized that the head of the Shintian sect and the elders present seemed unwilling to grant him such an opportunity again. Yi Xian, since you are so defiant towards your elders, do not blame the sect for lacking kindness towards you. After all, you are merely a direct disciple. It is a disgrace to the Shintian sect after so many years of devoted cultivation. Even the head of the Shintian sect altered his previously warm demeanor towards Yi Xian, no longer calling him Shin but addressing him directly by name. Why, Yi Xian, the sect master has already given you a chance. Since you insist on this path, then, just as the head of the Shintian sect was about to finish his sentence, a surge of golden light erupted from within Yi Xian. This golden light was dazzling, akin to the nourishing rain from the heavens, yet it radiated an awe-inspiring might. The divine bone within Yi Xian had awakened. The head of the Shintian sect fixed his gaze intently on Yi Xian. The surrounding elders, who had been vociferously criticizing him, were now left speechless in astonishment. Could it be that the legend is true? It is said that the Yi clan descends from the bloodline of ancient divine beings. Divine beings transcend mere mortals, and their bloodlines bestow blessings upon generations, allowing their descendants to reap lifelong benefits. The Yi clan, as a divine bloodline, had once given rise to numerous extraordinary talents. However, due to an unknown curse, the divine bones of these powerful beings were severed, and since then, the Yi clan has not produced any of the transcendent masters of ancient times, forced to migrate from the wild spirit domain. They gradually became akin to mortals. Why Yi Xian had initially garnered the attention of the head of the Shintian sect due to the faint divine patterns that emerged within his bones during his breakthrough to the Xuangu bone realm. Unfortunately, after joining the Shintian sect, despite his rapid progress, the unique traits of his divine bone had not manifested. Could it be that today marks the moment of its complete awakening? The head of the Xintian sect gripped the arms of his chair, unable to suppress his slight tremor. Even Yi Xian himself had not anticipated that his last desperate draw would yield a fruit capable of awakening his divine bone, the so-called Great Tao fruit. As its name implies, is a fruit condensed from the will of the heavens and the earth. Why are divine beings called divine? It is because they can master the profound meanings of the Great Tao. The principles of the Great Tao within the fruit complement Yi Xian's divine bone perfectly. With the aid of the Great Tao fruit, the divine patterns within Yi Xian began to take root and sprout throughout his bones. Much like parchwood being nourished by a spring, waves of golden light spread across Yi Xian's entire being. Ultimately, even his bones transformed into a faint golden hue, as if they were about to detach from his physical form. Boom! At that moment, the skies suddenly split apart. The fragmentation realm. Martial Tao Master. Yi Xian had broken through to the realm of the martial Tao Master. Heavens, is this the might of the divine bone? Feeling the terrifying surge of energy surrounding Yi Xian, the elders of the Xintian sect in the hall were almost breathless. Some of these elders had labored for a lifetime, only to reach the level of a martial Tao Master in the fragmentation realm. Yet Yi Xian, having just awakened his divine bone, had directly broken through to this level. A person of divine enlightenment, who would have thought that after many years, our Xintian sect would once again produce such an individual. Those who awaken their divine bones are collectively referred to as individuals of divine enlightenment. Such individuals face no bottlenecks in their cultivation. Furthermore, as the awakening of their divine bones intensifies, their strength will become increasingly formidable. It is not impossible for them to follow in the footsteps of their ancestors and become a new divine being. In the hall, the elders of the Xintian sect gradually regained their composure. Their expressions, a complex mix. If Yi Xian were merely exceptionally talented, the Xintian sect would not lack for better alternatives. However, now that he is a person of divine enlightenment, his existence transcends that of a mere direct disciple. Even within the Xintian divine path, he would be a figure worthy of significant attention. Chapter 6. The Xintian Divine Revelation. An affair already afoot ahem. Since you, Xianer, are unwilling to dissolve the engagement, we cannot force you. After all, this is ultimately your personal matter, and we, as your elders, may have been a bit too hasty. Just moments ago, the head of the Xintian sect, who was filled with anger and appeared ready to expel Yi Xian from the sect, suddenly transformed into a figure of kindness and warmth. Even the elders who had previously held opposing views became understanding and reasonable. Your fiancé, he may simply come from humble beginnings and lack cultivation. But ultimately, mutual affection is what matters. In matters of the heart, there exists little logic. Why, Yi Xian, your steadfastness in adhering to your principles brings immense solace to the sect leader and our esteemed elders. The leader of the Xintian sect decisively proclaimed, "The time for the life and death trial shall be set for half a month hence. Yi Xian, having just ascended to the rank of martial master, must solidify his cultivation. That I shall arrange for some stabilizing elixirs to be sent to you shortly. Focus solely on rejuvenating your spirit in preparation for the impending trial." Yi Xian's status as a person of divine enlightenment signifies that he will be highly esteemed in the future within the Xintian divine path. The Xintian sect would not narrow their path over a mere matrimonial affair. Thus, I express my gratitude to the sect leader and the esteemed elders. A faint smile graced Yi Xian's face. Though this golden finger may seem somewhat troublesome, it has indeed proven its worth at a critical moment. After bidding farewell to Yi Xian, the sect leader and the elders present were enveloped in a complex array of emotions. Who could have anticipated that the Xintian sect would give rise to a person of divine enlightenment at such a pivotal juncture? The sect leader gazed contemplatively at Yi Xian's departing figure. Just days prior, the Xintian divine path had issued a divine edict, summoning all branches scattered across the 4 great wildernesses to select their most promising disciples for advanced training in the Xintian divine path. It had been an eternity since the Xintian divine path opened its doors for such opportunities. While the sect leader remained uncertain as to why the Xintian divine path suddenly issued this decree, it undoubtedly represented a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the Xintian sect. Yi Xian, still somewhat youthful, would come to understand the depths of our intentions once he passed the life and death trial and experienced the broader world within the Shintian divine path. Indeed, the Shintian divine path is rife with prodigies, including breathtakingly beautiful goddesses that I am confident that by that time, Yixian will grasp the significance of his choices. Nodding lightly at the elder's words, the sect leader reflected. Had Yixian not awakened the divine bone, his defiance against the elders and the sect leader to uphold the dignity of the Shintian sect would surely have warranted punishment. However, the circumstances now were entirely different. With the awakening of the divine bone, Yixian had become a person of divine enlightenment. In this world, extraordinary talents are often met with ample tolerance. Should there be insufficient tolerance, it is likely due to a lack of extraordinary talent. I hope that with the opening of the divine path, our Shintian sect may achieve remarkable success. As Yixian returned to his residence, he wasted no time in retrieving writing paper to continue his correspondence. While there are numerous secret techniques for transmitting messages visually in this world, Yixian felt that a handwritten letter could convey his heartfelt sincerity far better. The key was to ensure that his beloved wife felt the genuineness of his emotions. With the successful awakening of the golden finger, it appeared that his beloved wife was receptive to his sweet advances, and he must seize the moment to act decisively. Having already exhausted the fortune within the golden orb during his earlier exploits in the Grand Hall, Yixian knew he needed to pen another heartfelt letter to procure more affection from his beloved wife. He racked his brain, scouring his memories of romantic cliches from his previous life, amalgamating them onto the delicate letter. However, just as he completed the letter, he crumpled it and incinerated it to ashes with the nine heavens' profound fire. This approach won't suffice. His beloved wife had only just begun to develop a fondness for him. Their relationship remained ambiguous, and should he advance too boldly, it might cause her to perceive him as frivolous, evoking distaste. Although Yixian was not a seasoned romantic, he had encountered enough similar situations in his previous life to understand that premature escalation in a relationship could yield adverse results. It seemed prudent to approach the matter from a perspective of genuine care. Resolute in his decision, Yixian redrafted his letter, pouring ink onto the page. The general content remained similar, offering words of encouragement for Dan-Tai Mingwei to diligently cultivate and cheering her on. However, this time, he included many insights regarding his own cultivation experiences, embodying the warmth of a nurturing companion. In a world steeped in deceit and stratagems, sincerity emerged as a formidable weapon. Just as Yixian completed his letter, Yishu returned from Muyun City. Upon glimpsing the still wet ink of Yixian's letter, a peculiar expression surfaced on Yishu's face. "Young master, there are some words that have long been pent up in my heart." Yishu had held his tongue due to the master-servant dynamic between them. However, witnessing Yixian's infatuation with Dan-Tai Mingwei, he felt compelled to intervene. "Young master, though Dan-Tai Mingwei possesses a beauty that could eclipse the moon, in the realm of cultivation where strength reigns supreme, appearance is but a supplementary attribute. As long as you possess sufficient strength, what kind of stunning beauty could you not attract in the future? Why defy the wishes of the clan elders? Even if you disregard their opinions, what about the Shintian sect? Would the sect leader and elders truly allow you to marry someone so ill-suited? I have awakened the divine bone." Yixian's voice was calm, yet the 6 simple words resonated in Yishu's ears like a thunderclap, leaving him momentarily stunned. "What do you mean awakened?" In the next moment, shimmering golden divine patterns began to radiate from Yixian's very bones. The young master has truly awakened the divine bone. Feeling the tremendous power contained within, Yishu's excitement surged. What does it mean to be a person of divine enlightenment? No one understands better than those of the Yi clan, who are of divine blood. Now, do I have the right to choose my own marriage? Yixian's calm words struck Yishu like a divine decree. Yes, absolutely. It is certain. Do not think of her as merely a waste. Even if she were disabled, as long as the young master favors her, no one in the Yi clan would dare to utter a word of dissent. Disabled? Yixian's expression turned peculiar. Did I truly have such unique tastes? Little did he know that in the eyes of Yishu and the elders of the Shintian sect, choosing the seemingly inept Dan-Tai Mingwei was akin to selecting a disabled partner. I shall return to inform the clan of the young master's awakening of the divine bone. I believe the clan will be overjoyed to hear this news. Yi Shu decided to first return and notify the Yi clan. Knowing that Yi Xian's choice of Dantai Mingwe would place significant pressure on their lineage within the clan, Yi promptly relaying the news of Yi Xian's awakening. The family could find some respite. Yi Xian understood Yi Shu's intentions. Upon returning to the Yi clan, he planned to deliver his letter to Dantai Mingwe personally. Just as Yi Shu had been bubbling with excitement, his expression gradually morphed into something more peculiar. He, a formidable 7-star martial master, was now reduced to a mere intermediary in the exchange of love letters between two young lovers. The irony was that he had only just returned from Muyun City, and now Yi Xian had already penned another letter. Anyone aware of their engagement might think they had secretly pledged their lives to one another. Chapter 7. The harshness of reality, where power defines worth in the kingdom of Jiang. The Yi clan. Yi Guanhai. Behold your esteemed son, that he has defied the clan's resolution by secretly pledging himself to such a waste as Dantai Mingwe. Are you unaware of the ramifications of such actions? Within the ancestral hall of the Yi clan, the third elder's faction vehemently attacked Yi Xian's father. This assertion is utterly misguided. Yi Xian and Dantai Mingwe are already betrothed. How can this be considered a secret engagement? Yi Xian's father ardently defended him, though deep down, he too was perplexed as to why his son would go to such lengths to protect a woman incapable of cultivation. The Xintian sect had resolved to subject Yi Xian to a life-and-death trial, a matter of utmost importance concerning the Xintian divine path. Therefore, prior to the trial, the sect discreetly signaled their expectations. As the young master of the Xintian sect, he could not afford to bear any blemish that might invite criticism, even if it were from an unqualified fiancé. Our Yi clan has waited for so many years. At last, we have produced a genius. If Yi Xian were to gain admission to the Xintian divine path for further cultivation, would not the long-cherished aspiration of our Yi clan to return to the central wilderness spirit domain also be realized? The elders of the Yi clan expressed their opinions in unison. They would not tolerate any missteps regarding Yi Xian's advancement to the position of the young master of the Xintian sect. Even the usually reticent and composed Grand Elder could not restrain himself from speaking. Guanhai. This matter regarding Yi Xian is indeed crucial. The Yi clan has languished for far too long and is in dire need of a formidable individual to uphold the family's honor. Yi Xian possesses the ability to unlock the divine bone inscriptions and has been accepted as a direct disciple by the Xintian sect. Now, the sect is even willing to initiate a life-and-death trial for him. They intend to assist him in advancing to the Xintian divine path. This is an unprecedented opportunity for the Yi clan. The entire clan awaits the emergence of another transcendent supreme being. Such a pivotal moment cannot be hindered by a fleeting sense of compassion. In contrast to the impassioned rhetoric of the third elder, the Grand Elder displayed a more measured demeanor. Yi Xian has always been diligent. He has never dared to neglect his cultivation. Certainly not to the extent of being entrapped by mere beauty, as suggested by the third elder's faction. This matter concerns the future of Yi Xian's entire life. And we, as elders, must aid him in navigating through adversity and regaining control of his destiny. In the Grand Elder's mind, Yi Xian's only potential regret might be the perceived cruelty of abruptly breaking off the engagement with Dantai Mingwe, leading to a twinge of guilt and pity. Nothing more. Those who aspire to achieve great things cannot be ensnared by trivial worldly matters. However, the Grand Elder was interrupted as Yi Guanhai attempted to speak further. All right. Guanhai, you need not elaborate. Yi Xian's affairs will be managed by myself and the esteemed mentors of the Xintian sect. You need not trouble yourself over his matters. The Grand Elder made an emphatic decision, leaving Yi Guanhai feeling powerless. Yet a flicker of concern was evident in Yi Guanhai's eyes. Once Yi Xian makes a decision, it is as unyielding as an ironclad contract. Unfortunately, the attitudes of both the Xintian sect and the Yi clan are decidedly firm. One can only hope that this matter does not lead to discord or a severance of ties. Just as Yi Guanhai was engulfed in worry, a brilliant light suddenly descended from the heavens above the Yi clan. Though the young master's Xintian spirit symbol can enhance my speed to its utmost, utilizing the symbol with my current cultivation level remains rather challenging. The brilliance faded. a weary-looking Yi Shu slowly emerged. This symbol was bestowed upon him by Yi Xian, who had instructed him to hasten to Mu Yun's city overnight, that to avoid delaying the delivery of the message to Dan Tai Mingwei. Yi Xian infused the symbol with additional divine energy before Yi Shu departed for the Yi clan. Given Yi Xian's awakened divine bone and his prowess as a martial master, Yi Shu, a 7-star great martial master, was evidently struggling to manage. Why Yi Shu? You have arrived just in time. The clan sent you to convey a message requesting that Yi Xian and Dan Tai Mingwei dissolve their engagement. Yet you have clandestinely aided Yi Xian in Mu Yun City to undertake such foolishness. The moment Yi Shu appeared, he attracted the collective ire of the Yi clan elders. A mere useless girl could be bestowed with such extravagant treasures. Are you aware that there are few among the clan who can even partake of these spiritual herbs and medicines, while Yi Xian unilaterally decides to give them to a waste? Yi Shu, how do you intend to explain this? The Third Elders faction unleashed a torrent of outrage, their expressions resembling those of individuals who felt grievously wronged by Yi Xian's actions. Yi Shu was acutely aware of the source of their ire. Although the Yi clan had long since relocated from the Central Wilderness Spirit Domain, it remained a prominent family within the Jiang Kingdom, standing shoulder to shoulder with the royal family. Yi Guanhai's lineage had previously been inconspicuous within the clan. Yet with Yi Xian's rise, they had gained stature. More importantly, many of the younger generation of the Yi clan had become stepping stones on Yi Xian's path to success. Among them, the Third Elders faction was most notable. His 2 sons and 3 grandsons had all missed opportunities due to Yi Xian's ascent. In the past, when Yi Xian bore the mantle of the clan's genius and was a candidate for the position of the young master of the Xintian sect, the Third Elder had naturally felt powerless. But now, Yi Xian was openly defying the entire clan for the sake of a useless fiancé, and the crux of the matter was that his actions had harmed the entire Yi clan and even the mentors of the Xintian sect. The Third Elders faction could not help but retaliate vehemently. Yi Shu had come today specifically to convey a message from the young master to the assembled elders. Humph, if it is merely a message, why did he not come in person? Did he perhaps realize that his clandestine actions could not withstand the scrutiny of the clan's anger? The Third Elder scoffed with disdain. However, Yi Shu remained remarkably calm. It seemed that the young master had indeed predicted this. The Third Elders faction had shown their true colors within the Yi clan, and Yi Xian, having been reborn for 18 years, had seen through it all. He had anticipated that once the news of his refusal to annul the engagement spread back to the Yi clan, the Third Elders faction would undoubtedly not let it go easily. Therefore, before Yi Shu set out, Yi Xian had specifically gifted him another spirit symbol. Yi Shu wasted no time. Before all the members of the Yi clan, he shattered the spirit symbol in midair. In the next moment, Yi Xian's figure emerged from within the symbol. I am aware that many within the clan harbor discontent over my decision to uphold the engagement. Today, I have sent Yi Shu to convey a message, solely to inform everyone of one matter. As Yi Xian's voice fell, an aura of magnificence enveloped him, divine light radiating brilliantly. Countless divine patterns emerged on the surface of Yi Xian's body. Divine bone. This is the divine bone. Yi Xian has awakened the divine bone. As descendants of ancient deities, no one among the Yi clan comprehended the significance of awakening the divine bone better than they. At this very moment, those from the Yi clan who witnessed this scene were left utterly speechless. Even Yi Xian's father, Yi Guanhai, appeared as if struck by lightning, petrified in place. The ancestral hall was engulfed in an unprecedented silence. Even the sound of a pin dropping would have been heard clearly. The Grand Elder's breath quickened, veins bulging in his hands as he grasped the still-dazed Yi Guanhai. Guanhai, the position of clan leader has been vacant for long. I wonder if you might be inclined to become the leader of our Yi clan? Upon the Grand Elder's words, astonishment rippled through those present. The Grand Elder had presided over the Yi clan for nearly a century. If Yi Guanhai were to assume the position of clan leader, would it not signify a significant shift in power within the Yi clan? However, upon a moment's reflection, they quickly realized the implications. Yi Xian had awakened the divine bone. The long-awaited opportunity for the Yi clan lay before them. A person who has awakened the divine bone, a divine being, is destined to tread a path alongside their ancestors as a formidable powerhouse. How many years has it been since our Yi clan has seen a divine being awaken the divine bone? After a brief silence, the ancestral hall of the Yi clan erupted into raucous cheers of excitement. Many individuals felt tears welling in their eyes. Those elders who had previously harbored resentment towards Yi Guanhai for Yi Xian's insistence on maintaining the engagement now turned to offer their congratulations. Congratulations, clan leader! Congratulations, clan leader! Yi Xian, at such a young age, has awakened the divine bone. He is destined to become an extraordinary powerhouse of our Yi clan, with Yi Xian's exceptional talent now matched by the awakening of the divine bone. What kind of fiancé could he not attract? Even the Xintian sect would not dare to hold the Yi clan accountable for this matter. The weight of a divine being is sufficient to shatter all worldly constraints. Even within the Xintian sect, this holds true. The clan leader has produced such a prodigy. Thus, the position of a Yi clan leader is rightfully his. It was astonishing to witness how the previously united front against Yi Xian had suddenly shifted to support Yi Guanhai. The Third Elder's faction truly felt the bitter taste of the changing tides, where one's fortune is tied to one's offspring. Observing Yi Guanhai, who was now basking in glory and surrounded by admirers, the Third Elder's face twisted with seething jealousy. Why should Yi Guanhai be blessed with such a prodigious son like Yi Xian? And when he glanced at the ineffectual members of his own faction behind him, the Third Elder's expression contorted further. This is all a fa. Chapter 8. The Trial of Inner Fire, Alone in Transformation. Yi Shu. Do you think that a mere illusion could deceive everyone? You may fool the Grand Elder and the clan members present, but you cannot deceive me. Unless Yi Xian stands before me and allows me to verify the authenticity of his divine bone, I will not believe that he has awakened the divine bone. Ever since the strong members of the Yi clan had their divine bones severed by an unknown curse 1,000 years ago, many brilliant talents have emerged over the years, yet none have been able to rekindle the divine bone. What right does Yi Xian have to awaken it? As the Third Elder's face contorted with madness and rage, the members of the Yi clan instinctively distanced themselves from him. Even the members of the Third Elder's faction looked at him as if he were deranged. What is this look you give me? I am not mad. I merely speak the truth. As the Third Elder witnessed the betrayal of his kin, the bloodshot veins in his eyes became increasingly pronounced. With a face twisted in jealousy and hatred, he glared at Yi Guanhai, exclaiming, "It is all your fault. Yi Guanhai, you are but a lowly side branch of the Yi clan. What right do you have to assume the title of clan leader?" His indignation stemmed from years of tireless effort, which paled in comparison to the mere fortune of Yi Guanhai siring a remarkable son. What infuriated him further was the fact that this exceptional son was not his own. You deserve to die, Yi Guanhai. You must perish. The Third Elder's aura erupted violently as he lunged at Yi Guanhai. In that critical moment, a massive cage descended from the heavens, forcefully subduing the Third Elder mid-leap. It was the Grand Elder and the elder members of the Yi clan who intervened. The awakening of Yi Xian's divine bone was an unparalleled opportunity for the Yi clan, one not seen in a millennium. The Grand Elder had personally designated Yi Guanhai as the clan leader, intending to forge an unbreakable bond between the clan and Yi Xian, the one chosen by the divine. Such a monumental undertaking could not be jeopardized by the reckless actions of a deranged Third Elder. The Third Elder, in a fit of insanity, dared to attack the clan leader, thereby forfeiting his position and facing severe punishment, imprisonment in the inferno, subjected to the torment of heart fire, his soul left in disarray, enduring an unending fate of suffering. The Third Elder's faction, deemed to have been misled, was spared the death penalty but ordered to vacate the ancestral grounds of the Yi clan within a day, to live their lives confined to the inferno. The Grand Elder's pronouncement was met with unanimous approval from the clan elders. After all, the emergence of Yi Xian, a prodigy, was not to be sacrificed for the folly of a single Third Elder. As for the Third Elder's faction, they were merely an afterthought. These individuals had frequently conspired under the Third Elder's influence to trouble Yi Guanhai and his son. Now that Yi Guanhai had ascended to the role of clan leader, their presence within the clan was more of an eyesore than anything else. It was better to punish them alongside the Third Elder. out of sight, out of mind, faced with the overwhelming tide of familial sentiment. Those from the Third Elders faction who felt wronged by the punishment found themselves powerless to resist. In comparison to Yi Xian, the rising future powerhouse, their resentment was primarily directed towards the Third Elder. If not for the Third Elder's madness and his audacious attack on the newly appointed clan leader, they would not have faced such dire consequences. This old fool, suffering in the inferno, had dragged them down with him. While they would not endure the same torturous heartfire, they would still be condemned to a life as mere prisoners. The crux of the matter lay in their status as direct descendants of the Yi clan. Being exiled from the ancestral grounds meant that they and their descendants would forever lose their standing as true members of the Yi clan, relegated to the status of outcasts, lesser than even the most mundane peripheral branches. This calamity brought upon the entire clan by the mad old fool deserved nothing less than eternal torment in the inferno, suffering heart fire until death, with no chance of reincarnation, after a century of vacancy. The position of clan leader had finally been filled, and aside from the punished Third Elders faction, the entire Yi clan basked in a jubilant atmosphere. Yet, everyone understood that the joy of the Yi clan stemmed not merely from the new leader, but from the emergence of Yi Xian, the one chosen by the divine. Yi Shu. Now that you have returned to the Yi clan, it would be prudent for you to rest here for a while, allowing me to inquire about some matters concerning Xiener, said Yi Guanhai, eager to engage in a lengthy conversation with Yi Shu following the succession ceremony. He was originally an ordinary side branch of the Yi clan. Given his talents, it was a remarkable achievement for him to attain the position of a steward within the clan. Who would have imagined that he would give birth to such an extraordinary son as Yi Xian? Now, he had risen to the position of clan leader. As the saying goes, a father's worries follow a son who travels far. Yi Xian had been away from home for many years, diligently cultivating at the Xintian sect, while Yi Shu was the only one who had consistently stood by Yi Xian's side. Naturally, Yi Guanhai wished to learn more about his son through Yi Shu. However, Yi Shu hesitated in response to Yi Guanhai's invitation. Clan leader, it is not that I am unwilling to stay. Rather, young master has more pressing matters that require my presence in Muyin City. More pressing matters? Yi Guanhai's expression faltered. Could it be more significant than his father assuming the role of clan leader? Yet, as he pondered the name Muyin City, a different light sparked in his eyes. Could it be that Xiener, upon awakening his divine bone, had suddenly come to a realization and decided to dissolve his engagement with Dantai Mingwei? That would indeed make sense. Xiener was the pride of our Yi clan. And now that he had awakened his divine bone, the Xintian sect would undoubtedly place greater value on him. The position of the young master of the Xintian sect was likely already secured for him. In the future, as he advanced into the realm of the Xintian divine path, what sort of extraordinary talents or divine maidens would he not be able to attract? It is understandable for a young man to act impulsively in his fervor. As long as he knows to pull back before the brink, his growth will not have been in vain. Ultimately, it is my inadequacy as a father that has brought him to this juncture. If it were not for my humble status at the time, Yi Xian's talents would have been evident. The clan, adhering to the wishes of our ancestors, arranged an engagement between Yi Xian and Dantai Mingwei. Yi Xian would not have faced criticism over the marriage contract. In retrospect, the alliance between the Yi clan and the Dantai family was inherently mismatched. Observing Yi Guanhai, filled with self-reproach and lost in his thoughts, Yi Shu attempted to speak several times, but ultimately refrained. Clan leader, whatever young master wishes to pursue, there must be a reason behind it. We need only to support him quietly from behind. This statement was originally Yi Shu's inner mantra, yet he now felt that Yi Guanhai needed it even more. He hoped that the clan leader would come to understand the truth in due time and find peace. Stealing a glance at Yi Guanhai, Yi Shu activated the Xintian divine talisman once more, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a stream of light, vanishing from the Yi clan. Chapter 9. The Rise of the Underachiever. A celestial phenomenon descends Muyin City, the Dantai family. With the various rare and precious herbs provided by Yi Xian, the speed at which Dantai Mingwei's divine blood was purified began to multiply. Just a little more, and the divine blood would fully cleanse her body, after which her cultivation would soar to new heights. The mysterious woman within the ring soared into the air, her residual spirit enveloping Dan Tai Mingyue's meridians, shielding her from the potential harm of the medicinal effects. Observing Dan Tai Mingyue, her body radiant with spiritual energy and brilliance, the mysterious woman felt a faint sense of satisfaction. Dan Tai Mingyue's talent surpassed her expectations, making her an excellent candidate as an heir. However, beyond her talent, the mysterious woman was evidently more fond of Dan Tai Mingyue's character. The path of cultivation is never devoid of prodigies. Many of them resort to unscrupulous means for their own interests. My disciple, however, possesses a pure heart and kindness. For this reason alone, I shall ensure her a life free of worries, having grown weary of the deceit and betrayal in the world of cultivation. The mysterious woman found herself drawn to the simplicity embodied by Dan Tai Mingyue. Just then, as the medicinal energy coursed through her, Dan Tai Mingyue let out a faint moan in the next moment. Dazzling divine light enveloped her, as she finally broke free from her shackles. The spiritual energy surrounding her transformed into a vortex, swirling towards her in a frenzied gathering. Initially confined to Dan Tai Mingyue's room, the phenomenon soon expanded her courtyard, and ultimately, it enveloped the entire sky above Muyun City. What is happening? Why is the spiritual energy of Muyun City converging above the Dan Tai family? Who is responsible for this celestial phenomenon? The martial artists of Muyun City were filled with astonishment as they gazed at the ever-expanding vortex of spiritual energy above them. The members of the Dan Tai family were equally bewildered. Observing the direction from which the energy was converging, the hurried figures of the Dan Tai family head and the elders approached, their faces marked with astonishment. Dan Tai Mingyue, wasn't she considered a waste? How could she possibly summon such a terrifying celestial phenomenon? To attract such a massive vortex of spiritual energy, one must be a peerless genius of extraordinary caliber. Clearly, Dan Tai Mingyue did not fit this description. Could it be that there was another practitioner in her room? Upon arriving outside Dan Tai Mingyue's chamber, the family head and the elders gazed pensively at the closed door. Could it be Yixian? Just then, one of the elders suddenly spoke up. Why Yixian? The head of the Dan Tai family felt a stir within. Yesterday, Yixian's resolute support for Dan Tai Mingyue in his letter had sparked considerable speculation among the Dan Tai clansmen, with many suggesting that the two had secretly developed feelings for each other. Now, upon hearing the words of the elder by his side and recalling the celestial phenomenon above the family, the head of the Dan Tai family increasingly believed that the clansmen's conjectures were not unfounded. Could it be that the person who triggered the celestial phenomenon in Dan Tai Mingyue's chamber was indeed Yixian? Once such a thought took root in his mind, many events began to rationalize themselves in the minds of those present. Truly, Yixian was a peerless prodigy of the Yi clan, a candidate for the position of deputy sect master of the Xintian sect. To effortlessly summon such a wondrous celestial spectacle was indeed a testament to his extraordinary talent and boundless potential. The Dan Tai family was fortunate to have such an excellent son-in-law. It was truly a sign from their ancestors. A stroke of luck beyond measure. Their flattery echoed loudly, oblivious to the fact that several powerful forces within Muyun City had already set their sights on the Dan Tai family. Such a small place as Muyun City harbored such a prodigy? Remarkable, indeed, at the entrance of a tavern in Muyun City, an old man with a disheveled appearance, sitting on the steps with his fingers in his nostrils, suddenly had his murky eyes sparkle with clarity. Meanwhile, outside Muyun City, a middle-aged man clad in a gray robe, sword slung across his back, cast a casual glance at the vortex of spiritual energy swirling above Muyun City. A descending celestial phenomenon must signify the emergence of an extraordinary talent. This was indeed a blessing for our Yushan sword sect. Yes, soon as he finished speaking, the sword at his back transformed into a streak of light, and he vanished from sight along with the gray-robed man. Outside Dan Tai Mingyue's residence, the head of the Dan Tai family and several clan elders stood at the door, their faces filled with anxiety. The prodigy of the Yi clan, the designated candidate for the deputy sect master of the Xintian sect. At this moment, they were merely a door apart. If fortune smiled upon them, perhaps they could forge a connection. With this thought, the head of the Dan Tai family and the elders behind him were filled with excitement. To avoid disturbing Yi Xian, the head of the Dantai family issued a direct order. Aside from the clan elders and himself, no one else was permitted to approach even half a step into the courtyard where Dantai Mingyue resided. As time ticked by, the spiritual energy above Dantai Mingyue's courtyard gradually began to settle. The head of the Dantai family and the surrounding elders perked up. Had it finally come to an end? If this celestial phenomenon continued, they had no idea when they would get to see Yi Xian. Just then, the door creaked open, and Dantai Mingyue stepped out. The head of the Dantai family and the elders present wore expectant expressions, as if waiting for something. However, after a long wait, they still did not see any sign of Yi Xian. Where is everyone? What person? Dantai Mingyue asked lightly. Why Yi Xian? Is he not in your room? The celestial phenomenon just now must have been triggered by him, right? Upon hearing this, the head of the Dantai family saw Dantai Mingyue's brow furrow deeply. So, in their eyes, Dantai Mingyue was merely a talisman capable of providing convenience to the family through the marriage contract. In their mindset, it never occurred to them that the one who triggered the celestial phenomenon was the very Dantai Mingyue they had overlooked for a decade, labeling her as useless at that moment. A streak of light suddenly descended from the sky. It was Yi Shu, arriving to deliver a message. Congratulations, Miss Mingyue, on successfully breaking through your shackles and summoning such a celestial phenomenon. It must surely yield significant rewards. Looking at the Dantai Mingyue before him, who seemed transformed from the day before, Yi Shu felt a surge of astonishment within. The young master's insight was indeed sharp. Yi Shu recalled the first time he came to the Dantai family, when Dantai Mingyue was still a person whose cultivation had been completely exhausted. Unexpectedly, in less than a day, she had summoned such a terrifying celestial phenomenon. This level of phenomenon rivaled that of the young master, who had yet to awaken his divine bones. The crucial point was that at that time, no one held any hope for Dantai Mingyue. Only Yi Xian had unwavering confidence in her. Now it seemed. The young master had long seen through the mysteries surrounding her. Indeed, the young master's might was beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. Yi Shu was lost in his thoughts, oblivious to the shock and daze that had overtaken the head of the Dantai family and the clan elders at his earlier congratulations. What do you mean? The one who triggered the celestial phenomenon was not Yi Xian, but Dantai Mingyue. Chapter 10. 10 years of nurturing. Today marks the end. But was she already useless? Yi Shu and Dantai Mingyue's conversation was clear to them. Yet the more they heard, the more the head of the Dantai family and the elders found it hard to believe that the girl they had nurtured for 10 years, deemed useless, could summon such a terrifying vortex of spiritual energy above Mu Yun City. Was that celestial phenomenon truly caused by you? The head of the Dantai family still found it difficult to accept this reality. The surrounding clan elders were even more eager, waiting for Dantai Mingyue to confirm herself. However, Dantai Mingyue paid them no heed. She turned to Yi Shu. Did you return to convey something regarding yesterday? After Yi Shu's departure the previous day, Dantai Mingyue had calmed down and thought deeply. She had never met Yi Xian, and his generous assistance only indicated that he was a person who valued trust and kept promises, rather than being due to her own merit as Dantai Mingyue. Having come to this realization, Dantai Mingyue no longer felt as impulsive as she had at first, even if Yi Xian was sincere in his support. The disparity in their statuses was insurmountable. Though she had now regained her cultivation, he remained the brightest genius of the Yi clan, a candidate for deputy sect master of the Shantian sect. Neither the Yi clan nor the Shantian sect would allow such a prodigy to marry a girl of such lowly cultivation and background as Dantai Mingyue. The powerful elixirs in her storage ring had already been refined by her master's divine power, and she had completed the washing of her divine blood. Even if the Yi clan were to reclaim the ring and annul her engagement with Yi Xian, it would not result in any loss for her. At this point, Dantai Mingyue had ceased to consider challenging Yi Xian to prove herself or to regain face for her master. But why Yi Xian's actions had already demonstrated that he was a trustworthy and honorable individual. If she, Dantai Mingyue, were to challenge Yi Xian over such matters in the future, not only would she struggle to overcome her own internal conflict, she had already lost on moral grounds. This storage ring was given to me by Yi Xian yesterday. It contains several powerful elixirs that I will return to him once I have achieved mastery in my cultivation. Dantai Mingyue was halfway through her words. The ring she had extended was pushed back by Yishu. I cannot accept the title of envoy. I am merely a messenger for the young master. As for the ring, how could one reclaim what the young master has given? Seemingly sensing Dantai Mingyue's inner worries, Yishu added, the Yi clan and the Xintian sect have already agreed to the young master's decision. There is no need to worry about the engagement. What? The Yi clan and the Xintian sect actually agreed. Dantai Mingyue had only just regained her cultivation. The news had not yet spread. In such circumstances, how could the Yi clan and the Xintian sect allow Yi Xian to choose a girl who could not cultivate as his wife? The young master had awakened his divine bones and would soon enter the trial of life and death. This is the cultivation insights that the young master asked me to pass on to you. Hoping they will be of assistance, gazing at the letter that Yishu handed over, Dantai Mingyue was left in a state of shock. What? Yi Xian awakened his divine bones. The head of the Dantai family and the clan elders around her were even more astonished. The shock deep within them was beyond words to describe. Why Yi Xian's talent had already been breathtaking among the younger generation. Now, having awakened his divine bones, he was destined to become a person of divine enlightenment. In the future, not only in the southern wilderness, but even in the central wilderness spiritual domain, Yi Xian's talents would be highly regarded, in contrast to the elders around her, who wore expressions of shock. Dantai Mingyue found herself in a different predicament. She had just undergone the divine blood washing by her master and regained her cultivation. She had thought that it would not be long before she could catch up with Yi Xian's pace. Little did she expect that Yi Xian would directly awaken his divine bones, and oh wonder the Xintian sect and the Yi clan would indulge him so. A person of divine enlightenment was already capable of breaking most of the world as conventions. Even within the Yi clan and the Xintian sect, this held true. However, compared to Yi Xian awakening his divine bones, it was Yishu's latter words that resonated more deeply with Dantai Mingyue. She had initially thought that Yi Xian could not withstand the pressure from the Yi clan and the Xintian sect, hence sending someone to reclaim the ring and annul the engagement. Who would have thought that what he sent was actually Yi Xian's cultivation insights? She has just undergone the baptism of divine blood, breaking free from her shackles, and now is precisely the moment she requires to stabilize her cultivation. Yi Xian's heartfelt insights are, to her, akin to a timely gift in the midst of snow. Although Dantai Mingyue had pondered this matter thoroughly yesterday, she still cannot help but feel a tremor in her heart at this moment. Your status as a fiancé is indeed commendable. Even a usually taciturn, mysterious woman expresses her sentiments through the ring. Awakening the divine bone, she can barely be deemed worthy of my disciple. However, how things will unfold in the future remains contingent upon their own fortunes. Dantai Mingyue feels her heart ablaze like never before. These insights are undeniably beneficial to me, and I hope you will convey my gratitude to him upon your return. Were it not for Dantai Mingyue's recent breakthrough, her mastery over her body would have reached its zenith, and she might have found it impossible to suppress the blush that threatened to rise in public. Now that the message has been delivered, Yishu takes his leave. Yishu can vaguely sense two powerful auras approaching. Yet, these two formidable presences harbor no malice. It seems they have been drawn to the celestial phenomenon by the awakening of a genius. Whenever a talent awakens, strong figures invariably come forth to accept disciples. In Yishu's view, this is merely Dantai Mingyue's own opportunity as a member of the Yi clan. His presence here feels somewhat out of place. Furthermore, having fulfilled Yi Xian's instructions, Yishu sees no reason to linger any longer. In the instant the Xintian spirit talisman on his person flickers, he vanishes from Dantai Mingyue's sight. After Yishu's departure, the head of the Dantai family and the elders behind him feel an overwhelming urge to find a crack in the ground to hide in. Clearly, it was Dantai Mingyue who unleashed her potential, attracting the celestial phenomenon. Yet, they mistakenly attributed it to Yi Xian. Just as the head of the Dantai family prepares to address this awkwardness, Dantai Mingyue suddenly speaks. The Dantai family has supported me for 10 years. But during this time, through my engagement with the Yi clan, you have also seized numerous mines and resources in Muyun City. With the connection of the Yi clan as kin, few dare to provoke the Dantai family in Muyun City. Even those families stronger than the Dantai family must consider the stance of the Yi clan and Xintian sect when competing for mines and resources. My dear Ming, we are all family. Why keep such meticulous accounts between us? Indeed, indeed. What belongs to the family is also yours. If you are willing, my dear Ming, we shall send you half of the treasures from the family treasury tomorrow. Yi Xian has already become a divinely awakened individual. Today, Dantai Mingyue has summoned such a celestial phenomenon. The head of the Dantai family and the elders behind him have indeed invested heavily to win Dantai Mingyue over. However, the next moment, Dantai Mingyue unexpectedly bites her finger, drawing a line of blood in the air. I, Dantai Mingyue, hereby sever all ties with the Dantai family from this day forth. From now on, everything concerning the Dantai family shall have no connection to me, nor shall I have any dealings with you. Chapter 11. The Clam and the Heron Struggle. The stars descend boom. The moment Dantai Mingyue utters these words, the head of the Dantai family and the elders present are struck as if by lightning, their expressions drastically changing. Ming, you mustn't. Without Dantai Mingyue and the engagement with the Yi clan, how will the Dantai family navigate through various conveniences in Muyun City? Moreover, the celestial phenomenon summoned by Dantai Mingyue today indicates her terrifying talent. If she were willing to serve the family, the Dantai family might yet have the opportunity to become a powerful clan like the Yi clan in the future, just as the head of the Dantai family contemplates how to salvage the situation. A powerful sword light descends from the sky, and a middle-aged man clad in a long robe slowly steps forth from the radiant glow. I am Yang Ming, the sword master of Yushan. Will you be willing to join my Yushan sword sect and become my disciple? Boom! The words of the Yushan sword master hit the head of the Dantai family like a thunderclap, burning within him. The Yushan sword sect? That is the foremost sect in the kingdom of Jiang. The sword master of Yushan is among the top-tier masters of the kingdom of Jiang. He actually came to our Dantai family to personally accept a disciple. While this may not carry the same weight as the engagement with the Yi clan in the territory of Jiang, it is sufficient to intimidate all petty miscreants. The elders of the Dantai family grow increasingly anxious. The more outstanding Dantai Mingyue appears, the more desperate they become. How can such an extraordinary prodigy be allowed to easily withdraw from the family, just as the head of the Dantai family struggles to think of a way to persuade Dantai Mingyue? A chicken leg bone suddenly strikes the sword light above the eye in an instant. The sword light shatters, and the entire Dantai family is enveloped in a powerful and terrifying pressure. Yushan, you remain as impatient as ever. The speaker is a disheveled old man with a nose resembling a gnarled potato. Upon seeing the old man, the Yushan sword master's expression changes abruptly. Old man Qigong, why have you come to Muyun City? The Yushan sword sect, though the strongest sect within the kingdom of Jiang, and the Yushan sword master being one of the top masters, is no match for the origin of the old man before him, who was once a wandering cultivator that unexpectedly gained a martial legacy and has since become formidable. Not only does he rank among the top 10 masters of Jiang, but he even surpasses the Yushan sword master in the rankings. Remember the time we both entered the martial secret realm together, and the treasure of inheritance chose me instead of you. Your jealousy led you to pursue me relentlessly that I hid from you and the Yushan sword sect for 200 years. The Yushan sword master never anticipated that a single oversight from years past would create the greatest adversary for the Yushan sword sect today. Over the years, old man Qigong has been at odds with the Yushan sword sect, rallying a group of fellow wandering cultivators to form the vast force known as the Red Alliance within the kingdom of Jiang, fiercely opposing the Yushan sword sect. Yet, despite his formidable strength, the Yushan sword master has been unable to contend with him. Qigong, do you even wish to compete with me over accepting disciples? The Yushan sword master rests his hand on his sword, prepared for a confrontation at any moment. Are we to engage in battle? Old man Qigong smirks. As a wandering cultivator, all his opportunities were gained through life and death struggles, holding sway over the Red Alliance. He fears no challenges from the Yushan sword sect. Sensing the overwhelming auras emanating from both sides, the head of the Dantai family and the elders present are nearly paralyzed with fear. Both are among the top masters of the kingdom of Jiang. Should they truly engage in combat above the Dantai family, it is likely that not just the Dantai family, but the entire Muyun city could be reduced to ruins. Just as the situation teeters on the brink of conflict, a pitch-black ruler descends from the heavens, sending both figures staggering back 100 feet. What is happening? What just occurred? Both Old Man Shikong and the Yushan Swordmaster, top-tier masters of the kingdom of Jiang, were actually forced back 100 feet by a ruler. The scene before them is beyond belief for the head of the Dantai family and the elders behind him. Even Old Man Shikong and the Yushan Swordmaster share the same incredulity. Who dares to offend both the Yushan Sword sect and the Red Alliance at once? Have you considered the consequences of such actions? Just moments ago, the two adversaries poised for battle have now found themselves united against a common foe. Yushan Sword sect? Red Alliance? Perhaps in the kingdom of Jiang, you may be considered significant figures, but in the broader South Wasteland domain, you are not. A mysterious voice echoes from the air, causing Old Man Shikong and the Yushan Swordmaster to flush crimson with indignation. Yet it cannot be denied that the words ring true. The kingdom of Jiang is but one of many mortal realms within the South Wasteland domain. In comparison to the superpowers within the South Wasteland, the foundations of the Yushan Sword sect and the Red Alliance are shallow beyond measure. May I inquire as to your identity? The Yushan Swordmaster's expression turns cold, yet his tone has lost its earlier aggression. You are not worthy to ask for my name. Not only you, but even that old monster from the royal family of Jiang would have to retreat in dismay upon encountering me. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the Yushan Swordmaster and Old Man Qigong completely change. Among the top 10 masters of Jiang, the elder from the royal family ranks first, with all others following in line. That it is precisely due to his presence that the kingdom of Jiang has managed to remain steadfast through the years. Your words are rather presumptuous, are they not? The Red Alliance and Yushan Sword sect have been under the pressure of the royal family for years. But the root of their predicament is the inability of Old Man Shikong and the Yushan Swordmaster to match the elder from the royal family in strength. Nevertheless, they genuinely respect the power of that old monster. Yet, the mysterious voice's owner seems to hold him in disdain. In the royal family of the Jiang Kingdom, there exists an old man known as Wuzong, who possesses formidable strength and is already 1 foot firmly planted in the realm of the Martial King. Once he ascends to the status of Martial King, not only will he be a formidable force in the Jiang Kingdom, but he will also stand as a powerful figure in the Southern Wasteland. Humph, what a lot of nonsense. The owner of the mysterious voice clearly did not wish to engage in idle chatter with the two of them. A colossal phantom hand gradually materialized, as if the very fabric of this realm was being transformed into a prison under his control. To command the heavens and the earth, an expert of the sky's sovereign realm. A martial king, the Swordmaster Yushan was filled with astonishment. Run! The elder of Qigong was drenched in cold sweat. The two turned and fled, not daring to linger even for a moment. Observing the scene before them, the head of the Dantai family and the elders were left agape in disbelief. A martial king, an expert of the sky's sovereign realm. They could hardly fathom that such a powerful being would appear in the humble Muyun city. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, a cultured figure appeared out of thin air beside Dantai Mingwe. Those two martial arts masters are unworthy of your talents. My name is Fan Tian. Would you be willing to become my student and join the Star Academy? His casual words rendered the head of the Dantai family and the elders behind him utterly speechless. The Star Academy, in the Southern Wasteland, it is on par with the Xuantiangong. My goodness, the Star Academy has come personally to recruit a disciple in Muyun City. Moments ago, the imposing auras of the Swordmaster of Yushan and the Elder of Qigong had drawn many martial artists to the vicinity. Now, upon learning that this mysterious powerhouse who had driven them away hailed from the Star Academy, their faces were filled with astonishment. Chapter 12. The Fruit of the Great Path. Once again transformed, the Star Academy's visit to recruit disciples is a tremendous fortune for the Dantai family. Nonsense! Did you not hear Dantai Mingwe declare her intention to withdraw from the family? Who could have anticipated that the once downtrodden girl of Muyun City would rise to prominence today? Dantai Mingwe paid no heed to the envious and jealous gazes around her. She met Fan Tian's eyes with calm determination. Do you admire my talents? Or are you interested in the Xuantian Gong connected to Yi Xian? Upon hearing her words, the head of the Dantai family and the elders behind him turned pale with fear. This individual was a martial king from the Star Academy. If they provoked him, not just the Dantai family, but the entire Jiang kingdom could face dire consequences. The head of the Dantai family frantically gestured at Dantai Mingyue, but she remained unmoved. Fan Tian, however, appeared slightly awkward in the face of her inquiry. His arrival was indeed, not solely, due to the celestial phenomena triggered by Dantai Mingyue. Why Yi Xian had awakened his divine bone. Even without the trials of life and death, he would eventually delve deeper into the Xuantian Gong. Although the Star Academy is a superpower renowned in the Southern Wasteland, it does not have the terrifying backing that the Xuantian Gong possesses. If he could leverage the connection between Dantai Mingyue and Yi Xian to establish ties with the Xuantian Gong, it would be immensely beneficial for the Star Academy's future in the Southern Wasteland. The earlier Swordmaster of Yushan and Elder of Qigong had come for this very advantage as well. Yet, in Fantian's eyes, they were simply unworthy of such an opportunity. Since you have seen through my intentions, I shall be forthright that I wish to recruit you into the Star Academy. While there is a measure of personal interest, I genuinely recognize your potential. Dantai Mingyue had indeed caused a celestial phenomenon, indicating her substantial innate talent. Even if her future achievements do not surpass Yi Xian's, they will not lag far behind. The crux is that this arrangement is a win-win for the Star Academy. Whether through Dantai Mingyue's rise or to the Xuantian Gong behind Yi Xian, it would be advantageous in every regard. You have withdrawn from your family, which means you have severed all ties to cultivation resources. Should you agree to join the Star Academy, I can guarantee that you will have access to all the resources and secret techniques you desire. Furthermore, once you achieve success, the Star Academy will impose no restrictions on your development. Fan Tian was laying his cards on the table. His candidness was quite appealing to Dantai Mingyue. Feeling the sincerity of Fan Tian and the Star Academy, Dantai Mingyue smiled lightly. I have met my mentor. Compared to the scheming and petty individuals in the Dantai family, she preferred the straightforward manner of the Star Academy, where all interests were laid bare. Moreover, the Star Academy was indeed a significant power in the Southern Wasteland. With the Academy's protection and abundant resources, Dantai Mingyue's rise would only accelerate. Of course, the most crucial factor was Dantai Mingyue's desire to catch up to Yi Xian swiftly. A mere peak 9-star martial king may offer some assistance at this stage, but to be your mentor, he still falls short. Upon hearing the mysterious woman's complaint from within the ring, Dantai Mingyue could only smile wryly. Given the woman's temperament, if the previous Swordmaster of Yushan and Elder of Qigong had attempted to take her as a disciple, she would likely have burst forth from the ring and dispatched them in an instant. However, the mysterious woman was merely voicing her complaints within the ring. Now that Dantai Mingyue had fully restored her cultivation, she needed a powerful force to rely upon and grow. With the protection of the Star Academy, the benefits outweighed the drawbacks. This was why, despite her harsh words, she secretly allowed Dantai Mingyue to agree. Subsequently, accompanied by Fan Tian, Dantai Mingyue gathered a few belongings to take from the Dantai family. Though I have endured 10 years of hardship within the family, I find there is little I can take away. Dantai Mingyue suddenly felt a tinge of irony. This was her own family, yet she felt no attachment whatsoever. The head of the Dantai family attempted several times to intervene, but was repeatedly deterred by Fan Tian's overwhelming presence. Dantai Mingyue departed Muyun City alongside the powerful figure from the Star Academy. The martial families in Muyun City, who had been oppressed by the Dantai family for years, erupted in excitement. Ha! Dantai Bigong, your Dantai family has relied on the marriage alliance with the Yi family to monopolize benefits in Muyun City for so long. It is time for you to pay the price. The wicked will always meet their end. Today, I shall make you feel the sorrow you have inflicted. Neglecting your own family's gifted daughter while relying solely on external forces to seize the resources of Muyun City has led to your downfall. This is the consequence of your own actions, not the fault of others. Faced with the onslaught of the martial families in Muyun City, the Dantai family was engulfed in fear and trepidation. They had once possessed a peerless prodigy capable of rivaling Yi Xian, yet they had squandered their chance. This moment, the head of the Dantai family regretted deeply. lamenting his lost opportunity. Losing Dantai Mingyue equated to losing the marriage alliance with the Yi family. The strength of the Dantai family was merely that of a mid-tier family in Muyun City. With so many martial families uniting against them, the Dantai family's demise was all but assured. In the southern wasteland, at the Xintiangong, gaining favor from Dantai Mingyue. Great Path Luck 7 Great Path Luck 7 Great Path Luck 11 feeling the rising favor from his little wife. Yi Xian realized that his 18 years of rebirth had been wasted in vain that a fragrant bowl of soft rice lay before him, yet he had failed to cherish it. Fortunately, he did not wait until it was too late to regret his inaction. It seemed this wave of insights had struck a chord with his little wife, as she had generously bestowed upon him such bountiful Great Path Luck. Gazing at the previously depleted Great Path Luck, which had now been replenished to a staggering 400 points, Yi Xian could not help but smile broa regardless. The affection that his little wife harbors for him has been steadily rising. Even though the 4 lottery draws have been disappointingly futile, as long as he continues to enhance her fondness, there will be ample opportunities for further draws in the future. Having realized this, the last remnants of hesitation in Yi Xian's gaze dissipated entirely. With a gentle flick of his fingertip, the lottery pointer began to spin rapidly. His eyes remained fixated on the pointer, aware that the 400 points of grand fortune represented a chance to alter his destiny with each draw. Finally, as the pointer came to a halt, a golden treasure chest erupted open in a burst of brilliance, aligning with Yi Xian's line of sight. Is this the fruit of the Tao? Yi Xian's heart leaped with joy. Just yesterday, he had awakened his divine bone in the Grand Hall. To think that he would acquire a Tao fruit so soon thereafter, he pondered how consuming this fruit might further transform his divine bone. The awakening of the divine bone is not the end. As it undergoes subsequent transformations, those who awaken it can gain even more incredible divine power. The awakening of divine bones varies in strength, and the more complete the transformation, the greater the power in the later stages. Many unparalleled prodigies within the Middle Wilderness Spirit domain are said to have transformed their divine bones to an astonishing degree. Some have even achieved a complete divine bone, rivaling the ancient true gods. Currently, my divine bone's traits are merely at a rudimentary awakening, having transformed to about 10%. However, Yi Xian did not hastily consume the Tao fruit. Instead, he activated the pointer for another draw. In the subsequent 3 lottery opportunities. One yielded a thank you for participating, another resulted in nothing, but the last draw proved fortunate, granting Yi Xian yet another Tao fruit. Now, with 2 Tao fruits in hand, he should have sufficient means to further transform his divine bone twice more. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Xian activated the golden orb, extracting the power of 1 Tao fruit. The moment the fruit's energy surged into his body, an overwhelming wave of Tao will begin to flood through his limbs and bones. Under the impact of this force, his divine bone gradually responded. Faint golden patterns emerging upon its surface. As these golden patterns manifested, waves of immense divine might erupted from within Yi Xian. Under the influence of this divine power, Yi Xian's recently attained martial sovereign realm began to ascend at a visible pace. In the blink of an eye, he rose from a 1-star martial sovereign to the peak of 1 star. Yet, the might of the divine bone did not cease there. Yi Xian's martial cultivation soared from the peak of 1 star all the way to a 3-star martial sovereign state. Astonishingly, he traversed 3 minor realms in an instant. The realms of martial artists, martial warrior, martial spirit, martial master, grand martial master, and martial sovereign are referred to as major realms, while the star levels within each martial realm are known as minor realms. Although this Tao fruit only allowed Yi Xian to leap through 3 minor realms, under normal circumstances, such advancement would require at least half a year of arduous training. The crucial point is that Yi Xian's advancement was not limited to his martial realm. His divine bone also underwent a transformation, elevating it to a 20% state. The divine might within him became denser and more potent. If a confrontation were to ensue, even a 9-star martial sovereign would likely not be his match. This is the pride of being one chosen by the divine. With the divine bone's power backing him, a person chosen by the divine is nearly invincible within the same realm. Furthermore, as the divine bone continues to evolve in the future, even challenging opponents beyond his level will not pose a significant challenge for Yi Xian. Boom! Just as Yi was immersed in the elevation of his divine bone and realm, a sudden thunderclap resonated above him. What is happening? Why would there be a thunder tribulation within the sect? Could it be that one of the elders is breaking through? The disciples of the Xintian sect were all drawn to the ominous thunderclouds gathering overhead. Such a terrifying thunder tribulation, in mere moments, had escalated in power by several dozen times. Observing the terrifying thundercloud expanding above the Xintian sect, both the sect master and the elders furrowed their brows. It seems the thundercloud is converging towards the listening tide pavilion. The Xintian sect master's expression shifted slightly. The listening tide pavilion is a 6th grade cave heaven, a place where only direct disciples are qualified to reside. Currently, the only direct disciple of the Xintian sect is Yi Xian. Could it be that Yi Xian's divine bone has undergone another transformation? Elder Xuanjin's gaze trembled. Typically, a breakthrough would not attract a thunder tribulation. It is only under special circumstances that a martial artist cultivation might provoke the heavens, resulting in tribulation. No, it can't be that quick. Elder Xuanyu's face was filled with perplexity. Under normal conditions, after the awakening of the divine bone, it would not undergo another transformation in such a short time. Why Yi Xian's divine bone had only awakened a day prior. How could it possibly transform again? Unless the Xintian sect master appeared to have a realization. And his expression grew grave. Chapter 13. The Fire of the Tao. A troubled mind indeed. Those chosen by the divine do not easily undergo transformation immediately after the awakening of their divine bone. However, there is one exceptional circumstance. The reincarnation of a true God in the 6 domains of Tianwang. Every 10,000 years, a true God descends to the mortal realm. These reincarnated true gods not only awaken their divine bones with ease, but also experience a transformation rate far beyond that of typical divine chosen individuals. It is said that the goddess Xiao from the Xintian divine path is one such reincarnated true god, having fully awakened her divine bone at a young age, thus becoming a powerful saint. The Xintian sect master felt an inexplicable sense of nostalgia that a saint-level powerhouse can establish a sect even within the middle wilderness spirit domain. Yet this goddess Xiao is merely 19 years old. Even the Lord of the Xintian divine path praises her extraordinary talent. Although she is the most qualified prodigy to ascend to the realm of true gods, she awakened her divine bone at the age of 3. And historically, reincarnated true gods have always awakened their divine bones in their youth. Yi Xian. Elder Xianjin appeared hesitant to speak. Yi Xian's divine bone had only just awakened in the Grand Hall yesterday. This clearly does not align with the conditions for reincarnation as a true god. But if he is not a reincarnated true god, how could he achieve such a transformation in just one day? Just as the Xintian sect master and the elders were deep in contemplation, a massive golden hand shot up from the listening tide pavilion, tearing towards the thunderclouds above. Hiss! Witnessing the thunderclouds being shredded apart and the lightning bolts scattering like fleeing serpents. The elders of the Xintian sect collectively gasped in astonishment. The Xintian sect master felt a jolt at the corner of his eye, commanding the heavens. The power of a martial king. Clearly, Yi Xian is not a martial king, nor does he possess the strength to command the heavens. It is the divine might condensed within his divine bone. The divine bone is a grace left behind by true gods for their descendants. Although Yi Xian had not yet reached the martial king's level of mastery over the heavens, the might of his divine bone allowed him to temporarily subdue this realm. This explains the earlier spectacle of the golden hand rising skyward and tearing apart the thunderclouds. It seems that the true god from a Yi clan was extraordinarily powerful, the Xintian sect master mused. The potency of a divine bone within a chosen one is entirely dependent on the strength of the true god who bestowed it. Given that Yi Xian can dominate the heavens and shred thunderclouds at the martial sovereign level, it is evident how terrifying the bloodline of the Yi clan's true god is that moment. A billowing fire cloud erupted from the forbidden ground of the Xintian sect's rear mountain, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure and raucous laughter. Ha! After 6,000 years, after a full 6,000 years, I have finally awaited the arrival of a divine, chosen one. This direction is the resting place of the ancestral masters, under the incredulous gazes of the Xintian sect master and the others. The fire cloud above gradually coalesced into a tangible form, a figure surrounded by flames, with hair and beard as red as fire. It is the fire cloud ancestor. Elder Xuanyu among the crowd immediately recognized the phantasmal figure suspended in midair. The fire cloud ancestor, the one who condensed the Tao of fire to the realm of true gods 6,000 years ago. The illustrious reputation of the Xiantian sect in the southern wilderness is inextricably linked to the formidable prowess of its ancestors. The venerable fire cloud patriarch, mentioned earlier by Elder Xuanyu, is one such figure. Regrettably, despite having condensed the path of fire to the realm of true divinity, the patriarch himself remained at the pinnacle of the saint realm. Without achieving true divinity, one ultimately becomes but a mere pile of dust. Ultimately, 6 millennia ago, the fire cloud patriarch's life was extinguished, and he entered eternal rest in the forbidden grounds of the rear mountains. It has been 6,000 years since the fire cloud patriarch's demise. Why, then, does he suddenly manifest today? Upon hearing the perplexed murmurs of the surrounding elders, the sect master of Xiantian gently shook his head. This is not the true form of the fire cloud patriarch, but rather a lingering remnant of his consciousness left in the world. The strength of even a fragment of this remnant is astonishing. One can hardly fathom how terrifying the fire cloud patriarch must have been at the height of his power. The elders of the Xiantian sect all expressed their sentiments in awe. The fire cloud patriarch has been dead for 6 millennia. Yet today, a remnant appears, coinciding with the pivotal moment of Yi Xian's divine bone transformation. Clearly, the situation is anything but simple. The sect master of Xiantian continually shifted his gaze between the fire cloud patriarch and the listening tide pavilion, appearing deep in thought at that moment. The fire cloud patriarch in midair suddenly stirred. With each step he took, it seemed as though the flames of the world were compelled to bow before him. Each movement gave rise to a massive fire lotus behind him, an embodiment of the path of fire in the cosmos. The fire cloud patriarch gradually approached the air above the listening tide pavilion, his gaze piercing as he fixed his eyes upon Yi Xian below. The divine bone has opened beyond 20%. At such a tender age, this is indeed rare. I am the fire cloud patriarch. Are you willing to cultivate my path of heavenly fire? A legacy. The sudden descent of the fire cloud patriarch's remnant was, in fact, to pass down a legacy. Upon realizing this, many disciples of the Xiantian sect trembled with excitement, their envy toward Yi Xian reaching its zenith. The unparalleled powerhouse of 6 millennia ago is willing to leave behind a legacy. What an immense opportunity for Yi Xian. Even the sect master and the elders present felt their gazes intensify with fervor that Yi Xian had not anticipated that by consuming a fruit of the path, he would not only attract a thunderous trial, but also awaken a remnant of a powerful figure from 6 millennia past. The path of heavenly fire, it certainly sounds formidable. Just as Yi Xian prepared to accept the inheritance, a sudden wave of warmth surged from the golden sphere of destiny within him. What is happening? It seems the aura of destiny within me is reluctant to accept the fire cloud patriarch's legacy. Sensing the change within, Yi Xian's eyes flickered slightly. My talents are still nascent. Merely opening my divine bone has already consumed too much of my energy. I truly lack the capacity to inherit the path of heavenly fire. I implore the patriarch to select another worthy candidate within the sect to inherit this legacy. Although the path of heavenly fire sounded impressive, could it possibly rival Yi Xian's golden finger? With the golden finger in his possession, even if offered a true divinity legacy in exchange, Yi Xian would not acquiesce. Moreover, the fire cloud patriarch merely cultivated the path of heavenly fire to the realm of true divinity. He himself was not a true divinity, but if he were truly as formidable as he claimed, he would not have perished 6 millennia ago, nor would he rely on a fragment of his consciousness to pass down the path. What? Brother Yi Xian has actually rejected the fire cloud patriarch's legacy. That is a path of heavenly fire that approaches true divinity. Could it be that Brother Yi Xian's training has dulled his mind, leading him to spurn such a powerful inheritance? Compared to the astonished disciples of the Xiantian sect, the sect master and the elders behind him were equally dumbfounded by Yi Xian's rejection of the fire cloud patriarch. In their eyes, Inheriting the path of heavenly fire from the patriarch was not only an unparalleled opportunity for Yi Xian, but also a tremendous boon for the entire Xiantian sect. How could Yi Xian possibly refuse? Upon hearing Yi Xian's refusal, the Fire Cloud Patriarch in midair was momentarily taken aback. Understanding my path of heavenly fire would grant you power rivaling that of a true divinity. Are you quite certain you do not wish to inherit it? I do not wish to. Yi Xian responded with utmost clarity. If Yi Xian's previous refusal stemmed from the golden sphere of destiny within him resisting the legacy, he was now convinced that the Fire Cloud Patriarch must have ulterior motives. A being who had perished 6,000 years ago suddenly emerged to bestow a legacy, having already rejected him. The Patriarch persisted. Either this old fellow was truly desperate for someone to inherit his path of heavenly fire, or if there was a pitfall hidden within it. Regardless of the reason, Yi Xian could not accept. After all, who could resist the allure of his beloved's soft embrace? With just a single fruit of the path, Yi Xian's divine bone had transformed to 20%. He could momentarily command the heavens and wield the might of a martial king. Could the path of heavenly fire achieve such a feat? Not to mention the time required for comprehension and arduous cultivation after inheritance. Even if Yi Xian fully grasped the path of heavenly fire, he would ultimately remain at the pinnacle of the saint realm. Upon exhausting his life, he would still be but a handful of dust. Yet, Yi Xian's golden finger was different. It not only facilitated the transformation of his divine bone with the fruit of the path, but would also assist him in ascending to true divinity, granting him eternal life. The key point is that the golden finger has no limits. From any perspective, it is far superior to a half-baked inheritance constrained by a ceiling, likely riddled with traps. Yi Xian's rejection once more caused the Fire Cloud Patriarch to twitch slightly. After waiting 6,000 years, he had finally encountered a potential successor to his path of heavenly fire, with the divine bone having opened to 20%. The critical issue is that 6 millennia of waiting had nearly exhausted the last vestige of power within his remnant. Should he fail to seize this opportunity and usurp the young man's body, then his 6,000 years of patience would truly dissipate into oblivion. Chapter 14. Listening to your evasions. A waste of time. 6,000 years ago, the Fire Cloud Patriarch could not break through the shackles of true divinity due to barriers in his cultivation, ultimately leading to a melancholic demise in the forbidden grounds of the rear mountains. Yet, the Patriarch was unwilling to succumb to fate, and so, prior to his passing, he left behind a fragment of his consciousness. Given the Patriarch's power, which approached true divinity, only a person with an awakened divine bone could bear this remnant. Yesterday, when Yi Xian awakened his divine bone within the Great Hall, the Fire Cloud Patriarch sensed his aura. However, at that time, Yi Xian's divine bone had opened to less than 10%. Forcibly seize control would likely result in the shattering of Yi Xian's divine bone, prompting the Patriarch to refrain. Little did he expect that merely one day later, Yi Xian's divine bone would undergo another transformation, this time reaching 20%. The Fire Cloud Patriarch could no longer remain still and thus emerge from the forbidden grounds of the rear mountains. Initially, he intended to coax Yi Xian into willingly accepting the inheritance, subsequently using it to usurp his body. However, it now seemed that a forcible seizure might indeed harm the divine bone. Yet with Yi Xian's divine bone open to 20%, any resulting damage could be mended through gradual cultivation, restoring him to peak condition. The Fire Cloud Patriarch then transformed into a heavenly fire seal that Yi Xian felt as if something had pricked his soul deeply. And soon after, the Patriarch's voice echoed within Yi Xian's mind. Initially intending to persuade him gently, he was met with coldness. Thus, he laid his cards on the table. Today, I have come to usurp your body and harness your divine bone to reconstruct my path. Many disciples of the Xiantian sect, including the sect master and the elders, had witnessed the earlier scene where the Fire Cloud Patriarch offered his path of heavenly fire to Yi Xian. Even if the Patriarch forcibly seized control, he could later proclaim that he had merely inherited the path of heavenly fire. Subsequently, he could assume Yi Xian's identity and cultivate anew within the Xiantian sect. A person with divine awakening would surely attract the attention of the Xiantian divine path before long. In his youth, the Fire Cloud Patriarch had also ventured into the Xiantian divine path for further training. But the competition there was fierce, filled with prodigies and extraordinary talents. Even the renowned Fire Cloud Patriarch of 6,000 years ago was but a moderately talented martial artist among those geniuses. This time, with the Divine Bone, I shall certainly make a name for myself within the Xiantian Divine Path. Just as the Fire Cloud Patriarch reveled in his own schemes, a brilliant golden light suddenly enveloped him. And he soon realized he was trapped within a peculiar sphere. What is happening? Where is this place? Feeling his remnant being rapidly refined, the Fire Cloud Patriarch displayed fear for the first time. Before he could react further, Yi Xian's voice rang in his ears. So, you intend to usurp my body? Yi Xian's voice was cold, yet his heart surged with uncontainable joy. He had not anticipated that the power of the great Tao could possess such marvelous applications, capable of providing early warnings in the face of danger. Moreover, the golden sphere, coalesced from the essence of the great Tao, appeared to be an extraordinarily formidable treasure. Not only could it issue warnings and conduct lotteries, but at critical moments, it could also forcibly suppress and refine the chaotic energies that intruded upon Yi Xian's being. Could there be anything more exhilarating than this? No, that was not it. He did not desire to seize control. Yi Xian, hear me out. Say what you will. The Fire Cloud Patriarch attempted to argue, but alas, Yi Xian had already lost patience for his justifications. He observed as the golden sphere within him spun rapidly. And in the next moment, the Fire Cloud Patriarch, ensnared by the power of the great Tao, was completely refined by the golden sphere. Just then, a 200 appeared above the golden sphere. Refining the detritus could actually convert into the essence of the great Tao. At this revelation, Yi Xian was utterly astounded. What a remarkable boon! Brother Yi Xian, the sect master and the esteemed elders have sent me to inform you that you need not continue residing at the Listening Tide Pavilion. You may directly relocate to the 8 Xian Shaoyang Cave for your cultivation. Due to the incident involving the Fire Cloud Patriarch, a significant upheaval had occurred within the Xiantian sect that Yi Xian did not disclose the matter of seizing control to the outside world, merely stating that the Fire Cloud Patriarch had been overly eager for talent and had forcibly imparted the great Tao despite Yi Xian's polite refusals. Was he not eager? He had even contributed himself as experience points, 200 points of the essence of the great Tao. No less. If only he could be seized once a day, how delightful that would be. Yi Xian tidied up briefly before following the disciple who had come to guide him, leaving the Listening Tide Pavilion for the 8 Xian Shaoyang Cave. The Xiantian sect's blessed lands were divided into 9 tiers. Ordinary disciples were only qualified to enter the first-tier cave for cultivation. Inner disciples of better talent could enter the second, third, or fourth-tier caves according to their aptitude. The 5th and 6th-tier caves were reserved exclusively for direct disciples. The 7th-tier cave was already accessible to elders. The 8 Xian Shaoyang Cave, as an 8th-tier cave, was a domain only the successive deputy masters of the Xiantian sect could enter for cultivation. Compared to the 9th-tier 9 Xian Purple Mansion cave used by the sect master, it was merely 1 tier lower. Even before the trial of life and death had commenced, the sect master had already permitted Brother Yi Xian to enter the 8 Xian Shaoyang Cave for cultivation, indicating that Brother Yi Xian's position as the deputy master of the Xiantian sect was solidified. Along the way, the disciple sent to convey the message regarded Yi Xian with admiration and envy. Yi Xian's admission to the 8 Xian Shaoyang Cave implied that the sect master had tacitly acknowledged his status as the deputy master. How recently had Yi Xian become a direct disciple? And now he was already recognized as the deputy master of the Xiantian sect. What a coveted life template, desired by so many. En route to the 8 Xian Shaoyang Cave, Yi Xian took a detour to the back mountain of the Xiantian sect, the resting place of its esteemed ancestors. However, he wandered there for quite a while without encountering another experienced treasure like the Fire Cloud Patriarch, who had forcibly attempted to seize control. Alas, it seemed that patriarchs who were fixated on usurping their disciples were indeed a rarity. A flicker of disappointment briefly crossed Yi Xian's eyes. Nonetheless, this scene did not go unnoticed by the guiding disciple, who felt a surge of reverence. Brother Yi Xian had just accepted the inheritance of the heavenly fire Tao and was so eager to pay homage at the resting place of the ancestors, embodying the spirit of respect for teachers and the Tao, truly a model for us younger disciples. Upon arriving at the 8 Xian Shaoyang Cave, Yi Xian quickly sensed the overwhelming spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The tier of the cave was largely correlated with the proximity to spiritual veins. The higher the tier, the closer one was to the spiritual veins, allowing for a more rapid accumulation of spiritual energy and a more profound understanding of the great Tao. Yi Xian's divine bones had just undergone a transformation, making this the perfect moment for him to comprehend the great Tao and solidify his realm. The sect master's actions were undoubtedly an attempt to win Yi Xian over. However, as a prodigy, Yi Xian had long grown accustomed to such overtures throughout his journey, from the Yi clan to the Xintian sect. Only when one proved their worth would they be courted. In Yi Xian's view, the sect's overtures were beneficial and posed no harm. Rather, it affirmed his capabilities. Where is Yi Shu? Recently, I've had a new insight into expressing sincere emotions through words. It's time to write another letter to my dear wife. In the following days, Yi Xian devoted himself to solidifying his cultivation while penning letters to his beloved wife, Dantai Mingwei. Upon learning that Dantai Mingwei had been accepted into the Starry Academy, Yi Xian could not help but feel a sense of wistfulness. Just a few days prior, she had been regarded as a wasteful girl dismissed by all in the blink of an eye. She had become a direct disciple of the Academy's esteemed mentor, Fan Tian. Yi Xian knew that Fan Tian was a pinnacle 9-star martial king, having one foot already in the realm of the martial emperor. Dantai Mingyue's status as her direct disciple was certainly no less significant than Yi Xian's position as a direct disciple of the Xintian sect. Truly, one could not help but feel envious. Yi Xian, a mere antagonist, had taken 18 years to rise from obscurity. Meanwhile, under the halo of the protagonist, Dantai Mingyue needed only a few days to enter the South Wasteland's top-tier force, the Starry Academy. If the plot were to unfold normally, Yi Xian would not even have seen what Dantai Mingyue looked like before being forced into a marriage annulment by his clan, given Dantai Mingyue's meteoric rise. It would take less than 3 years for her to overwhelm Yi Xian in every possible way. The key point was that throughout this entire ordeal, Yi Xian had never even laid eyes on her. 18 years of effort had merely become stepping stones for the protagonist. How infuriating. The mere thought of his script leading to such a tragic life made Yi Xian wish he could slap the author. Fortunately, as a transmigrant, he had managed to avert the tragic fate of being a face-slapped antagonist. Now, having awakened his golden finger, his destiny had finally reversed. However, he could not abandon the thread concerning Dantai Mingyue, for she was the primary source of Yi Xian's essence of the great D.A.O.I. in this unpredictable world of fantasy, where crises akin to the Fire Cloud Patriarch's usurpation were bound to arise. Yi Xian realized that the golden sphere and the essence of the great Tao had aided him in overcoming peril this time. But what if the next encounter did not involve usurpation? In the realm of fantasy, strength reigned supreme. Having awakened his divine bones, Yi Xian would inevitably have to enter the Central Wasteland's spiritual domain and contend with the prodigies and monsters there. With these thoughts in mind, Yi Xian's gaze swiftly fell upon the newly available 10 consecutive draws. Since the last time the Golden Sphere had refined the Fire Cloud Patriarch, the essence of the great Tao within him had undergone further sublimation. After the Golden Sphere's upgrade, not only had the pool of rewards expanded to include more diamond treasure chests, but a brand new option for 10 consecutive draws had also appeared next to the pointer. Yi Xian conducted a brief study of the 10 consecutive draws, discovering that each draw required 1,000 points of the essence of the great Tao and allowed him to draw 10 treasure chests at once, significantly reducing the chances of receiving thank you gifts and empty boxes. With the additional 200 points from refining the Fire Cloud Patriarch and nearly 500 points accrued from writing to his beloved wife, Yi Xian had amassed enough for a 10 consecutive draw. Interestingly, while writing to his beloved wife, he had encountered an unexpected delight. Every time she reviewed the cultivation insights he sent her, her fondness for him would steadily increase. In this way, he effectively possessed a natural extractor of the essence of the great Tao. Inspired, Yi Xian began to include small gifts with his letters, either intricately crafted trinkets or practical items she could use daily, ensuring that whenever she saw these tokens, she would think of him, thereby enhancing her affection for him, gaining Dantai Mingyue's fondness. Essence of the Great Tao 333. Yes, he felt the essence of the great Tao steadily increase from the golden sphere. A peculiar smile crept across he, although the last time the fire cloud patriarch seized control, the golden orb activated once. It was limited to internal possession. When faced with external physical strikes, the golden orb would likely be rendered ineffective. It is wiser to proceed with caution. The trial of life and death encompasses countless dangers, yet equally presents myriad opportunities and inheritances awaiting discovery. At that time, I need only find a chance within, consume the fruit of the great path. And even if someone inquires later, Yi Xian can assert that he encountered another fortuitous encounter during the trial of life and death. Given his status as the heir to the heavenly fire great path and a candidate for the position of the sect's deputy lord, it is unlikely to raise any suspicions. The deputy lord, the sect master, and the elders have been waiting at the entrance of the trial's secret realm. Just then, a disciple of the Xintian sect arrived at the entrance of the Xian Shaoyang cave to deliver a message. Although Yi Xian had not yet passed the trial of life and death, many disciples within the Xintian sect, eager to establish connections, had already begun to refer to him privately as the deputy lord. Yi Xian neither opposed nor discouraged this. With his extraordinary talent, awakened to 20% of the divine bone, the trial of life and death was merely a formality for him. Soon, under the admiring and envious gazes of numerous Xintian sect disciples, Yi Xian arrived at the trial's secret realm on the back mountain of the Xintian sect. This place is typically not open to outsiders, but today, due to the significant occasion of Yi Xian's trial of life and death, nearly all disciples of the Xintian sect had gathered here. Moreover, the elders of the Xintian sect and the sect master were also seated on the platform above the secret realm, awaiting the proceedings. "Deputy Lord, how impressive!" someone in the crowd shouted. Immediately, a thunderous chorus of voices erupted. "Deputy Lord, truly handsome. Deputy Lord, we will always support you. Long live the Deputy Lord." The Xintian sect master and the elders on the platform showed no intention of silencing the enthusiastic disciples below. To them, Yi Xian's identity as a person of divine awakening fully warranted the title of Deputy Lord. As long as he successfully passed the trial of life and death today, he would be the legitimate Deputy Lord of the Xintian sect. Even the sect master wore a knowing smile. The sect master slowly rose from the platform. Just as he was about to announce the rules and open the secret realm, a piercing sword cry shattered the sky. Following that, a massive sword shadow descended from above. Within the sword shadow stood a young man clad in black, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, his handsome features flawless, standing atop a colossal sword. Surrounded by powerful sword energy. It was Jiangqing. He had returned. Many elders of the Xintian sect recognized him immediately. Jiangqing. Is he the one who became a direct disciple 15 years before Yi Xian? It was said that when Jiangqing was born, the ancient sword of the Jiang family resounded for 10 days and nights. Subsequently, the Jiang family welcomed a son. This boy, a natural sword body, was taken under the wing of the Xintian sect. In merely 3 years, he had entered the path of the sword, his sword heart clear and pure. And no wonder he was hailed as a killing machine among warriors. Upon his appearance, I felt my clothes dampen with sweat. Under the intense pressure of his sword intent, the disciples of the Xintian sect felt their hair stand on end, cold sweat trickling down their cheeks. 9-star martial sovereign, the Xintian sect master, and the elders present felt a jolt in their hearts. When Jiangqing left the Xintian sect, Yi Xian had not yet joined AT that time. The sect held high hopes for him. Unfortunately, the path of the sword is inherently arduous. Jiangqing had been unable to break through to the martial sovereign realm for a long time and had no choice but to leave the sect to seek opportunities. Little did they expect that years of wandering would allow Jiangqing to grow to this extent. The so-called killing machine, now a 9-star martial sovereign, possessed power formidable enough to contend with martial kings. In the entire southern wilderness, he was among the strongest. After years away from the sect, it was astonishing that a person of divine awakening had emerged from the Xintian sect. Jiangqing's gaze was icy. And although Yi Xian possessed a divine bone, Jiangqing's natural sword body, honed through relentless mental discipline, made him view talent as merely one of many conditions for a warrior's growth. Ha ha, Jiangqing. It has been years. Your sword remains as sharp as ever. At that moment, a raucous laugh echoed from above. A giant man, muscular and resembling a wild beast, adorned with various shimmering runes, emerged from the clouds. Accompanied by a dragon and a tiger. It was Xiao Man. Back once more. Xiao Man had become a direct disciple of the Xiantian sect 3 years before Jiangqing, and had left the sect even earlier. Heavens, why have these two long-lost disciples returned to the sect on the same day? The disciples of the Xiantian sect were filled with astonishment. With each step Xiao Man took into the void, the surrounding space trembled violently, as if unable to contain his formidable physique. Xiao Man, you've returned? Facing the physically overwhelming Xiao Man, Jiangqing's previously cold demeanor softened slightly. Today marks the day the sect opens the trial of life and death. Selecting the deputy lord of the Xiantian sect. How could I, Xiao Man, miss such an occasion? In an instant, both Xiao Man and Jiangqing's gazes locked onto Yi Xian. The divine decree of the Xiantian divine path had long spread throughout the 4 great wild domains. And neither Xiao Man nor Jiangqing wished to miss this opportunity to advance in the Xiantian divine path. Want to become the deputy lord of the Xiantian sect? Then you must demonstrate your strength. Chapter 16. The remnant soul of the true dragon, the strongest direct disciple feeling the simultaneous focus of Xiao Man and Jiangqing. Yi Xian stood calmly in place, although Xiao Man's arms were flanked by a dragon and a tiger. Both fierce beasts exuding potent menace. And Jiangqing's sword intent was sharp and imposing. Yi Xian, as a person of divine awakening at 20%, matched their aura. The Xiantian sect master and the elders present had not anticipated that the trial of life and death would commence in such a fierce arena. With 2 long-absent direct disciples returning, both having reached the realm of 9-star martial sovereign. Jiangqing, being a sword practitioner, was now a 9-star martial sovereign, akin to a poised sword ready to strike. Xiao Man, with his ancient barbaric physique, was equally formidable, capable of contending with demon races. Clearly, both of these long-absent disciples had returned today for the trial of life and death. As the gazes of the sect master and the elders swept between Jiangqing and Xiao Man, a fierce wind suddenly swept across the Xiantian mountain range. Followed by thunder and lightning in the sky, the massive shadow rolled within the storm clouds. Roar! At that moment, a terrifying dragon roar resonated from within the thunderclouds. Feeling the intense pressure emanating from the dragon's roar, the dragon and tiger beside Xiao Man retreated simultaneously, revealing expressions of fear. Even Jiangqing's sharp sword intent quivered under the impact of the dragon's roar. Who dares to be impudent in my Xiantian sect? Elder Xianjin on the platform stepped forward to chide. Elder Xianjin, long time no see. The next moment, a voice, seemingly gentle yet imbued with overwhelming pressure, echoed from the clouds as if the very heavens were bowing to its authority. Before the voice faded, a young man clad in a scarlet robe descended from the sky, riding a black dragon. You're Huayantian? Recognizing the figure, Elder Xuanjin's expression shifted, a mix of astonishment and shock. The sect master also trembled slightly, his gaze reflecting disbelief. Huayantian. Had he not been missing for a century? The elders of the Xiantian sect experienced a whirlwind of emotions. As the most talented direct disciple of the Xiantian sect 100 years ago, Huayantian's rise was unprecedented. Even combined, Jiangqing and Xiao Man could not rival him. Were it not for Yi Xian's awakening of the divine bone, even he would have been overshadowed by Huayantian. Huayantian, it truly is him. Among the disciples of the Xiantian sect, an elder with white hair gazed in astonishment. Brother Chun, do you know him? Upon hearing the inquiries from the younger disciples amidst the crowd, the venerable Chen Shixiang, with hair as white as snow, let out a deep sigh. Your tenure at Xiantian sect has been too brief for you to be acquainted with Huayantian, and that is quite understandable. That a century ago, among our generation of disciples, his brilliance was unparalleled, far exceeding even the likes of the current Xiaoxian. It was only in the past month that Yi Xian awakened his divine bone, becoming a person of divine enlightenment. Yet from the moment Huayantian joined Xiantian sect, He has been ceaselessly creating miracles that have inherited the legacy of the likes of Master Huiyun. Huayanshan alone has received 3 such inheritances. What? One individual receiving 3 inheritances. The disciples of Xintian sect present were astounded by Chen Shixiang's words. Were it not for Huayanshan's mysterious disappearance while searching for the hidden treasures of true gods in the ancient relics, he would undoubtedly be the strongest direct disciple most qualified to inherit the position of our sect's young master. Many of the elders from Chen Shixiang's era were also swept into reminiscence. The title of the strongest direct disciple of the past century, belonging to Yi Xian, was merely a construct of the younger disciples of Xintian's sect. By that time, Jiang Qing and Xiao Man had long departed from the sect. The once unrivaled Huayanshan had become a relic of a bygone era, which gave rise to the illusion of Yi Xian's solitary supremacy, just as the disciples of Xintian's sect below were momentarily stunned by Huayanshan's renown. The terrifying aura emanating from him was fully unleashed alongside the Black Dragon. Commanding the heavens and the earth, he stood at the realm of Martial King. The surrounding elements bent in submission to Huayanshan, causing the elders of Xintian's sect to tremble in their hearts. Once more, Huayanshan's cultivation was exceptionally formidable. Even among martial kings, the crucial aspect was the black dragon beneath his feet. Was it truly a remnant soul of a true dragon? The sect leader recognized the black dragon at a glance. A true dragon is a being of divine stature. Even as a mere remnant soul, it was far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary martial king to command. Huayanshan's ability to harness the true dragon's remnant soul indicated that he possessed extraordinary opportunities. The position of young master of Xintian sect is destined to be mine, with a single step. Huayanshan effortlessly sent Xiao Man and Jiang Qing staggering back. 6-star martial king. This elicited gasps of astonishment from the disciples and elders of Xintian sect alike. The sect leader's eyes darted between Huayanshan and Yi Xian, both direct disciples. He could not refuse their participation in the life and death trial, even as the sect leader. Moreover, Huayanshan's display was no less impressive than that of Yi Xian, the one who had attained divine enlightenment. His strength and cultivation presented an overwhelming advantage over Yi Xian. It is a sect regulation that as direct disciples, you naturally qualify to participate alongside Yi Xian in the life and death trial. After a moment's pause, the sect leader nodded gently and spoke. You should all be well aware of the rules of the life and death trial. Who shall inherit the position of young master of Xintian sect will depend solely on the opportunities each of you acquires during the trial. While Yi Xian is a being of divine enlightenment, Huayanshan's true dragon remnant soul is equally formidable as a divine bone. The key point is that Huayanshan has already achieved the level of 6-star martial king. With his innate talent, it is not impossible for him to transcend and attain true divinity in the future. Upon hearing this, a subtle smile graced Huayanshan's lips. Were it not for being trapped in the secret realm for so many years, his strength would have likely already reached the realm of martial emperor. Though his power has been suppressed, my understanding of the grand principles of heaven and earth during these years far surpasses that of these 3 fledglings. As the strongest direct disciple a century ago, Huayanshan bore his pride. He cast a glance in Yi Xian's direction. Humph, what of a being of divine enlightenment? After being trapped in the secret realm for 100 years, the benefits I have gained far exceed those of any ordinary being of divine enlightenment. Moreover, I possess within me a true dragon's remnant soul. Even were a being of divine enlightenment to obstruct my path within the secret realm, I, Huayanshan, would not hesitate to cut him down. Life and death in the trial. What does it mean? Once entered, life and death are determined by fate. Even before the sect leader, he could not articulate his thoughts. The arrival of Jiang Qing, Xiao Man, and Huayanshan, though disrupting the rhythm of the life and death trial, brought with it a new wave of anticipation among the disciples and elders of Xintian's sect that in the past. Yi Xian had held unrivaled dominance within Xintian's sect. Everything unfolded before him without contest. However, today, first, Jiang Qing and Xiao Man returned after many years away from the sect, and then arose Huayanshan, the strongest direct disciple who had vanished a century ago. In the end, who will emerge victorious? Everyone was eager to witness the outcome. Before entering the trial's secret realm, I shall remind you once more, within the secret realm, life and death are determined by fate. Who among you can find their own opportunities during the trial is left to the will of heaven. Should circumstances prove unfavorable, do not force the issue. The sect leader spoke earnestly, and after concluding, he, along with the elders of Xintian sect, worked together to open the entrance to the life and death trial. Jiang Qing and Xiao Man exchanged glances, taking the lead to step inside. Huayanshan followed closely behind. Yi Xian was the last to enter, yet throughout the entire process, he remained utterly relaxed, as though he were not entering a trial, but rather a scenic tourist destination to facilitate observation of all that transpired during the trial. The sect leader conjured a clear projection at the entrance of the secret realm. Next, it would be revealed who would ultimately emerge as the victor, smiling in triumph. With this thought in mind, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in the sect leader's eyes. Chapter 17. Seizing opportunities. The celestial being the moment Yi Xian stepped into the life and death trial. He felt as if he had been completely severed from the original world. Even the surrounding principles of heaven and earth subtly shifted. It was evident. This was a wholly independent realm, not parallel to the primary world of the six great wastelands. Huayanshan spoke with an air of indifference. Having been trapped in the ancient secret realm for a century, he was undoubtedly the most qualified to address this matter among the four. So, we're to seek our own opportunities here? Xiao Man inquired, surveying the surroundings. The dragon and tiger that had once encircled his arms had already been withdrawn. The pressure exerted by Huayanshan's black dragon remnant soul was simply too overwhelming for Xiao Man's beasts. Remaining under such bloodline suppression will be detrimental to their future growth. Seeking our own opportunities sounds like a splendid idea. Jiang Qing nodded silently, although Huayanshan's might was somewhat disconcerting as a swordsman. The most crucial quality was to rise to the challenge. The greater the pressure Huayanshan imposed on Jiang Qing, the higher his chances of breaking through his own limits. During my travels over the years, though my cultivation has only reached 9-star martial scholar, I have come across an ancient, mysterious iron sword. This sword appears ordinary, yet conceals profound truths and hidden mysteries if we must fight to the death. I firmly believe I shall not be outmatched by any of the four, Jiang Qing asserted confidently. Even against Huayanshan, the 6-star martial king, Jiang Qing felt he could hold his own. After all, swordsmen are renowned for their lethal prowess and fearsome combat abilities. Xiao Man shared similar sentiments. Aside from the beast that had previously encircled him, he possessed several powerful hidden cards as well. Although the two had been momentarily shaken by Huayanshan's imposing aura at the back mountain of Xintian sect, it did not mean Xiao Man was genuinely intimidated by him. Two reckless fools. Sensing the veiled provocation in Jiang Qing and Xiao Man's gazes, Huayanshan could not help but smirk coldly. He, the strongest direct disciple of Xintian sect a century ago, was not merely a name without substance. Not to mention Xiao Man and Jiang Qing. Even Yi Xian, a being of divine enlightenment, posed no threat to him. With a thought of Yi Xian, Huayanshan glanced towards him, only to be captivated by Yi Xian's peculiar behavior. What is he doing? Observing Yi Xian standing motionless before a stone statue, Xiao Man furrowed his brow. Jiang Qing shared a similar reaction. They had already examined the stone statue upon entering through the gateway. It was nothing remarkable, merely an ordinary statue placed at the entrance of the trial's secret realm, but a display of theatrics. Huayantian wore an expression of utter disdain, having been trapped in the ancient secret realm for so many years. His perception of various restrictions and energies far exceeded that of ordinary individuals. Moreover, as the strongest among the four with his 6-star martial king prowess, if the statue before Yi Xian possessed any remarkable qualities, he would undoubtedly discern them at a glance. Just as the three were about to leave with cold smirks in their hearts, a brilliant golden light suddenly erupted from Yi Xian. His divine bone was undergoing a transformation. What? The expressions of Jiang Qing and the others shifted simultaneously. Could it be that this unassuming statue, devoid of any apparent flaws, concealed an immense, unknown opportunity? Huayantian's countenance darkened ominously, as the most powerful among them. The 6-star martial king was unable to unravel the mystery of the statue, and he had been thoroughly embarrassed by Yi Xian right from the outset. Reflecting on his earlier dismissive thoughts about Yi Xian, he felt a sense of humiliation creeping in. Jiang Qing and Xiao Man shared a similar sentiment. How could they, who had always prided themselves, allow Yi Xian to seize the initiative first? This was utterly unacceptable. In the brief moment of distraction, Yi Xian's divine bone had already transformed to 30%. Even his original 3-star martial zone strength had instantly elevated to a 6-star state. The critical point was that his divine might had become even more substantial, pure, and formidable compared to before he entered the trial secret realm. Those who had awakened their divine potential could momentarily command the heavens with the power of their divine bones, reaching the realm of martial kings. Though Hua Yuntian was a 6-star martial king, he dared not underestimate this situation. After a few fleeting changes in his expression, he decisively turned to leave to eliminate someone. It was not always necessary to take the lead. Yi Xian, just wait. You may have been a step ahead in this trial, but you cannot maintain that advantage indefinitely. The circumstances for Jiang Qing and Xiao Man were quite similar as the three turned to depart. Yi Xian couldn't help but smile faintly. The intent to strike could not be concealed. He had sensed their murderous gazes from afar. It seemed that it was time for a round of 10 consecutive draws. Just as Hua Yuntian and the others had perceived, the statue before Yi Xian was indeed an ordinary one, devoid of any hidden intricacies. The transformation of his divine bone was not due to any secret realm opportunity, but solely the enhancement effect of the great Dao fruit he had consumed. These three individuals, one a sword cultivator, one a barbaric ancient body, and the other a 6-star martial king, were all seasoned veterans. If he did not display some of his own strength, he feared he would be the first to be targeted. Yi Xian, being a person of divine awakening and the weakest among the four, was naturally an easy target. However, the situation was different now. Having consumed the great Dao fruit, his divine bone transformation had reached 30%. With his current strength, he could stand firm against a martial king, that if the three of them dared to act irrationally again, they would have to think twice. At the entrance of the Xiantian sect's trial secret realm, the sect leader and the elders, witnessing Yi Xian's divine bone transformation through the mirror, were utterly astonished by his innate talent. To gained such immense benefits upon entering the life and death secret realm. The divine bone transformed on the spot, and his strength soared. In that moment, the sect leader seemed to regret his earlier hesitation between Hua Yuntian and Yi Xian. However, there was nothing to be done. Hua Yuntian's reputation as the strongest direct disciple was too formidable, and with the remnants of a true dragon's soul within him, even the sect leader found it challenging to make a choice. If the sect leader and the elders felt this way, the disciples of Xiantian sect were even more astonished. Why Yi Xian, the senior brother, truly never disappointed. Just upon entering the life and death trial, he obtained such a great opportunity. Bah, what senior brother? He is the future young leader of our Xiantian sect. Indeed, only Yi Xian has the qualifications for the position of young leader. Those other pretenders cannot shake his standing in our hearts. It must be said that Yi Xian held a considerable reputation among the younger generation of Xiantian sect disciples. Yet, many elder disciples secretly shook their heads. The life and death trial had just begun. It was still uncertain who would prevail. True powerhouses never easily reveal their trump cards. Clearly, Hua Yuntian and the others exemplified this. Regardless of the initial advantages, only those who could laugh in the end deserve to be called true victors. Chapter 18. Mediocre performance, worthless as a commoner within the life and death trial. As Yi Xian had just completed the transformation of his divine bone through the great Dao fruit, he advanced deeper into the secret realm while silently activating the lottery pointer on the golden sphere. After waiting so long, he could finally indulge in a round of 10 consecutive draws. With anticipation in his heart, Yi Xian was about to click the pointer to initiate the lottery when a furious roar echoed ahead. Following the direction of the roar, he saw countless dark figures surging from the depths of the trial secret realm. They were demonic creatures. At the entrance of the secret realm, Xiantian sect disciples, witnessing this scene through the mirror, were left in shock. How could there be so many demonic creatures within the trial's secret realm? Demonic creatures were not native beings of the Six Wastelands. It was said that in ancient times, a black star descended, and wherever it passed, demonic energy spread, corroding everything for miles. The demonic creatures were born from this corruption, becoming unparalleled ferocious beasts. Any warrior or beast tainted by demonic energy would be transformed into mindless. Bloodthirsty monsters, high-level demonic creatures, could even contend with those of the Saint Realm. Some were even comparable to true divine beings. However, in the current Six Wastelands, traces of demonic creatures have become exceedingly rare. Thus, when the disciples of Xiantian's sect witnessed such a surge of demonic creatures from the life and death secret realm, they were understandably astounded. As the demonic creatures drew closer, Huayuntian charged ahead, stomping his foot, and a black dragon surged up from within him, spewing forth scorching dragon flames. Wherever the dragon flames passed, the surrounding demonic creatures were reduced to ashes. Just then, a thunderous roar followed. Not to be outdone, Xiao Man's body shimmered with inscriptions, and he instantly grew several dozen feet tall, delivering a punch that cracked the earth and sent mountains tumbling. As Xiao Man made his move, Jiangqing had already stepped onto the Sword River, sweeping towards the demonic creatures that had fallen into the fissures. The three of them, upon unleashing their powers, had already cleared out a significant portion of the demonic creatures pouring forth from the depths of the secret realm. Truly, they were the direct disciples of Xiantian's sect. Outside the secret realm, Xiantian's sect disciples watching the three display their formidable prowess were filled with awe and admiration. In contrast, Yi Xian stood alone behind them, showing no inclination to join the fray. What is the young leader doing? Among the crowd, Yi Xian supporters looked bewildered, though they could not comprehend why there were so many demonic creatures within the life and death secret realm. It was likely a test for the esteemed disciples. The other three had already showcased exceptional strength, while the young leader remained motionless. Wouldn't this lead to him being overshadowed by the others? Just as Yi Xian supporters grew anxious, strange laughter suddenly erupted from the crowd. Haha, why else? Yi Xian must be frightened. With such little courage, does he qualify to be our Xiantian's sect's young leader? In my opinion, Yi Xian has grown accustomed to a life of luxury. No matter how strong he is, he needs practical combat experience. The other three esteemed disciples have fought in battles for years, and Yi Xian simply cannot compare. For years, Yi Xian had monopolized resources within Xiantian's sect, causing many to harbor resentment. They had merely refrained from speaking out due to his formidable presence within the sect. But now, with Xiao Man and Jiangqing returning, and even Huayuntian, once hailed as the strongest disciple of Xiantian's sect, back as well, they seem to have found their backbone and began to voice their grievances. Yi Xian's supporters flushed crimson, yet they were at a loss for words to refute them. After all, Yi Xian's recent performance in the secret realm against the demonic creatures had indeed paled in comparison to the other three esteemed disciples. No, that's not right. He had no performance at all, compared to the uproar outside the secret realm among the Xiantian sect disciples. Yi Xian maintained an air of calmness. He even seized the opportunity, while Huayuntian and the others were busy defeating monsters, to conduct a round of 10 consecutive draws within the Golden Sphere. The 10 consecutive draws indeed proved reliable. Yi Xian gazed at the 8 golden treasure boxes and 2 diamond treasure boxes that he had drawn from the reward space, feeling a surge of delight within. Upon opening the golden boxes, he discovered 2 empty spaces, one with a thank you for your patronage, 3 fruits of the great Tao, and 2 extraordinary pills shimmering with iridescent hues, if he had opted for a single draw. The likelihood of encountering empty spaces or the thank you message would have undoubtedly soared. Why Yi Xian scrutinized the 2 miraculous pills, named Instant Resurgence Pills, as the name suggests, regardless of the harm sustained. As long as there is a breath left, consuming this pill would enable an instantaneous full revival. These are not mere pills. They are akin to granting 2 additional lives. However, in comparison to the rewards from the golden boxes, the reward from the 2 diamond boxes were evidently far more enticing to Yi Xian. Within the diamond boxes were revealed 2 skills. One, named Flickering Illusion, is an almost perfect illusion technique that even a true deity would struggle to discern the truth from the falsehood. The other, known as Dragon's Grasp, is even more formidable, capable of disregarding all rules to seize another's great Tao opportunities. Yi Xian inhaled sharply. Such a heaven-defying skill is simply indispensable for treasure hunting in secret realms. Casting his gaze once more at Huayuntian and his companions, who were busy battling monsters and leveling up, Yi Xian couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity. What use is all their hard work in slaying monsters? In the end, It will only benefit me. At this moment, Hua Yuntian and his two companions appeared to Yi Xian as mere walking experience points. The stronger their acquired opportunities, the more exhilarated Yi Xian became. Sensing Yi Xian's gaze upon him, Jiang Qing, who was rampaging through the air, sword in hand, shot a glance of disdain as, oh, what if he is a person of divine enlightenment? Faced with demons, he lacks even the courage to fight back. He is nothing but a waste. Meanwhile, Xiao Man, amidst the fray, wore a similar cold smirk. Such a character is even worthy of contending for the position of the young sect master. Only Hua Yuntian, beneath the shadow of the Black Dragon, regarded Yi Xian with a contemplative expression. Given Yi Xian's prowess, which was now comparable to that of a martial king, why did he remain motionless at the back? Could it be that he intends to act as a mantis stalking a cicada, unaware of the oriole behind? Humph! With this thought, Hua Yuntian let out a cold snort. How could he underestimate me? Hua Yuntian, even in the presence of a six-star martial king, I will not allow a mere martial sect disciple to gain the upper hand. Over the years, trapped within the ancient secret realm, Hua Yuntian has cultivated countless secret techniques and inheritances. When it comes to the art of scheming behind the scenes, he would claim second place, with no one daring to claim first. For Yi Xian to attempt any tricks before him would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. If you manage to outsmart me, I, Hua Yuntian, will call you father from now on. Just when the three were wreaking havoc among the demons, the ground beneath them suddenly trembled. Crack! At that moment, a bolt of lightning struck from the heavens, cleaving a massive chasm spanning 100 miles within the secret realm. Deep within the chasm sat a skeletal figure, meditating in place. Although the skeleton had been in this state for countless years, it radiated a vibrant spiritual energy and an overwhelming pressure that I am Enlon, the fourth-generation patriarch of the Zenian Gong. Today, I suppress countless demons here. Should there be a fated individual in the future, I shall impart my legacy to them, to protect the righteous path and safeguard all beings. The fourth-generation patriarch? It is indeed Enlon, the fourth-generation patriarch of the Zhuantian Gong. Outside the secret realm, the disciples of the Zenian Gong, witnessing this scene through the mirrored projection, erupted in excitement. Even the Zhuantian Gong's leader and the elders behind him displayed expressions of astonishment. Who would have thought that upon entering the secret realm, they would encounter the legacy of the fourth-generation patriarch Enlon? Enlon, the fourth-generation patriarch of the Zenian Gong, is the closest to true divinity among their ancestors. His reputation surpasses even that of Patriarch Huiyun. However, his greatest achievement was single-handedly suppressing the majority of demons in the southern wilds. That it was because of the fourth-generation patriarch and land's own cultivation that the southern wilds enjoyed over 10,000 years of peace. Regrettably, after the battle between the righteous and the demonic forces a millennium ago, Patriarch Enlon vanished after suppressing countless demons. Unexpectedly, he left behind a legacy in this realm of life and death. The leader of the Zenian Gong narrowed his eyes. Obtaining the legacy of the fourth-generation patriarch is undoubtedly an immense opportunity. Yet he pondered who among the four would ultimately receive the inheritance. Chapter 19. The Contest for Inheritance. Demon Suppression Talisman in stark contrast to the fervor outside. Within the secret realm, Hua Yuntian, Jiang Qing, and Xiao Man were equally astonished upon witnessing the legacy of Patriarch Enlon, particularly Hua Yuntian, who, although he had already received 3 inheritances rivaling the heavenly fire Tao before being trapped in the ancient secret realm, now stood in the presence of the fourth-generation Patriarch Enlon. It is said that Patriarch Enlon once obtained half of an ancient secret treasure in the central wild spirit domain, which enabled him to shine in the battle between righteousness and demonic forces, traversing mountains and rivers alone, suppressing multitudes of demons. The ancient secret treasure is a legacy left behind by true deities, and even half of it is sufficient to make one stand tall in the world, ruling over eternity. With this thought, Hua Yunqian's heart burned with fervor. I killed the most demons just now. If the fourth-generation patriarch is indeed seeking a successor, it must be me, Hua Yuntian. Just as Hua Yuntian's assertion resonated, it was met with Xiao Man's scornful retort. Just because you killed more demons, you think you can inherit the patriarch's legacy? Inheritances depend on the mindset of the successor. With your impetuousness, How can you bear the responsibility of the fourth-generation patriarch's mission to protect all beings? If we speak of temperament, as a sword cultivator, I am undoubtedly the best candidate. Jiangqing stepped forward in succession. None of the three were willing to back down, each believing they were the most suitable heir to the fourth-generation patriarch's legacy. Enough talk. If you wish to contend for the inheritance, show your strength. Hua Yintian stamped his foot, and the black dragon soared into the sky. The pressure of a six-star martial king crashing down like a tidal wave upon Xiao Man and Jiangqing. Do you really think a martial king is invincible? Xiao Man's runes shimmered, coalescing into a full suit of pitch-black armor in an instant. A martial king. During my travels, I have also slain my fair share. With the crisp sound of a sword chime, Jiangqing finally drew forth a mysterious iron sword. Faced with Hua Yuntian, the six-star martial king, Jiangqing and Xiao Man chose to join forces. Ha ha ha, 2 against 1. Our odds are even better. In the midst of their laughter, Xiao Man glanced toward Yi Xian in the distance. Shall we join forces? Forget it. This way seems to have no intention of contending for the inheritance. Jiangqing cast a sidelong glance at Yi Xian. Contend for the inheritance. One must first earn the recognition of the fourth-generation patriarch, since Yi Xian did not participate in the slaughter of demons. He has no qualification to inherit patriarch and land's legacy. So be it. If he does not desire the inheritance, he should promptly withdraw to avoid being caught in the fray and beaten to death. In Xiao Man's eyes, he and Jiangqing together were already sufficient to balance Hua Yuntian. Whether Yi Xian was present or not made no difference. It is truly infuriating. How can they speak of brother Yi Xian in such a manner? Outside the secret realm, Yi Xian supporters turned crimson with anger upon hearing Jiangqing and Xiao Man's humiliating words about him, although Yi Xian did not participate in the recent battles. It is hardly fair for them to speak of him so disparagingly. However, in stark contrast to the supporters fuming outside, Yi Xian's demeanor within the secret realm was remarkably calm. He leisurely walked to a relatively smooth stone slab and sat down. This is quite a good vantage point to observe the battle, Yi Xian mused, contentedly retrieving a fruit of the great Tao from the reward space. What legacy of the fourth-generation patriarch-in-law? What protection of all beings? What safeguarding of the righteous path? All of it is a mere illusion. It is but a virtual scene conjured by Yi Xian using flickering illusion. Originally, he merely intended to test the effect of this skill. Unexpectedly, even those outside the secret realm were deceived. I could see this moment. He sat upon the stone slab, leisurely enjoying the fruit. One must admit, the taste of this fruit of the great Tao is truly exceptional. Although this is not Yi Xian's first experience with the fruit, in the past, he directly absorbed the energy within using his golden fingers. Now, tasting it firsthand, he found it to be incredibly flavorful, leaving a lingering aftertaste. Brother, what are you eating? It looks quite delicious. Would you like a fruit of the great Tao? Yi Xian instinctively responded. However, as the words left his lips, he found himself momentarily stunned. What was the origin of that crisp, youthful voice he had just heard? He quickly turned to look behind him, only to see a little girl clad in a black belly band, standing there with her finger in her mouth. Gazing longingly at the Tao fruit in Yi Xian's hand, that a chill ran down his spine. With his divine bone activated at 30% and possessing the strength of a six-star martial sovereign, how had he failed to notice when this little girl had appeared behind him? What was even more astonishing was that when he had taken out the Tao fruit, he had enveloped the surroundings in an illusion using floating light mirage. Even the headmaster and elders of the Xintian sect outside the secret realm could only see him sitting quietly on the stone slab. How had this little girl seen through his floating light mirage and discerned the Tao fruit? This was something even true deities could not perceive. Could it be that this little girl was even more formidable than a true deity? Hiss! The thought sent a shiver through Yi Xian. Is that really possible? Thank you, big brother. The little girl hesitated for a moment, but after swallowing several times, she could no longer resist and snatched the Tao fruit from Yi Xian's hand. She began munching on it with delight. Hey, I already bit that. Yi Xian intended to say more, but seeing how much the little girl was enjoying it, he withdrew his hand halfway. Forget it. He should first ascertain who or what she truly was. So fragrant, so sweet, so delicious. Watching the little girl beside him savoring the fruit, Yi Xian suddenly felt a headache coming on. This girl could traverse freely within the life and death secret realm passed down by the Shintian sect's ancestors, clearly indicating her extraordinary status. Furthermore, she had just seen through his floating light mirage. Big brother, I'm done eating. The little girl, having finished the Dao fruit, looked up at Yi Xian with wide, expectant eyes, as if she hoped for another. No, there are no more, Yi Xian replied awkwardly. That's a Dao fruit. After all, he only had 3, and she had just devoured one of them. Since you've eaten my fruit, could you answer a few questions for me? After much deliberation, Yi Xian steeled himself to ask. The little girl's origins were simply too mysterious. He had examined her for a long time, but could not discern anything. Thus, he decided to directly inquire. Big brother, you can ask. The little girl's response was unexpectedly obedient. Why are you here? Upon hearing Yi Xian's question, the little girl blinked twice. Because I was born here, born in the life and death secret realm. Could she be the illegitimate daughter of some big shot from the Shintian sect? But as soon as that thought crossed his mind, Yi Xian dismissed it, given the little girl's ability to see through floating light mirage. It was likely that no one in the Shintian sect could compare to her strength, so how could she possibly be the illegitimate child of a powerful figure? Big brother, can you help me remove this? It has stuck to my back, and it itches. At that moment, the little girl suddenly turned around and pointed to a tattered spirit talisman behind her. Yi Xian approached to take a closer look. And when he recognized the talisman, it felt as though thunder had struck him. His mind went blank. This was the Demon Suppression Talisman. Chapter 20. Ancient Secrets. All fools regarding the past to the 4th-generation ancestor, Anlin guarding the demon suppression. Yi Xian had discovered it in a secret record of the Shintian sect. However, while perusing that record, he had also stumbled upon another secret. The initial outbreak of the righteous and demonic war was not confined to the southern wilderness. All 6 domains of Tianwang, aside from the long-lost Shangxing divine domain, were invaded by demonic creatures. Even the central wilderness spirit domain was not spared. Seeing the dire situation, the various divine paths and holy teachings within the central wilderness spirit domain united to forcibly seal the mysterious black star that had triggered the righteous and demonic war. The item they used to seal the black star was none other than this demon suppression talisman. Could this little girl possibly be the embodiment of that black star? Looking at the enigmatic little girl before him, Yi Xian's expression gradually shifted. The legendary black star that led to demonic transformation had somehow taken on human form. If this news were to spread, who would believe it? Yi Xian gathered his shocked thoughts and cast another glance at the little girl beside him. No wonder so many demonic creatures had suddenly appeared within the trial secret realm. The demonic beings from the righteous and demonic war were terrifying entities comparable to true deities. Yet, how had the ancestors of the Shintian sect failed to notice the emergence of so many demonic creatures within the life and death secret realm? Just as that thought crossed his mind, Yi Xian realized he was overthinking. This little girl was the embodiment of the black star capable of demonic transformation even for true deities, as long as the black star did not wish to be discovered. Not even the leader of the Shintian divine path would be able to discern her presence. Big brother, you have a scent I like. Can I follow you? At that moment, the little girl, transformed from the black star, tilted her head and asked, Something I smell that you like? Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback. Then, he quickly realized, could it be the aura of the Tao? The little girl, transformed from the black star, could see through even floating light mirage. It seemed reasonable that she could sense the aura of the Tao emanating from Yi Xian. As Yi Xian internally reassured himself, he turned to the little girl and asked, Do you want to follow me? Yes. The little girl nodded vigorously. Although Yi Xian was unsure why she was so eager to accompany him, he felt he had no grounds to refuse her. Given her apparent strength, it seemed wise to stabilize the situation for now and observe her further. With that thought, Yi Xian inquired again, Do you have a name? A name? The little girl pondered while biting her finger, then shook her head. I don't have a name. Then I shall call you Little Hay. Little Hay. Yes, I like that name. Thank you, big brother. Upon hearing Yi Xian name her, the little girl beamed with joy. It is not Little Hay, but just Little Hay. Yi Xian's lips twitched slightly. But I prefer the name Little Hay. Staring at the obstinate little girl before him, Yi Xian felt a wave of exasperation. However, after a moment's reflection, He realized that since the little girl was the embodiment of the Black Star, she was indeed extraordinary. Since she was willing to follow him, there was no need to get hung up on trivial matters like names. Big brother, are those three fools fighting? Fools? Yi Xian instinctively glanced at the three individuals in the air, fiercely competing for the inheritance. They couldn't even see through his illusion. Were they not fools? Hearing the little girl's remark, Yi Xian's lips quirked again. Do you think everyone is as abnormal as you? Able to see through illusions that even true deities struggle to discern? Looking at it from a different perspective made Yi Xian feel much better. With someone like Little Hay at his side, he might even gain a free helper in the future. Oh, wait, that helper wouldn't be free at all. She had just consumed a Dao fruit. Moreover, given her demeanor, she would likely be seeking food and drink from Yi Xian in the future. Perhaps this was the cost of hiring child labor. Yi Xian rubbed his forehead in resignation. In the blink of an eye, the battle among Hua Yuntian and the others was nearing its conclusion. At this moment, Hua Yuntian had completely lost the elders of the Xintian sect. Positioned behind the sect leader, nodded gently. Although Xiao Man and Jiang Qing had inflicted considerable damage upon Hua Yuntian, they ultimately fell short by a narrow margin. Indeed, this should be our future young master of the Xintian sect. Down in the crowd of disciples, some had already begun to rally in support of Hua Yuntian. They had witnessed the fierce battle among Hua Yuntian and his companions, and it was clear that he had single-handedly subdued the formidable presence of Xiao Man and Jiang Qing, winning many hearts in the process. In stark contrast, Yi Xian, seated at a distance upon a stone slab, appeared to be at a disadvantage by remaining inactive. What use is good fortune? Even if one stumbles upon an opportunity upon entering the secret realm, there are distinctions among such fortunes. After all, it was the legacy of the fourth-generation ancestor in Lan. Well done, Brother Hua. Long live Brother Hua. Just as everyone believed that the victorious Hua Yuntian was on the verge of successfully claiming the legacy of the fourth-generation ancestor in Lan. An unforeseen event unfolded. The once mighty skeletal remains emanating a formidable pressure suddenly twisted along with the surrounding great abyss. What is happening? Why has the legacy of ancestor in Lan vanished? Gazing at the skeletal remains, which had moments ago radiated divine light and unparalleled power, they now seemed to have vanished along with the vast chasm beneath them. The disciples of the Xintian sect stared in shock, and even the sect leader and the elders behind him wore expressions of astonishment. For a moment, no one knew what had transpired. Within the secret realm, Hua Yuntian, who had just endured a life-and-death struggle, was yet to recover from the joy of claiming the fourth-generation ancestor's legacy, only to find it mysteriously vanished. Where has the legacy gone? After a brief moment of dazed disbelief, Hua Yuntian's face was filled with horror. Despite Xiao Man and Jiang Qing being far inferior to him, their combined efforts had still inflicted considerable harm. Fortunately, Hua Yuntian had ultimately fused the remnants of the true dragon's soul with his own, decisively defeating them and earning the qualification to inherit the legacy of the fourth-generation ancestor. Yet now, the hard-won qualification he had fought for was slipping away before he could even accept it. Brother, that fool is so clueless. He doesn't even realize those illusions were conjured by you to toy with him. Xiao He pointed at the cracked Hua Yuntian across from them, laughing heartily. Hush, be careful he hears you. This person is quite petty. If he discovers that the illusion was my trick, he'll undoubtedly come looking for trouble, Yi Xian replied. While he was not afraid of Hua Yuntian, unnecessary troubles were best avoided. Moreover, regarding the legacy of the fourth-generation ancestor, it was Yi Xian who had been playing with them. Such antics were not something to be openly discussed. How small is very small? Smaller than me, Yi Xian questioned. Bewildered, Xiao He gestured toward her chest, indicating size. Yi Xian's mind momentarily blanked. I've seen many sisters who entered before. Some of them were quite large, larger than me, she remarked, filled with envy. Why Yi Xian looked on with a peculiar expression. Indeed, there had been female disciples among the direct descendants of the Xintian sect, and many had ascended to the status of elders. This is not something to be spoken of, Yi Xian thought. Not wanting to be chased around the mountains by a group of alluring elder women over size matters. After earnestly educating Xiao He, he scrutinized her for a moment. To be honest, Xiaohei's features were rather exquisite. If it weren't for her lack of maturity. No, that's not right. She was already over 10,000 years old, and it seemed unlikely she would ever mature. Xiaohei was an embodiment of the Black Star, inherently different from ordinary beings. Just as Yi Xian was lost in various bizarre thoughts while gazing at Xiaohei, he suddenly felt the furious gaze of Hua Yuntian lock onto him. Seated upon the stone slab. What the heck is this guy doing? Does he think I stole his legacy? Hua Yuntian indeed had such thoughts. However, during his confrontation with Jiang Qing and Xiaoman, Yi Xian had simply sat on the stone slab, never having had the opportunity to contend for the legacy. Moreover, with the legacy of the fourth-generation ancestor so close, how could Hua Yuntian not sense whether Yi Xian attempted to seize it? Would Jiang Qing and Xiaoman be unaware? Although reason told Hua Yuntian that Yi Xian had no opportunity to intervene, he couldn't shake the nagging feeling that this matter was somehow connected to him. Let us go. As the legacy of the fourth-generation ancestor and Lan mysteriously vanished, the severely weakened Jiang Qing and Xiaoman exchanged glances. The pressure from Hua Yuntian was overwhelming, now that the legacy had mysteriously disappeared. Remaining here would inevitably make them targets for Hua Yuntian's wrath. Furthermore, both were injured from their confrontation with him. If they did not find a quiet place to recuperate soon, they might miss out on the opportunities that lay ahead in the secret realm. It is merely the legacy of a fourth-generation ancestor. Even if we cannot obtain it, there is no need to be so furious. Cultivators must temper their hearts, and such anger will only limit their future achievements. Just as Hua Yuntian was consumed by rage, an ancient voice suddenly resonated in his mind. During his years trapped in the ancient secret realm, he had not only acquired the remnants of a true dragon, but also harbored the spirit of a powerful being from the ancient realm within him. The voice of the elder reminded him that he had acted impulsively. With the elder's reassurance, Hua Yuntian's nearly shattered mindset finally regained a semblance of balance. He cast another glance at Yi Xian, still seated on the stone slab. At least this kid knows his place by not aligning himself with Xiaoman and Jiang Qing. Otherwise, as a cold snort escaped his lips, Hua Yuntian transformed into a streak of black light, soaring into the sky. The legacy of the fourth-generation ancestor in Lan had already caused him to waste too much time on the outskirts of the secret realm. If he allowed Xiaoman and Jiang Qing to get ahead, this expedition would be in vain. Had it not been for the elder's reminder, he would have forgotten that the deeper one ventured into the secret realm, the more powerful the legacies and opportunities that awaited. As for Yi Xian, once Hua Yuntian acquired opportunities from the secret realm, he would have plenty of time to deal with him. Brother, that foolish guy has left. Let's go too. Hearing Xiaohei's words, Yi Xian nodded and stood up from the stone slab. This way, this way. I know a shortcut that leads directly into the depths of the secret realm. Just as Yi Xian prepared to choose a route, Xiaohei suddenly tugged at his clothing from behind. A shortcut? Yi Xian's eyes brightened. Having spent many years in the realm of life and death, Xiaohei must be quite familiar with the terrain here. With such a living map to guide him, he could sneak in without attracting attention, entering the core area of the secret realm before Hua Yuntian and the others. Is this the shortcut you mentioned? Soon, as Yi Xian followed Xiaohei to the path she had indicated, he was taken aback. All around him, various demonic creatures and ferocious beasts loomed. Several of these creatures exuded auras that surpassed Yi Xian, reaching the level of martial kings, and no wonder this shortcut was rarely taken. Why Yi Xian's lips quivered slightly. This was no shortcut. It was more like a path leading straight to the underworld. Brother, don't worry. These are all my little brothers. If I give them a command, they will clear the way. He can work like that? Yi Xian was utterly stunned. However, upon reflection, it made sense. Xiaohei was a transformation of the Black Star, and it was reasonable for her to be the leader of these creatures. With that, Xiaohei stepped forward and let out a tremendous roar that reverberated throughout the secret realm. The white Yi Xian could hardly fathom how such a small figure could produce a roar so powerful that it shook the entire realm. What is happening? Could it be that an ancient ferocious beast has been born within the secret realm? In the skies above the secret realm, Huayanshan, who commands the remnants of the true dragon's soul, feels a chilling tremor coursing through him at the sound of a terrifying roar. A fleeting shadow of fear passes through his eyes. Even the sea old within him cannot help but reveal a solemn expression. The emergence of a ferocious beast will undoubtedly affect your efficiency in receiving the inheritance within the secret realm. From this moment forth, you must proceed with utmost caution. For Huayanshan, the gravest peril in the realm of life and death is not posed by Xiaoman, nor by Jiangqing, and certainly not by Yeshuan. Rather, it stemmed from the myriad unknown dangers lurking within the secret realm. Outside the secret realm, upon hearing the roar that sent a shiver through the entirety of the realm, the disciples of Zhantianzong could not help but change countenance. Even the venerable master of Zhantianzong, who had been seated upon a dais, could not restrain himself from rising to his feet, when had such a terrifying beast been birthed within the secret realm. As the leader of Zhantianzong, although he possesses the authority to open the realm of life and death, he cannot control everything within it, or perhaps it is simply that the entirety of the secret realm is beyond his dominion. I believe I just saw senior brother Yeshuan heading towards the direction of that roar. I saw it too. Oh no, I hope senior brother Yeshuan does not encounter any danger. Among the crowd below, Yeshuan's supporters wore expressions of deep concern. Under the illusion cast by the shimmering light, they could only discern Yeshuan moving towards that direction, unable to see clearly what transpired around him. Haha, serves him right for not following along with senior brother Hua. It's no wonder his fate has turned out this way. If he had seen your brother Hua looking out for him, even if he couldn't attain the top position in the realm of life and death, he wouldn't lose his life. The winds of change had already begun to shift among the disciples of Zhantianzong. As the trial of life and death had only just commenced, Huayanshan's ability to suppress two major disciples single-handedly had already proven his might. Even without the inheritance of the fourth-generation ancestor, his strength remains indisputable. The path of martial cultivation is inherently one where the strong prevailed. In the past, Yeshuan's strength naturally garnered unwavering support. But now that Huayanshan has emerged as the dominant force, Yeshuan has regrettably become a relic of the past, discarded by those who adapt to the changing tides. Within the secret realm, Yeshuan gazes at the scene of countless beasts trembling and prostrating in submission, and his eyes flicker slightly. Is this the power of Xiaobai? If it were not for the golden orb within him that had remained silent, he would almost suspect that this girl was deliberately feigning innocence. Brother, I didn't scare you just now, did I? I was really quite restrained. Xiaobai stand beside Yeshuan, her expression one of innocent grievance. Well, you didn't scare me, but it seems you frightened them quite a bit. Yeshuan gestures towards the beasts across from them, several of which were so terrified by Xiaobai that they foamed at the mouth. Humph, that's their own cowardice. It has nothing to do with me. Gazing at the suddenly double-standard Xiaobai, Yeshuan is struck by a wave of familiarity. Though her exterior may not match that of the elder sisters, their essence is unmistakably the same. He reaches out to tousle the horned braid atop Xiaobai's head. What is essence? Is it delicious? Xiaobai tilts her head in inquiry. Not delicious. It's something unclean, so don't eat it carelessly, understood? Understood. Xiaobai nods obediently. Chapter 22. The core of the secret realm, ascending the divine mountain with a shortcut carved out by Xiaobai. Yeshuan travels unimpeded towards the core region of the secret realm. Along the way, he retrieves the demon-suppressing talisman from Xiaobai. Though this artifact has lost its efficacy, it is nonetheless a divine object forged by the major holy sects and divine paths of the central wilderness. Once he exits, he may find an opportunity to restore it, and perhaps it could still serve a purpose. Even if it cannot be used, it should fetch a good price. Yeshuan had previously examined the talisman, noting that the materials used to inscribe its runes included several types that had become extinct in the four great wastelands. Even within the central wilderness, these are exceedingly rare top-tier materials. Seems like they're all quite afraid of you, Yeshuan inquires, observing the beasts and demons around him, prostrating and trembling on the ground. In just a brief moment, he has already noticed several hundred beasts of the martial sovereign level, and even a dozen or so at the martial king level. The most astonishing sight was when they passed a fork in the path, where Yeshuan encountered a beast comparable to a royal-level creature. If this had been outside, it would have undoubtedly stirred significant unrest in the southern wilderness. Yet these extraordinary beasts appear before Xiaobai like mice before a cat, behaving in a remarkably submissive manner. Of course they fear me, for each of them has felt my wrath. As Yeshuan gazes at the suddenly violent little Xiaobai, his lips quiver slightly. Seemingly to prove her point, Xiaobai fixes her gaze on a distant royal-level beast and glares fiercely, instantly overwhelming it with her presence, causing it to faint on the spot. Witnessing this, Yeshuan cannot help but feel a surge of emotion within it. It appears that Xiaobai is not merely displaying a singular side of herself before him. "Brother, you are different from them." Suddenly, Xiaobai speaks. "Is it because I carry the scent you like?" "No, that's not it." "Well, not entirely." Xiaobai ponders Yeshuan's words before responding. "Aside from the scent I like, there is also an indescribable feeling that makes my heart flutter, compelling me to draw closer. In short, it's just very impressive." Yeshuan understands that the feeling Xiaobai refers to, which causes her heart to flutter, likely does not pertain to him as an individual. Could it be the golden finger? So far, the golden orb condensed within Yeshuan is capable of gathering the luck of the great path, facilitating draws, and refining the impurities that have entered his body. Yet its other functionalities remain a mystery. However, from Xiaobai's remark, it seems there are new functions within the golden orb that Yeshuan has yet to discover or unlock. "All right, brother, we've arrived. This is the core of the secret realm." After journeying for over half an hour, Xiaobai points excitedly towards a distant mountain, the core of the secret realm. Following Xiaobai's, Yeshuan gazes ahead. Before him stands a divine mountain shrouded in mist. Upon the mountain, resplendent light radiates, with a lengthy stone staircase winding through the clouds, leading directly to the summit. Countless mysterious stone tablets tower on either side of the staircase. Even before approaching these tablets, Yeshuan can already sense the tremendous power emanating from them. This is indeed the true place of inheritance within the realm of life and death. Clearly, Huayanshan and the others have yet to reach this location. However, reflecting on the encounters along the way, Yeshuan finds solace. He had initially thought that royal-level beasts within the secret realm would be few in number, yet he has encountered more than a dozen along the way. The most striking of all was one royal-level beast that appeared to be on the brink of transformation, merely a hair's breadth away from ascending to the sacred realm, becoming a being that would instill fear in countless powerful figures. The sacred realm beasts are but a step away from the legendary divine beasts. Yeshuan muses deeply that it is a pity that beasts, much like demons, operate solely on instinct, lacking the intelligence of those who can think, transform, and converse. If they were to be compared to the spiritual beasts, upon reaching the martial sovereign realm, they would possess intelligence akin to that of humans. Thus, spiritual beasts in the six wastelands often have their own factions, which are not in the slightest inferior to the divine paths and holy sects of the central wilderness. Inherently formidable, the divine beast mountain within the central wilderness is a superpower composed of spiritual beasts. Among the four great wastelands, Yeshuan knows of numerous branches and direct descendants of the divine beast mountain. Some, even top-tier sects like Zhang in the southern wilderness, would not dare to provoke lightly. Even if Huayanshan and the others circumvent the territories dominated by these ferocious beasts and demons, entering the core area of the trial secret realm will not prove to be a simple task. After all, this is the Xintian sect, a realm of life and death infused with the will of generations of ancestors. Moreover, the ferocious beasts and demonic entities within the secret realm do not always congregate together. Many powerful beasts and monsters have a tendency to venture out alone in search of prey. Furthermore, the secret realm is replete with countless restrictions and formations. In summary, penetrating the core of the secret realm is no simple task. Even Yi Xian, without the guidance of Xiao Haiba, would not have reached the foot of the divine mountain so swiftly. "Brother, are you planning to climb that mountain?" "What? Do you have a shortcut?" Upon hearing Xiao Haiba's inquiry, Yi Xian could not help but retort, "No, it's not that I dislike this place. It's desolate and barren, just a bunch of rocks with not a soul in sight." Xiao Haiba's words inadvertently prompted an inner monologue of sarcasm from Yi Xian. It seems that aside from this mountain, one could hardly catch a glimpse of another human figure. The life and death trials of the Xintian sect open only once every 100 years. If a suitable disciple is not encountered, this temporal limitation can be indefinitely prolonged. Despite Xiao Haiba's age exceeding 10,000 years, encountering numerous individuals within the secret realm remains unlikely. Nevertheless, upon reflection, Yixian found solace in the thought. After all, there are so many ferocious beasts and demonic entities outside the Divine Mountain. To keep him company, at the very least, they could serve as sparring partners for Xiao Haiba. The stone monuments and stone steps on the Divine Mountain would likely bore any young girl to tears. Despite Xiao Haiba's remarkable age, her mentality often resembles that of a 3-year-old child. Perhaps this is the primary reason why the Golden Orb did not issue any warnings to me. After all, what ill intentions could a 3-year-old girl harbor against Yixian? Let's go, accompany your brother to take a look. With that, Yixian grasped Xiao Haiba's hand and headed towards the Divine Mountain before them. Outside the Trial Secret Realm, upon witnessing Yixian as the first direct disciple to set foot on the Divine Mountain, the disciples of the Xintian sect were left utterly dumbfounded. What is happening? In the perilous and beast-infested life and death secret realm, why does it seem as if Brother Yixian walks through an uninhabited land? In the face of Yixian's ethereal illusion, the disciples and elders of the Xintian sect could only see his departing silhouette, utterly unable to catch sight of Xiao Haiba. They couldn't even spot a shadow of a ferocious beast or demonic entity nearby. Who said luck is futile? Weren't you all just slandering Brother Yixian? Now, the first entry to the Divine Mountain belongs to him. Brother Yixian is indeed the chosen one of our Xintian sect. Although the inheritance had yet to commence, Yixian's status as the first to enter the Divine Mountain was already sufficient to demonstrate that he was ahead of everyone else. Those who had previously sided with Hua Yintian were now left in a state of confusion. The life and death secret realm of the Xintian sect, which has been inherited for thousands of years, is not easily traversed. Not to mention, Hua Yintian and the other 2 direct disciples faced countless tribulations along their journey. Even now, they had yet to approach the outskirts of the Divine Mountain. Xiao Man, possessing the ancient physique, was even ensnared by restrictions, hanging by a thread. Yet here was Yixian, effortlessly advancing into the Divine Mountain. What gave him the right? In truth, it was not just the disciples below who were astonished. The sect leader of the Xintian sect felt the same way. Why Yixian has become the first person to ascend the Divine Mountain. In the sect leader's subconscious, Hua Yintian was clearly the one with the highest chance of being the first direct disciple to ascend the Divine Mountain. Yet now, the facts lay bare before them. Yixian had indeed shattered everyone's perceptions by ascending the Inheritance Mountain as the first. The sect leader's heart was filled not only with surprise, but also with a tinge of astonishment. Chapter 23. A Shocking Sword. A Shattered Mindset Boom. What is happening? Gazing at the distant secret realm, where divine lights suddenly erupted, Hua Yuntian, currently engaged in a battle with ferocious beasts atop the Black Dragon, felt his eyelids twitch. Someone has ascended the Divine Mountain. The words of the old sea stirred an immense sense of humiliation within Hua Yintian. How could someone reach the Divine Mountain before me? Throughout his journey, with the assistance of the Black Dragon's remnant spirit and the old sea, Hua Yintian had fought valiantly, finally traversing the central region of the secret realm. Just as he was about to enter the core area, the opportunity to be the first to ascend the Divine Mountain had been snatched away. Who is it? Who dare to steal my thunder? Jiangqing, or that worthless Xiao Man, who possesses nothing but brute strength. In Hua Yuntian's eyes, only Jiangqing and Xiao Man had the potential to seize the opportunity to ascend the Divine Mountain before him. As for Yixian, that good-for-nothing had chosen to venture into the core area teeming with ferocious beasts and demonic entities. And even the Old Sea had declared that he was doomed this time. The Old Sea residing within Hua Yintian was not only a powerful figure within the ancient secret realm, but also had another layer of identity. He was a blood relative of a significant figure within the Xintian sect. He had learned about the secrets of the secret realm from that esteemed individual. This was why Hua Yintian had entered the life and death secret realm with such unwavering confidence. Regardless of who it is, that person has already ascended the Divine Mountain ahead of us, that we must quicken our pace to make up for the delay in entering the Divine Mountain. The Old Sea reminded that to be the first to ascend the Divine Mountain meant having the opportunity to receive the inheritance first, but that was merely a chance. Ultimately, the quantity and quality of the inheritance would depend on the inheritor themselves. You accepted the inheritance from the three ancestors of the Xiantian sect 100 years ago, and later, in the ancient secret realm, you gained my and the remnants of the Black Dragoness power. In terms of talent, you undoubtedly surpass anyone in the Xiantian sect. Even if you miss the opportunity to be the first to ascend the Divine Mountain, it does not eliminate the possibility of surpassing others later. The old Sea's encouraging words restored Hua Yuntian's confidence in an instant. Indeed, being the first to reach the Divine Mountain does not guarantee the best inheritance, that I will ensure that everyone knows I, Hua Yuntian, am the best candidate for advancing in the Xiantian Divine Path. With confidence reinstated, Hua Yuntian's aura began to shift. Get lost. He shot a glare at the king-level ferocious beast across from him. This king-level beast was as powerful as a 4-star martial king. Coupled with its formidable armored defenses, its strength was nearly equal to Hua Yuntian's. However, Hua Yuntian had no desire to continue playing with this beast. In an instant, he unleashed the remnant black dragon spirit within him. While the old sea continuously enhanced Hua Yuntian's combat power, in the blink of an eye, Hua Yuntian's aura surged to the pinnacle of the 9-star martial king state. Die! Hua Yuntian clenched his fist, and the black dragon in midair transformed into a colossal dragon flame sword. With a single swing of the sword, the previously formidable king-level beast was cleaved in two by Hua Yuntian's dragon flame sword. Was that too much? After executing the strike, Hua Yuntian began to breathe heavily. The combined strength of the old sea and the black dragon's remnants, which manifested as his most powerful sword, placed a considerable strain on him. But for the sake of the inheritance on the Divine Mountain, it was worth it. Once again, Hua Yuntian raised his gaze towards the Divine Mountain, and the dragon flame sword in his hand transformed back into a black dragon. He leaped into the air, propelling himself towards the Divine Mountain-s location. Outside the secret realm, the disciples of the Xiantian sect were deeply shaken by Hua Yuntian's astounding sword strike. So powerful. Brother Hua merely used a single sword to slay a beast whose strength rivals that of a 5-star martial king. It seemed that Brother Hua had indeed held back against Xiao Man and Jiangqing. To be able to slay a ferocious beast comparable to a 5-star martial king with a single sword, had Hua Yuntian used that strike against Jiangqing or Xiao Man, they likely would have met their demise long ago. Did you see that? This is true power. Compared to some who relied on luck to ascend the Divine Mountain, this is far superior. What does it matter if one is the first to ascend the Divine Mountain? Without obtaining a powerful inheritance, ascending the mountain is meaningless. Hua Yuntian's breathtaking sword strike in response to Elder Xuanjin's inquiry. The master of Xiantian answered with remarkable decisiveness. The innate talent of Hua Yuntian genuinely astonished him, particularly the breathtaking sword strike he had just executed while transforming into a black dragon. Had he not been ensnared in the ancient secret realm for so many years, his cultivation might have long surpassed that of the current master of Xiantian. I have lost hope of advancing to the saint realm in this lifetime. Yet what if another formidable saint-level expert were to emerge among the younger generation of Xiantian sect? With this thought, the master of Xiantian felt a surge of fervor within. The elders present in Xiantian sect shared similar sentiments. Although Yi Xian was a person of divine awakening, he still required time to mature. The prowess of Hua Yuntian was evident for all to see, and he possessed the remnants of a true dragon's soul, suggesting that his future achievements might rival those of Yi Xian, the divinely awakened individual. The crux of the matter was that this young man was resolute and decisive, a rare prodigy of unparalleled caliber. Should he assume the position of a young master and advance in the Xiantian divine path, his future accomplishments would be boundless. As for Yi Xian, a person of divine awakening may not secure the role of young master, yet he would not be without opportunities to delve deeper into the Xiantian divine path. The critical point was that, compared to Hua Yuntian, who had just unleashed a world-shattering sword strike, Yi Xian still needed time to grow. However, the divine decree from the Xiantian divine path could not afford to wait any longer. If Hua Yuntian were to enter the Xiantian divine path this time, he would undoubtedly bring great glory to our sect. In an instant, the master of Xiantian and the elders present reached a consensus in their hearts. They could afford to slightly inconvenience Yi Xian. In the future, they could certainly offer him additional compensations, the master of Xiantian mused. Meanwhile, within the life and death secret realm, after merging the powers of the Sea Elder and the Black Dragon's remnant soul, Huayanshan navigated through numerous perils and finally arrived at the foot of the Divine Mountain. Yet as he gazed toward the mountain, his previously stabilized mindset shattered once more. Yi Xian. How could it be him? Chapter 24. Ancestor Thunderstorm. The contest for inheritance. Huayanshan could hardly fathom that the individual who reached the Divine Mountain before him would be Yi Xian, had he not chosen the path riddled with ferocious beasts. The most perilous route? How was it that he had not been devoured by the beasts? Huayanshan was utterly perplexed. The Sea Elder, who had merged with Huayanshan, was equally bewildered. This young man managed to traverse the domain inhabited by ferocious beasts and demonic creatures without sustaining a scratch. Could it be that he had been possessed by a ferocious beast? While ferocious beasts, like demonic creatures, typically lack intelligence, there are exceptional circumstances in which unique ferocious beasts may arise, possessing special abilities. It is not unheard of for beasts to manipulate souls or seize human bodies. If Yi Xian had indeed been possessed by a ferocious beast and had his soul controlled, then the other beasts in the secret realm would likely refrain from attacking him. Those controlled by ferocious beasts often carry a trace of the beast's aura and may even be regarded as kin by other beasts. Could it be that he had already been possessed? The Sea Elder's words filled Huayanshan with excitement. He could not tolerate the thought of someone ascending the Divine Mountain before him, especially if that person was Yi Xian. That a person whose body had been seized by a ferocious beast could never gain the acknowledgement of the ancestral inheritance. And even if he managed to escape the secret realm alive, he would become a target for all to hunt down. With this thought, Huayanshan's mood brightened considerably. Yi Xian, even if you are ahead of me, what of it? You are but a shell seized by a ferocious beast. The Sea Elder, being well informed, had Huayanshan's unwavering trust in his judgment. However, at that moment, halfway up the mountain, Yi Xian suddenly radiated waves of spiritual resonance. The inheritance, he had actually received the ancestral inheritance from the Divine Mountain. Upon witnessing this, both the Sea Elder and Huayanshan were left dumbfounded. Why Yi Xian had not been possessed? How had he traversed the core area dominated by ferocious beasts? The fact that he had earned the recognition of the ancestral masters of Xiantian's sect indicated that Yi Xian had not been possessed at this moment. The furious Huayanshan yearned to drag the Sea Elder out of his body and give him a good beating. Had it not been for this old fool's warning that traversing the realm of ferocious beasts was a path to certain death, he would not have found himself behind Yi Xian. The Sea Elder was equally astonished that Yi Xian had indeed managed to pass through the perilous domain of ferocious beasts unscathed. Not only had Yi Xian avoided possession, but he had also been the first to gain the ancestral inheritance within the secret realm. How had he managed to survive? In stark contrast to the bewildered expressions of the Sea Elder and Huayanshan at the foot of the mountain, Yi Xian himself was equally taken aback. As soon as he reached the midsection of the Divine Mountain, he garnered the favor of the ancestral masters of Xiantian's sect. Following that, the scene that Huayanshan and the Sea Elder had witnessed unfolded. Even the master of Xiantian, standing outside the secret realm, could not help but reflect. A person of divine bone, awakening 30% of their potential, presents an irresistible allure to the ancestral masters, who have long awaited someone to inherit their legacy. I am Ancestor Thunderstorm. Do you wish to receive my inheritance and cultivate my thunderstorm path? As the thunderclouds roiled, a voice of immense authority suddenly echoed in Yi Xian's ears. With myriad paths in martial arts, Ancestor Thunderstorm had achieved unparalleled mastery in the thunderstorm path, showcasing his exceptional talent on the martial path. Yi Xian glanced upward at the shimmering phantom of thunderclouds above. This was merely the midsection of the Divine Mountain. Logically, the closer one was to the summit, the more powerful the inheritance should be. Ancestor Thunderstorm's position halfway up the mountain suggested he was neither too high nor too low among the ancestral masters. If only the current Ancestor Thunderstorm knew that Yi Xian silently criticized him in his heart. One could only wonder what fate awaited Yi Xian should he ever reveal such thoughts. Though the younger generation aspires to inherit the great path, they still yearn to challenge their limits. Low emotional intelligence. I do not wish to inherit your inferior path. High emotional intelligence. I still desire to challenge my limits. It must be said that Yi Xian's handling of the situation greatly pleased Ancestor Thunderstorm. The divine mountain exudes its own pressure, and the higher one ascends, the more it tests one as potential. Since you wish to challenge yourself further, I shall not force you. Here is a thunder spirit seed that I have cultivated for a millennium, infused with my insights, which I hope will assist you on your martial journey. As Ancestor Thunderstorm's words faded, a small snake shimmering with lightning had already burrowed into Yi Xian's palm. While martial artists can accept numerous inheritances, there is a limit to ancestral inheritances during life and death trials. If one recklessly accepts Ancestor Thunderstorm's inheritance, they may not be able to fully inherit it before encountering an even greater inheritance later on. However, a mere thunder spirit seed should pose no problem. With this in mind, Yi Xian received the thunder spirit seed from Ancestor Thunderstorm and bowed in gratitude. Thank you for your benevolence, Ancestor. As Yi Xian's words settled, the illusory figure of Ancestor Thunderstorm dissipated into the mountain. Brother, can I eat this thing? Little Haiba gazed at the pulsating thunder spirit seed in Yi Xian's hand, unable to resist swallowing. What? Eat? You want to consume this? Yi Xian looked at Little Haiba in disbelief. Due to Little Haiba's uniquely special identity as He Kixing, Yi Xian had cast an illusionary spell upon her before ascending the mountain. Even Ancestor Thunderstorm had been unable to see through the illusion that concealed Little Haiba. I am not sure, but it seems like it would taste good. Little Haiba nibbled on her fingers, her face brimming with eagerness. Yi Xian glanced at the thunder spirit seed in his hand, and then at Little Haiba beside him. Since it was free, why not let her eat it? In comparison to the thunder spirit seed, Yi Xian deemed Little Haiba to be of greater importance, especially since she had just guided him through the most perilous region of the secret realm. Thank you, brother. Little Haiba beamed with joy. Sensing Little Haiba's intent, the thunder spirit seed attempted to struggle, only to be firmly held down by Little Haiba before being stuffed into her mouth. Zizi bang. Little Haiba felt a tingling sensation in her mouth, followed by a burst of sparks. The thunder spirit seed of Ancestor Thunderstorm was thus swallowed whole by Little Haiba. How is it? Does it taste good? Yi Xian's lips quivered slightly. Truly, he was a formidable creature transformed by the Black Star. Even the act of consuming something was distinctly unlike that of an ordinary person. Soon, Yi Xian, having cast aside the thunder spirit seeds consumed by Xiao He, continued to ascend the sacred mountain with Xiao He in tow. However, this action incited the wrath of Hua Yuntian to a boiling point. Watching Yi Xian press on towards the summit, Hua Yuntian's fists were nearly crushed in his fury. This fellow was obviously intent on seizing the most powerful inheritance at the peak that in Hua Yuntian's eyes. Only he was worthy of inheriting the greatest legacy at the summit. What was Yi Xian? After all, merely a piece of trash who had relied on divine bones to achieve the status of a 6-star martial sovereign. How dare he compete with Hua Yuntian for the inheritance? Old Hai, from this moment on, I shall reclaim complete control over my body. I must let Yi Xian understand what true divine inheritance means. Hua Yuntian seethed with rage. He had toiled outside, battling monsters to level up, only to have his crystal stolen. This moment, his inner fury reached its zenith. He would not allow Yi Xian to claim the inheritance at the mountain's peak before him. Must I resort to that? Old Hai within Hua Yuntian's body shook his head in silence. Hua Yuntian had been trapped in the ancient secret realm for a century, not solely to subdue the remnants of the true dragon and Old Hai. Besides these two lingering souls within him, he had also acquired a soul pearl, refined by a true god a myriad of years ago from the ancient secret realm. Although this soul pearl was but a semi-finished product, it contained boundless mysteries. Forcing it open could even allow Hua Yuntian to disregard the limitations imposed by the secret realm and forcibly absorb the ancestral inheritance from the sacred mountain. I had intended to reserve the soul pearl as my last resort, but it's all because of you, Yi Xian. You forced my hand. Chapter 25, A Great Humiliation. The soul pearl erupts to forcibly utilize the soul pearl necessitated enduring immense pain. However, in the face of Hua Yuntian's intense pride, such suffering was of little consequence. A worthless individual who wouldn't dare lift a hand against the monstrous beasts. Yi Xian should have perished in the perilous region teeming with ferocious creatures. Yet now, not only had he survived, but he also walked ahead of Hua Yuntian. Hua Yuntian felt a profound humiliation if he could not demonstrate overwhelming superiority, crushing Yi Xian, the first to ascend the sacred mountain. How could he be deemed worthy of the title of the strongest direct disciple? The strongest inheritance of the Xiantian sect is mine, and the opportunity to advance to the Xiantian divine path is also mine. As waves of excruciating pain coursed through him, Hua Yuntian's potential surged forth, unleashed by the soul pearl that Yi Xian, some opportunities are beyond your grasp and cannot be taken from you, outside the secret realm. The disciples of the Xiantian sect, oblivious to the events unfolding within Hua Yuntian, were dumbfounded by Yi Xian's voluntary relinquishment of the inheritance. Their eyes were fixated on Yi Xian in the mirror image. He had a chance to accept an inheritance, yet he chose to forsake it. What was his intention? Was he aiming for the highest inheritance of the Xiantian sect? Did he think himself worthy of contending with senior brother Hua Yuntian for the ultimate inheritance? From the crowd, supporters of Hua Yuntian let out a cacophony of barks. They had just spoken ill of Yi Xian outside the secret realm. If he were to obtain the strongest inheritance atop the sacred mountain and become the young master of the Xiantian sect, how could there still be a place for them in the sect? Despite their boisterous bravado, they were internally apprehensive. However, the most anxious were the sect leader and the elders who had already resolved to support Hua Yuntian's ascent to the Xiantian divine path. Yi Xian had audaciously abandoned the inheritance of the rolling thunder ancestor, clearly indicating his intent to challenge Hua Yuntian. Yi Xian, being a person of divine enlightenment, naturally held an inexplicable allure towards the ancestral inheritance atop the sacred mountain. Under normal circumstances, the emergence of two unparalleled talents within the Xiantian sect would be an extraordinary event. Yet, not long ago, the Xiantian divine path had issued a divine decree commanding the various branches scattered across the 4 desolate domains to select the most exceptional genius from their ranks for further training in the central desolate spirit domain. Faced with limited slots, the sect leader and the elders had no choice but to choose between Yi Xian and Hua Yuntian, that if they were to select the most exceptional genius, it had to be the strongest. How unfortunate that Yi Xian's cultivation time was still shallow, and his martial foundation was not as profound as Hua Yuntian's. Just then, a divine light suddenly descended from the summit of the sacred mountain. Heavens, what do I see? Senior Brother Hua. It's Senior Brother Hua, outside the secret realm. The supporters of Hua Yuntian, who had just been feeling anxious, erupted with excitement as they beheld the divine light descending upon Hua Yuntian's head. This dazzling, radiant light, vast and magnificent, drew the cosmic principles of the world to converge around Hua Yuntian. Even the sect leader of the Xiantian sect and the elders behind him could not help but widen their eyes in astonishment. How had he achieved this? Before even ascending the sacred mountain, he had already attracted such intense divine light and cosmic principles. If he were to ascend the sacred mountain, would the ancestral inheritance be as good as free for him to seize? Goodness, had this fellow taken some sort of elixir? Feeling the changes at the foot of the mountain, Yi Xian turned back and was instantly captivated by the resplendent divine light emanating from Hua Yuntian. Truly, he was deserving of the title of the strongest direct disciple of the Xiantian sect from a century ago. Brother, what is the strongest direct disciple? Is it delicious? Hearing Yi Xian's musings, Xiaohe gazed up with her big, dark eyes. Not delicious, it stinks. Yi Xian found it perplexing how Xiaohe had survived for over 10,000 years. Did she have no thoughts beyond those of food? Not delicious? That sounds dull. Xiaohe turned her head away. Compared to the overwhelming divine light radiating from Hua Yuntian, she still preferred the fruits of the Tao or the thunder spirit seeds. Things she could savor and taste at right? What about that inner thing you mentioned? Is it salty? What does salty taste like? If Yi Xian were to discover that Xiaohe had been pondering such trivial matters, he would surely feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Under the embrace of the divine light and cosmic principles, with each step Hua Yuntian took towards the peak of the sacred mountain, the stone tablets of the ancestral masters trembled in unison, as if they had finally awaited their destined individual inheritance. It is inheritance. At that moment, the disciples of the Xiantian sect outside the secret realm gasped in astonishment. They beheld 3 streams of inheritance, no less than that of the rolling thunder ancestor, rushing towards Hua Yuntian at the foot of the mountain. How terrifying. Truly, he is the strongest direct disciple of our Xiantian sect in 100 years. While Hua Yuntian remained at the foot, the inheritance from the mountainside was already eager to reach him. Such talent. Yi Xian would likely never catch up in this lifetime. What could he use to chase? He had merely climbed to the mountainside and gained the acknowledgement of a single inheritance, while senior brother Hua had already attained 3 inheritances just standing at the foot, simply overwhelming Yi Xian. The supporters of Hua Yuntian, who had previously felt uneasy, suddenly found their confidence restored. Did he even dare to compete with senior brother Hua for the strongest inheritance at the peak? Even the sect leader and the elders on the platform breathed a sigh of relief. Choosing Hua Yuntian was indeed the right decision. The sect leader's gaze once more solidified with resolve to the foot of the sacred mountain, facing the 3 streams of inheritance rushing towards him. Hua Yuntian endured the excruciating pain coursing through his body, forcing a faint smile of triumph. Compete with me? Yi Xian, you are still far from my league, burdened with the remnants of the true dragon. Old Hai and the Soul Pearl, Hua Yuntian was confident he was the strongest ruler in this realm. What could Yi Xian possibly compare to him? It was tantamount to courting death, while secretly reveling in his own superiority. Hua Yuntian could not help but cast a scornful glance upward at Yi Xian's position. Just a mere divine bone. It's only a matter of time before I extract it from you. And you will see who the true person of divine enlightenment is. The act of the words of Elder Xianjin left everyone present in shock. Historically, the direct disciples entering the realm of life and death to undergo their inheritance had always faced a limit. No matter how extraordinary Huayanshan might be, it was inconceivable that he could single-handedly accept such an overwhelming legacy. Had he lost his mind and given up on vying for the strongest inheritance atop the divine mountain? Previously, Yi Xian had relinquished the inheritance of the Thunder Ancestor precisely because of the limitations imposed within the life and death realm. Yet now, Huayanshan seemed intent on defying this established rule. Was he mad? The leader of Xiantian's sect fixed his gaze firmly on Huayanshan. After a moment of silence, a sudden exclamation escaped his lips. How could this be? In the fleeting moment of distraction, the 3 strands of inheritance descending from the divine mountain had already been drawn into the swirling vortex surrounding Huayanshan. 3 strands of inheritance. The trial of life and death had not rejected him. How was this possible? Upon hearing the astonished remarks of elders Xianjin and Xuanyu, the leader of Xiantian's sect fell into deep contemplation. This could not solely be attributed to his own strength. The human body has its limits. Even if Huayanshan were an unparalleled genius, he could not endlessly inherit the legacies of his ancestors. It appeared that Huayanshan had encountered considerable fortuitous encounters in the ancient secret realm. With this realization, the sect elders nearby began to grasp the situation. And oh wonder, the inheritance atop the divine mountain was so bizarre. It was indeed facilitated by external forces. Nevertheless, it remained undeniable that Huayanshan possessed extraordinary talent and prowess. Otherwise, how could he possibly manipulate the ancestral inheritances of the entire divine mountain to respond to him alone? I was mistaken. He is not merely an experienced novice, but a veritable harbinger of fortune. At the foot of the divine mountain, Yi Xian regarded Huayanshan, enveloped in divine light and receiving the inheritance below, and a flicker of brilliance flashed in his eyes. Chapter 26. 3 strands of inheritance mysteriously vanish mine. All mine. Huayanshan, as he climbed toward the summit and absorbed the ancestral inheritance through the Soul Pearl, felt Yi Xian's gaze upon him, and a smug smirk danced across his lips. Did you see that, Yi Xian? This is the difference between you and me. Confidently, Huayanshan believed that with the Soul Pearl in hand, even if Yi Xian ascended the divine mountain first, he would ultimately trample him beneath his feet, becoming a stepping stone for his ascent into the realm of Xiantian divine path. Just as Huayanshan reveled in his triumph, utilizing the Soul Pearl to counteract the rules of the life and death realm. Preparing to seize the 3 strands of ancestral inheritance before him, a sudden sound sliced through the air. With a whoosh, one of the 3 radiant strands of ancestral inheritance inexplicably vanished. Huayanshan. What on earth is happening? The spirit of Elder Hai within Huayanshan shared the same bewilderment. How could one strand of the inheritance simply disappear? although Elder Hai's residual spirit was no longer at its peak. His cultivation was still formidable within the southern wilderness, yet he had sensed no forewarning at the moment the inheritance vanished. Huayanshan was equally perplexed. He was enduring the intense backlash from the Soul Pearl, altering the rules of the life and death realm, and now the inheritance he had painstakingly attracted had mysteriously disappeared at a critical moment. Who would believe such a tale? Could it be that the Soul Pearl had malfunctioned? After a brief moment of confusion, Huayanshan and Elder Hai immediately began to inspect the state of the Soul Pearl. How could this be? Upon examination, both were met with astonishment. All the rules triggered by the 3 strands of inheritance had been absorbed by the Soul Pearl. Why then had the inheritance vanished without a trace? The Soul Pearl forged by the true God was not invincible, especially since the one Huayanshan possessed was merely a semi-finished product. Huayanshan had not rewritten the rules with the Soul Pearl. Rather, he had employed its power to endure the world's regulations. Just moments ago, 3 strands of inheritance had descended from the Divine Mountain, and now, although Huayanshan had absorbed the rules of all 3, only 2 remained before him. Where had the 3rd strand gone? Huayanshan and Elder Hai racked their brains, utterly baffled by the inexplicable turn of events. Quickly accept the inheritance. We cannot allow the remaining 2 strands to slip away as well. At Elder Hai's urging, Huayanshan swiftly regained his composure, realizing there were still 2 strands of ancestral inheritance before him. If these 2 were to vanish, he would truly have no place left to lament. This time, he could not allow the inheritance to escape his grasp. With firm resolve, Huayanshan prepared to seize the inheritance, only for yet another unexpected occurrence to unfold. Damn it! As he watched another perfectly intact strand of ancestral inheritance vanish before him, Huayanshan felt as if he were on the verge of breaking apart. What in the world is happening? Is this some kind of trick to have 2 of the 3 strands of inheritance disappear in an instant? The last strand, please, let it not vanish as well. After the harsh reality of the previous 2 strands' mysterious disappearances, Huayanshan dared not hesitate any longer. He swiftly reached out toward the remaining strand of ancestral inheritance. Mine, this is mine. A hint of madness flickered in Huayanshan's eyes. Yet, just as he was about to grasp the last strand, it too vanished. With a cough, Huayanshan spat out a mouthful of reverse blood under the dual assault of the Soul Pearl's backlash and the emotional turmoil within. Who is it? Who is conspiring against me? First, the mysterious disappearance of the inheritance from the 4th-generation ancestor Amlin at the edge of the realm, followed closely by Yi Xian surpassing him to claim the title of the first to ascend the Divine Mountain. And now, after enduring excruciating pain to activate the Soul Pearl, the 3 strands of ancestral inheritance he had finally drawn near had also vanished without a trace. Damn it! Huayanshan felt as though his mental state was on the brink of collapse. Outside the realm, the supporters who had been exhilarated by Huayanshan's summoning of 3 strands of inheritance now stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding within the realm, where Huayanshan appeared nearly deranged as the inheritance disappeared. Their excitement abruptly froze. What happened to Brother Hua's inheritance? How could it simply vanish? Inheritance that was already within reach can just disappear. The disciples of Xintian's sect were utterly flabbergasted. The leader of Xintian's sect and the elders present shared the same sentiment. Not a single strand of inheritance remained. Had Huayanshan encountered ghosts? Clearly, there could be no spirits within the Divine Mountain. Could it be? The leader of Xintian's sect suddenly seemed to grasp something and gazed intently toward the summit. Huayanshan's use of external forces to counteract the rules of the life and death realm. Could it be that he had incurred the displeasure of the ancestral spirits atop the Divine Mountain? Once this notion was voiced, the elders of Xintian's sect were taken aback. Although Huayanshan's method of summoning the inheritance was remarkable, it indeed violated the rules of the life and death realm. If this were the case, would it not mean Huayanshan had lost the opportunity to accept the strongest inheritance at the peak? Elder Xuanjin's gaze flickered with deep concern. They had only recently decided to assist Huayanshan in his quest to ascend the Xintian divine path. Now, if Huayanshan were to be rejected by the Divine Mountain, wouldn't it mean that Yi Xian would have another chance? In stark contrast to the worried expressions of the leader of Xintian's sect and the elders, Yi Xian's supporters below were rejuvenated. What Brother Hua? What the strongest direct disciple from a century ago? If even the ancestral spirits atop the Divine Mountain do not acknowledge him, What right does he have to inherit the position of our sect's junior master? Did he truly believe himself so formidable, capable of summoning 3 strands of inheritance? It turns out he relied on cheating to bring down the divine light. Now, with not a single strand of inheritance left, how would he compete with brother Yi Xian? Previously, due to Huayanshan's astonishing performance, Yi Xian supporters have felt stifled. Now, witnessing the consecutive mysterious disappearances of Huayanshan's inheritance, they would not let this opportunity for a fierce counterattack slip by. Amidst the fervent exchanges outside the realm, within the life and death realm, Huayanshan's eyes were fixed on Yi Xian atop the divine mountain, a sentiment that was not unfamiliar. Ever since the mysterious disappearance of the inheritance from the 4th-generation ancestor Anlin, every time Huayanshan met Yi Xian's gaze, he sensed a faint trace of mockery and derision in the latter's eyes. Could it be that the consecutive disappearances of my 3 strands of inheritance are indeed linked to him? Huayanshan's heart jolted. He had considered this possibility, but Yi Xian, did he truly possess such capability? Let us not overlook the fact that the 3 ancestral inheritances summoned by Hua Yuntian are reliant upon the Soul Pearl, a manifestation of the divine essence condensing within him. The prowess of Yi Xian, a 6-star martial sovereign, raises the question of whether he possesses the qualifications to contend against the Soul Pearl. Merely attempting to seize these 3 ancestral inheritances in Hua Yuntian's presence is no trivial endeavor, especially without his awareness. The Soul Pearl within you is a supreme treasure refined by a divine being. Even in its incomplete state, it is far beyond the reach of a mere 6-star martial sovereign to disrupt. Noticing the fluctuations in Hua Yuntian's energy, Elder Hai swiftly interjected that a person of divine enlightenment merely possesses an additional divine bone compared to ordinary warriors. They're not a divine being incarnate. What gives them the right to take the 3 ancestral inheritances from beneath your Soul Pearl? Yet, I am unwilling to accept this. Hua Yuntian clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging painfully into his flesh. I understand that having the inheritance snatched before one's very eyes would lead anyone to falter, but you must maintain your composure. The power of the Soul Pearl is still largely untapped. The most formidable inheritance atop the divine mountain remains within your grasp. Upon hearing Elder Hai mention the strongest inheritance, Hua Yuntian's rationality regained its foothold. However, the look he cast towards Yi Xian was laced with a chilling hatred. Regardless of whether Yi Xian had any involvement in the previous events, Hua Yuntian harbored a deep-seated animosity towards him. Moreover, after several failed attempts to showcase his prowess within the secret realm of life and death, he was in dire need of an outlet for his pent-up fury. Elder Hai, once we ascend and obtain the strongest inheritance, please assist me in eliminating him. Chapter 27. Bathed in blood, the 7-color monument, though one enters the secret realm of life and death at the mercy of fate. The most pressing concern for Hua Yuntian is to seize the strongest inheritance atop the divine mountain. The power of the Soul Pearl continues to awaken. He must acquire the strongest inheritance before his body reaches its limit. Only then can he successfully advance into the realm of the Xiantian divine path. Securing the strongest inheritance from the mountain's ancestors would signify Hua Yuntian's triumph in this contest of the secret realm. In such circumstances, should he continue to commit murder, especially that of a person of divine enlightenment, it would undoubtedly incite the ire of the higher echelons of Xiantian's sect. Rest assured, I comprehend your concerns. I shall resolve this matter for you. As a soul entity, Elder Hai possesses at least 100 ways to ensure Yi Xian meets an untimely end. However, within Elder Hai's heart lies a method that could provide Yi Xian with a release greater than death itself. Although Yi Xian is merely a 6-star martial sovereign, he is nonetheless a person of divine enlightenment. If he were to perish within the confines of the secret realm, even if no one witnessed your hand in his demise, it would still raise suspicions among the higher-ups of Xiantian's sect. Since you are so intent on entering the Xiantian divine path, why not consider an alternative? Allow me to seize his body. The flesh of a person of divine enlightenment will undoubtedly aid my return to the path of greatness. Elder Hai's proposal sparked a glimmer of hope in Hua Yuntian's eyes. The two had previously agreed that upon exiting the ancient secret realm, Elder Hai would seek a suitable target for possession. Now, Yi Xian stands as the perfect candidate. The crucial aspect is that after the possession, the outside world would remain oblivious to Yi Xian's demise, thus posing no threat to Hua Yuntian's reputation as the young master of Xintian's sect. This arrangement is agreeable, but Elder Hai, do not forget that after you claim the flesh, there remains a more significant transaction between us. Hua Yuntian's eagerness to agree stemmed not only from the possibility of shedding suspicion, but also from his desire for Elder Hai to utilize the divine bone within Yi Xian to expedite his recovery of strength. This, in turn, would facilitate the execution of another grand plan upon his advancement into the Xintian divine path. Fear not, I shall not forget. Elder Hai's face was alight with excitement as he licked his lips. To possess the flesh of a being of divine enlightenment fills him with immense joy. That young man's divine bone has already undergone a 30% transformation in this state. The divine bone has become exceedingly stable. Even after the possession, the divine bone will sustain no damage. Harnessing the power of the divine bone, Elder Hai would not only restore himself to his former pinnacle, but perhaps even strive to break through to the realm of true divinity, a domain that had eluded him for millennia. Sensing the growing excitement radiating from Hua Yuntian, Yi Xian could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. How could he still be so exhilarated after losing the inheritance? Is he perhaps a masochist? The 3 inheritances, comparable to those of the thunder-rolling ancestor, have propelled Yi Xian's comprehension of martial arts to unprecedented heights. His strength has ascended from 6-star martial sovereign to 7-star martial sovereign. Were it not for Yi Xian's mastery of the illusory light technique, he might have already revealed his true self. Merely absorbing these 3 inheritances has granted him such significant benefits, if he were to gradually digest and comprehend them in the future. His journey along the path of martial arts would become increasingly smoother. As a person of divine enlightenment, Yi Xian faces no bottleneck in his cultivation. Now, having acquired the 3 ancestral inheritances from the divine mountain within the secret realm, both his cultivation and potential will see a substantial enhancement. Moreover, the burdensome rules of the secret realm associated with accepting these 3 inheritances have all been shouldered by Hua Yuntian alone. Is this what they call being allowed to soar, while another bears the pain? With this thought, Yi Xian, his eyes brimming with mirth, silently gave a thumbs up in his heart. The flying dragon probing cloud technique is indeed remarkable. Perhaps due to the emergence of the possession plan in his mind, Hua Yuntian's animosity towards Yi Xian began to subside. This moment, his sole focus was on reaching the summit and securing the strongest inheritance. With the assistance of the Soul Pearl, Hua Yuntian's ascent grew increasingly swift. Initially, the distance between him and Yi Xian was considerable, yet gradually it began to shrink at a discernible rate. Ultimately, the two, once far apart, found Hua Yuntian overtaking Yi Xian. What is happening? Has senior brother Hua not already been rejected by the Divine Mountain? Why is he still climbing, and at an ever-increasing pace? Is he racing towards the strongest inheritance atop the mountain? Outside the secret realm, Hua Yuntian's sudden actions drew the attention of the crowd. Could it be that senior brother Hua was never truly rejected by the ancestors of the Divine Mountain, but rather chose to forego those inheritances voluntarily, especially as they recalled Yi Xian's previous decision to relinquish his inheritance? This notion began to take root in their minds. In a rejection, the Xintian sect master and the elders upon the platform beamed with renewed enthusiasm. Their decision to support Hua Yuntian while discarding Yi Xian had required immense resolve. Now, witnessing Hua Yuntian ascend the Divine Mountain unimpeded, their spirits soared once more. The strongest inheritance, it is mine, atop the Divine Mountain. Hua Yuntian's gaze burned fiercely as he sprinted forward, gradually widening the distance between himself and Yi Xian. The overwhelming power of the Soul Pearl caused the wound on his chest to rupture anew. Yet undeterred in his pursuit of the strongest inheritance, Hua Yuntian paid it no heed. Once I secure the strongest inheritance, I shall ascend as the young master of Xintian's sect, legitimizing my entry into the Xintian divine path. Hua Yuntian's fervent desire to enter the Xintian divine path is fueled not only by the abundant cultivation resources of the Central Wilderness Spirit domain, but also by a secret hidden deep within him, one that even Elder Hai remains unaware of. However, this secret is far-reaching, and even Huayantian dares not risk exposure. Hecate last, propelled by the force of the Soul Pearl, Huayantian, battered and bloodied, reached the pinnacle of the divine mountain. He appeared as though drenched in blood, yet a flicker of exhilaration danced in his eyes. The strongest inheritance is now mine. The summit of the divine mountain not only houses the legacies of the Xiantian sect's ancestors, but also exudes an unparalleled pressure. The higher one ascends, the more formidable the pressure becomes. Even Yi Xian, a person of divine enlightenment under the protection of the divine bone, feels the mounting weight as he climbs further, were it not for the aid of the Soul Pearl. Huayantian could not have been the first to reach the summit this moment. Huayantian's gaze was fixed intently upon a mysterious monument shimmering with seven-colored divine light. Within this monument lies the most potent inheritance of the Xiantian sect's ancestors, the ultimate treasure of the entire divine mountain. Yi Xian, once I claim the strongest inheritance from the monument, your death shall be imminent. The bloodied Huayantian cast a disdainful glance towards Yi Xian below. Chapter 28. The Golden Sword and the Red Dragon. All mine, Yi Xian. Has he ultimately been surpassed, outside the secret realm, gazing at the first to ascend the peak of the divine mountain? Huayanshan, the supporters of Yi Xian wore expressions of utter dejection. Inherit the mightiest legacy atop the summit. One must withstand the immense pressure of the entire divine mountain. Or perhaps, it is a trial for those who dare to climb. In stark contrast, the face of the sect leader of Zentian Gong and the esteemed elders revealed a sense of inevitability. Huayanshan harbored a remnant soul of a true dragon, rivaling the divine bones, along with a mysterious treasure that defied the rules of the secret realm, allowing him to reach the pinnacle before Yi Xian, a being of divine awakening. This was entirely within reason. They wore smiles on their faces, patiently awaiting Huayanshan's acceptance of the legacy. Yet, one could not help but wonder which ancestral master's inheritance he would acquire from the stone tablet. The seven-colored stone tablet at the peak of the divine mountain is rumored to house the most formidable legacy of Zhuantiangong. Only the strongest among the ancestral masters of Zhuantiangong has the right to leave their legacy inscribed upon the divine tablet, regardless of which ancestral master's heritage Huayanshan might obtain. There exists the opportunity to inherit the complete ancient secrets. The fourth-generation master, Anlin, merely possessing half of the secrets, had already carved a path through the southern wilderness, single-handedly subduing myriad demons. If Huayanshan were to acquire the entirety of the ancient secrets, Zhuantiangong would likely witness the emergence of another unparalleled powerhouse. Even before obtaining the ultimate legacy, Huayanshan had already exhibited such astonishing talent. The sect leader, along with the elders standing behind him, found themselves in a state of eager anticipation. Some even beginning to envision the tumultuous waves Huayanshan would unleash within the divine path of Zhuantiangong after accepting the inheritance. Within the secret realm, having been previously battered by the harsh reality of the mysterious disappearance of the legacies from three ancestral masters, Huayanshan was no longer inclined to feign superiority or squander time. Confronted with the overwhelming presence of the strongest legacy atop the summit, he exerted all his effort to mobilize the soul pearl within him. Forcefully drawing upon the inheritance from the stone tablet, time elapsed. The initially minute fissures on the surface of the soul pearl gradually expanded into an intricate web of cracks to bear the mightiest legacy from the stone tablet. Even Huayanshan's soul pearl was required to endure an immense cost that moment. A crisp sound of a sword ringing resonated. Accompanying this melodic chime, a resplendent golden sword shadow descended from the heavens. Outside the secret realm, the elders of Zhuantiangong, witnessing this scene projected from the summit, erupted into fervent excitement. The torch gold sword, who would have imagined that Huayanshan had drawn forth the grand legacy of the golden sword master. The third-generation ancestor, from the peak of the divine mountain. The third-generation ancestor, second only to the second generation and the founding master of Zhuantiangong. The legacy of the Golden Sword Master's sword path was far more precious than that of the fourth-generation master. Enlil, the Thunder Ancestor, and the Fire Cloud Master were not even fit to carry his shoes. This was a being of semi-divine status, still alive in the world, as the legitimate heir of the divine path of Zhuantiangong. The third-generation ancestor, the Golden Sword Master, not only possessed a complete ancient secret, but had also integrated it into his sword path, forging an unprecedented golden sword avenue in comparison, while the sect leader and others outside were ecstatic. Huayanshan, relying on his soul pearl to draw forth the golden sword legacy, was equally exhilarated. Though he had previously obtained the legacies of 3 ancestral masters a century ago, none contained the ancient secrets. Why had he expressed such fury when a legacy of the 4th-generation master, Amlin, vanished at the boundary of life and death? It was because of the half-secrets held by Amlin. Yet now, the golden sword master surpassed Amlin, possessing the entirety of the secrets, feeling the overwhelming pressure emanating from the golden sword shadow, along with the profound principles of heaven and earth contained within. Huayanshan felt every pore of his being quiver with excitement. The legacy of the 3rd-generation ancestor, the golden sword master, was his. Huayanshan inhaled deeply, spreading his arms wide, preparing to embrace the inheritance of the golden sword. However, at that moment, a peculiar scene unfolded once more. The golden sword legacy, which had been surging towards Huayanshan, suddenly began to tremble violently, as if a colossal force from the heavens was attempting to pull it away from him. Again, it happened. Witnessing the eerily familiar sight before him, Huayanshan resembled a startled cat, every hair on his body standing on end. He cautiously scanned his surroundings, as if fearing that his inheritance would be snatched away. This was the legacy of the golden sword master. Huayanshan desperately mobilized the soul pearl within him, attempting to retain the golden sword legacy above him. Yet, despite his efforts, after the strange twisting, the legacy of the golden sword master dissipated into golden light, vanishing without a trace. Who, exactly, are you? Why must you constantly obstruct me? The precarious balance Huayanshan had finally managed to achieve shattered once more in a torrent of despair, and a profound sense of helplessness welled within him. Even the soul pearl, a divine treasure refined by true gods, could not retain the legacy of the 3rd-generation ancestor, the golden sword master. Was it destined that he, Huayanshan, would miss out on the strongest legacies of the ancestral masters of Xintiangong today? Just one more time, seizing the moment while the other had just stolen the golden sword master's legacy, he would use the soul pearl to draw forth the mightiest legacy from the divine mountain. The loud call from Hai Lao suddenly jolted Huayanshan from his impending despair. The legacy of the golden sword master was not an ordinary inheritance. Even if it had been stolen, it would require time for the thief to digest it. As long as he seized this fleeting opportunity, he could still draw forth a legacy from the divine mountain, solidifying his position as the destined successor of the young lord of Xintiangong and ensuring his smooth ascent within the divine path. Now was the moment. With renewed courage, Huayanshan paid no heed to his wounds or the expanding cracks on the surface of the soul pearl. This time, I shall not allow you to steal my legacy. Huayanshan exerted every ounce of strength, urging the soul pearl within him, and in the next instant, as the golden sword's radiance faded, a shadow of a crimson dragon-like spear descended from the heavens. This was the crimson dragon cold light spear of the Dragon Cloud Master. Outside the secret realm, the astonished Xintiangong leader and others had yet to recover from the mysterious disappearance of the golden sword legacy at the summit when yet another wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. The Dragon Cloud Master, the 2nd-generation ancestor of Xintiangong. The spear he wielded, the Crimson Dragon Cold Light Spear, had once defeated all challengers throughout the southern wilderness and was renowned even in the central wilderness spirit domain. The events unfolding within the secret realm were far too sudden, leaving the minds of the Xintiangong leaders in disarray. However, amidst the astonished onlookers outside the secret realm, Huayanshan, as the one experiencing all of this firsthand, harbored only a singular thought deep within his heart. Hurry, it must be swift. He needed to absorb the legacy of the Dragon Cloud Master before the one lurking in the shadows could seize his opportunity. As a 2nd-generation ancestor, the Dragon Cloud Master's power was at least on par with that of the mysteriously vanished Golden Sword Master. Under ordinary circumstances, Huayanshan would have been elated, yet having faced a series of bizarre disappearances of legacies, he could not afford to consider anything else that he fully activated the Soul Pearl, drawing the legacy of the Dragon Cloud Master. The legacy of the Dragon Cloud Master is mine. It is mine. As he watched the crimson light of the Dragon Cloud Master's legacy descend into his grasp, Huayanqian's lips began to involuntarily curve upward. However, just as he believed that everything was about to settle, another strange occurrence took place. The legacy, which had already fallen into his hands, began to twist once more in an inexplicable manner. But no, don't. Despite Huayanqian's countless internal pleas, history repeated itself with astonishing similarity. Watching the legacy of the Dragon Cloud Master swiftly distort in midair, transforming into shimmering points of light and gradually disappearing, Huayanqian could no longer bear the immense pressure of forcibly driving the Soul Pearl, causing his body to erupt with hundreds of wounds. The Soul Pearl also lost its luster with a resounding crack within Huayanqian's being. Exactly, are you? Why must you target me? Why must you seize my legacy? Like a bloodied figure, Huayanqian knelt on the ground, unleashing a roar of defiance. Chapter 29. The Wrathful Beast, Bloodthirsty Counterattack. Huayanqian felt a tempest of fury brewing within him, seeking an outlet at that moment. In the distance, Yi Xian, with an air of nonchalance, began to descend the mountain. Instantly, Huayanqian's furious gaze found its target to Yi Xian. How delightful! You, a mere waste, have managed to reach the summit, since you have so graciously presented yourself. I shall personally escort you on your final journey today. Having lost the strongest inheritance twice, Huayanqian now resembled a bloodthirsty beast. A tremendous energy coalesced within his palm, as if it aimed to shred apart any who dared provoke him. Die, Yi Xian! With a furious shout, Huayanqian thrust his finger forward. The blazing dragon flames, transformed by the dragon's soul, became a black arc of light, hurtling towards Yi Xian's brow. This was the ultimate form of the true dragon's residual spirit within Huayanqian, and he was utterly confident that Yi Xian, a mere six-star martial artist, would be unable to evade this powerful strike forged from the dragon's soul. Buzz, however, just as the black arc of light, birthed from the dragon flames, was about to collide with Yi Xian, a dazzling golden sword light erupted from within Yi Xian without warning. Is this the inheritance of the golden sword ancestor? Gazing at the golden sword shadow radiating from Yi Xian, Huayanqian was momentarily stunned. The golden sword, forged from Yi Xian's divine bone power, resembled the most formidable weapon in existence, as the sword's shadow swept across. The black arc of light, forged from the dragon's residual spirit, shattered into fragments to 9-star martial artist. How is this possible? When did you advance to 9 stars? Huayanqian's eyes bulged in disbelief. The golden sword inheritance. 9-star martial artist. Although everything before him had already revealed the answers to Huayanqian, the one who had secretly stolen his inheritance was indeed Yi Xian. Yet he still found it hard to believe. How could Yi Xian have achieved this? How could he possibly? In stark contrast to Huayanqian, whose eyes bulged and veins throbbed with rage, Yi Xian was completely immersed in the profound realm of the Golden Sword Tao. Overwhelmed by its boundless power. Truly, this was a path founded upon ancient secrets, and even a preliminary comprehension bestowed such divine might, propelling him directly into the realm of a 9-star martial artist. Gradually merging the golden sword Tao with the intent of the red dragon spear, Yi Xian slowly opened his eyes. This Huayanqian truly lived up to his moniker as the wealthy child of fortune. In the blink of an eye, the golden sword Tao within Yi Xian had begun to reseed into itself. In truth, even Yi Xian himself had not anticipated that he would gain so many benefits from Huayanqian in one fell swoop. Once more, he gazed at the bloodied, resentful figure of Huayanqian across from him, and a hint of sympathy welled up in his eyes. Your eagerness to bestow your inheritance has left me somewhat embarrassed. It was you, wasn't it? You stole my inheritance, didn't you? Only now do you realize it. Isn't it a bit too late? In the face of Huayanqian's furious inquiry, Yi Xian smiled lightly, showing no signs of concealment. Yet to Huayanqian, this felt like the cruelest punishment bestowed upon him by the heavens. Despite the fact that Yi Xian's earlier display of the golden sword Tao had already confirmed everything. The humiliation inflicted upon Huayanqian by Yi Xian's verbal acknowledgement was far greater. In that moment, Huayanqian's once proud face flushed crimson. How did you accomplish this? Huayanqian possessed a soul pearl, a true dragon's residual spirit, and the Sea Elder, among many other means, yet he had sensed nothing as Yi Xian continuously pilfered his inheritance. What hidden cards does Yi Xian possess? In response to Hua Yuntian's resentful inquiries, Yi Xian casually shrugged his shoulders. Apologies, but I have no information to share. Having decided to reveal himself, Yi Xian had no intention of leaving Hua Yuntian any opportunity. Villains often fall due to their own words. Yi Xian, mid-sentence, suddenly realized that he was indeed the villain. Never mind. Since we are both villains, I shall escort you on your journey. Haha, is it not a bit late to prepare for a fight now? Just then, however, Hua Yuntian unexpectedly erupted into a frenzied laughter. Tilting his head back towards the sky, Hua Yuntian's laughter echoed. A strange black shadow materialized beneath Yi Xian's feet. Haha, the one who has awakened the divine. I shall take this body. Hua Yuntian had no real intention of conversing with Yi Xian. He was merely stalling for time to distract him from the Sea Elder. How could someone who could continuously steal my inheritance, with such a defiant method, ever reveal their secrets so easily? The corner of Hua Yuntian's mouth curled into a cold smile. However, none of this matters now. Once the Sea Elder seizes your body, all your secrets will naturally come to light. Seize my body. Staring at the confident Hua Yuntian before him, Yi Xian was suddenly taken aback. This surprise came too suddenly. Why Yi Xian was momentarily at a loss. Truly, the wealthy child of fortune, Hua Yuntian intended to deliver everything in one go. This is not merely a seizing of the body. It is clearly a bestowal of fate, luck, and after much contemplation, Hua Yuntian ultimately resolved to withdraw from the contest for the inheritance of the Divine Mountain. Once I have regained my strength, I shall undoubtedly seek to avenge today's humiliation. In this moment, Hua Yuntian feigned the demeanor of a defeated adversary. Yet in truth, he had already placed Yi Xian on his death list. Why, Yi Xian? Oh, Yi Xian, no matter how many schemes you possess, you shall not obstruct my grand venture into the Xiantian divine path. There are certain individuals in this world whom one must never provoke. As the most formidable direct disciple of the Xiantian sect from a century ago, Hua Yuntian harbored a certain pride within him. Yet he was not a fool. He understood that sometimes circumstances outweigh individual strength, and that one must learn to be adaptable. Why, Yi Xian, the position of the young master of the Xiantian sect is yours. I, Hua Yuntian, humbly concede and withdraw. From this day forth, let's not interfere with each other's paths. As Hua Yuntian spoke, he prepared to turn and leave. Who said you could walk away? At that moment, Yi Xian's voice suddenly resonated. Hua Yuntian possessed an array of peculiar items. The remnant soul of a true dragon, a mysterious treasure capable of altering the rules of the secret realm of the Divine Mountain. And just moments ago, he had summoned a shadow capable of seizing possession. Yi Xian was acutely aware of his identity as the antagonist. Despite possessing a golden finger and being favored by fortune, he was still not the protagonist. Lacking the protagonist's halo, protagonists can perish countless times, for they can be reborn and grow stronger, each one a half-step author. Yet I am merely a villain. The primary principle of a villain is to eliminate danger in its nascent state. If Hua Yuntian were to survive today, it would likely be Yi Xian who would meet his demise. Therefore, Hua Yuntian, you must perish. Yi Xian, do not presume I am pleading with you. I am a 6-star martial king, while you are merely a martial zone. What can you do to me? The true dragon's remnant soul surged forth from within Hua Yuntian. Even the soul pearl, which was previously riddled with cracks, began to manifest above his head. Hua Yuntian could hardly believe it. Having already conceded, Yi Xian still dared to kill him. Did this fellow not fear the power of a 6-star martial king at all? No, no, no. It is not I who will kill you, but her. Yi Xian smiled faintly, gesturing towards Hua Yuntian's side. Why, Yi Xian, how childish of you to attempt to distract me at such a moment. Boom! Before Hua Yuntian could finish his sentence, a familiar, overwhelming force struck him, this time far more formidable than before. The remnant soul of the true dragon shattered instantly, and even the soul pearl was sent flying alongside Hua Yuntian, crashing into the ground and creating an enormous pit. What on earth is this? Blood gushed from Hua Yuntian's mouth. Had it not been for the soul pearl exerting its final strength to shield him, he would have already met his end at the Divine Mountain. Not dead. At that moment, a sweet, childlike voice echoed in Hua Yuntian's ear. Before he could comprehend the unfolding scene, a small girl with horned braids and a black belly band had appeared out of thin air from where Huayanshan had been standing. She first fixed her gaze on the soul pearl beside Huayanshan, then picked it up and tossed it in her mouth. With a crunch, it was as if she were munching on broad beans. What the hell? What kind of monster is this? The sight nearly sent Huayanshan into a panic. This is a soul pearl, a treasure refined by the ancient true gods. How could it be consumed? Huayanshan's worldview almost shattered. Yet, Xiao Haiba was utterly indifferent to Huayanshan's astonishment. Brother said, "You must die." Xiao Haiba's gaze was devoid of emotion, as though Huayanshan was merely a trivial insect beneath her feet. "Yi Xian, you cannot kill me. I am—" Huayanshan attempted to articulate further when Xiao Haiba's delicate foot had already pressed down upon his head. With a resounding crack, Huayanshan's skull burst like a watermelon. The once great genius, a six-star martial king, thus fell beneath the foot of Xiao Haiba. What you just consumed was likely assisting him in counteracting the rules of the secret realm, allowing for the infinite acquisition of inheritance. Correct? Upon hearing Yi Xian's inquiry, Xiao Haiba bit her finger and pondered for a moment. "I don't know, but it was quite delicious. It must have been crafted by true gods from your realm." "What? Crafted by true gods? Good heavens, such a supreme treasure was devoured by Xiao Haiba." Yi Xian suddenly felt a pang of regret, as if he had missed the greatest opportunity within the secret realm. This was a supreme treasure forged by true gods. If given the chance, Yi Xian would even be willing to offer his ancestral inheritance in exchange for it. However, it was too late for such thoughts. Even if it was an object crafted by true gods, reduced to that state, it likely held no value now. With the situation set in stone, Yi Xian could only suppress the deep pain within and silently console himself. By the way, Huayanshan possesses true god treasures. Surely he has other treasures as well. Just as Yi Xian was about to bend down and thoroughly search Huayanshan for other treasures, a faint azure soul body unexpectedly drifted out from Huayanshan. This soul body was exceedingly strange that it resembled a living soul, yet exuded an eerie chill. "Xiao Haiba, quickly, consume it," Yi Xian shouted almost instinctively, although he was unsure of the origin of this peculiar soul body. It was evident that it was closely related to Huayanshan. Upon hearing Yi Xian's command, Xiao Haiba wasted no time and lunged forward, swallowing the soul body whole. However, soon after, Xiao Haiba's rosy little face fell. "Bleck, brother, this thing is so foul. It's not tasty at all." Hearing Xiao Haiba's complaint, Yi Xian gently patted her forehead. "This fellow still has a remnant true dragon soul within, the one that was just kicked to pieces. It should look quite appetizing." Upon hearing this, Xiao Haiba's eyes lit up. She reached towards Huayanshan's chest, yanked with all her might, and in the next moment, the terrified remnant true dragon soul was forcibly extracted by Xiao Haiba. The black dragon attempted to flee, but Xiao Haiba clamped down on it, and with a powerful inhale, consumed the entire true dragon remnant soul as if it were a piece of jelly. "How is it? Did it taste good?" Delicious." Xiao Haiba nodded in satisfaction at Yi Xian's inquiry. When it came to food, Xiao Haiba was never ambiguous. The fact that she found it tasty indicated the high quality of the black dragon's remnant soul. Unfortunately, for Yi Xian, who bore the divine bone, such remnants were merely a triviality. Moreover, Yi Xian had journeyed into the divine mountain with substantial assistance from Xiao Haiba. Thus, this true dragon remnant soul would serve as her reward. With this thought, Yi Xian's gaze flickered as he turned to look at Huayanshan's corpse on the ground. What exactly was that strange soul body? Yi Xian, having perused ancient texts and manuscript during his years in the Xintian sect, was well versed in the many mysterious tales of the 6 domains of the heavenly wasteland. Yet that soul body still emanated an unsettling aura. It felt as though every hair on his body was standing on end. Clearly, this individual harbored many secrets. Chapter 31. Boundless Hatred, Saint Sun Xianhu. In the central wasteland spirit domain, within the underworld sacred sect, the Saint Sun Xuanhu, who was diligently cultivating, suddenly coughed up a mouthful of reverse blood. "Who is it?" His furious voice echoed throughout the entire underworld sacred sect. Yes, the most terrifying prodigy of the underworld sacred sect, Xuanhu had spent over 800 years mastering the underworld sacred canon left behind by the underworld ancestor. Moreover, he had created the divine ability 9 underworlds return to 1 based on the underworld's sacred canon. As the name implies, 9 underworlds return to 1 involves tearing one's own soul into 9 parts, each with its own conscious thought. Over the years, Xuanhu had split into 6 avatars through the 9 underworlds returned to 1. These 6 avatars, under various identities, had joined major sacred sects and scattered branches of the divine path across the 4 great wastelands for the purpose of cultivating the supreme divine abilities of each sacred sect. Once he achieved 9 underworlds returned to 1, Xuanhu's strength would reach the realm of true gods. However, Xuanhu never anticipated that one of his avatars had just been killed by someone. Furthermore, even the fragment of soul he had split was forcefully annihilated. Although it was the weakest of all his avatars, could Xuanhu's avatar really be so easily dispatched? Xuanhu, Shengzi's eyes brimmed with a chilling hatred. Although he could perceive these avatars through the division of his soul, he could only grasp the general circumstances regarding them. Furthermore, the avatar that had just been obliterated had recently emerged from an ancient secret realm, one that Xuanhu Shengzi had discovered during his travels in his youth. At that time, his cultivation had already reached the early stages of the Saint Realm, and a half-finished true God Soul Pearl offered little assistance to him. Thus, he had considered leaving behind an avatar. However, he never anticipated that even with a treasure such as the Soul Pearl, he could still be slain. Truly a disgrace. Yet a disgrace it may be, it was still a fragment of his own soul. Moreover, this incident had caused a detriment to his cultivation. Investigate at once. Discover what transpired within the Southern Wilderness Domain and the Xiantian sect. As soon as Xuanhu Shengzi's words fell, a shadow flickered behind him and vanished in an instant. Indeed, those who emerged alive from ancient secret realms are often laden with treasures. In a life-and-death secret realm, Yi Xian reflected, having rummaged through the corpse of Hua Yuntian. Just the rare herbs capable of refining 5th-grade elixirs that he found on this individual amounted to hundreds of specimens. It is worth noting that 5th-grade elixirs are sufficient for martial sect-level experts to forcibly break through their own barriers, making them exceedingly rare even among the top sects in the Southern Wilderness Domain, like Xiantian sect. If such elixirs were to be presented outside, they would be fought over fiercely by martial artists in the Southern Wilderness. That it is not an exaggeration to say that if someone were to brandish a 5th-grade elixir before the Emperor of the Jiang Kingdom, requesting a princess for a little entertainment, the Emperor would likely comply without hesitation. After all, the allure of a 5th-grade elixir that could enhance a master is tremendously powerful for a mortal emperor. Though these exquisite herbs have yet to be refined into elixirs and are not as precious as 5th-grade elixirs, their value remains immeasurable. Xiantian sect possesses a specialized alchemy hall where the finest alchemists in the Southern Wilderness gather. Given Yi Xian's current status within Xiantian sect, a mere request would suffice for someone to refine these spiritual herbs into elixirs. In addition to the precious herbs for 5th-grade elixirs, Yi Xian also uncovered dozens of herbs capable of refining 6th-grade elixirs from Hua Yuntian's remains. 6th-grade elixirs would make even martial kings envious that in the present state of Xiantian sect, only elders possess the capability to refine 6th-grade elixirs, and the success rate for producing such elixirs is significantly lower than that of 5th-grade elixirs. Even the elders of Xiantian sect find it exceedingly challenging to refine them. As for 7th-grade elixirs, such treasures that could catalyze a transformation in a martial emperor would likely require a quest into the Central Wilderness Spirit Domain to procure. To be honest, had it not been for Hua Yuntian's vehement hatred toward Yi Xian might have hesitated to strike down this walking treasury. If only he could nurture him and receive more treasures in return. If the now-deceased Hua Yuntian were aware of Yi Xian's true thoughts, he might very well rise from the dead in fury, intent on throttling Yi Xian. Brother, this item appears to be quite delectable. At that moment, the little black creature behind Yi Xian suddenly pointed toward the 7-colored halo encircling the divine monument. Are you serious? Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback at the sight of the drooling little black creature. Could a stone tablet be edible? However, after a brief moment of bewilderment, Yi Xian's expression shifted dramatically. Did this creature mean to consume the divine monument, or rather, the ancestral masters of Xiantian sect contained within it? As if sensing the ravenous gaze emanating from the little black creature, the seven-color divine monument at the peak of the sacred mountain trembled violently, as if stricken with fear, outside the secret realm. Observing the divine monument's violent tremors, the Xiantian sect leader and the elders wore expressions of utter bewilderment. The events that had transpired between Yi Xian and Hua Yuntian were concealed by the illusions of the floating light, rendering them unable to discern the specific details. They could only vaguely perceive that Hua Yuntian had vented his anger on Yi Xian due to the mysterious disappearance of several inheritances. At a critical moment, however, he had inadvertently blown his own head off due to the backlash of a secret treasure. How could a renowned six-star martial king, the strongest direct disciple of Xiantian's sect in a century, end up self-destructing? Just what kind of absurdity was this? Before they could fully process the bizarre scene, the seven-color divine monument atop the sacred mountain trembled again. What on earth was happening? Was it possible that Hua Yuntian's demise was not due to the backlash of his secret treasure, but rather the wrath of the divine monument? At that moment, one elder from Xiantian's sect suddenly seemed to grasp something. Yes. The backlash of the treasure could only result in a significant drop in cultivation and meridian rupturing. How could it cause his head to explode completely? So, Hua Yuntian must have provoked the monument's ire, leading to his bizarre demise within the secret realm. Gasping at this realization, the elders of Xiantian's sect could not help but draw in a sharp breath. They had witnessed Hua Yuntian at the foot of the sacred mountain, using the mysterious artifact to counteract the rules of the secret realm. Thus, it seemed reasonable that the monument's fury followed. However, the Xiantian sect leader gazed at the now lifeless Hua Yuntian atop the sacred mountain, a flicker of unreality glimmering in his eyes. The overwhelming sense of loss that came from putting everything on the line only to gain nothing filled his heart. Look, what is that? At that moment, another gasp arose from the crowd. Everyone turned to see a seven-color divine light erupting from the monument within the secret realm. The next moment, Yi Xian vanished into the monument. The ancestral master has manifested. After a brief shock, the elders of Xiantian's sect began to exclaim in awe. The ancestral master they spoke of was not the likes of the Jin Jianzun or Long Yanzushi, but rather the founding ancestor of Xiantian's sect, Sun Lan Zushi. This esteemed figure was a direct descendant of the 32nd generation of Xiantian divine path leaders, although few in the southern wilderness spoke of this today. The detailed records of Xiantian sect's ancestors contained references to this matter. Long ago, Sun Lan Zushi had a contentious dispute regarding the next successor of Xiantian divine path, and in a fit of anger, he ventured into the southern wilderness, founding Xiantian sect. Although Sun Lan Zushi had lost in the power struggle of the divine lineage, his prowess was unparalleled within the southern wilderness. The Xiantian sect he established has stood for tens of thousands of years, remaining a dominant force in the southern wilderness to this day. The divine monument upon the sacred mountain was crafted by Sun Lan Zushi himself before his ascension, and only by his summons could one enter the world within the monument. At this moment, as they watched Yi Xian disappear into the monument, the Xiantian sect leader and the gathered elders felt as though they had just experienced a cataclysmic earthquake, that Yi Xian had actually garnered the favor of Sun Lan Zushi. In an instant, the sound of gasps echoed throughout the crowd. By the decree of the sect leader, henceforth, Yi Xian shall be our Xiantian sect's young sect master. To behold him is to behold me. The words of the Xiantian sect leader resonated like thunder from the heavens, crashing into the ears of the assembly. What? The life and death trial has yet to conclude, and the sect leader has already publicly appointed Yi Xian as our young sect master? The supporters of Hua Yuntian, upon hearing this decree, trembled in fear, their faces pale. Who could have foreseen that Hua Yuntian, the greatest dark horse of this life and death trial, would meet an untimely end? Damn it. Hua Yuntian truly was a calamity. Even in death, he dragged us down with him. Why couldn't he have perished within the ancient secret realm instead of emerging to bring us misfortune? Though Yi Xian had occupied a vast amount of cultivation resources within Xiantian sect over the years, had they not tolerated it for all this time? Life is but a fleeting moment. Could they not endure a little longer? At this very moment, the formidable Hua Yuntian emerged, his strength overwhelming, eclipsing the likes of Xiao Man and Jiang Qing, thereby bolstering the confidence of his supporters at this juncture. Witnessing the triumphant expressions of Yi Xian supporters, who seemed poised to settle scores, those who had previously looked down upon him were filled with deep regret. The earlier proponent of Hua Yuntian, Brother Chun, found himself the target of collective ire. Had it not been for his extravagant praise of Hua Yuntian, they would not have found themselves at odds with Yi Xian. Faced with this unforeseen predicament, Brother Chun was left speechless, unable to voice his grievances. Damn it, it was you who insisted on inquiring about Hua Yuntian, and I merely responded. How was I to know this scoundrel had been absent for over a century, only to return and meet his demise at the hands of a secret treasure? However, the most profound realization struck the elders of the Xintiangong. It was none other than the sect leader who had initially championed Hua Yuntian's ascent within the Xuantiangong. And now, it was he who declared Yi Xian as the new junior sect leader. The stark contrast between these two events, occurring within the span of a single incense stick's burning time, was indeed a matter of great lamentation. Yet, to the Xuantiangong leader, this was merely another high-stakes gamble. Hua Yuntian had perished within the secret realm, becoming a relic of the past, while Yi Xian emerged as the one who would ascend to the position of junior sect leader. As for Hua Yuntian, who would remember the name of a dead man? Not only him, but even the other two 9-star martial sovereigns, Xiao Man and Jiang Qing, now held far less significance in the eyes of the Xuantiangong leader than Yi Xian. Although the struggle for supremacy within the realm of life and death had yet to reach its conclusion, the leader of the Xuantiangong had already recognized Yi Xian as the indisputable victor. Within the realm of life and death, amidst the divine monument, Yi Xian felt a surge of 7-color divine light enveloping him, and he was soon transported to a vibrant and mysterious space. Were these the ancestors of the Xuantiangong? As he surveyed his surroundings, Yi Xian found himself surrounded by shadowy figures infused with ancient and profound energy. Among them stood the Golden Sword Sovereign and the Dragon Cloud Ancestor, both prominent figures of the past. However, Yi Xian's gaze ultimately settled upon a man clad in white at the center, for this individual was none other than the founding ancestor of the Xuantiangong. Sun Lan Ancestor. At this moment, Sun Lan Ancestor's eyes were fixed intently upon Yi Xian. Oh, you wish to accept my legacy? What? Accept my legacy? Indeed, at this revelation, Yi Xian felt his mind explode with disbelief. The figure before him was the founding ancestor of the Xuantiangong, a veritable titan whose presence loomed over the entirety of the southern wilderness. He had founded the Xuantiangong, which remained the foremost sect in the southern wilderness to this day. A true hegemon of the region. Yet now, this legendary figure stood before Yi Xian, offering to bestow upon him his legacy. But why did the ancestor's gaze as he offered this inheritance appear somewhat flustered? Sun Lan Ancestor was, undoubtedly, in a state of panic. Not only was he flustered, but the Golden Sword Sovereign and Dragon Cloud Ancestor behind him were equally agitated. The small, dark-haired girl outside had been watching them with keen interest. Were it not for the protection of the divine monument, they feared that she might have lunged forward to devour them whole. Without becoming a true deity, one ultimately remains mere dust. Not even a peak demigod like Sun Lan Ancestor can escape the fate of demise. The purpose of creating this divine monument was not only to leave a legacy for future generations, but also to preserve a fragment of his divine consciousness within the stone, allowing him to linger in the world. Little did he expect that this slight remnant of existence would one day serve as sustenance for another. Ahem. That girl outside seems quite obedient to you. After I bestow upon you my legacy, could you kindly ask her to stop staring at the divine monument? Her gaze is quite unsettling. Sun Lan Ancestor's face flushed with embarrassment, as if he were speaking to a superior rather than a junior disciple. Behind him, the Dragon Cloud Ancestor and the Golden Sword Sovereign were equally drenched in cold sweat, their eyes pleadingly fixed upon Yi Xian. At that moment, Yi Xian could not help but feel a surge of emotion. It was all his fault for having always considered himself a paragon of respect and reverence for his elders. Faced with such earnest requests from these venerable ancestors, he found it difficult to refuse. Very well then, esteemed ancestors, please hand over all your ancient secrets to me. Chapter 33. The Island Secrets and Earth-Level Treasures. Sun Lan Ancestor. Golden Sword Sovereign. Dragon Cloud Ancestor. Esteemed ancestors, surely you do not wish for the divine monument to be consumed by that little dark creature outside. do you? Yi Xian addressed the bewildered ancestors of the Zhenyan Gong, his tone imbued with a hint of audacity. The direct disciple of the Zhenyan Gong was threatening the ancestral figures of the sect in the very heart of the realm of life and death. If word of this were spread, no one would dare believe it. Yet, this improbable scene unfolded with genuine emotion before Sun Lan ancestor and the others. Truth be told, I do have a slight acquaintance with that little dark creature. But we are neither master and servant, nor lovers, not even blood siblings. She has been fixated on this divine monument for quite some time, that if I tell her not to eat, do you think she will simply comply? On what grounds? Just because she calls me brother? In a fantastical world, the law of the jungle prevails. Although Yi Xian shared a bond of sentiment with the Zhenyan Gong, when faced with interests, the sect leader and his elders had abandoned him for Hua Yintian. From a moment they allowed Hua Yintian, their disciple from a century ago, to enter the realm of life and death, Yi Xian's standing in their eyes had begun to waver. Now, with the little dark creature eyeing the divine monument hungrily, Yi Xian had no intention of holding back, seizing this opportunity to leverage the sect for his own gain. Sun Lan ancestor and the other ancestral figures clearly recognized Yi Xian's intentions. However, they were powerless to resist. As unique spiritual entities, they could only survive within the distinct laws of the realm of life and death. Even if Yi Xian were to allow the little dark creature to consume them right then and there, they would be unable to intervene. Were they to wait until after their demise to seek revenge in the dream realm? Realizing this, Sun Lan ancestor and the others cast a glance at the little dark girl outside, whose dark and sinister demeanor was palpable. Given her gluttonous nature, if she were truly to devour them, there would be no chance for even a dream to materialize. Ahem, your name is Yi Xian, correct? Excellent, you truly are a person of remarkable talent and bearing. We, the ancestors, wholeheartedly agree with your proposal. After all, inanimate objects are lifeless, while human lives are precious that we have long since passed from this world. And these numerous secrets and legacies are of no use to us. You, on the other hand, possess divine bones and are a person of heavenly enlightenment. Transferring our treasures and legacies into your hands would prevent our precious gems from collecting dust and would allow the Zhenyan Gong to flourish. Sun Lan ancestor spoke eloquently, but to Yi Xian's ears, it resonated with a singular sentiment: fear of death. Esteemed ancestors, I truly harbor no intentions of threatening you. I am not well acquainted with the little dark creature. Please do not misunderstand, nor should you feel compelled. Not compelled at all, not in the slightest. This is a matter of righteous discourse. Sun Lan ancestor puffed out his chest, his face betraying no hint of reluctance or discomfort. Very well, Yi Xian nodded gently. In that case, I humbly request that you bestow upon me your legacy. Even Zhao Kuangyin, donning the imperial yellow robe, would still offer some words of modesty, a time traveler. How could Yi Xian allow the wisdom of his ancestors to gather dust in this foreign realm? Ahem, as the founding ancestor of the Zhenyan Gong, matters of inheritance should indeed be left to me. As the creator of the divine steel, Sun Lan Zushi is not only the architect of this realm of life and death, but also the dominant force within its spiritual world. Only he possesses the authority to disregard the rules of this life and death secret realm, forging a unique path for Yi Xian that seamlessly integrates multiple lineages. Subsequently, I shall utilize the ancient secret tome I have cultivated as a vessel to establish a space capable of accommodating numerous imprints of secret lineage inheritances, inscribing them within your spiritual realm. The secret tome I have mastered constitutes only half of a terrestrial-grade scripture. With your current cultivation, comprehending its depths will likely prove challenging. Remember, until you reach the martial king realm, do not engage in reckless practice. Even among the ancient secret tomes, distinctions exist in hierarchy. For instance, the revered Jinjian Zun and Longyan Zushi both practice the lowest tier, the yellow-grade scriptures, within the Xintian divine path. Only a select few unparalleled prodigies within this path can attain the higher tier, the mysterious grade scriptures. Although Sun Lan Zushi speaks of a terrestrial grade scripture that is merely half complete, its value far surpasses that of yellow grade scriptures. And even a complete mysterious grade scripture cannot compare. The entire inheritance process took but a brief moment, Akin to the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Yi Xian felt the imprint coalesce from the terrestrial-grade scripture. A radiant emblem exuding seven-colored light gently descended into his spiritual realm, prompting him to swiftly focus his mind. Following Sun Lan Zhuxi's guidance, he endeavored to explore the ancient secret tome within the imprint. Indeed, as Sun Lan Zhuxi stated, he could peruse the other yellow-grade scriptures freely. However, upon approaching the half-terrestrial-grade scripture, a wave of dizziness would wash over him. It appears that understanding the contents of this terrestrial-grade scripture must await his ascension to the martial king realm. Nevertheless, Yi Xian was not in haste. Within his reward space lay two fruits of the great Tao. Should he allow his divine bone to undergo a further transformation, leveraging its formidable power, Yi Xian would be confident in making a decisive leap into the martial king realm. A martial king with 40% activation of the divine bone's characteristics. Such a talent would indeed be considered extraordinary within the Xiantian divine path. Contemplating this, Yi Xian again turned his gaze towards the esteemed ancestors. Esteemed ancestors, I have another query. Your question is one we cannot answer. Yi Xian? He had yet to pose his inquiry, and Sun Lan Zhuxi had already preemptively silenced him. This was rather lacking in sincerity. I assure you I am not deceiving you. Observing Yi Xian's expression of bewilderment, Sun Lan Zhuxi hastily clarified. The little girl is indeed a manifestation of the Black Star, yet we too are perplexed as to why she appears in this realm of life and death. Previously, relying on the protection of the divine steel, the Black Star never set foot on the divine mountain, and the ancestors enshrined within the steel coexisted with her in peace. However, just moments ago, the gaze of the little black girl directed at the divine steel instilled within them a profound sense of threat. Realizing that Yi Xian had inadvertently pierced through this veil of secrecy, Sun Lan Zhuxi decided to divulge all he knew regarding the Black Star. It turns out that the little black girl emerged a millennium ago, and at that time, the Black Star had yet to take form. Even Sun Lan Zhuxi learned of the righteous and demonic war, as well as the sealing talismans, from the descendants of the fallen ancestors of the Xiantian sect. The multitude of ancestors within the divine steel expressed immense confusion regarding the sudden appearance of this Black Star within the secret realm. Yet they were powerless to extricate her from this place. Thus, does this imply that even your personal intervention would be futile? It is not merely impossible. It is utterly unattainable. Sun Lan Zhuxi's words were direct. Evoking a sense of melancholy, he had crafted the secret realm with his own hands, refined the divine mountain, and forged the divine steel. He ought to be the absolute sovereign of this world. Yet, the emergence of the little black girl had shattered this order, leading him to be brazenly extorted by his unfilial disciple. The thought of this left Sun Lan Zhuxi feeling quite dejected. However, now there was another soul burdened by melancholy. Why Yi Xian initially believed he had gained an immensely powerful ally, only to discover that this ally could not be brought along. Truly vexing. Chapter 34. I have read little. Do not deceive me. As Yi Xian sat brooding in discontent, Sun Lan Zhuxi suddenly spoke again. While I cannot extricate her, you can? Yi Xian? What kind of absurdity is this? The ancestors of the Xiantian sect could not manage to remove the little black girl. How could a newly appointed 9-star martial disciple like me possibly succeed? Ancestor, I have read little. Do not deceive me. Do I appear to be deceiving you? Sun Lan Zhuxi was thoroughly exasperated. This marked the second time today he had faced Yi Xian's skepticism. Had it been any other time, a disciple of the Xiantian sect would have been expelled from the secret realm for such audacity. Yet, Yi Xian was different. They awaited his salvation in the blink of an eye. The little black girl outside the divine steel had already begun to engage with it. You bear great fortune. You are the chosen one. Sun Lan Zhuxi, pushed to his limits by Yi Xian, uttered these words which resonated in Yi Xian's ears like thunder from the heavens. How did Sun Lan Zhuxi discern the great fortune within me? Just as Yi Xian's astonishment deepened, Sun Lan Zhuxi spoke again. The individual you contended with on the divine mountain possessed a true divine treasure. The soul pearl, yet was still bested by you. That is a treasure refined by true gods. This clearly indicates that your fortune is extraordinary. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of understanding flickered in Yi Xian's eyes. It turned out that the great fortune Sun Lan Zushi referred to was not merely the Tao fortune within his being, but rather a matter of luck. To label it as luck would not be entirely accurate. The concept of fortune has a long-standing history. Since ancient times, it has been passed down that, in summary, it is an enigmatic and profound phenomenon. Just as Yi Xian's emotions began to settle, Sun Lan Zushi made another astonishing proclamation. A great calamity is imminent in the 6 domains of Tianhuang. Only those of great fortune may endure that. In you, I perceive a glimmer of hope. Disciple is dull-witted and unaware of the great calamity you just mentioned. What is it? The great calamity, like fortune, has been rumored since ancient times throughout the 6 domains of Tianhuang. Since the inception of the 6 domains, this world has endured several great calamities. Each time, the mountains and rivers were turned upside down and blood flowed like rivers. Even those divine paths and holy teachings that have stood for hundreds of thousands of years cannot escape the shattering of their altars and the demise of their traditions during a great calamity. Nonetheless, when it comes to the most terrifying of all historical calamities, none surpasses the divine fall calamity of ancient times. It is said that in ancient days, the 6 domains of Tianhuang were rife with the vestiges of true gods, particularly in the upper star domain, where countless formidable deities existed. These deities, bearing the heavenly mandate in their mouths, could alter the course of rivers and shift mountains with a mere word. Yet, even the mightiest of deities, immortal and ageless, could not escape demise during a great calamity. Even the upper star domain, once transcending all desolate realms, mysteriously vanished. Such events, even in the present middle desolate spiritual domains, holy teachings, and divine paths, are merely whispered remnants of legend. Why did the true gods suddenly fall? Why did the upper star domain disappear? The secrets remain unknown to this day. However, within the ancient ruins discovered in later generations, remnants of true gods who perished suddenly during that period were occasionally unearthed. The conditions of these true gods' deaths were extraordinarily tragic, as if they had endured a harrowing battle. What exactly transpired? I cannot say for certain, but according to the information I gleaned from the Xiantian divine path, this impending calamity is unlike any before, seemingly connected to the long-lost upper star domain from the ancient era. Connected to the upper star domain, Yi Xian's heart jolted in shock that he had traversed this world for a full 18 years. As a candidate for the vice master of the Xiantian sect, he had access to numerous secrets. Yet the great calamity related to the upper star domain that Sun Lan Zushi just mentioned was something he had only heard for the first time today. It is entirely normal not to be aware of the existence of the great calamity. Do not think it strange. Not only you, but even within the current 4 desolate realms, few are privy to this knowledge. Only the true high-ranking officials and decision-makers of the holy teachings and divine paths within the middle desolate spiritual domain are aware that the 6 domains of Tianhuang are on the brink of a great calamity. Over these many years, Sun Lan Zushi had contemplated revealing this information to the sect master and elders of the Xiantian sect. However, the impending calamity is beyond their capacity to halt. Informing them would only add to their troubles. Then why share this with me? Yi Xian was acutely aware of his status as merely a 9-star martial disciple, that a problem that the sect master and the prominent figures of the Xiantian sect could not resolve. Sun Lan Zushi was willing to discuss with him. Yi Xian is far from naive enough to believe that what Master Sun Lan said about him being favored due to his profound luck is anything but nonsense. I once encountered an ancient scroll within the Xiantian divine path, a relic that has been passed down since antiquity. Although it is damaged, fragments of vague information can still be pieced together. Before the disappearance of the celestial star domain, the true gods once united to seal away a certain object. While this master does not know what that object is, I suspect that when Master Sun Lan mentioned this, his gaze unconsciously drifted towards the monument outside. The implication from the master was likely about the little black creature, wasn't it? Yi Xian paused momentarily. Master Sun Lan neither confirmed nor denied this. The origin of this black star is shrouded in mystery. It has instigated countless slaughters in the 4 great wastelands and the central wasteland spirit domain. Your ability to gain the acknowledgement of the black star is your fortune, and also that of our entire Xiantian sect. I hope that when the great calamity descends in the future, You will remember this bond of incense our Xiantian sect has shown you and extend your hand to help, so that our sect's lineage does not perish in the calamity. Thus, it would not be in vain for me to impart all I have to you today. Master Sun Lan willingly accepted Yi Xian's implicit threat, not only because of the little black creature, but also due to Yi Xian himself. You possess divine bones. Your talent is not trivial, and some of the methods displayed during the inheritance contest were beyond my comprehension, reminding me of many legendary figures from ancient times. They too, much like you, bore enigmas and rose amidst the chaos of a great calamity. Just as Master Sun Lan was fervently extolling Yi Xian's virtues, his face suddenly twitched. Could you kindly relay to that girl not to gnaw on my divine monument anymore? At last, we return to the main topic. Although Master Sun Lan and the others vaguely mentioned the concept of a great calamity earlier, Yi Xian did not take the matter of the calamity to heart. In his perspective, such calamities typically occurred over spans of millions of years. It seemed improbable that he would encounter such misfortune at this juncture. Even if, for argument's sake, a great calamity truly were to befall the 6 domains of heaven, he still had his little wife and a golden finger, didn't he? Given his little wife's current fondness for him, Yi Xian felt secure in his position. And no matter how formidable the calamity, could it possibly overshadow the protagonist's halo? At this moment, Yi Xian felt akin to a mere ornament of his little wife. Yes, the kind that hangs from one's body. Please, esteemed masters, allow me to leave the divine monument. Before Yi Xian could finish his sentence, a cascade of colorful divine light enveloped him. In the next instant, he found himself outside the divine monument, his speed comparable to that of a 5G video stream. Why the rush to expel me? However, upon gazing at the divine monument outside, which was covered in bite marks from the little black creature, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. After all, he was a disciple of the Xiantian sect. In front of so many masters, the little black creature showed no regard for decency at all. If this girl were to be allowed to continue her antics, it would not be long before Yi Xian was branded the most notorious disciple for disrespecting his own masters in the history of the Xiantian sect. It was clear that the masters were not merely urging him to leave. They were practically sending him out to rescue them. Little black creature, you cannot eat this. Yi Xian's voice was resolute. Yet, the little black creature responded, but, brother, I am very hungry. With drool dripping down, her expression filled with hesitation. She had never ascended the divine mountain before, thinking it was merely a pile of stones, dull and uninteresting. However, just a moment ago, upon seeing the colorful, shimmering divine monument at the mountain's peak, she was utterly captivated by the scent emanating from it. This moment, the little black creature resembled a gluttonous kitten, caught in a dilemma between the divine monument and Yi Xian. Ultimately, Yi Xian's significance in her heart outweighed that of the divine monument. Soon, the little black creature approached Yi Xian with a pitiful expression, and with a resigned sigh, he took out a fruit of the Tao from his reward space. Here, eat this. Wow. Thank you, brother. The little black creature, who had just moments ago appeared so forlorn, instantly brightened with excitement. Although Master Sun Lan had been unclear about the nature of the great calamity affecting the 6 great wastelands, he was certain that the little black creature might be the key to it. Aware of the little black creature's importance, Yi Xian naturally wished to treat her well as for the divine monument. Now covered in bite marks? My apologies, esteemed masters. I did my best. Speaking of which, Yi Xian had unexpectedly encountered a delightful surprise within the divine monument. Chapter 35. Sweating profusely. So terrifying it turned out that the entity emanating from Huayintian was somehow related to the underworld sacred church of the central wasteland spirit domain. Master Sun Lan, being well-versed and a direct descendant of the Xiantian divine path, would surely possess insights into the esoteric knowledge surrounding the emergence of Hua Yuntian's mysterious soul body. That why Yi Xian was keen to consult these knowledgeable elders to avoid falling prey to any bizarre schemes. According to Master Sun Lan, there was a familiar aura emanating from that soul body. Although he could not ascertain what the soul body was, he was certain that its essence was tied to the underworld sacred canon of the underworld sacred church. The underworld sacred church is a formidable force within the central wasteland spirit domain. its overall strength comparable to that of the Divine Beast Mountain and the Xiantian Divine Path. Both are influential entities in the Central Wasteland Spirit domain. Albeit operating within different spheres of influence, Yi Xian was also puzzled as to how Hua Yuntian, a direct disciple of the Xiantian sect, could be connected to the underworld's sacred church. Moreover, judging by Master Sun Lan's demeanor, the underworld's sacred canon was not something any ordinary member of the underworld's sacred church could touch. Even those who prided themselves on being prodigies would find it exceedingly difficult to cultivate from this supreme scripture. It seemed he would need to pay closer attention to the developments surrounding the underworld's sacred church. With that thought in mind, Yi Xian cast another glance at the now-cold corpse of Hua Yuntian on the ground, and with the little black creature in tow, prepared to descend the mountain. Meanwhile, Xiao Man and Jiang Qing, having endured numerous trials, finally reached the foot of the Divine Mountain. The Inheritance Divine Mountain. We have finally arrived. Just as the two were filled with excitement and anticipation, gazing towards the summit, their expressions suddenly froze in disbelief. Why Yi Xian? How could it be him? Staring at Yi Xian, who was descending the mountain, Xiao Man and Jiang Qing were left dumbfounded. They had expected to encounter Hua Yuntian here, yet the first person they saw was Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian approached the foot of the mountain with a relaxed demeanor. As the saying goes, descending the mountain is easier than ascending it. Without the oppressive force of the Divine Mountain, Yi Xian felt increasingly light on his feet. Could it be that he had already received the inheritance? After a brief moment of astonishment, Xiao Man and Jiang Qing were startled by the thoughts racing through their minds. This waste, how could it be possible? They had traversed countless obstacles and faced immense hardships to arrive at the foot of the Divine Mountain. Yet Yi Xian had seemingly obtained the inheritance. The resentment within Xiao Man and Jiang Qing was palpable. Just then, as Yi Xian descended from the mountain, he glanced at Xiao Man and Jiang Qing at the foot. Who among you is acquainted with Hua Yuntian? When the two remained silent, Yi Xian continued. He is up there, playing with a secret treasure, and ended up losing his head. Why don't you go up and retrieve his body for a proper burial? After all, we are fellow disciples. It would be respectful to give him a dignified send-off. Upon hearing this, Xiao Man and Jiang Qing's minds exploded with disbelief. What? Hua Yuntian is dead. What kind of international joke is this? That individual had previously single-handedly overpowered both Xiao Man and Jiang Qing while they were at the perimeter of the secret realm. His strength was such that it instilled fear in them. Moreover, Yi Xian's statement seemed highly dubious. All martial artists know that one cannot simply PL though both individuals harbored deep-seated resentment within. At that moment, Yi Xian had already seized the opportunity to obtain the inheritance. Xiao Man and Jiang Qing, unwilling to squander any more time, swiftly ascended the stone steps leading to the Divine Mountain. Both were proud and ambitious souls. Having fallen behind Yi Xian in their pursuit of the mountain, they were determined to surpass him in the quest for the inheritance. Braving the mountain's oppressive aura, they encountered several inheritances along the way, yet they resolutely refused to accept any, their minds fixed solely on reaching the pinnacle for the ultimate inheritance. Observing the unwavering determination of the two as they ascended, Yi Xian, who had already descended, shook his head. The strongest inheritance atop the mountain had long been plundered due to his actions, leaving nothing for them to gain even if they reached the summit. What use would it be? Let these two fools climb, he thought to himself. After enduring wave after wave of pressure from the Divine Mountain, Xiao Man and Jiang Qing finally reached the peak. Drenched in sweat, even Xiao Man, with her formidable ancient body, appeared breathless. After much toil, they had finally made it. However, at the moment they gazed toward the ultimate inheritance at the summit, their expressions froze in disbelief. What was happening? Was this truly the highest inheritance of the Xiantian sect? Before them stood a battered stone monument. The issue lies in the fact that the person standing before him is Yi Xian, the individual recently favored by the esteemed ancestor Sun Lan of the Xiantian sect, having emerged from the perilous realm of life and death. Throughout the annals of Xiantian sect's history, no one has ever received the legacy of this revered ancestor. The mere fact that Yi Xian has garnered the admiration of Sun Lan marks him as the chosen one of Xiantian sect. Should the sect dare utter even a half-hearted word against Yi Xian, it would be tantamount to challenging the authority of the ancestor himself. Although he holds the esteemed title of sect master, there remain numerous ancient figures within the sect who have yet to attain eternal rest. These venerable beings are destined to enter the secret realm and return to the divine monument. Ahem. Reflecting upon this, the sect master of Xiantian coughed lightly. Could it be that Yi Xian intends to gift this item to his betrothed? Indeed, it is she. Upon Yi Xian's affirmation, a spark of brilliance flickered in the sect master's eyes. It is truly her. In the span of over half a month, news of Tantai Mingyue's restoration of her cultivation, along with her acceptance into the prestigious Starry Academy, has spread throughout the entire southern wilderness. Starry Academy is considered a significant force within the southern wilderness. A once helpless girl from a small city in the Jiang Kingdom has, in the blink of an eye, become a direct disciple of one of the three great mentors of Starry Academy. This event has stirred considerable ripples within the southern wilderness. The fact that this young woman could enter Starry Academy somewhat aligns with Yi Xian's status. However, why is Starry Academy so eager to recruit Tantai Mingyue? The complexities of this matter are all too clear to the sect master of Xiantian. They seek to leverage the engagement with Yi Xian to forge a connection with the Xiantian divine path. As a premier force in the central wilderness spirit domain, the Xiantian divine path has branches sprawling across the four great wildernesses, despite the fact that the founding ancestor of Xiantian sect, Sun Lan, was once a direct descendant of this divine lineage. Yet, this bloodline has faded over the course of tens of thousands of years, coupled with Xiantian sect's prolonged absence of disciples progressing into the depths of the Xiantian divine path. The ties of kinship have inevitably begun to wane. Xiantian sect hasn't even had the chance to savor the warmth of success, yet Starry Academy is already seeking to reap the benefits. Naturally, the sect master is displeased. However, observing Yi Xian's attitude towards his betrothed, he refrains from voicing too many objections. Sigh. I hope that upon entering the Xiantian divine path, Yi Xian will truly comprehend that matters of love are but a trifling path. The cultivation of oneself and ascending to the rank of true deity is the supreme path for us martial artists. Yet, at this moment, the contemplative sect master remains unaware that Yi Xian's pursuit is not of trivial romance. For him, the golden key, the path of destiny, and his beloved wife constitute his supreme path. Chapter 37. A Heart's Secret. Courageously venturing into the starry realm, Yi Xian's position as the young sect master was attained without dispute. Even the likes of Jiang Qing and Xiao Man, who emerged from the secret realm thereafter, dared not utter a single word against it. Both were vexed, having toiled to ascend the peak of the divine mountain, calling out to the divine tablet until their heads ached. Alas, they beheld not even a fragment of the legacy. Reluctantly, they returned to the mountainside to comprehend the teachings, each acquiring a semblance of the sect's legacy akin to that of the Rolling Thunder ancestor. Had it been any other time, their pride would have compelled them to vow silently to surpass Yi Xian upon their return. However, after witnessing the headless body of Hua Yuntian atop the divine mountain, they found themselves devoid of any desire to contest with Yi Xian. He is the one chosen by the gods. This journey into the central wilderness spirit domain and his advancement within the Xiantian divine path will undoubtedly elevate his prowess. Upon their exit, Xiao Man and Jiang Qing learned that Yi Xian had obtained the most formidable legacy atop the divine mountain, the very inheritance passed down by ancestor Sun Lan. The mere thought of this prompted a wave of despondency within them. What of the innate sword body? What of the ancient body of the wilderness? In the face of ancestor Sun Lan's supreme legacy, those are but trifles. During this period, an amusing incident transpired. The supporters of Hua Yuntian, witnessing his demise and facing the predatory gazes of Yi Xian's followers, sought refuge with Jiang Qing and Xiao Man. However, Jiang Qing and Xiao Man were no fools. Would they be jesting? Hua Yuntian had perished atop the divine mountain. They had no intention of becoming the next Hua Yuntian. Get lost, Xiao Man barked. Did you not hear? I said get lost. Those were reprimanded by Xiao Man, and Jiang Qing dared not protest openly, but cursed them like dogs behind their backs. A direct disciple, you say? Yi Xian merely had good fortune, coincidentally encountering the backlash of Hua Yuntian's treasure. He is not truly formidable. They lack even the courage to confront Yi Xian. With such cowardice, They deserve to miss out on the strongest legacy atop the mountain. Yet, even if they were berated, it was far better than being a dead dog. Now, Xiaoman and Jiangqing harbored but a single thought: to expedite Yi Xian's advancement into the Xintian divine path. Lest they find themselves utterly squeezed out of existence within Xintian sect, Yi Xian smoothly secured the position of young sect master within the realm of life and death. This news quickly traversed the expanse of the southern wilderness. The first to receive it was the Yi clan. To relay this news to the Yi clan at the earliest opportunity, Yishu tirelessly activated the Xintian communication talisman gifted by Yi Xian, exhausting himself to the point of collapse. Haha, my son possesses the demeanor of a true deity. Upon receiving the news, Yi Guanhai's joy was so profound that his mouth twisted in delight. The Grand Elder and numerous elders of the Yi clan, amidst their astonishment, secretly rejoiced for having placed their bets wisely. Yi Xian is indeed the pride of our Yi clan. With this successful advancement into the Xintian divine path, his future achievements are boundless. Heaven bless our clan. Heaven bless our clan. Within the Starry Academy, gazing at the letter delivered by Yi Xian, Tantai Mingyue's beautiful eyes sparkled with spring-like radiance. She never anticipated that so many events would unfold around him during this journey into the perilous realm. Yi Xian was the designated heir to the young sect master of Xintian sect. Who could have foreseen that at the critical moment of his entry into the secret realm, two long-absent direct disciples would return in succession? Even more unexpectedly, the powerful martial king Hua Yuntian, missing for a century, had made an appearance. Upon recalling this, Tantai Mingyue had genuinely felt a pang of anxiety for Yi Xian. Fortunately, fortune favors the virtuous. Naturally, Yi Xian would not disclose in his letter to Tantai Mingyue that it was he who had brought about Hua Yuntian's demise. He had painstakingly established a positive image in her heart, and he would not allow it to be tarnished by Hua Yuntian's shadow. Do you truly believe such childish tales? A dignified six-star martial king falling victim to a treasure's backlash. It is far more likely that your betrothed concealed the truth within his letter. In my opinion, that six-star martial king of Xintian sect most likely met his end at his hands. The mysterious woman within the ring snorted coldly, believing her young disciple to be rather naive. Though Yi Xian currently appeared to treat her well, the mysterious woman decided to caution her disciple against emotional turmoil to prevent her from suffering heartache. However, after receiving more than half a month of love letters and sweet words from Yi Xian, Tantai Mingyue's heart had already plunged into the fervor of youthful infatuation. How could she possibly heed even a whisper of advice, even if the one offering counsel was her most revered master? Tantai Mingyue remained steadfast in her unwavering belief in Yi Xian's character. What is this? At that moment, a beautifully crafted circular hook-shaped jewel, formed by 9 crescent moons, slipped from the envelope and into Tantai Mingyue's hands. This was indeed a valuable item. Unlike the previous cheap trinkets that were merely for display, it contained a grand formation, capable of both offense and defense. She should hastily drip her blood to recognize the item as hers and test its power. Hearing the mysterious woman's urging from within the ring, Tantai Mingyue felt a warmth blossom in her heart. Yi Xian had just emerged from the perilous realm, and this treasure was likely acquired through arduous trials. To think you would send it to her without pause? Master, do you intend to return to him? I merely feel that he requires it more than I do. Is it not you who requires him more? Upon hearing the mysterious woman's words, Tantai Mingyue's face flushed a deep crimson. Master, please, do not jest with me. Gazing at the current state of her young disciple, the mysterious woman felt a profound sense of exhaustion. She had devoted herself entirely to her disciple, yet the latter's heart had long been ensnared. Alas, it seemed that their affairs were no longer her concern. However, since he had gifted you these treasures, it is evident that he possesses an abundance of riches. If you insist on returning them, would that not be a disservice to his goodwill? Although the mysterious woman was convinced that Hua Yuntian had perished at the hands of Yi Xian, she chose to turn a blind eye to his deceit in light of the precious gifts Yi Xian had bestowed upon her disciple. Nevertheless, could it truly be that Yi Xian, at the martial sect level, was capable of vanquishing a 6-star martial king? It appeared that I had previously underestimated him, As she watched, the mysterious woman within the ring suddenly lost contact again. Dantai Mingyue glanced at the 9 Xianhook jade in her hand, hesitating for a moment before resolutely pledging her allegiance to it with her blood. Her master was correct. Should she recklessly return the items gifted by Yi Xian, it might inadvertently lead to misunderstandings. If he were to believe she was dissatisfied with his offerings, that would be most unfortunate. Although Dantai Mingyue had yet to meet Yi Xian in person, his name had already become an indispensable part of her life. Fortunately, the mysterious woman had severed all ties with the outside world. Otherwise, should she learn of Dantai Mingyue's interpretation of her earlier words, one could only imagine the fury that would ensue. How could a mere treasure so easily capture her heart? After recognizing the treasure, Dantai Mingyue's gaze grew ever more resolute. She cast a glance toward the distant tower, the Star God Tower. This edifice was left behind by the founder of the Star Academy. It is said that the founder, once an obscure wanderer in the southern wilderness, had fortuitously received guidance from a powerful figure in the central wilderness, leading to the establishment of the vast Star Academy. After transcending to the divine realm, the founder bequeathed that individual's legacy within the Star God Tower, proclaiming that anyone below the Martial King level who could breach the 9th floor of the tower would have the opportunity to gain the inheritance within. Anyone below the Martial King level entering this tower would be transformed into a 9-star Martial Master. During her half-month at the Star Academy, Dantai Mingyue's strength had surged, bringing her to the brink of becoming an 8-star Martial Master. Even her nominal mentor, Fan Tian, was astonished by her terrifying pace of cultivation. Who could have imagined that Dantai Mingyue, once deemed a waste just half a month ago, could leap across 2 realms of martial prowess in such a short time? If she continued at this rate, it would not be long before she broke through to the great Martial Master level and entered the ranks of the Martial Sect. That why Yi Xian had successfully traversed the life and death secret realm, achieving the strength of a 9-star Martial Sect, while my own 7-star Martial Master strength still felt distant in comparison. Contemplating this, Dantai Mingyue's gaze toward the Star God Tower grew increasingly resolute. Yi Xian, I shall certainly catch up to your footsteps. Chapter 38. Great Fortune. The goddess's pride Chu. Upon sensing the rising affection of his beloved wife, Yi Xian suddenly sneezed. Could it be that she missed him so dearly that a spiritual connection had formed? This thought briefly flitted through his mind before being cast aside, for in that fleeting moment, the fortune within the golden sphere began to surge dramatically. It seemed that gifting the 9 Xianhook jade to his beloved was indeed a wise decision. A sense of pride swelled within him. His success in the life-and-death secret realm of the Xiantian sect was significantly bolstered by the aid of his golden finger's 10 consecutive draws. With a flicker of light and a flying dragon probing the clouds, Yi Xian had become an extraordinary presence within the realm. Moreover, he had gained the formidable hidden strength of Xiao Haiba. In this moment, he found himself eagerly anticipating what other surprises his golden finger might bestow. After a brief moment of exhilaration, Yi Xian began to focus his mind. The swiftly increasing strength within the secret realm needed to be solidified. Although he had the golden finger's assistance, he could not neglect his own cultivation. Just as Yi Xian concentrated on stabilizing his power and awaited his breakthrough, the Xiantian sect's forbidden area on the back mountain was stirring. The sect master approached a closed stone door with measured steps. Ancestor, Yi Xian has succeeded the position of a young sect master and will soon embark on the journey to the Xiantian divine path. The sect master stood before the stone door with utmost reverence, his demeanor a far cry from the imposing presence he typically exuded as the sect leader. Good. In the next moment, an overwhelming pressure emanated from behind the stone door, bearing down upon the sect master. Even with his 8-star martial emperor strength, he could not help but feel a shift in his expression. The sacred realm had not yet appeared, yet the martial emperor was the monarch of martial arts. Behind this stone door resided one of the few surviving beings of the sacred realm within the Xiantian sect. That it was precisely due to the presence of these ancient beings that the Xiantian sect had remained unyielding in the southern wilderness for millennia. This child has acquired the inheritance of ancestor Xuanlan within the secret realm, demonstrating his profound fortune. The Xiantian sect must do everything in its power to assist him in ascending the Xiantian divine path. As you command, upon hearing the voice from behind the stone door, the sect master bowed deeply. In truth, Even the sect master had not anticipated that Yi Xian's acceptance of ancestor Xuanlan's inheritance would awaken these ancient beings who had slumbered for millennia in the forbidden area. However, could our Xintian sect truly give rise to such a prodigious talent endowed with great fortune? It is indeed a tremendous blessing for our sect. At this moment, the sect master, filled with secret joy, had completely forgotten who Hua Yuntian was. Such is the nature of the world of martial artists. One moment, they're the darlings of the crowd. The next, they may be trampled by their rivals. The names of the defeated are forever forgotten. The title of strong belongs solely to those who emerge victorious in the central wilderness, atop the sacred mountain of the Xintian Divine Path's headquarters. A breathtakingly beautiful woman, ethereal as if descended from the heavens, stood barefoot upon the clouds, surrounded by divine radiance. Even the laws of the world seemed to solidify at her fingertips. Her gaze was solemn, devoid of emotion, yet her cold, alluring eyes evoked an instinctive reverence, compelling one to kneel before her. She was none other than Xiao, the contemporary goddess of the Xiantian Divine Path. Just at that moment, a flash of spiritual light darted before Goddess Xiao's. She gazed at the light that fell in her hands. The timeless coldness in her eyes finally wavered, revealing a hint of emotional turbulence. Yi Xian's smooth succession to the position of the young sect master was truly delightful. As the goddess of the Xiantian Divine Path, Xiao had already attained sacred realm cultivation at a young age. Her divine physique had transformed to a terrifying extent, reaching 95% of its potential. Even in the presence of demigods, she would remain undefeated. The entire Xiantian Divine Path regarded her as the most likely candidate to ascend to true divinity in nearly 10,000 years. However, hidden within Xiao was a secret unknown even to the leader of the Xiantian Divine Path. She was not a reincarnation of a deity, but was born with extraordinary gifts, possessing mystical eyes capable of glimpsing the future. At critical junctures in her life, she could always pierce through the fog and seize her opportunities. Yet months prior, while seeking her own path to ascend to true divinity, an inexplicable event occurred. Who would have thought that the illustrious goddess of the Xiantian Divine Path would be the first to perish in the great calamity, and in such a laughable manner, despite countless attempts to employ her mystical eyes? The outcomes remained unchanged. Initially, she was on the verge of giving up. However, during her final attempt to gaze into the future, she unexpectedly discovered a glimmer of hope. The one who triggered this turning point was none other than Yi Xian. In order to avert her own impending doom in the calamity, Goddess Xiao, undeterred by her divine status, issued a divine edict. She commanded the branches of the Xiantian Divine Path, scattered across the 4 great wildernesses, to select prodigies and bring them to the Xiantian Divine Path for further training. This decision was known only to a select few within the Xiantian Divine Path's upper echelons, although they were unaware of the true purpose behind the goddess's summons of these prodigies. They could not help but feel intrigue. However, as a celestial maiden of the Xiantian Divine Path, possessing an unparalleled status and strength comparable to that of a Tao Lord, the words of the divine maiden Xiao are akin to a divine decree descending from the heavens for them. Xiao intended to quietly bring Yi Xian, the one destined to alter fate, to her side in this manner. To that end, she even dispatched individuals to gather information. Currently, within the Xiantian sect, Yi Xian stands alone as the only direct disciple of the sect. Yet, she could never have anticipated that, just as the trial of life and death approached, the other 2 direct disciples of the Xiantian sect, including a 6-star martial king who had been missing for a century, would suddenly return. Although I can foresee the future, I can only glimpse fragmented scenes. Had Xiao known that such events would transpire along the way, she might have already brandished her sword and personally descended upon the southern wilderness to eliminate those hindrances to her destiny. Fortunately, Yi Xian's formidable strength has restored matters to their original course. Nonetheless, even so, Xiao cannot swallow this grievance. Transmit my divine command. From this day forth, all branches of the Xiantian Divine Path, scattered across the 4 great wildernesses, shall no longer qualify to become direct disciples, except for the chosen prodigies who are selected to enter our Xiantian Divine Path, commanded by the Divine Maiden. As soon as Xiao's divine decree was issued, The entire Xiantian divine path erupted in fervor. Truly, she is the divine maiden of our Xiantian divine path. The prodigy selected from various branches were once the cherished disciples of their respective sects, fortunate to be chosen by the divine path. And thus, they have received a measure of the divine maiden's favor. With her lofty pride, how could she allow those who have failed to stand on equal footing with her own disciples? This embodies the arrogance of our Xiantian divine path, the pride of the divine maiden. Chapter 39. Encountering Water Retrograde, the treasure lord in the 6th grade cave of the Xiantian sect. Jiang Qing and Xiao Man wore expressions of deep frustration. They simply could not fathom the situation. Having abandoned any thoughts of competing with Yi Xian, they were solely focused on surviving within the sect. Yet at such a critical juncture, the Xiantian divine path had issued a divine decree. Their identities as direct disciples have been stripped away, relegating them to the status of mere inner disciples, with even their cultivation resources plummeting. The Xiantian sect was no longer a welcoming place. Jiang Qing and Xiao Man felt as though they were being maliciously targeted, yet they could not ascertain who was behind it, in stark contrast to the disheartened Jiang Qing, who felt as if he was enduring a water retrograde. Xiao Man and Yi Xian enjoyed a period of unparalleled comfort in their cultivation. He relished the spiritual pills crafted day and night by the alchemy hall while absorbing the nourishing essence of the earth within the Xian Shaoyang cave, steadily enhancing his own strength. Thanks to the sect masters and the ancestors' attitudes, the alchemy hall dared not delay in providing Yi Xian with spiritual pills daily. Even the alchemists were divided into 2 shifts, working tirelessly around the clock for him. Yi Xian harbored no significant aversion to consuming pills. Utilizing rare materials to nourish oneself is an indispensable aspect of a martial artist's cultivation. Only those impoverished souls who cannot afford pills would lament that cultivation must rely solely on oneself. Akin to a beggar who cannot afford meat, deceiving themselves into believing that meat is sour, foul, and unhealthy in excess. Indeed, being a villain is far more enjoyable than the arduous journey of a lowly protagonist battling monsters to level up. Of course, this is contingent upon the villain not being vanquished by the protagonist's halo. However, judging by Dan Tai Mingyue's current fondness for Yi Xian, it remains uncertain who will ultimately prevail. Brother, do you still have those fruits you gave me last time? At that moment, a crisp voice rang in Yi Xian's ears. Glancing at the seemingly insatiable Xiao Haiba beside him, he felt a sudden headache. The various spiritual pills delivered by the alchemy hall had barely been consumed by Yi Xian himself. The rest had all been devoured by Xiao Haiba, who was nothing short of a culinary black hole. The key was that the delicacies in her eyes were all rare treasures in the eyes of martial artists. Xiao Haiba possessed formidable strength, but her gluttonous tendencies were equally formidable. If you keep eating like this, all the treasures I've scavenged from Huayanshan will be devoured by you, Yi Xian said with a rueful smile. What? That fool's treasures are so few. Staring at the pensive Xiao Haiba, Yi Xian was momentarily at a loss for words. Huayanshan was the most powerful direct disciple of the Xiantian sect a century ago. Having been trapped in an ancient secret realm for 100 years, amassing countless treasures that were far beyond what ordinary martial kings could compare to. And yet, Xiao Haiba deemed them insufficient. Brother, how about we catch another fool and give him a beating? Glancing at the clever expression on Xiao Haiba's face, Yi Xian couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Do you think there are countless treasure-bearing fools like Huayanshan lying around? Silly girl, there aren't that many fools for you to catch. Yi Xian gently patted Xiao Haiba's head. Look, there's one right here. Just as Xiao Haiba finished speaking, she reached out into the void. With a resounding thud, a shadow materialized before Yi Xian. Yi Xian? What is happening? Yi Xian was utterly bewildered. However, the shadow before him appeared even more confused. He was a shadow guard from the Yuming sacred cult, serving beside the holy son of Xuanu. The greatest advantage of a shadow guard lay in their possession of the Xianming supreme treasure, which concealed their movements, combined with their unparalleled techniques for masking their presence. Even in the presence of a saint, they might not be discovered as he traversed from the central wilderness spirit domain. Even the protective formation of the Xiantian sect was rendered ineffective against him. What was the deal with this little girl in a belly band who had plucked him from the void? Since the Xian Shaoyang cave was Yi Xian's private domain, Outsiders had no right to enter without his permission. Thus, Yi Xian didn't need to conceal Xiao Haiba's presence, which allowed the shadow guard to catch sight of her. At that moment, as their eyes met, Xiao Haiba wore a proud expression, while both Yi Xian and the shadow guard appeared utterly astonished. Why Yi Xian's astonishment stemmed from the shadow guard that Xiao Haiba had pulled from the void, while the shadow guard's surprise was due to Xiao Haiba's terrifying strength. When had such a creature emerged in the southern wilderness? Before the shadow guard could fully comprehend the situation, Yi Xian, having regained his composure, pointed at him. Xiao Haiba, give him a beating until he can no longer take care of himself. Although Yi Xian was unaware of the shadow guard's identity, the ominous energy radiating from him was unmistakably malevolent. All right, brother. Upon hearing Yi Xian's command, Xiao Haiba's face lit up with excitement. Ever since leaving the life and death secret realm, she had not had the opportunity to strike anything that could move as Xiao Haiba approached with an unfriendly demeanor. The shadow guard's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly activated his secret technique, Tianyu Ghost Escape, Underworld Instant Body. The secret technique he was employing was a top-tier technique from the Yuming sacred cult, designed to traverse thousands of miles in an instant. Even within a restrictive formation, it could allow one to break free and appear at any desired location 1,000 miles away, though this little girl possessed terrifying strength. Capturing him beneath the Yuming sacred cult's top-tier technique would not be an easy feat. The shadow guard was filled with confidence. However, his confidence soon froze on his face. What is going on? The technique has been activated, yet I remain in place? Looking at the little black shadow approaching him with a ghostly smile, the shadow guard trembled all over. Don't come any closer. Tianyu, Ghost Escape. Underworld Instant Body. Again, defiant, the shadow guard attempted his secret technique once more. Flick, 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 flick. Damn it. Why is my secret technique malfunctioning? The shadow guard felt as if he might cry from frustration that a technique that had always worked flawlessly now seemed to fail him at every turn. The key was, as he watched Xiao Haiba draw ever closer, an unprecedented wave of terror surged within him. This technique is ineffective. At this moment, the lightly mocking and crisp voice of Xiao Hong echoed in the ears of the shadow guard like a demon emerging from the depths of a dark abyss. His face turned pale in an instant. Before the shadow guard could react further, Xiao Hong's delicate little fist had already struck his chest. In that instant, the shadow guard felt as if a massive mountain had crushed him. All the talismans and protective treasures he possessed simultaneously exploded, reducing to mere powder. The shadow guard soared through the air, leaving a brilliant trail of blood, and crashed heavily onto the floor of the 8 Xian Shaoyang cave. Had it not been for Yi Xian's prior command to spare the shadow guard's life, Xiao Hong's punch would have surely claimed it. There was something unsettlingly familiar about the aura emanating from this girl. It felt almost reminiscent. Wait, could it be? Are you from the Underworld Sacred Sect? The shadow guard's expression changed drastically upon having his identity exposed by Yi Xian. However, his reaction only served to further confirm Yi Xian's suspicions. Indeed, he hailed from the Underworld Sacred Sect, likely due to Huayanshan. With this thought, Yi Xian's gaze gradually took on a peculiar intensity, especially as Yi Xian glanced at the various treasures that had erupted from the shadow guard's body after Xiao Hong's punch. A radiant smile began to blossom on his face. Just as one fortune-bringing child had departed, another treasure-laden young lord appeared. Huayanshan, you truly are my fortuitous star. Chapter 40. The Strong's Restriction, Erasing the Corpse Brother. We can't extract anything from him. Should we just kill him? Within the 8 Xian Shaoyang cave, Xiao Hong, having pummeled the shadow guard from the Underworld Sacred Sect for some time, looked up at Yi Xian with a hint of boredom. Her tone was so casual, it seemed as though she held not a person, but merely a stray animal in her grasp. Xiao Hong, you misunderstand. It's not that he refuses to speak. Rather, he is utterly incapable of doing so. A restriction set by a powerful being within him prevents him from revealing any critical information. Upon hearing Yi Xian's explanation, the shadow guard, already battered and on the verge of death, managed to nod feebly, his eyes reflecting gratitude as if thanking Yi Xian for providing an explanation. Yet the very next moment, the dispassionate voice of Yi Xian rang out again. Search him for treasures, then find a secluded place to dispose of him. The shadow guard. What the hell? You just said I was placed under a restriction and can't answer your question. At least make an attempt to lift the restriction, would you? Unfortunately, his shattered vocal cord allowed him only to emit weak sounds without the capacity to defend himself. Yi Xian paid him no mind. Since useful information could not be obtained, what purpose did he serve? Was he to return to the underworld's sacred sect to report good news? Rest assured, brother, I will definitely throw him far away. After searching for treasures, Yi Xian placed an illusionary spell of floating light and mirage upon Xiaohong. Following this, she carried the barely conscious Shadow Guard and vanished within the confines of Yi Xian's Xian Xiaoyang cave. Although no information was extracted, a considerable amount of treasures was indeed discovered. The severely beaten Shadow Guard was a half-step martial sovereign. While he lacked soul, orbs, and other extraordinary treasures, he possessed a fair share of valuable items. At the very least, Xiaohong would not require Yi Xian's assistance for her spiritual medicine supplies in the near future. The relationship between Huayanshan and the underworld sacred sect was evidently significant. Mere moments after his demise, the sect had already dispatched individuals to investigate. Was he perhaps the illegitimate child of a major figure within the underworld sacred sect? Though Yi Xian could not extract any useful information from the Shadow Guard, the series of events connected together led to a clearer understanding that it seemed imperative for him to make a breakthrough and swiftly enter the Xintian divine path. While the Xintian sect was a dominant force in the southern wilderness, it paled in comparison to the likes of the underworld sacred sect. However, the Xintian divine path was a different matter altogether. Among the central realm's influential entities, none would fear the others. Entering the Xintian divine path would mean becoming one of its own. Who could dare bully a member of the underworld sacred sect then? Xiaohong's speed in burying bodies was impressively swift. Within the span of a single tea's brewing time, she returned. The outside world had proven too dull, lacking the comforting scent that emanated from her brother. Xiaohong was growing increasingly attached to Yi Xian, finding it hard to be apart from him. Is the matter resolved? Resolved. Where did you bury him? At the back mountain. Yi Xian? The back mountain of Xintian sect? That was the sacred ground where the ancestors had meditated and passed away. Was I not clear in instructing you to dispose of him farther away? Is the back mountain not far enough? Gazing at the innocent expression on Xiaohong's face, Yi Xian felt a wave of frustration. He had overestimated her comprehension skills. It appeared that matters of killing and burying bodies should not be entrusted to her in the future. Within the forbidden stone chamber at the back mountain of the Xintian sect, an elderly figure with white hair stared at the corpse that had appeared out of thin air before him. Plunged into deep contemplation, how had a body materialized beside him in the blink of an eye? Fortunately, there was no one around. Otherwise, one might mistakenly think he had peculiar preferences after steadied his thoughts. The old figure drew closer to the corpse, surrounded by an aura of darkness, unlike the cultivation methods of the southern wilderness. Could it be from the central realm? The black-clad Shadow Guard had recently perished, with the residual energy of a half-step martial sovereign still lingering about, and the techniques he practiced were faintly perceptible. This technique was exceedingly strange, yet profoundly intricate, seemingly more sophisticated than those practiced within the Xintian sect. It appeared this individual did not have an ordinary background. He must have hailed from a sacred ground or divine path. In that moment of realization, the old figure felt a wave of despair wash over him. In the central realm, it was rare to find a sacred ground with such sinister cultivation techniques. The only one that came to mind was the underworld's sacred sect. Damn it, how did someone from the underworld's sacred sect end up dead in my meditation chamber? The old figure clutched his hair in frustration, nearly pulling it out. If it had been any other divine path or sacred ground, he could have overlooked it. Yet, it just had to be the underworld sacred sect. While the underworld sacred sect may not surpass the Xintian divine path or other top-tier powers in strength, when it came to nefarious tactics, they were second to none. The old man, though a powerful figure who had long entered the saint realm in the southern wilderness, was merely seen as a slightly larger ant in the eyes of the divine paths and sacred grounds of the central realm, given the underworld sacred sect's notorious penchant for vengeance. If this matter became known, even if the Xintian sect was a branch of the Xintian divine path in the southern wilderness, it would not escape the underworld sacred sect's wrath. What to do? What to do? Who was the scoundrel that had the audacity to kill a member of the underworld sacred sect and leave the body in my abode? At that moment, the terrified old figure could no longer afford to ponder who was framing him. The underworld sacred sect had countless methods, and if there were any remnants of secretive techniques on the corpse, they could easily trace him back to in an instant. For words flashed through the old figure's mind: destroy the corpse and erase all traces. This matter must remain a secret from the underworld sacred sect, so it must be executed thoroughly and cleanly. In the blink of an eye, 3 different colored flames surged within the old man's palm. The body, soul, and aura, everything that could be traced, must be eliminated. Not even a single hair must remain in this world. As the 3 colored flames ignited the Shadow Guard's corpse, the entire body was enveloped in a blazing lotus of fire. To ensure that nothing was overlooked after incinerating the body, soul, and aura, the old figure cast a dozen different great prohibitions around the perimeter. Soul destruction secret technique, disintegration secret technique, spirit suppression secret technique, erasure secret technique, great fate destruction technique. A series of secret techniques designed to obliterate traces of one's movements were hurled towards the ancient monster's grasp with reckless abandon, as if they cost nothing. Over 100 such techniques were unleashed. Yet the ancient creature remained unsettled. Subsequently, it repeated the previous steps meticulously, executing the process a dozen times over, until not a shred of information regarding the Shadow Guards could be found within the cavern. Only then did the ancient monster begin to feel at ease. Having gone to such lengths, surely no one would discover anything now. The ancient creature, still somewhat shaken, gazed at the spot where the body had vanished. Skepticism etched across its face as it spoke. Chapter 41. The Fate of Destiny. The Saint Realm takes action in the central wilderness spirit domain, within the infernal sacred sect. A crack echoed through the air. Xuan Hussein's son, deep in meditation, suddenly opened his eyes, fixing them on the shattered soul plate of the Shadow Guard opposite him, disbelief flickering in his gaze. Shadow Guard, dead? The Shadow Guards, personally nurtured by the infernal sacred sect, possessed strength comparable to that of a half-step martial emperor. Coupled with the sect's unique techniques and treasures, even a Saint Realm expert might struggle to discern their whereabouts. Over the years, it was the first time a Shadow Guard from the infernal sacred sect had been slain in the 4 great wild domains. Even Xuan Hussein's son momentarily failed to comprehend the gravity of the situation. After a brief daze, an overwhelming fury surged within him. Could it be that Yi Xian again, as a superpower within the central wilderness spirit domain? The Xiantian Divine Path's recent decree to conduct a selection of prodigies among the branches in the 4 wild domains had already drawn considerable attention from various martial factions in the central wilderness spirit domain. As a significant branch of the Xiantian Divine Path in the southern wilderness, the circumstances surrounding the Xiantian sect had been relayed to the central wilderness spirit domain days prior. However, Xuan Hussein's son had always doubted that Huayanshan, as his avatar, would engage in such foolishness as to expose a secret treasure. Thus, he awaited the results of the Shadow Guard's covert investigation. Yet, who would have thought that at such a critical juncture, a Shadow Guard would perish in the southern wilderness? Xuan Hussein's son's expression darkened ominously. First, an avatar of his had inexplicably perished in the life and death secret realm. Now, he had lost a Shadow Guard of half-step martial emperor rank. If he tolerated this, how would the infernal sacred sect continue to survive in the central wilderness spirit domain? In that case, let me utilize the eyes of the Shadow Guard to thoroughly examine what powers Yi Xian possesses that could lead to the downfall of my Shadow Guard. As soon as he uttered those words, Xuan Hussein's son began to invoke a secret technique. As the technique unfolded, his eyes shimmered with a dark glow, a supreme secret art of the infernal sacred sect that allowed one to seek the truth through the eyes of the deceased. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed, and Xuan Hussein's son felt an intense, searing heat rush towards him. Who dares to scorch the eyes of this saint? Amid the burning pain, the dark glow in Xuan Hussein's son's eyes rapidly dissipated, replaced by a slight redness and swelling to in light of Yi Xian's current state. Once the divine bone undergoes its metamorphosis, his cultivation will instantaneously shatter the confines of the martial sovereign realm. Ascending to the level of martial king As soon as Yi Xian attains the status of Martial King, he will gain access to half of the Earth Tier's secret repository of Master Sun Lan. At that juncture, my strength will inevitably reach new heights. During this period, aside from consolidating his cultivation, Yi Xian has also gleaned insights from the Golden Sword Path of the Golden Sword Sovereign and the Red Dragon Spear Intent of Master Long Yan. Both of these paths have emerged from the transformation of Yellow Tier's secret repositories. Their potency is certainly not inferior to the esoteric techniques he previously practiced within the Xintian sect for martial artists. The path of cultivation is inherently a defiance of the heavens. The more life-preserving methods one possesses, the greater the chance of survival when faced with future crises. Whether Earth Tier or Yellow Tier, in Yi Xian's view, any secret repository capable of vanquishing an enemy at a crucial moment is a valuable asset. If utilized appropriately, Master Sun Lan's half-Earth Tier secret repository, with its ability to condense the Yellow Tier repositories, could become a formidable weapon for Yi Xian in future confrontations. However, before advancing to Martial King, it would be prudent to indulge in a round of 10 consecutive draws for good fortune. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian slowly opened the lottery interface within the Golden Orb. Even while in seclusion, he never forgets to write daily letters to his beloved wife. Over time, through repeated efforts to enhance her affection, the fortune within the Golden Orb has skyrocketed to a staggering 700 points. Additionally, there is the suppressed Old Hai, whom Yi Xian had previously subdued with the Golden Orb. Speaking of Old Hai, upon exiting the Death and Life Secret Realm, the first task Yi Xian undertook upon returning to the Xian Shaoyang Cave was to extract information from him using the Golden Orb suppression. Unfortunately, he was merely an ordinary remnant soul of a saint that had perished thousands of years ago, completely unaware of the connection between Hua Yun Tian and the Netherworld Sacred Sect. Since no useful information could be gleaned, he would have to serve as nourishment for the spring soil. This solitary remnant soul of a saint yielded a remarkable 300 points of fortune. This is significantly greater than the amount Yi Xian extracted when refining the remnant thoughts of Master Huiyun. This is understandable, as Master Huiyun was merely a trace of lingering thought left in the world, while Old Hai is a soul body, albeit a remnant soul, but still far superior to mere thoughts. It is no wonder that Hua Yun Tian regarded him as a reliance within the Death and Life Secret Realm. Soon, Yi Xian cast aside thoughts of Hua Yun Tian and Old Hai. He gently moved the pointer on the Golden Orb. As the pointer began to spin rapidly, a new round of 10 consecutive draws officially commenced. While Yi Xian's gaze followed the swiftly rotating pointer, and gradually, the lottery pointer began to decelerate, a flicker of anticipation igniting in his eyes. Finally, as the lottery pointer settled, a diamond treasure box and 9 golden treasure boxes materialized before Yi Xian. Just like the previous draws in the Death and Life Secret Realm, the 9 golden treasure boxes opened first. 3 fruits of the Great Path, a momentary pill, and a drop of something that resembled blood emerged. Why Yi Xian was no stranger to the fruits of the Great Path and the momentary pill. However, his attention quickly fixated on the droplet of fresh blood. Divine blood? Consuming it could enhance physical strength and awaken divine bloodlines. At this moment, Yi Xian's heart ignited with fervor. This is indeed the blood of a true deity. At this instant, he could feel the rapid beating of his heart and the weight of his breath. The legends of true deities have existed since ancient times. The blood of a true deity is regarded as one of the most precious gifts to martial artists across the 6 domains of Tianhuan. In ancient times, the legacy of true deities spread throughout the 6 domains of Tianhuan, where martial artists have received the boon of divine blood, aiding them in their transformation, if the divine bone represents the legacy of true deities to their descendants. Then divine blood is a gift bestowed upon the fortunate. The two complement each other. While divine blood cannot facilitate the metamorphosis of the divine bone, it can cleanse the entire body, allowing martial artists to reach their physical peak. With the divine bone in his possession, Yi Xian has already surpassed any bottleneck in his cultivation. The power of the secret repositories, enhanced by divine might, would multiply exponentially if combined with divine blood. The only flaw of insufficient physical prowess would be entirely rectified at this moment, gazing at the droplet of divine blood floating in the reward space. The desire to absorb the divine blood eclipsed his impulse to consume the fruits of the great path to advance to Martial King. Advancing to Martial King could happen at any time, but the opportunity to absorb divine blood is not something one encounters casually. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Xian grasped the divine blood from the reward space. Holding it tightly in his palm, divine blood differs from pills and fruits of the great path. The energy contained is overwhelmingly powerful that it cannot be consumed directly. Hence, Yi Xian must refine and absorb it gradually, ensuring that the entire process is not rushed, that a moment's carelessness could result in the explosive release of the divine blood's energy, wreaking havoc on his meridians. Exercising utmost caution, he must prevent the energy from overflowing. Under the aegis of the divine bone's might, the power within the divine blood gradually dissolved in Yi Xian's palm, beginning to cleanse his meridians and flesh. The divine blood not only bestows strength, but also inflicts waves of intense pain. Under such excruciating stimuli, Yi Xian's flesh began to radiate a deep crimson hue, as if being boiled at high temperatures. The energy of the divine blood was indeed formidable. Even as a 9-star martial sovereign bearing the divine bone, he found it immensely challenging to endure. Fortunately, Yi Xian's 18 years of cultivation had subjected him to far greater pain and hardship. With his indomitable will as a martial artist, his body gradually adapted to the energy of the divine blood's cleansing. Nevertheless, the intense pain coursing through his body remained achingly real. The entire process lasted a full 2 days. Throughout this time, Yi Xian was wholly absorbed in the absorption of the divine blood's power, oblivious to everything happening in the outside world. Finally, as the last vestiges of divine blood energy surged into Yi Xian's body, a blood-red mark flickered at his brow before vanishing without a trace. What was that mark just now? Fully absorbing the divine blood, Yi Xian's eyes glimmered with a hint of confusion. He waved his hand slightly, and in an instant he felt the air around him vibrate in response. Realizing the formidable transformation of his physical form, Yi Xian felt exhilaration within, confident that even without utilizing any great path or secret repository, in a bare-handed confrontation with Xiao Man, he would undoubtedly emerge victorious. The power of divine blood was overwhelmingly potent, far beyond what Xiao Man's mere primal ancient body could withstand. That why Yi Xian cast another glance at his crystal-clear physique, enhanced by the cleansing of divine blood. If an ordinary martial artist attempted to absorb the power within this droplet of divine blood, it would likely take them months to refine it. However, Yi Xian is no ordinary individual. He is a person of divine awakening, having achieved 30% metamorphosis of the divine bone. This is akin to comparing containers. A barrel's capacity far exceeds that of a cup. Consequently, the absorption process is naturally expedited. After acclimating to his newly empowered and formidable physique, Yi Xian's gaze once again fell upon the diamond treasure box within the golden orb, which had yet to be opened. Due to Yi Xian's absorption of divine blood, the diamond treasure box had remained unopened, frozen in time within the golden orb. Now that he had successfully absorbed the divine blood's energy, the previously halted lottery phase of the golden orb was ready to resume. Yi Xian's gaze landed upon the diamond treasure box. A wondrous, ethereal light erupted from within. Initially taken aback by the contents emerging from the diamond treasure box, Yi Xian's momentary surprise was soon eclipsed by overwhelming shock and joy. Chapter 43. Comprehending the Divine Crystal. Visitors from the Spirit Domain. The so-called Comprehending Divine Crystal, as its name implies, enhances one's capacity for comprehension that it is neither a skill nor an ordinary treasure, but rather a state of being. Upon merging with the divine crystal, Yi Xian's speed of comprehension regarding various secret techniques and ancient repositories will soar to unprecedented heights. Even his grasp of the principles of the Great Path will reach a level of unfathomable terror. To illustrate, previously, when Yi Xian sought to comprehend the golden sword path of the golden sword sovereign or the red dragon spear intent of Master Long Yun, he had to engage in a slow, meditative process, consuming vast amounts of time and energy. However, after merging with the comprehending divine crystal, Yi Xian would be capable of simultaneously grasping multiple great paths and repositories. Not only that, but his comprehension speed would become extraordinarily terrifying. This is truly an existence that can be described as a cheat for comprehension. While secretly astonished, Yi Xian once again gazed towards the reward space, his eyes filled with an increasingly fervent desire for the insight crystal. Initially, he believed that obtaining a single drop of true divine blood was an extraordinary stroke of luck. Little did he anticipate that there was something even more fortunate awaiting him. The existence of the insight crystal was undoubtedly far more precious than that of the true divine blood. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Xian retrieved the insight crystal from the reward space and swiftly integrated it into his being. Unlike the cleansing sensation from the divine blood, the fusion with the insight crystal bore no pain whatsoever. Rather, it was quite pleasant. The feeling of complete relaxation was akin to having undergone a luxurious, top-tier Thai massage, just as Yi Xian was preparing to utilize the divine crystal to test the terrifying enhancement of his perception. The door of the 8 Xian Shaoyang cave suddenly trembled twice. "Brother, there are numerous glowing talismans outside, all obstructed by your barriers." Upon hearing Xiao Heiba's words, Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback. During the time he was merging with the divine blood, he had nearly completely shielded himself from all external perceptions, relying solely on Xiao Heiba to guard the 8 Xian Shaoyang cave. To ensure Xiao Heiba remained undisturbed and did not cause any trouble, he had previously prepared a plethora of freshly made 5th-grade spiritual pills as snacks. Observing Xiao Heiba, who was treating the spiritual pills like candies, Yi Xian quickly deactivated the barriers of the 8 Xian Shaoyang cave. As expected, the moment the barriers were lifted, a dozen golden transmission talismans pierced through the door and landed in Yi Xian's hands. "Is this a transmission from the sect leader?" Upon realizing this, Yi Xian was once again taken aback. The sect leader of the Xintian sect seldom sent transmissions to his disciples, especially at such a crucial moment when Yi Xian had declared his seclusion. Could it be that something significant had transpired within the Xintian sect? Filled with curiosity, Yi Xian swiftly opened the content of the transmission, and his expression immediately morphed into one of peculiarity. The emissaries from the Xintian divine path had arrived to welcome the prodigies of various sects into the central wilderness spiritual domain. It had only been a few days since Yi Xian left the life and death secret realm. Had the Xintian divine path sent someone so hastily? However, Yi Xian did not dwell on the matter. After all, with the emissaries from the Xintian divine path arriving, it would be somewhat inappropriate for him, as a young master of the Xintian sect, not to make an appearance. It seemed that his plans to consume the Tao fruit and undergo a transformation of his divine bone in order to break through to Martial King would have to be postponed. Just as Yi Xian was about to rise, he cast a lingering glance at Xiao Heiba, saying, "Behave and wait for my return," sensing that his previous words may not have instilled much restraint in Xiao Heiba. Yi Xian added, "When I return, I'll give you that fruit from last time." Yi Xian was quite generous this time, as he now possessed 4 Tao fruits in his reward space, including the one he had just obtained. He certainly would not be stingy with Xiao Heiba. Fruit? Sure enough, upon hearing Yi Xian mention the Tao fruits, Xiao Heiba's eyes lit up, and even the spiritual pills he was munching on lost their appeal. "Brother, rest assured, I won't step outside even a single step today." Observing Xiao Heiba's enthusiastic response, Yi Xian felt reassured and turned to leave the 8 Xian Shaoyang cave, in the Hall of Eternal Vitality of the Xintian sect. The sect leader appeared much like a subsidiary company manager awaiting a review from upper management. The Xintian divine path was the most prestigious superpower within the central wilderness spiritual domain. The Xintian sect had achieved such great renown in the southern wilderness domain not only due to the legacy of its ancestors, but also significantly due to its association with the Xintian divine path. Upon hearing the sect leader's words, the divine emissary wore an expressionless face and nodded slightly. Had it not been for the explicit instructions received prior to this journey, emphasizing that the Xintian divine path was to showcase its divine grace by selecting prodigies from the 4 great wildernesses among these branches, and that they must not be arrogant or tarnish the image of the divine path, he would not have waited 2 days in the small Xintian sect, although the Xintian sect was a top-tier sect in the southern wilderness domain. In the eyes of the Xintian divine path, it was merely a branch that had diverged thousands of years ago. The sect leader of the Xintian sect was also anxious that Yi Xian could have chosen to emerge from seclusion earlier or later. Yet he specifically opted to enter seclusion just as the emissary from the Xintian divine path arrived, For the past 2 days, he had been as restless as a cat on a hot tin roof, unable to find a moment of clarity. However, the divine emissary seemed to possess a rather good temperament, having waited 2 days without losing his temper. Just as the sect leader was lost in thought, Yi Xian's figure appeared at the entrance of the Hall of Eternal Vitality. Xianer, you have finally arrived. In an instant, the sect leader of the Xiantian sect looked as though he had found a savior. Quickly stepping forward to meet Yi Xian. Come quickly. Let us pay our respects to the divine emissary from the Xiantian divine path. You must be Yi Xian. The potential of your divine bone has reached 30%. Quite remarkable indeed that it was worth this emissary's 2-day wait for your seclusion. The divine emissary produced a mirror made of white jade and lightly reflected it upon Yi Xian. Immediately after, he nodded in satisfaction. The Central Wilderness spiritual domain has never lacked prodigies. Even among those who have awakened their divine potential, there are more than a dozen within the Xiantian divine path. However, someone as young as Yi Xian, who has already transformed to 30%, could be considered among the more potent bloodlines, even among those who have awakened their divine potential. If he were to be brought back to the divine path for further refinement, he would undoubtedly rise to prominence among the strong in the Central Wilderness spiritual domain in the future. With this thought, the divine emissary's previous frustration from waiting for 2 days dissipated, and his demeanor towards Yi Xian became noticeably more amiable. That I am here on a mission to escort you. That if there are no issues, let us proceed to the Central Wilderness spiritual domain. Yi Xian, gazing at the divine emissary, who had already begun setting up the formation for teleportation, Yi Xian was utterly bewildered. Wait, we're leaving just like that. At least ask if I need to prepare anything. It was common knowledge that the Xiantian divine path was selecting prodigies from the 4 great wildernesses to enter the Central Wilderness spiritual domain for further cultivation, that if one were unaware, they might think it was a father-in-law coming to claim his son-in-law. Ahem, Xianer, is there anything you still need to prepare? Fortunately, the sect leader of the Xiantian sect timely intervened. The divine emissary, who was activating the teleportation formation, finally realized the oversight. Indeed, I was too eager to return from my report and overlooked this matter. Very well. I shall grant you a stick of incense as time to gather your things, and then we will activate the teleportation array to return to the Xiantian divine path for my report. Although he was a divine emissary, he would not offend a future powerhouse bearing a divine bone over such trivialities. Thank you for your understanding, divine emissary. The sect leader of the Xiantian sect expressed gratitude while casting a knowing glance at Yi Xian. Yi Xian maintained a facade of politeness, but internally he was already cursing. Why didn't you say so earlier? Now that I'm here, I have to go back and pack. Although Yi Xian had spent many years in the Xiantian sect, he truly did not have much to pack. Most of his treasures were stored in his spatial ring. The only thing he needed to take was Xiao Ba. Soon, after tidying up in the 8 Xian Xiaoyang cave, Yi Xian donned Xiao Ba with a shimmering illusion and reappeared in the Hall of Eternal Vitality. Xianer, you must not tarnish the reputation of our Xiantian sect in this journey to the divine path. Before departing, the sect leader and the elders surrounded Yi Xian, earnestly imparting their guidance and bestowing upon him numerous valuable items. With these provisions, Xiao Ba's sustenance within the Xiantian divine path was assured. Since the sect leader and the others were so considerate, Yi Xian naturally assumed the role of a respectful junior, accepting their advice with heartfelt promises. All right, the teleportation array is about to be activated. As the divine emissary's words fell, Yi Xian felt a surge of brilliant light descend upon him, and in the next moment, he and Xiao Ba found themselves amidst a village where children were playing in the mud. Is this the Xiantian divine path? Yi Xian was filled with confusion as he turned to the divine emissary beside him. The divine emissary, at this moment, appeared utterly exhausted. Strange, I only brought one person. So why did my teleportation array consume so much energy? The further the distance and the greater the number of individuals being teleported, the more taxing it was on oneself. Of course, another possibility was that the fate of the person being teleported was particularly robust, making it difficult for the teleportation array to break through the confines of this realm. What kind of peculiar being was Yi Xian? After all, the divine bone has only been awakened to 30%. Yet the weight of destiny is so profound. The divine messenger stole a glance at Yi Xian, inwardly cursing that the divine envoy ill, gazing at the perspiring and slightly pale-faced divine messenger before him. Yi Xian blinked twice. No, no worries. I merely stopped to admire the splendid scenery here. Scenery? What the hell kind of scenery is this? As Yi Xian turned his gaze to the surrounding desolate landscape. The divine messenger swiftly pulled out 2 pills and swallowed them. Then, another burst of blinding light descended, as he watched the silhouette that suddenly appeared and vanished within the brilliant light. The stunned village child dropped the bamboo ball from his hands. Father, mother, sister, come quickly to see the celestial being. Chapter 44. Strength overcomes all, reluctant to be outdone finally. After being teleported numerous times along the way, the utterly exhausted divine messenger gazed at the resplendent Xiantian divine mountain before him. Enveloped in celestial clouds, feeling on the verge of tears. Damn it, was it just to fetch someone from the southern wilderness? Why does it feel like I'm carrying a mountain back? No, moving a mountain would be far easier. After several halts along the way, Yi Xian gradually realized that it was not the divine envoy Tixu coming to fetch him, but rather the weight of Xiao Haiba that was too great. Fortunately, his illusory light shadow could not even be seen through by true deities. Otherwise, Xiao Haiba would have truly been exposed this time. However, although Xiao Haiba remained concealed, the blame fell squarely on Yi Xian's shoulders. At this moment, the divine messenger's gaze toward Yi Xian held a hint of resentment, as if he were observing a monster. With such a formidable destiny, is this fellow truly a person of divine enlightenment, or a deity descended to the mortal realm? While inwardly cursing, the divine messenger, now devoid of strength to escort Yi Xian up the mountain, could only fabricate an excuse about touring the divine landscape. Leading Yi Xian slowly up the stone steps toward the foot of the mountain. Divine envoy, why don't we fly directly up? Once a martial artist breaks through to the void realm, great martial master, they can briefly hover in midair. For Yi Xian, a 9-star martial sovereign, flying is as simple as eating and drinking. In the realm of the divine, there exist celestial formations that prohibit easy flight. What would happen if we flew? Hearing Yi Xian's inquiry, the divine messenger paused in his steps. If you can fly, it indicates that you have reached the sacred realm. And what of sacred realm experts? Even if they fly upon the divine mountain, what of it? Understood. Yi Xian nodded lightly. Put it plainly, the Xiantian divine path remains a place where strength speaks volumes. What rules? What constraints? Such things are merely for the weak. As long as you possess sufficient strength, you can shatter all bonds. Soon, I will take you to your resting place. And when the candidates from the other 3 great wilderness domains arrive, the people from the Divine Path Hall will come to escort you for further studies. Divine Path Hall? Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback. This was evidently yet another new piece of knowledge. Fortunately, the divine messenger leading the way was not stingy with these foundational insights. The Divine Path Hall is the place where all the prodigies entering the divine path for further training undergo assessments. Only by passing the examination of the Divine Path Hall does one have the opportunity to become a true disciple of the divine path. The Xiantian divine path only accepts prodigies. This is the rule of the divine path. Suddenly, a vibrant crimson glow surged upward from the mountainside. In an instant, the entire divine mountain resonated with the cries of auspicious beasts, and divine light erupted all around. It seems that someone from the Xiangfeng Pavilion has broken through. The divine messenger looked up, observing the myriad crimson clouds gathering into a red fire phoenix above the mountainside. Could this be the bloodline of the Tianfeng? The Tianfeng, like the true dragon, is an ancient divine beast. Possessing the bloodline of the Tianfeng is of equal worth to someone like Yi Xian, who has divine enlightenment. Moreover, it could fully awaken into an ancient divine beast. Yi Xian had only read scant fragments of such things in ancient texts before, never imagining that one day he would witness such a scene firsthand. The Xiantian divine path, indeed, lives up to its reputation as a sacred place in the hearts of countless martial artists in the central wilderness. Just as Yi Xian was lost in his thoughts, another earth-shattering sword cry resonated, and in an instant, a multitude of swords bowed in submission across the divine mountain. Even the previously soaring red fire phoenix shadow seemed to be subtly suppressed by the sword shadows. Another sword body? Yi Xian was no stranger to sword bodies. Jiangqing within the Xintian sect was a naturally born sword body. However, the sword body before him was of an entirely different caliber. Compared to this figure, Jiangqing's sword body hardly merited the title. Merely a hint of sword intent caused his divine bone to stir restlessly within him. The divine messenger also gazed at the fierce competition unfolding in the sky. Filled with emotion, it appears that the recently awakened Tianfeng bloodline has disturbed the sword intent of that esteemed figure from the Mingjian pavilion. These prodigies are all stronger than mere mortals. Truly unwilling to fall behind, even slightly, the divine messenger spoke. He turned to look at Yi Xian. The two individuals you saw earlier are both prodigies of our divine path, having long since entered the martial emperor realm and received divine names. Divine names? Yi Xian felt increasingly overwhelmed by the unfamiliar knowledge. The Xintian sect divides the earth's veins into 9 grades, and in a similar vein, the Xintian divine path does as well in a sense. The layout of the Xintian sect's earth veins is deliberately mimicking that of the divine path. Master Xuanlan originally hailed from the Xintian divine path, so it is not surprising that the Xintian sect would imitate the earth vein layout of the divine path. The entire Xintian divine mountain is a vast spiritual vein of heaven and earth. The closer one is to the peak, the more complete the shared spiritual energy and principles of the great Tao become. Naturally, the prodigies residing in these areas possess greater strength. If one is an ordinary prodigy, the divine path will only allocate them a residence in the lower 3 tiers of the divine mountain for their cultivation. Only those prodigies whose strength is recognized by the divine path are qualified to enter the middle 3 tiers for training, and the divine path will bestow names upon their residences. The two individuals you just saw are examples of this. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback that T.O. possessed the Tianfeng bloodline and such a formidable sword body. They are merely prodigies of the middle 3 tiers. What about the upper 3 tiers? Only candidates for the various saints of the divine path are qualified to enter the upper 3 tiers for cultivation. Ordinary prodigies are unlikely to ever have the opportunity to set foot within. The divine messenger added, those 2 prodigies you just saw are currently the most likely candidates to break into the upper 3 tiers. With your divine bone, should you desire to enter the upper 3 tiers, you may well attempt it. Previously, the divine messenger did not believe that Yi Xian, a person of divine enlightenment with only 30% of his divine bone transformed, possessed the potential to challenge the upper 3 tiers. Individuals of divine enlightenment have existed since ancient times, yet the vast majority see their divine bones' potential vanish entirely after transforming to 40%. When the divine messenger first encountered Yi Xian at the Xintian sect, he merely regarded him as a standard of the middle 3 tiers. However, after witnessing the terrifying weight of destiny moments ago, the divine messenger now felt that Yi Xian could indeed aspire to the upper 3 tiers. His reluctance to state this with certainty stemmed from the understanding that those with greater destiny often face greater storms in the future, and the likelihood of premature demise would rise correspondingly. All right, this is where you will reside during your time in the divine path. The divine messenger indicated a courtyard in the lower 3 tiers across from Yi Xian. The courtyard is divided into 3 segments, each with 3 bamboo huts forming a concave shape, with a cultivated medicinal field in the center. Yi Xian's residence is in the middle segment, while the remaining 2 segments, which the divine messenger did not mention, could easily be inferred to be for visitors from the eastern, western, and northern wilderness branches. Thank you, envoy. Yi Xian politely expressed gratitude and prepared to head toward the bamboo hut. Just then, an unfriendly voice suddenly called out toward the bamboo hut. Who are you? Yi Xian tilted his head, glancing sideways at the speaker. From the eastern wilderness. Zhao family prodigy, Zhao Qua. Oh, I don't know you, Yi Xian nodded and turned to enter the bamboo hut. Zhao Qua. He is the pride of the eastern wilderness, an invincible family scion, an unparalleled prodigy. With a naturally born martial soul and an extraordinary perception, he inherited 3 yellow-grade secret texts from his ancestral family at the age of 17. Each of these texts has been comprehended to the highest level, earning him a formidable reputation in the eastern wilderness. Yet in Yi Xian's ears, he was met with nothing but 3 simple words. I don't know you. Ah, Yixian, you have truly provoked me today. Zhao Qua, who was intent on confronting Yixian, suddenly felt as though his head had collided with a city wall, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. Once he regained his senses, he discovered that Yixian had activated the prohibitions within the bamboo dwelling in order to ensure that the prodigies under its banner could cultivate without distraction. The Xiantian Divine Path had established specialized prohibitory formations in the residences of all its talented individuals. And this was no exception, even the lower 3 tiers. Damn it. I was too impulsive just now and forgot about the prohibitions. Zhao Kuo cursed under his breath. He then glared fiercely at Yixian's bamboo dwelling and vowed, Yixian, you better be ready. I refuse to believe you can hide in there forever. Throughout this entire episode, the Divine Envoy remained a mere bystander. The Xiantian Divine Path never forbade its prodigies from competing against one another. In fact, it often encouraged such rivalries. Only those who were truly strong deserved to be called prodigies. Just as the Divine Envoy was reflecting on this, a terrifying vortex suddenly swirled above them. Is this leading to the upper 3 tiers? The Divine Envoy's face was one of astonishment. Even Zhao Qua, who had been fuming moments before, was now deeply shaken by the fearsome vortex that had appeared overhead. Goodness, how powerful! At this very moment, within a secluded courtyard shrouded in clouds and mist on the upper 3 tiers of the Xiantian Sacred Mountain, a strikingly handsome young man with flowing silver hair was cultivating the dual concealed pathways of yin and yang within his body. These 2 pathways were complete Earth-tier secrets. Once fully merged, their power would rival that of the legendary Heaven-tier secrets. He was the very instigator of the vortex. With a resolute gaze, the silver-haired young man observed the gradual fusion of the yin and yang pathways at his chest. A faint smile gracing his lips. These yin and yang secrets were acquired by the Xiantian Divine Path 100,000 years ago in the ancient secret realm, a true legacy of the true gods. Their fusion represents the genuine Heaven-tier secrets. The Heaven-tier secrets, also known as the true god legacy, are the most treasured cultivation methods left behind by the ancient true gods, regrettably, in the past 100,000 years. No prodigy within the Xiantian Divine Path had succeeded in merging these 2, however, their inability to do so does not imply that I, Yu Changkong, cannot achieve it. As soon as he finished speaking, the young man's eyes suddenly flickered with a dark gleam. If a divine realm expert from the Xiantian Divine Path were present, they would immediately recognize this dark glow as the supreme technique of the Underworld Sacred Sect. The Underworld Sacred Canon. Indeed, the silver-haired young man before us is one of the avatars of the sacred son of Xuanyu, Jiuming Gate. However, at this moment, he was not known as Xuanyu, but as Yu Changkong. As one of the most sought-after candidates for the sacred son of the Xiantian Divine Path, Yu Changkong had not only merged the yin and yang secrets that had eluded others for 100,000 years, but had also stepped into the realm a 9-star martial sovereign at an early stage. Relying on the dual pathways of yin and yang and the true god legacy, his strength was not at all inferior to that of an ordinary sacred realm expert. If all goes well, once he fully merges the 2 secrets, he will become a true peak sacred realm powerhouse. To that point, upon merging with his main body, the 6 domains of Tianhuang will gain another formidable demigod. Yet, just 2 days prior, the main body of the sacred son of Xuanyu had contacted Yu Changkong in a fit of rage to inform him of the fall of another avatar. Although the yin and yang secrets were my primary goal in joining the Xiantian Divine Path, the secret I uncovered within the path far surpasses their value. Over the years, Yu Changkong had sacrificed immensely to become a candidate for the sacred son of the Xiantian Divine Path. Even though that secret was incredibly tempting, he could not afford to take risks lightly. Therefore, Yu Changkong reached out to his main body, requesting another avatar to be sent. However, he never anticipated that a mere insignificant insect would dare to jeopardize his plans at such a critical moment. It is no wonder his main body was so furious. Though Yu Changkong and Xuanyu were one an avatar and the other the main body, they each possessed independent thoughts. Yet their temperaments were strikingly similar. Calculating the time, Yixian should have nearly entered the Divine Path by now. The Xiantian Divine Path is filled with powerful figures, many of whom are stronger than Yu Changkong. Here, even he must exercise caution in his actions. Unlike the sacred son of Xuanyu, who could easily command life and death within the underworld sacred sect. Nevertheless, as one of the few candidates for the Sacred Sun, Yu Kong still enjoyed a highly esteemed status within the Xintian divine path. Crushing a mere fledgling prodigy like Yi Xian would be as effortless as squashing an ant. I have already informed the Zhao family of the Eastern Wilderness to pay special attention to Yi Xian. Being the invincible family of the Eastern Wilderness, the Zhao family is a branch of the Xintian sect. Although Yu Kong is an avatar of the sacred son of Xuanyu, he remains one of the most popular candidates for the sacred son of the Xintian divine path. To curry favor with such a powerful ally, the Zhao family will undoubtedly spare no effort in targeting Yi Xian. Furthermore, Yu Kong has deliberately let slip to the Zhao family that Yi Xian's entrance into the Xintian divine path was purely a stroke of luck. The Xintian sect originally intended to send another prodigy into the divine path, but unfortunate events occurred within the secret realm. Armed with this information from Yu Kong, the Zhao family has acted even more recklessly, culminating in Zhao Kuo's earlier provocation of Yi Xian in the lower 3 tiers. Were it not for the fact that I am currently at a critical juncture in merging the Yin and Yang secrets, I would not require assistance from others for such trivial matters. Yu Kong's reliance on the Zhao family, aside from the critical moment of merging the Yin and Yang secrets, also serves another purpose: to test whether the Xintian divine path has discovered his true identity. Although this is merely a small conjecture in the mind of his main body, caution is the mother of safety. Yu Kong has managed to rise to his current position within the Xintian divine path through careful and deliberate steps. Chapter 46, Divine Might Array. Capable of devouring in the bamboo dwelling of the lower 3 tiers, sensing the rapidly expanding vortex above, Yi Xian's eyes flickered momentarily. Truly, the Xintian divine path is remarkable. Prodigies are breaking through with such speed. Yi Xian had initially thought that the 2 auras he sensed from the mountainside were sufficiently powerful, yet the current vortex is even more terrifying. Feeling the pressure emanating from a vortex, Yi Xian took a deep breath. It seems the time has come to consume the great path fruit and advance to martial sovereign. The central wilderness spirit domain does not compare to the southern wilderness. Mere status as a minor sect master of the Xintian sect is enough to command respect. Not to mention, just moments ago, Zhao Kuo, who had provoked him at the entrance of the bamboo dwelling, is a genuine 1-star martial sovereign. This is merely the caliber of prodigies in the lower 3 tiers of the Xintian divine path. To establish a foothold here, one must continuously enhance their strength. With this in mind, Yi Xian unhesitatingly opened the reward space within the golden sphere and retrieved a great path fruit to begin absorbing its power. As the energy from the great path fruit surged into Yi Xian's body, rays of golden light began to rapidly emanate from his divine bones. Adhering to the principle of humility, Yi Xian did not allow the manifestation of the divine bone phenomena to be as ostentatious as the others. Instead, he immediately cast a floating illusion technique to conceal his presence. The Xintian divine path is a place of mixed fortunes. Having only recently entered the divine path, it is wise not to draw too much attention. Just as Yi Xian completed these actions, the divine patterns on his divine bones began to spread rapidly throughout his skeletal structure under the impetus of the power from the great path fruit. He felt a familiar sensation coursing through his body once more. Yi Xian knew that the moment for his divine bones to undergo their next transformation had arrived. Buzz! Under the cover of the floating illusion technique, the divine light within Yi Xian surged forth. Waves of divine patterns expanded outward. Gradually, as time passed, a faint indication of a breakthrough began to emerge in Yi Xian's cultivation, 35%. It seems that as the transformation of the divine bones progresses, the power of the great path fruit will gradually diminish. Although Yi Xian had been prepared for this outcome, he could not help but let out a quiet sigh as the spiritual platform within his sea of energy shattered suddenly. A force entirely foreign to the martial sovereign realm erupted explosively from within Yi Xian's body, commanding the heavens and earth, the might of a martial sovereign. At this moment, Yi Xian could fully sense the power of the surrounding world resting in the palm of his hand. Even without invoking the divine might within his bones, he could compel this realm to submit. However, just as everything progressed smoothly along the trajectory Yi Xian had set, The divine blood mark that had previously vanished deep within his brow suddenly reappeared. Before Yi Xian could comprehend the situation, the divine patterns that were continuously spreading within his body began to swiftly outline themselves upon his divine bone, influenced by the mark on his forehead. What on earth? Observing the divine patterns that were originally scattered across his divine bones, he was taken aback as they gradually formed an ancient and profound formation during the process of outlining. His gaze slowly shifted to one of disbelief that this the divine might formation. The divine might formation is a coveted state for those who have undergone the transformation of divine bones. Only those who have achieved 50% transformation of their divine bones can outline formations using divine patterns. Yet my divine bones have only transformed 35%. After much contemplation, Yi Xian could only attribute all of this to the mysterious blood mark on his forehead, which had suddenly vanished and then reappeared. Could it be that the fusion of divine blood with divine bones has caused this anomaly? As for this question, Yi Xian could not ascertain an answer himself. For the true gods of the 6 realms of Tianwang had perished for hundreds of thousands of years. The legends of warriors being granted divine blood can be traced back to ancient times. Is this phenomenon truly a result of the fusion of divine blood and divine bones? Not even Yi Xian himself, nor the master of the Xiantian divine path, could provide a definitive answer. Unable to fathom it, he decided to set it aside, for the condensation of the divine might formation was undoubtedly a significant boon at this stage. The condensation of the divine might formation upon the divine bones not only enhances its power, but also allows the summoning of the divine might manifestation through the formation. These summoned divine figures carry a trace of the divine power from their previous existence. Even if it is but a trace, it is the strength of a true god. With Yi Xian's current prowess as a 1-star martial king, summoning the divine might manifestation and awakening the power of a true god, he would likely find no rivals beneath the martial emperor realm. The most crucial aspect is that Yi Xian possesses a body purified by divine blood. His physical strength far surpasses that of ancient bodies, comparable to various powerful sacred bloodlines. It is said that summoning the divine might manifestation not only grants a trace of the divine power from the divine being's former life, but also presents an opportunity to awaken certain divine abilities from their past. Yi Xian had read this in an unnamed ancient text. If he could truly summon the divine abilities of true God, the value would undoubtedly rival that of a heavenly level secret treasure of true God inheritance. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Xian began to mobilize the divine might formation upon his divine bones. In the next moment, a resplendent golden giant silhouette slowly arose behind him, within the giant's forehead. A totem resembling a colossal whale was faintly visible. There truly exists divine ability. Yi Xian felt a surge of joy and hastily began to explore further. According to the information about the divine might condensed by the statue behind him, Yi Xian learned that the whale divine ability manifested in the statue's forehead was named Whale Swallow. As the name suggests, it could devour all that is contained within the heavens and earth. Upon reaching this point, Yi Xian couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Everything in this world is imbued with the essence of heaven and earth. Does that mean he could consume virtually everything within this realm? Just as Yi Xian was filled with astonishment and disbelief, the whale swallow manifestation seemed to sense something, twisting slightly at the statue's forehead. Feeling the change in the whale swallow manifestation, Yi Xian quickly turned his gaze in the direction it was moving. The vortex above the divine mountain. He observed that within the vortex above the divine mountain, 2 fish of black and white had emerged. Birthed from the interplay of yin and yang energies, these 2 great fish swam freely within the vortex, their tails flashing. The yin fish exhaled dark energy, while the yang fish radiated warm light, occasionally releasing strands of milky white filaments from their mouths. The chaotic primordial energy was indeed coalescing from the yin-yang essence. Watching the filaments being expelled from the fish's mouths, the divine envoy outside the bamboo abode was left utterly astonished. Not only he, but many powerful figures within the Xiantian divine path also took note of this spectacle above the divine mountain. Chaotic primordial energy. It seems that Yu Changkong's yin-yang essence has nearly achieved a state of perfect fusion. After 100,000 years, is it possible that our Xiantian divine path will see another powerhouse emerge, one who has consolidated the sacred realm through true God essence. Chaotic primordial energy is the purest and most potent essence close to the power of a true God in this world. If Yu Changkong truly succeeds, his potential in the eyes of the strong within the Xiantian divine path will be infinitely elevated. At this moment, Yu Changkong gazed at the chaotic primordial energy being expelled from the fish's mouths, a gentle smile gracing his face. Having cultivated the yin-yang essence for so many years, nurturing it with his innate energy, he has finally lived up to expectations, giving rise to 9 strands of chaotic primordial energy after several centuries. The energy expelled from the fish's mouths just now was merely one of them. However, even this single strand is enough to help me break through to the sacred realm. The yin-yang essence is vast and profound, encompassing all true meanings. With Yu Changkong's strength as a 9-star martial emperor, he had evidently reached his limit. To fully cultivate the yin-yang essence to a state of perfection, Yu Changkong must advance his own cultivation further. Just this one strand of chaotic primordial energy is sufficient to aid me in breaking through to the sacred realm within half a month. As for the remaining 8 strands, Yu Changkong had already devised a plan. Once he enters the sacred realm, he will refine them one by one to elevate his cultivation to its pinnacle state. With the remaining 8 strands of chaotic primordial energy, Yu Changkong, will undoubtedly become the most formidable among all avatars. Though the 9 Nether Return one is centered around the sacred son of Xuanhu, the stronger the remaining avatars are, the greater the authority they will gain upon merging with the main body. With this thought in mind, Yu Changkong smiled confidently and prepared to absorb the chaotic primordial energy expelled by the yin-yang fish into his body. However, at that moment, a bizarre blue light flashed in the air. In the next second, the chaotic primordial energy expelled by the yin-yang fish mysteriously vanished into thin air. Yu Changkong. What is happening? Where is my chaotic primordial energy? Chapter 47. Clear positioning. Swift slaps. Yi Xian also did not anticipate that the true God ability he condensed through the divine might formation would behave so peculiarly, as if it were alive, actively seeking to consume the celestial phenomena manifested by others. Had he not reacted promptly, throwing a shimmering illusion towards the little blue whale, he might have unwittingly drawn a formidable enemy on his very first day in the Xiantian divine path. Given the direction of this vortex, it likely belonged to a terrifying prodigy from the upper 3 tiers. Although Yi Xian is a villain, he possesses a clear understanding of his own positioning. He is merely a minor antagonist who has been humiliated by the protagonist's initial rejection of a marriage proposal, despite successfully reversing his fate of being humiliated through a golden opportunity. This trope of attracting formidable figures upon entering a sect is far more suited for a little wife enveloped in the halo of a protagonist. Yi Xian merely wishes to quietly rise as a handsome figure within the Xiantian divine path. Meanwhile, on the 3rd tier of the divine mountain, after a brief moment of astonishment, Yu Changkong began to gradually come to his senses. His chaotic primordial energy had been stolen. Damn it! Which bastard dared to carry out such audacious and shameless acts right under his nose? Why can't one cultivate their own chaotic primordial energy? What kind of nonsense is it to steal from others, especially so brazenly in front of the energy's owner? Yu Changkong felt as though he had been slapped in the face, enduring a tremendous humiliation. However, years of being a peerless prodigy on the upper 3 tiers had taught him to suppress his anger, because in that fleeting moment he sensed the yin-yang fish, aware of the disappearance of the chaotic primordial energy, had begun to expel energy anew within the vortex. Once the vortex manifestation, cultivated through the yin-yang essence, is activated, it cannot be halted midway. Should the chaotic primordial energy expelled by the yin-yang fish dissipate into the heavens and earth due to an inability to absorb it in time, Yu Changkong would suffer a significant loss this time. Whoever dares to secretly steal my chaotic primordial energy, just wait. Once I advance to the sacred realm, I will surely hunt you down. Yu Changkong gritted his teeth in frustration. But he believed that despite the opponent's crafty methods, this was the sacred mountain of the Xiantian divine path, with countless powerful beings observing if the opponent dared to repeatedly seize his chaotic primordial energy. The many strong within the Shantian divine path would surely not stand idly by. It was this conviction that gave Yu Changkong the courage to continue absorbing the chaotic primordial energy expelled by the yin-yang fish within the vortex. What? More is coming. In the lower three tiers, Yi Xian gazed at the small whale, which once again stirred within the forehead of the divine statue, causing his eyelids to twitch violently. Regrettably, the movements of this little creature were astonishingly swift. In the blink of an eye, it vanished, enhanced by the shimmering illusions that surrounded it. This moment, the small whale appeared utterly reckless, fixated on the chaotic primordial energy spewing forth from the yin-yang fish within the vortex. Exuding an air of determined conquest. Indeed, Yi Xian could sense an abundance of emotions on the little whale's face, emotions that were characteristic of living beings. How extraordinary! At this juncture, apart from the word marvelous, Yi Xian could find no other means to describe this small whale, which was a manifestation of true divine power. Truly, the essence of divine might was formidable. Meanwhile, in the upper three tiers of the Shantian divine mountain, Yu Changkong remained blissfully unaware of the small whale's imminent assault, cloaked in the shimmering illusions. Although one of the 9 strands of chaotic primordial energy had been stolen, the remaining 8 could still be utilized effectively to achieve the realm he desired. The crux of the matter was that this brazen act of stealing chaotic primordial energy right before his eyes left Yu Changkong feeling exceedingly frustrated. Soon enough, after regaining his composure, Yu Changkong once again activated his yin-yang secret vault, preparing to absorb the chaotic primordial energy that the 2 yin-yang fish were about to expel anew. However, just as he was about to absorb it, a bizarre scene unfolded. Where has my chaotic primordial energy gone? As he stared at the mysteriously vanishing chaotic primordial energy before him, Yu Changkong's expression darkened considerably. Previously, when the chaotic primordial energy had disappeared, he had at least caught a glimpse of a fleeting blue light. This time, there were no signs whatsoever, and the chaotic primordial energy simply vanished. Yu Changkong suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to curse vehemently. If it were not for his knowledge that the genuine powerhouses of the Shantian divine path would disdain to engage in such petty thievery, he might have suspected that some ancient monster was toying with him. This moment, the powerful figures of the Shantian divine path, who had witnessed the mysterious disappearance of Yu Changkong's chaotic primordial energy twice, were equally perplexed. Was there a flaw in Yu Changkong's cultivation? With 2 failed attempts to condense chaotic primordial energy, it seemed that breaking through to the Saint realm might not be so easily achieved. Had they overestimated Yu Changkong's potential? If Yu Changkong were to learn that the events of earlier had triggered doubts among the Shantian divine path powerhouses regarding his potential, he would be at a loss for words. In truth, the skepticism of these powerful figures was not unfounded. The shimmering illusions were, after all, a terrifying illusion technique that even true gods could not penetrate. Their inability to see through it was hardly surprising. Nor did they believe that any means existed that could shroud them in mystery. Don't eat that anymore. Okay. In the lower 3 tiers, within the bamboo dwelling, Yi Xian quickly covered his mouth as he observed the small whale swimming back. Having already pilfered chaotic primordial energy from that mysterious prodigy twice since arriving at the Shantian divine path, he felt that the enmity had grown sufficiently large. He truly wished to avoid provoking the other party to the point of no return. Even though the 2 instances of devouring chaotic primordial energy had made the small whales sheen even more resplendent, and the divine statue behind Yi Xian had become more stable and solid, he understood the importance of moderation in human affairs. After all, pushing a dog into a corner would only invite retaliation. Brother, I smell that stinky odor again. Just then, the little black creature poked Yi Xian in the lower back with its finger. A stinky odor? Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback, not grasping the meaning. However, it soon dawned on him what the little black creature was implying. You mean that smell from Hua Yin Tian, right? Yi Xian recalled that during their time on the mountaintop of the life and death secret realm, the mysterious soul entity emanating from Hua Yuntian's body had been devoured by the little black creature, which had remarked on its foul scent. What the heck? Wasn't that guy dead? How could he reappear? Is he haunting us? Little black, did you sense that smell emanating from the vortex above? Yi Xian distinctly remembered that when the little black creature spoke those words, its gaze was fixed intently on the mysterious vortex above. Yes, that's it. Hearing this, Yixian inhaled sharply. The dead cannot possibly come back to life. Could it be a clone, in order to contend with the myriad crises that might erupt in this fantastical world? Yixian had spent the past 18 years indulging in the bizarre tales found in ancient tomes. His aim was to safeguard himself against the strange techniques of this mystical realm. Within the 6 domains of Tianwang, there were numerous secret techniques pertaining to clones, and there were even extraordinary individuals capable of transforming their clones to resemble their true selves. The Xiantian Divine Path resided within the Central Wilderness spiritual domain, a place where the techniques of prodigies were all the more terrifying. To be capable of producing a clone akin to Huayun Tian seemed plausible. With this thought, Yixian's heart sank. He had initially believed he had dealt a fatal blow to Huayun Tian, only to find that he had transformed into a 3-headed bone spirit. However, upon further reflection, the fact that this individual had already contributed 2 strands of chaotic primordial energy lifted Yixian's spirits considerably. The fact that fate had brought him into contact with such a being suggested a profound entanglement between their destinies. Had Yixian not awakened his golden finger, the goddess Xiao would not have discovered her opportunity while peering into the future. The Xintian Divine Path would not have issued a divine decree, and Huayun Tian, along with the other 2 direct disciples, would not have hurried back to their sect, and Owen would have contended with Yixian for the position of a young master. And he would have followed the original course of fate, breaking off the engagement and awaiting the main character's arrival to slap him in the face. However, now everything had changed. Yixian had begun to rise from what was initially the role of an early-stage villain, gradually altering the very fabric of this world. Of course, Yixian was still unaware that all these events were the cascading effects of his awakening golden finger, which had altered his villainous fate. Gazing at the yin-yang fish once more expelling chaotic primordial energy from the vortex above, along with the small whale struggling desperately in his palm, a strange smile began to grace Yixian's lips. Since all of this was predestined, how could I possibly go against the heavens? Chapter 48. Vast prison. No means to act go, my little whale. The moment Yixian released his grip, the small whale, transformed from divine might, appeared as if it had returned to the azure sea from a parched desert. It joyfully swam toward the vortex above, flicking its tail with delight. In contrast, Yu Changkong in the upper 3 tiers was consumed by an intense fury. How could someone dare to brazenly steal chaotic primordial energy from him? Yu Changkong, right to his face, and twice at that. If this were to spread, he would surely be ridiculed by other clones. Yin and Yang, heed my command. Vast prison, confine heaven and earth. As the yin-yang secret vault was activated, countless prisons appeared in Yu Changkong's palms, descending toward the yin-yang fish in the vortex above. This formation, known as the prison formation, was a semi-divine array that Yu Changkong had fortuitously discovered in an ancient secret realm during his youth. Even a Saint Realm powerhouse would find it difficult to escape its confines. Moreover, this formation possessed a remarkably profound functionality, transcendent perception. The formation could construct a comprehensive, all-encompassing space of transcendent perception using 36 Xiantian prison array tokens. Any entity with strength below that of a demigod, even a saint, would find it exceedingly difficult to evade the perception of these 36 tokens. Come on, if you have the ability, come again. Yu Changkong was thoroughly incensed. Had he activated the Xiantian prison formation earlier, he would not have suffered the theft of his chaotic primordial energy twice. However, to the powerful figures of a Xiantian divine path observing him, this action painted an entirely different picture. What in the world is wrong with Yu Changkong? Has he gone mad? Unable to condense chaotic primordial energy, yet resorting to unleashing the prison formation. Did he truly believe that the formation could trap the dissipating chaotic primordial energy? If Yu Changkong were aware of the thoughts of those powerhouses quietly watching him, he would surely feel like crying. It's not that I can't condense chaotic primordial energy. It's that the energy I've condensed has been stolen. All right, with the protection of the Xiantian prison formation, Yu Changkong felt markedly more at ease. Cowardly wretches. Why are you not showing yourselves now? Afraid upon seeing me activate the prison formation, Yu Changkong traversed the Fanlong Grand Array, sensing his surroundings for a prolonged period, yet he failed to detect any traces of strange entities approaching. Frustration welled within him. causing a series of mocking chuckles to escape his lips, as if only in this manner could he restore a semblance of equilibrium to his agitated spirit. However, just as he meticulously relied on the Fanlong Grand Array to perceive the vicinity, preparing to absorb the third wave of chaotic primordial energy spewing forth from the fish mouth, the connection between him and the array abruptly severed. My Fanlong Grand Array. Yu Changkong's expression shifted dramatically. The 36 array tokens that constituted the Fanlong Grand Array were hard-won treasures he had acquired through immense trials in the ancient secret realm. How much effort had he expended to refine these tokens? Yet, in that fleeting moment, they had simultaneously lost connection with him. Before Yu Changkong could react further, the third wave of chaotic primordial energy, ejected from the swirling vortex, mysteriously vanished. Damn it! Even with his centuries of cultivation as one of the top talents, Yu Changkong could not suppress an expletive. The continuous theft of chaotic primordial energy was already intolerable. But now, even the Fanlong Grand Array was lost. This could not be allowed to continue. He must not permit this audacious individual to continue plundering his chaotic primordial energy. In the blink of an eye, the yin-yang fish within the vortex unleashed a fourth wave of chaotic primordial energy, and Yu Changkong's countenance darkened ominously. He frantically urged the yin-yang secret vault within him, attempting to forcibly seal the vortex above him. Although this would inflict severe backlash upon him, he could no longer afford to consider such consequences. If even the Fanlong Grand Array could be stolen, he harbored grave suspicions that a formidable old monster had set its sights on him. Yet, as the candidate for the Xiantian Divine Path's Holy Son, what kind of ancient being would be intent on his downfall? Or perhaps, my identity has truly been exposed. Yu Changkong felt his mind swirling with countless thoughts, yet he could not untangle them. Just then, he noticed a small whale, sensing the impending closure of the vortex above, darting in with the urgency of a glutton anticipating the closing of a buffet. IT was enjoying its feast and would never allow Yu Changkong to close the vortex so effortlessly. What was this little whale up to? In the lower tiers, Yi Xian, witnessing the small whale rush into the vortex, was equally taken aback. Wait, could it be? As he watched the small whale swim around the yin and yang fish, it suddenly opened its mouth wide, and Yi Xian's expression transformed dramatically. Although he was unaware of what the yin and yang fish within the vortex truly were, it was evident that these entities were of utmost importance to the avatar of Hua Yuntian. If he were to consume these two fish, wouldn't Hua Yuntian's avatar be driven to the brink of despair? This little whale was impressive, seemingly sensing Yi Xian's approving gaze. The small whale's actions grew increasingly audacious. It lunged towards the yin fish and bit down fiercely. What on earth? It's so cold. The next moment, Yi Xian felt an icy chill surge into his divine statue. The small whale, equally affected by the frigid aura, shivered and quickly turned to bite the yang fish. Instantly, a wave of warmth inundated Yi Xian's body, leaving him feeling alternately cold and hot. Was this not the legendary phenomenon of ice and fire coexisting? Yi Xian felt euphoric. Although the power of the yin-yang fish could not directly enhance his martial cultivation, it possessed an unimaginably nourishing effect on the divine statue he had forged through the divine Might Grand Array. My yin-yang fish, he exclaimed in frustration as he observed the yin-yang fish within the vortex. The gaping wounds inflicted by the small whale's bites grew ever larger. Finally realizing the situation, Yu Changkong's expression turned a grim shade of indigo. In the brief moment of distraction, the head of the yin fish had nearly disappeared, and even the tail of the yang fish had been gnawed away by over half. Yu Changkong was on the verge of madness. Were the divine beings of the Xiantian Divine Path blind? Why did they not intervene? Could they not see that someone was stealing his yin-yang secret vault? Yu Changkong felt a sense of powerlessness wash over him. The backlash from forcibly exiting the vortex had pushed him to his limits. Yet, in the short term, it was impossible to completely close the vortex containing the yin-yang fish. He could only place his hopes on the powerful beings of the Xiantian Divine Path, praying that they would act swiftly to halt this calamity. Unbeknownst to Yu Changkong, the powerful figures of the Xiantian Divine Path perceived the unfolding events in an entirely different light, under the influence of the floating light and illusions. They not only failed to see the divine manifestation devouring Yu Changkong's yin-yang fish, but instead regarded it as a manifestation of his insufficient talent, resulting in a flawed phenomenon. They wondered if he might be on the brink of madness. Should they intervene? The yin-yang secret vault was a divine treasure inherited from the true god of yin-yang, and even if they were to act personally, they would be of little help. The issues of cultivation could only be resolved by these prodigies. Even though they were esteemed elders of the divine path, they should not overly interfere with the growth of the younger generation. Clearly, until now, the hidden observers of the Xiantian divine path had not detected anyone pilfering Yu Changkong's yin-yang fish. They not only remained oblivious, but also harbored increasingly intense doubts regarding Yu Changkong's potential. Initially believing that a prodigious talent had emerged capable of integrating the yin-yang secret vault, they were now disillusioned to discover the limitations of his abilities. Some among the divine beings even began to reconsider whether their decision to elevate Yu Changkong to the upper tier was perhaps too hasty. In the upper tier, within the secluded courtyard, as Yu Changkong watched the yin-yang fish continuously diminish, he felt a surge of rage threatening to consume him to prevent the theft of his chaotic primordial energy. He had forcibly sealed the vortex, enduring the backlash alone, only to find that his yin-yang fish was now targeted at this moment. Under the backlash of the yin-yang secret vault, Yu Changkong felt a surge of blood rise in his throat. Unable to swallow or expel it, the sensation was utterly unbearable. Time ticked away as he observed the yang fish and yin fish being devoured halfway. The exhausted Yu Changkong summoned the last vestiges of his strength, finally managing to seal the vortex above. With a sudden burst as the vortex closed, Yu Changkong expelled a mouthful of reverse blood at that moment. He could no longer afford to curse inwardly. The loss of the yang fish and yin fish far outweighed the previous 3 waves of chaotic primordial energy. He needed to enter seclusion immediately, stabilizing the remnants of the yin-yang fish within him to prevent the backlash from the yin-yang secret vault from causing a decline in his cultivation. In the lower tiers, as they gazed up at the once terrifying vortex that had now vanished without a trace, the previously expectant divine emissaries were momentarily stunned. Then, with a slight curl of their lips, they dismissed it as nothing significant. They had anticipated that the breakthrough of the upper-tier prodigies would be earth-shattering, yet the result was merely underwhelming. Seeing the divine emissaries turn to leave, Zhao Kuo gradually withdrew his gaze. Was this the caliber of the upper tier? If so, he felt he might also be capable of making a breakthrough. With this thought, Zhao Kuo's confidence in himself swelled as he glanced towards Yi Xian's bamboo cottage. Humph. Merely a fortunate individual who relied on luck in the secret realm, whose main rival had inadvertently taken themselves out of the equation, thus securing a chance to enter the divine path. The Zhao family was an invincible clan in the eastern wilderness, holding a status in the region that rivaled or even surpassed that of the Xiantian sect in the southern wilderness. Now, with the connection to Yu Changkong, Zhao Kuo's position within the Xiantian divine path was as solid as a rock. Once he obtained Yi Xian's token of allegiance, Zhao Kuo would soar to new heights within the Xiantian divine path. Although the recent spectacle of the vortex had left him somewhat disappointed, Zhao Kuo remained oblivious to the fact that the individual responsible for the vortex was none other than Yu Changkong. In Zhao Kuo's mind, Yu Changkong was still regarded as one of the most promising candidates for the holy son of the Xiantian divine path. With such a lofty figure shielding him, Zhao Kuo felt assured about his future prospects within the Xiantian divine path. In stark contrast, within the bamboo-dwelling, Yi Xian, enveloped by the dual forces of yin and yang, found himself in an entirely different realm. At this moment, he could distinctly sense that the divine formation within him was undergoing an inexplicable and marvelous transformation. Above him, the satiated little whale swam back to the palm of his hand. It let out a contented burp and expelled 36 array tokens towards Yi Xian's palm. Subsequently, it dove into the center of the statue's brow and began to slumber while Yi Xian gazed at the cage array token in his hand, as well as the almost tangible divine manifestation behind him. He felt as though he were in a dream. Such a solid divine manifestation could hardly be conjured by a divine being with a mere 60% awakening of their divine bone. Could it? Moreover, Yi Xian could fully perceive that a significant portion of the energy from the yin-yang fish, absorbed by the little whale, remained unrefined within its body. although he had unwittingly attracted the attention of a peerless demon from the upper 3 layers upon arriving at the Xiantian divine path, an act that appeared somewhat irrational. He knew that, given their history as old adversaries, even if he did not provoke the other, they would likely not let him be. Since the deadlock between them was fated to remain unbroken, the only viable solution was to find a way to neutralize the other party first. Regrettably, the little whale had only managed to devour half of the yin-yang fish. In Yi Xian's estimation, had he been able to consume the entirety of the opponent's yin-yang fish, leading to their ultimate downfall, it would have been even more perfect. Nonetheless, the current situation was still quite favorable. With such a considerable loss of yin-yang fish power, recovery would likely take a significant amount of time, perhaps even half a year. As long as the other party could not trouble Yi Xian in the short term, everything would be fine at AES for future matters. That could wait. However, the backing of Hua Yuntian was undeniably formidable. First, he had drawn out the Spectre sect, and now, even within the Xiantian divine path, his avatars were present. Based on Yi Xian's judgment, it was highly likely that Hua Yuntian himself was one of those avatars. As for the individual within the upper 3 layers of the Xiantian divine path, whether that was truly the main body remained to be seen. My cultivation has just broken through to a 1-star martial king. And now, with the activation of the divine formation, it is essential to solidify my foundation and refine all the residual power within me. With this thought, Yi Xian swiftly stowed away the cage array token. Given his current cultivation level, thoroughly refining these tokens would require quite some time. He understood the principle of not revealing one's wealth. Although Yi Xian had just utilized the newly awakened divine formation to deliver a significant setback to the owner of the yin-yang fish, he was confident that the other party was entirely unaware of his machinations, unless there existed an entity within the Xiantian divine path, even more monstrous than the little black whale. Otherwise, Yi Xian's flickering illusions herein could be deemed a bug-level existence. After securing the cage array token, Yi Xian cast a glance at the little black whale. This girl had indeed achieved great merit today. Were it not for her identifying the scent of the vortex's master, Yi Xian might not have deciphered the connection between the owner of the yin-yang fish and Hua Yuntian. Here, take this and eat. Yi Xian casually tossed a vial of 5th-grade elixirs. After all, these items were gifted by the leader of the Xiantian sect, free of charge. The crucial point was that compared to the fruits of the Great Path, 5th-grade elixirs offered superior value. Atop the divine mountain of the Xiantian divine path, the divine maiden Xiao, barefoot and poised, awaited patiently amidst the clouds. Presently, the divine envoy responsible for escorting Yi Xian to the divine mountain approached with a respectful demeanor to report back. Reporting to the divine maiden, the selected prodigies from the southern wilderness domains Xiantian sect have been delivered to the lower 3 layers, awaiting summons from the divine path hall. Hearing the words of the divine envoy, the divine maiden Xiao felt a sense of relief in her heart. Though she maintained an outwardly indifferent facade as she casually inquired, did anything happen along the way? Xiao's greatest concern was that these envoys, tasked with recruiting prodigies from various wilderness domains, might act too arrogantly on the journey, potentially angering Yi Xian and leaving him with a negative impression of the divine path, a scenario with dire consequences. Although the glimpse of the future she perceived only revealed fragmented visions of a fateful opportunity, the sight of Yi Xian, resolute and magnificent, still instilled fear within her. If the divine path were to provoke such a formidable figure destined to rise amidst the great calamity, the repercussions would be unimaginable. Furthermore, this future powerhouse, marked for ascendance, represented Xiao's sole chance to alter her fate amidst the impending disaster. Contemplating this, the concern in Xiao's gaze deepened, sensing the shift in the divine maiden's expression. The reporting divine envoy dared not withhold any details, promptly relaying the intermittent delays during the transfer and Yi Xian's peculiar fate. However, upon hearing all of this, the divine maiden Xiao showed no surprise. Given that Yi Xian was destined to become an invincible powerhouse amidst the great calamity, his fate was naturally different from that of mere mortals. Nevertheless, to the divine envoy reporting back, this revelation sparked a profound sense of astonishment within him. The divine maiden displayed no surprise at Yi Xian's fate. Had she already discerned the extraordinary nature of this young man? Truly, she was the divine maiden of the Xiantian divine path, possessing knowledge beyond comprehension. No wonder she had inquired so keenly upon their return. In that instant, the divine envoy felt an even greater reverence for the divine radiance emanating from the maiden, besides the fate during the transmission. Did anything else transpire? Given Yi Xian's importance, the divine maiden Xiao had to inquire further. Anything else? The divine envoy racked his brain. The terrifying vortex formed by the upper 3 layers demons above the bamboo dwelling. Does that count? With hesitation, he hesitated to speak, caught in a moment of indecision as he observed the divine maiden's commanding presence. The divine envoy was compelled to divulge the failed breakthrough of Yu Changkong's Yin-Yang secret vault. This news had reached him while he was en route to the divine mountain to report. Upper 3 layers? Yu Changkong? Who is that? The divine maiden Xiao furrowed her brow in thought. The Xiantian divine path boasted countless prodigies. Yet to her discerning eyes, they were merely a motley crew of inconsequential figures. Naturally, she would not pay undue attention to such a group. Moreover, in the fragmented future she had glimpsed, there was no mention of Yu Changkong. He was simply an ordinary prodigy who had failed to break through. Amidst the impending calamity across the 6 domains, countless unknown prodigies were destined to perish as long as no issues arose with Yi Xian. The rest were trifling matters to the divine maiden Xiao. Little did she know that the divine envoy tasked with escorting Yi Xian had relayed everything except the most crucial detail, Zhao Kuo's provocation of Yi Xian at the entrance of the bamboo dwelling. Should she become aware of this omission, it was uncertain whether her wrath would lead her to unsheathe her sword in fury. In truth, it was not solely the fault of the reporting divine envoy. In his view, the enmity between Yi Xian and Zhao Kuo was hardly significant, far overshadowed by the news of Yu Changkong's breakdown. After all, the divine maiden herself was indifferent to the prodigies of the upper 3 layers. Would she truly concern herself with 2 ordinary prodigies from the lower 3 layers who had only recently joined the Xiantian divine path? Chapter 50. The Turtle Who Withdraws, Kicked to Death. Commanding the heavens and earth, the might of the martial king. So it was. After a full night of cultivation, Yi Xian, within the lower 3 layers, had firmly established his martial king realm. Not only that, but he also delved deeply into the subtle control and understanding of many powers within the martial king realm, aided by his divine formation. Today, it could be said without exaggeration that even without employing the divine formation, Yi Xian was nearly unparalleled among those of the martial king realm. Moreover, with his insights into the divine crystal and the myriad ancestral inheritances he had gleaned within the life and death secret realm of the Xiantian sect, along with the yellow-grade secret vaults, anyone who underestimated him as merely an ordinary 1-star martial king would surely suffer a significant setback. Brother, that fool outside has been staring at our dwelling for quite some time. Should we go out and teach him a lesson? Gaze at the empty vial of elixir in hand and the eager little black whale. Yi Xian instantly understood who the fool was. It was indeed strange. The Zhao family of the Eastern Wilderness had no grievances with the Xiantian sect, and they were all branches of the Xiantian divine path. Why the excessive malice? In fact, even upon entering the bamboo dwelling yesterday, Yi Xian had sensed that Zhao Kuo's reaction was quite peculiar. While he could understand the provocation, the degree of obsession was baffling. Was there not some underlying reason? Yi Xian would not believe it even if he were beaten. Let us go and confront him. Why Yi Xian would naturally not allow Xiao He to act recklessly, given Zhao Kuo's strength as a 1-star martial king. If he were to let Xiao He take action directly, it would likely result in the end of his life in mere moments. After all, this was the Xiantian divine path, and on the surface, Yi Xian had to exercise restraint. If he could not manage it, he would have to wait until no one was around to act discreetly. Outside the bamboo hut, Zhao Kuo had been guarding for an entire morning. Yet he had not caught a glimpse of Yi Xian. This cowardly turtle wound tea be hiding inside the bamboo hut indefinitely. Would he? If Yi Xian truly was avoiding him, Zhao Kuo would find himself helplessly standing outside the hut, merely staring. After all, this was a barrier set up by a powerful figure from the Xiantian divine path. Even Zhao Kuo, with his 1-star martial king prowess, could do nothing about it, just as Zhao Kuo was feeling increasingly frustrated. The tightly shut door of the bamboo hut suddenly swung open. Yi Xian. Zhao Kuo's eyes lit up. Huh, you came out just in time. That he had been worried that Yi Xian would remain hidden within the barrier forever. But now Yi Xian had emerged on his OWNAT that moment. Zhao Kuo felt as jubilant as a fool weighing over 100 pounds. Yi Xian. Yesterday I let you slip away, but today you shall not be so fortunate. I, Zhao Kuo, shall ensure you find yourself searching the ground for your dignity. However, before Zhao Kuo could finish his boastful proclamation, he suddenly sensed something amiss with Yi Xian's aura. What the hell, this is bizarre. Gazing at Yi Xian, who had transformed from a 9-star martial master to a 1-star martial king overnight, Zhao Kuo was utterly stunned. Had this brat encountered some fortuitous event overnight? He had dared to provoke Yi Xian just yesterday, relying on his own 1-star martial king strength, but he had never anticipated that Yi Xian would progress so swiftly. No, that cannot be right. There had been no signs of any cultivation breakthrough emanating from the bamboo hut yesterday. After a brief moment of shock, Zhao Kuo quickly regained his composure. Could it be? Was this brat employing some kind of trick to deliberately frighten me away? Yes, it had to be. One moment a 9-star martial master, the next a 1-star martial king. Such a transformation is not impossible, but Zhao Kuo simply could not believe it would occur in a waste like Yi Xian, who had only entered the Xiantian divine path by sheer luck. Moreover, he had been stationed outside the bamboo hut from yesterday to today. How could he not know whether Yi Xian had broken through? Well, how audacious to fabricate a false cultivation to deceive me. Zhao Kuo felt his anger surge at the thought of Yi Xian treating him as a fool, as if he were easily duped. The illustrious Zhao family, dominant in the East Wilderness for many years, had never before been deceived by such clumsy tactics. Why Yi Xian may be a fool, but to think I would be fooled as well is the greatest insult to me. Zhao Kuo. With that thought, Zhao Kuo pointed a finger at Yi Xian and declared, Yi Xian, do you have the courage to accept my challenge? If yesterday's provocation had been at the behest of Yu Chongkong, today Zhao Kuo was genuinely eager to demonstrate his prowess to Yi Xian. As Zhao Kuo's words fell, a crimson, blood-colored long knife appeared in his grasp. This weapon was the family heirloom of the invincible Zhao family. While it could not compare to the ancient artifacts of the true gods, it was nonetheless an extraordinary treasure. This kid out of his mind. Yi Xian tilted his head and regarded Zhao Kuo as if he were a simpleton. Brother, why not let me just kick him to death? Even Xiao He could hardly tolerate Zhao Kuo's ridiculous antics, chattering incessantly and appearing utterly unappetizing. Oh, what a delightful spectacle to behold upon arriving at the Xiantian divine path. Just then, a figure slowly approached outside the bamboo hut, accompanied by a divine envoy. From the West Wilderness, Marshal St. Pavilion, Liao Wuji. After a brief introduction, the newcomer sat down nearby, casually munching on sunflower seeds, while the divine envoy stood silently, showing no intention of intervening. Yi Xian, with so many spectators present, if you lack the courage to accept my challenge, then you should obediently kneel and concede defeat. Upon seeing the onlookers, Zhao Kuo's pride swelled even further. He had been worried about not having an audience to witness him thoroughly thrashing Yi Xian, showcasing his grand demeanor. Yet the foolish appearance he projected only elicited an eye roll from Yi Xian deep within his heart. Perhaps I should just let Xiao He kick him to death. Regarding such a simpleton, Yi Xian felt that even killing him would be an insult to himself. Wait, where is Xiao He? At that moment, Yi Xian suddenly realized that the Xiao He, who had been standing beside him, had vanished. A wave of anxiety washed over him as he quickly turned to look in the direction where Xiao He had disappeared. But soon his expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 51. Such marvelousness, exceptional talent, it has become strange. At that moment, Xiao He stood before Liao Wuji, her eyes filled with longing as she fixated on the sunflower seeds in his hand. If not for the shimmering illusion shielding her, she would have undoubtedly been caught in the act of looking like a glutton. However, Liao Wuji, seated at the entrance of the bamboo hut, remained completely oblivious to the ravenous Xiao He eyeing him intently. Why aren't you fighting? I'm still waiting to see the show. As Liao Wuji spoke, he tossed a sunflower seed high into the air, attempting to catch in his mouth. His gaze flitted between Yi Xian and Zhao Kuo, his face adorned with a faintly smug smile. However, despite his repeated attempts, The sunflower seed he tossed into the air never seemed to reach its destination. Where did my sunflower seed go? Liao Wuji's expression changed. What he held was no ordinary sunflower seed. It was a seed from an ancient spiritual wood found in the ancient secret realm of the West Wilderness. The effects of consuming it rivaled those of a fifth-grade spiritual pill. Moreover, this type of spiritual wood seed, once ingested, could cleanse a martial artist's meridians and enhance their cultivation aptitude, something even a fifth-grade spiritual pill could not achieve. Liao Wuji had always treasured these spiritual wood seeds. But just moments ago, the one he tossed into the air had inexplicably vanished. After searching for a while, he could not locate the missing seed that I endowed. He took out another spiritual wood seed and tossed it high once more. This time, Liao Wuji's eyes were locked onto the seed as it ascended, not daring to blink. Yet once again, a peculiar event unfolded. Just as the seed was about to land in his mouth, it mysteriously disappeared into thin air again. Liao Wuji, am I seeing ghosts in broad daylight? The consecutive disappearance of the two spiritual wood seeds caused Liao Wuji, who had initially been engrossed in the spectacle, to realize that something was amiss. He cast wary glances around him, then pulled out yet another spiritual wood seed. However, just as he prepared to toss it, the seed vanished directly from his hand. What the hell? Watching the seed appear and disappear repeatedly in Liao Wuji's hand, a hint of astonishment flashed in the calm gaze of the divine envoy across from him. This kid possesses such extraordinary abilities? Could it be that he has cultivated some kind of spatial magic? Throughout their journey, Liao Wuji had been rather lackadaisical, and the divine envoy could not detect anything particularly extraordinary about him. However, what had just transpired had undoubtedly given the divine envoy a renewed perspective on Liao Wuji's potential. These spiritual wood seeds disappearing without a trace was indeed remarkable, and it was no wonder he was regarded as the most outstanding disciple of the martial Saint Pavilion in over 200 years. Yet, unbeknownst to the admiring divine envoy, Liao Wuji's heart was currently filled with terror. The repeated disappearance of the spiritual wood seeds was far beyond the realm of normal events. It was downright eerie. As a two-star martial king, Liao Wuji certainly did not believe in ghosts. Since it was not a ghost, it could only mean someone was playing tricks. His gaze darted anxiously between Yi Xian and Zhao Kuo. The only individuals capable of pulling off such tricks in front of him were those two inside the bamboo, HUT, for the divine envoy, standing nearby. Liao Wuji had accompanied him throughout their journey and knew best that this envoy's character was so indifferent that even speaking felt superfluous. There was no way he would employ such monkey tricks against Liao Wuji. Gazing at Liao Wuji, who moments ago wore an expression of amusement, now transformed into the protagonist of a farcical scene. Yi Xian couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for him. Watching a spectacle unfold only to find oneself ensnared within it, this certainly qualifies as a unique life experience, does it not? However, this entire situation only served to ignite a sense of profound humiliation within Zhao Ku, confront an opponent while daring to glance around, to underestimate his adversary. Yi Xian, you must truly regard me with utter disdain. Zhao Kuo was genuinely infuriated. First, Yi Xian had deceived him with a ruse, feigning a false cultivation level, as if he were a fool. Now, he was brazenly disregarding his presence in public as an unparalleled genius from the invincible Zhao family of the Eastern Wasteland. How could Zhao Kuo endure such an affront? Yi Xian, may you perish! With a fierce swing, Zhao Kuo brought down his long blade. In that instant, it felt as though the very heavens and earth coalesced beneath the might of his strike, forming an unparalleled blade aura. Was this the Zhao family's bull blade technique? Not far away, the divine envoy observed the blade aura radiating around him, narrowing his eyes slightly. Though the bull blade technique was not an ancient secret, it was nonetheless regarded as a top-tier sword technique among the four great wastelands. Coupled with Zhao Kuo's innate martial soul and transcendental comprehension, this manifestation of the bull blade technique had already reached the pinnacle of its form, nearing the level of a yellow-grade secret. Just this one strike would likely cause even an ordinary one-star martial king to retreat in trepidation. Yet, soon enough, the divine envoy became captivated by Yi Xian's peculiar behavior. Why was Yi Xian standing still? utterly motionless, not only the divine envoy, but even Liao Wuji, who had been glancing around in confusion after the mysterious disappearance of the spiritual wood seeds, was drawn in by Yi Xian's odd actions. The bull blade technique, nearly at the yellow grade secret level, combined with a long blade of considerable quality. Under the same rank, it already possessed unmatched lethality. Even Liao Wuji, a two-star martial king, dared not act recklessly in the face of Zhao Kuo's strike. Could it be that he was rendered speechless by fear? Initially, Liao Wuji had some doubts about whether Yi Xian was the one who had secretly stolen his spiritual wood seeds, but now it seemed impossible that a fool, who stood unmoving before such a blade aura, could possess such cunning. The divine envoy beside him began to contemplate whether he should intervene and rescue Yi Xian. While the Xiantian divine path did not oppose competition among prodigies, it certainly would not tolerate the occurrence of mutual slaughter within its ranks. So now you know fear. Yi Xian, let me tell you, it's too late, even if you kneel and beg for mercy. I, Zhao Kuo, shall not easily let you go today. Zhao Kuo, with his long blade raised, exuded confidence that in his eyes, how could Yi Xian, a 9-star martial zone relying on a diversion, possibly evade this strike? Surely, he was left dumbfounded, which aligned perfectly with Zhao Kuo's perception of him. Zhao Kuo had already resolved that today, even if it meant taking half of Yi Xian's life, he would break his hands and feet, relishing in Yi Xian's pain as he lay before him. This would serve as a lesson for Yi Xian on the consequences of offending Zhao Kuo. Yet, just as everyone believed Yi Xian would be powerless to withstand Zhao Kuo's fierce strike, he suddenly moved. Chapter 52, A Last-Minute Death, The Golden Sword Path. With a single finger pointed, he unleashed an attack so swift it resembled a flash of lightning, imbued with countless principles, like a startled swan in the void. What? He dares to confront Zhao Kuo's treasured long blade with his bare hands. The divine envoy was taken aback by Yi Xian's audacity, though he was responsible for the Western Wasteland's genius. He had still familiarized himself with the talents from all 4 wastelands. Although Yi Xian was a person of divine awakening, his time in the realm of divine bones had been brief. Moreover, even those who had awakened divine bones did not possess any extraordinary enhancement to their physical form, let alone engage in a direct clash with a treasured blade in the divine envoy's eyes. Yi Xian's actions were tantamount to courting death. Nearby, Liao Wuji was equally stunned for a moment. He had heard a martial artist fleeing the battlefield, but this was his first encounter with someone who would willingly walk to their demise. Was he not merely frightened but driven to madness? Ridiculous! To confront the invincible Zhao family's bull blade technique and Zhao Kuo's treasured long blade with bare hands. What madness was this? Yet Liao Wuji quickly noticed that Yi Xian's gaze remained remarkably calm, devoid of any hint of insanity. Could it be that he possessed some hidden trump card? The very question Liao Wuji pondered was also noted by the divine envoy across from him, though his mind was burdened with an additional layer of concern that if Yi Xian truly had some hidden card, that would be one thing, but what if he was simply foolishly rushing to his doom? Could a newly initiated talent in the divine path be killed before the divine envoy's eyes? If this news were spread, it would severely tarnish the reputation of the divine path. If the divine envoy were not present, it would be one thing, but since he was here, any misfortune that befell Yi Xian would ultimately reflect back on him, a mere envoy. What had begun as a simple escort had spiraled into a chaotic mess. Just as the divine envoy's mind was in turmoil, Yi Xian suddenly conjured a crimson dragon soul between his fingers. In the next instant, with a tearing sound, the myriad blade auras of the bull blade technique were effortlessly ripped apart by Yi Xian's single finger, scattering into countless fragments. What? He actually tore apart Zhao Kuo's bull blade technique with his bare hands. The divine envoy's gaze trembled, his heart gripped by sheer astonishment. Rip apart the blade aura solidified by Zhao Kuo's treasured long blade with bare hands. How formidable must his physical prowess be? Furthermore, Zhao Kuo's bull blade technique had already been comprehended to its utmost limit, nearing the level of a yellow-grade secret. Such terrifying physical strength must have transcended the ancient body, reaching the echelon of a sacred body. The key point was that the investigation reports from the Xiantian divine path regarding the 4 wastelands had never mentioned any peculiarities regarding Yi Xian's physical form. It seemed Yi Xian's strength was far deeper than the divine path had anticipated. In contrast to the divine envoy's astonishment, Liao Wuji's shock was equally profound. Was this a manifestation of intent? Could it be sword intent? No, that's not right. It's spear intent, to withstand Zhao Kuo's treasured long blade and the Zhao family's renowned bull blade technique solely through the power of intent. At this realization, Liao Wuji couldn't help but steal a few more glances at Yi Xian. He had believed himself to be the most formidable among the prodigies entering the Shantian divine path from the Four Wastelands. But after witnessing Yi Xian's crimson dragon spear intent, he no longer felt so arrogant. Zhao Kuo, having snapped out his daze, also underwent a transformation in expression. The yellow-grade secret. He tightened his grip on the long blade. Zhao Kuo had always believed Yi Xian to be merely a fortunate individual who had stumbled into the divine path through sheer luck. However, now he realized how gravely mistaken he had been. Yi Xian was not a pretender relying on tricks to fabricate a false realm. He was a genuine martial king, and that earlier stunning finger move. Yi Xian, I underestimated you. Zhao Kuo gradually set aside his dismissive attitude. Even the way he looked at Yi Xian now bore a weightier seriousness. T.O. think, you are truly a bona fide martial king. Yesterday, your 9-star martial zone cultivation must have been an illusion created by some artifact that concealed your true cultivation. Even now, Zhao Kuo was unwilling to believe that Yi Xian's 1-star martial king cultivation was a result of his breakthrough after entering the bamboo shed yesterday. Yet, one could hardly blame Zhao Kuo. As a supreme genius from the invincible Zhao family, with an innate martial soul and extraordinary comprehension, Zhao Kuo himself had taken a considerable amount of time to solidify his own realm after becoming a 1-star martial king. For Yi Xian to tear apart Zhao Kuo's bull blade technique with sheer physicality, such a foundation, such power, to suggest that he had just recently broken through to 1-star martial king. Zhao Kuo would never believe it. This Yi Xian is truly despicable, deliberately concealing his cultivation to deceive me. Although Zhao Kuo was astonished by Yi Xian's formidable physique, he still believed that Yi Xian had merely leveraged the overwhelming advantage of a yellow grade upon this realization. Zhao Kuo felt a surge of confidence. Why, Yi Xian? I was too complacent just now. From now on, you shall truly experience the terrifying might of the Zhao family's invincible secret technique, renowned throughout the eastern wilderness. Gazing at Zhao Kuo, whose expression was comically foolish, Yi Xian found himself at a loss for words. Fortunately, this fool still had some utility. Yesterday, within the bamboo hut, Yi Xian had secluded himself for an entire day and night. In addition to solidifying his cultivation as a martial king and mastering the divine might formation, he had also utilized the insight crystal to comprehend various secret techniques without pause. The recent manifestation of the Dragon Cloud ancestors' red dragon spear intent was a direct result of the insight crystal's enhancement. Although this individual might not be the sharpest tool in the shed, he served as an excellent sparring partner for honing the potency of secret techniques. Soon, shedding his previous disdain, Zhao Kuo launched another assault against Yi Xian. The overwhelming aura of his domineering secret technique enveloped Yi Xian like a cage, manifesting countless blade energies. Why Yi Xian was equally swift in his response, continuously unleashing his red dragon spear intent. Ever since acquiring the insight crystal, his comprehension of these yellow-grade secret techniques had skyrocketed, reaching an astonishing level akin to riding a rocket, challenging Yi Xian in secret techniques. Zhao Kuo had truly picked the wrong opponent. As Zhao Kuo's blade energies grew increasingly fierce, Yi Xian's mastery of the Dragon Cloud ancestors' red dragon spear intent became more fluid and graceful. The two engaged in a fervent exchange, captivating even the watching divine envoy in Liao Wuji, who found it difficult to divert their gaze. Zhao Kuo, a natural-born wielder of martial spirits, had astonishingly brought yellow-grade secret techniques to this level. At that moment, fully unleashing his dominating technique, Zhao Kuo gradually entered a state of unity between man and blade, his blade energies intensifying with each swing, coupled with the enhancement of the treasured long knife in his grasp. He was gaining the upper hand. In contrast, while Yi Xian possessed formidable physical strength, he lacked the enhancement of a treasured artifact. Despite both utilizing yellow-grade secret techniques, he was inevitably being suppressed by Zhao Kuo. Moreover, Zhao Kuo had comprehended 3 yellow-grade secret techniques from the Zhao family ancestral hall in his youth, with the dominating blade technique being merely one of them. With the support of a treasured artifact and his transcendent comprehension, along with an abundance of secret techniques, the current battle situation appeared exceedingly unfavorable for Yi Xian. When the martial artists were of comparable cultivation, realm, and strength, treasure artifacts and secret techniques became the few means that a warrior could rely upon. Unfortunately, Zhao Kuo held an overwhelming advantage in both aspects. Unless Yi Xian possessed more than 3 yellow-grade secret techniques, how could he possibly contend? Zhao Kuo's acquisition of 3 yellow-grade techniques stemmed from his innate martial spirit's extraordinary understanding. Although Yi Xian had traversed the life and death secret realm of the Xintian sect, he had only recently awakened his potential, making it a daunting task to compete in secret techniques against a being with a natural martial spirit. As if sensing the mounting pressure upon Yi Xian, a confident smile crept across Zhao Kuo's face. In the next moment, a massive serpent with iron scales, spanning 100 feet, erupted from the edge of Zhao Kuo's blade. Dragon Python Technique. Zhao Kuo was simultaneously utilizing the dominating blade technique, while secretly channeling energy to unleash the Dragon Python Technique. The Divine Envoy's eyes widened in astonishment, with both yellow-grade secret techniques activated simultaneously. They instantly overpowered Yi Xian's Red Dragon Spear intent. It seemed that Yi Xian was destined for defeat. The Divine Envoy sighed inwardly, and even Liao Wuji could not help but reveal a trace of regretful expression. While formidable physical strength could indeed transform a warrior's power, there were times when strength necessitated external support for enhancement. Just as the Divine Envoy and Liao Wuji withdrew their gazes, believing Yi Xian was on the verge of defeat, a brilliant golden light erupted from the Red Dragon Spear, intent coalescing at Yi Xian's fingertips. Following closely, a resplendent golden sword soared into the air. A mere little serpent dares to transform into a dragon? Chapter 53. The Great River Technique. Blood spitting 3 times grasping the golden sword. Yi Xian swung it, and in an instant, dazzling golden light surged forth, the sword intent radiating outward, cleaving the massive serpent that Zhao Kuo had conjured in one stroke. You actually cultivated 2 yellow-grade secret techniques? Zhao Kuo's eyes bulged in disbelief. He had clearly not anticipated that aside from the flowing Red Dragon Spear intent, Yi Xian possessed another technique of such immense power, the Golden Sword Technique. Through the overwhelming sword intent emanating from the golden light, Zhao Kuo could discern that Yi Xian's comprehension of this Golden Sword Technique was on par with his previous Red Dragon Spear intent. How infuriating! I possess a natural martial spirit with transcendent comprehension, and you, Yi Xian, dare to compare secret techniques with me. Today, I shall make you understand what it means to have someone beyond oneself, and heavens beyond the heavens. After a brief moment of stunned silence, Zhao Kuo's reason was consumed by jealousy. He had initially thought Yi Xian was merely a lucky ant who had stumbled into the divine path. Easily crushable. Little did he expect Yi Xian to repeatedly inflict such blows upon him. With a furious roar, Zhao Kuo positioned his long knife at his brow. Great River Technique. In that instant, a roaring river erupted from Zhao Kuo's blade, capable of simultaneously manifesting 3 yellow-grade secret techniques to such an extent, proving the invincibility of the Zhao family born with martial spirits. The fierce battle between Yi Xian and Zhao Kuo reached a boiling point. Liao Wuji and the Divine Envoy could not tear their gaze away. Contrary to their expectations, Yi Xian did not falter beneath Zhao Kuo's Dragon Python Technique. Instead, he had severed it with a single stroke. Such surprises were no longer novel. With a powerful physique and a golden sword path capable of slaying a dragon, they were beginning to doubt whether Zhao Kuo's Great River Technique could indeed become the ultimate trump card to subdue Yi Xian. Zhao Kuo, a natural martial spirit, had now unleashed his 3rd yellow-grade secret technique. If Yi Xian could not deploy a 3rd yellow-grade technique, the Divine Envoy's thoughts trailed off, suddenly sensing a mysterious and terrifying aura emanating from Yi Xian. This sensation was unmistakably that of a secret technique. The Divine Envoy's eyes widened in shock. This moment. The aura radiating from Yi Xian was undoubtedly that of a secret technique, yet was extraordinarily powerful. Far exceeding the bounds of yellow-grade, it was earth grade. Liao Wuji's eyes bulged wide in disbelief. The invincible Zhao family, with their natural martial spirit and transcendent comprehension, had only mastered 3 yellow-grade secret techniques thus far. But what of Yi Xian? He not only possessed remarkable physical strength, but also harbored divine bones, all while comprehending 2 yellow-grade techniques and 1 earth-grade technique. How could one be so monstrous? The divine envoy was equally astonished. Based on his understanding of Yi Xian, he was merely a direct disciple of the Xintian sect, albeit one with a notable reputation. Nevertheless, he was ultimately just an exceptionally gifted disciple. Until recently, he had only awakened his divine bones and become an enlightened individual. Yet, the power Yi Xian was exhibiting now was far beyond that of someone who had merely just awakened their divine bones, but a glimmer of astonishment flickered in the divine envoy's eyes. If prior to this, anyone had asked who the most inconsequential figure was among the branches of the 4 great wildernesses, it would undoubtedly be Yi Xian of the southern wilderness. Zhao Kuo was not to be underestimated. Possessing a natural martial spirit and extraordinary comprehension at a young age, he had already mastered 3 yellow-grade secret techniques. Liao Wuji was the most outstanding successor of the martial Saint Pavilion in the western wilderness over the past 2 centuries. Yi Xian only gained a semblance of equality with them after awakening his divine bones and becoming an enlightened individual. However, in terms of the time taken for divine bone awakening and the process of rising to prominence, Yi Xian was vastly inferior to the prodigies of the other great wildernesses. Furthermore, the Xintian sect's influence in the southern wilderness had been waning in recent years, resulting in fewer direct disciples obtaining secret technique inheritances. This had led to the misconception that Yi Xian, hailing from the southern wilderness branch, was the weakest among them. However, the divine envoy could never have anticipated that Yi Xian had mastered such a wealth of secret techniques. While the aura emanating from him seemed incomplete, it was undoubtedly that of an earth-grade secret technique. Indeed, the secret technique Yi Xian was currently manifesting was the half-earth-grade technique passed down by ancestor Sun Lan. Though it was merely half of an earth-grade technique, it was far beyond what Zhao Kuo's paltry yellow-grade techniques could withstand. Let alone yellow-grade. Even if it were a yellow-grade secret technique, encountering Yi Xian's half-earth-grade technique would only result in kneeling and calling him grandfather. How is this possible? How could Yi Xian possess an earth-grade secret technique? Sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from the earth-level secret repository, Zhao Kuo was filled with an expression of utter disbelief. He possessed an innate martial soul and had achieved a transcendent understanding. Yet thus far he had only comprehended 3 yellow-level secret repositories. How could it be that Yi Xian, a mere person of divine enlightenment, had also grasped 3 secret repositories? Furthermore, he had even comprehended 1 earth-level secret repository. Under Zhao Kuo's incredulous gaze, a flickering illusion of a small mountain gradually coalesced in Yi Xian's palm. The mountain overturning seal. As Yi Xian struck forth with the small mountain illusion, Zhao Kuo felt as if an immense force, akin to 1,000 tons, bore down upon him, rendering him almost breathless. The great river's secret repository in his hand crumbled like snow under the scorching sun, disintegrating and scattering until, in the blink of an eye, it transformed from a mighty river into a mere trickle. Why even compare? At that moment, Yi Xian's voice resonated with solemn authority beneath the tremendous power of the mountain-overturning seal. No more comparisons. Finally, unable to bear the pressure of the mountain-overturning seal any longer, Zhao Kuo struggled to admit defeat, his words laden with difficulty. This was meant to be a victory solely for him. Yet now he was forced to publicly concede to Yi Xian. Zhao Kuo felt an intense heat flush across his face. However, there was nothing he could do. The mountain-overturning seal in Yi Xian's hand was an earth-level secret repository. Even if it were merely a half portion, Zhao Kuo possessed no means to counteract an earth-level secret repository. How infuriating. I possess an innate martial soul. Why must I lose to Yi Xian concerning the comprehension of secret repositories? Though Zhao Kuo verbally conceded, he remained obstinately unconvinced in his heart. Brother, Why not just eliminate that fool? At that moment, the little black creature that had consumed 3 spiritwood seeds from Liao Wuji scampered over to Yi Xian and inquired. Silly child, with so many people watching, if I were to continue using the mountain overturning seal against him, it would merely provide others with a reason to intervene. Even if we were to act, we must wait until no one is watching. Oh, I understand. Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, the little black creature appeared to grasp the concept. Why Yi Xian believed she truly understood, but to his surprise. The next moment, the little black creature unexpectedly dashed over to Zhao Kuo and delivered a swift kick. Immediately, a crisp sound of a bone fracture echoed. My leg is broken, my leg. The anguished cries resembling that of a slaughtered pig poured forth from Zhao Kuo's mouth. Why are you all staring at me? I did nothing. Feeling the simultaneous gaze of the divine messenger and Liao Wuji locking onto him, Yi Xian immediately feigned innocence, shrugging his shoulders that I am quite far from him, so there is no way I could be implicated. While saying this, he did not forget to address the writhing Zhao Kuo on the ground. You're still young. You should be taking more calcium supplements. After just a few rounds, you're already like a limp shrimp, unable to stand, and you broke your leg. If this were spread, who would believe I broke your leg? Puffed. Just as Zhao Kuo was in so much pain he could hardly breathe. He spat out a mouthful of blood upon hearing this. Damn it. Yi Xian, the young girl skilled in tea arts, playfully patted Liao Wuji gently on the chest while speaking. Following that, she similarly tapped Zhao Kuo on the shoulder. Just as she was about to reach out to Yi Xian, he suddenly and swiftly distanced himself from her. Oh, this young man reacts as if he has seen a tiger upon spotting someone. Upon hearing Ro Ruanji's teasing remark, Zhao Kuo couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Why Yi Xian, what does your victory over me yesterday matter now? A mere girl can frighten you so. With such a mindset, how do you expect to ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts in the future? Noticing Yi Xian's evasive actions, the little girl Ro Ruanji was instantly intrigued. She hurriedly moved closer to him. But as she neared, Yi Xian once again slipped away to at the footwork of the yellow-tier secret arts. A fleeting glimmer of intrigue sparkled in Ro Ruanji's eyes. Zhao Kuo, witnessing this, felt an overwhelming surge of jealousy, his eyes nearly bursting with envy. Damn it, here I am, a natural martial soul with transcendent perception, and I have only comprehended 3 yellow-tier secret arts thus far. Yet Yi Xian, yesterday, executed 2 yellow-tier secret arts, and half a earth-tier secret art. Today, he showcases yet another peculiar yellow-tier secret art. Why? What could possibly be the reason? Heaven and earth, I refuse to accept this. Why must I, Zhao Kuo, be outshone by him? Unfortunately, at that moment, no one paid heed to Zhao Kuo's despondent inner monologue. For all eyes were fixed on the interaction between Ro Ruanji and Yi Xian, especially the little girl, who had just demonstrated a unique technique from the Main Tower, ideally suited for close combat. Ordinarily, no one could evade her sudden assault at such proximity. Yet, Yi Xian managed to evade with ease. I apologize, but I have no fondness for women. Yi Xian's tone was bland. His intention was merely to create distance between himself and the little girl, to deter her from further pursuits. However, unexpectedly, Liao Wuji, upon hearing this, quickly distanced himself from Yi Xian as well, regarding him with a peculiar gaze, as if he had encountered something dreadfully unclean. Just then, Liao Wuji felt his heart racing inexplicably. What is happening? Zhao Kuo felt similarly, as a wave of heat began to ignite within his lower abdomen. Were you the cause of this? In an instant, both Zhao Kuo and Liao Wuji's gazes locked onto Ro Ruanji. Brother, they are so fierce. I'm quite frightened, Ro Ruanji cried, attempting to grasp Yi Xian. Yet he dodged once more. I shall reiterate, I do not like women, nor do I enjoy being touched by them. What a jest! In the 4 vast regions of the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest, there is not a single easy opponent. Even Liao Wuji and that fool Zhao Kuo have fallen prey. Why would Yi Xian allow this green tea little girl to get close? That would be foolish. Eventually, Liao Wuji and Zhao Kuo comprehended why Yi Xian had been avoiding the little girl, but by then, it was too late. You must be Yi Xian from the southern wilderness. Correct? You claim to dislike women. Then why have I heard that you exhausted your family's wealth for a fiancé whose cultivation has been entirely lost? refusing to annul the engagement? Is she not a woman? Upon hearing Ro Ruanji's words, Yi Xian's brow furrowed slightly. She knew of his engagement with Dan Tai Mingwe. This Ro Ruanji was indeed not as simple as she appeared. You are mistaken. To me, my fiancée Yi is not merely a woman, but the goddess of my heart. I adore goddesses, not women. Is there any fault in that? Yi Xian's words momentarily stunned Ro Ruanji, who soon erupted into peals of laughter. Yi Xian, you are indeed quite amusing, preferring goddesses over women. I shall remember that. Chapter 55. Underhanded schemes. Wicked goods. A peculiar glimmer danced in Ro Ruanji's playful gaze. For some reason, Yi Xian felt an uncomfortable sensation under her scrutiny. Yet he couldn't quite articulate what was amiss. Fortunately, after their earlier encounter, the little girl no longer pressed him, instead shifting her attention to Liao Wuji and Zhao Ke, with a graceful swish of her dress. The discomforting aura surrounding Liao Wuji and Zhao Ke dissipated entirely, and I just played a little joke on my two elder brothers. You aren't angry with me, are you? Though I realize that such jokes can be excessive. I merely wish to grow closer to you, and my hand slipped a little. Surely, you two wouldn't hold it against me, would you? Gazing at Ro Ruanji, who once again donned a facade of fragility. Zhao Ke and Liao Wuji dared not harbor any contempt for the little girl. Soon, a distinct aura befitting a saint-level expert enveloped the entire Divine Path Hall. I am Luo Tong, one of the 12 Hall Masters of the Divine Path Hall. I have come under the decree of the Divine Path to oversee your future training. The speaker was a gray-clad elder, his hair white, yet his visage youthful. Truly, the Shintian Divine Path was formidable. They showcased a saint-level expert right from the outset, as they felt the overwhelming presence of the saint-level aura. Yi Xian and his companions couldn't help but reflect on their situation. You have all been selected from the 4 vast regions of the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest, which attests to your strength and talent. However, the journey of martial arts is vast and lengthy. Mere talent and power are insufficient to comprehend the great way. One must possess ample insight. Henceforth, I shall assess your understanding. Upon hearing Luo Tong's words, Zhao Ke's eyes lit up. This test, designed by the Divine Path Hall, was tailor-made for him, a natural martial soul with transcendent insight. With this thought, Zhao Ke's gaze toward Yi Xian transformed. Brimming with newfound confidence, why Yi Xian, even if you have triumphed over me in terms of power, what does it truly matter? The number of secret arts you possess pales in comparison to my understanding. If anything, it only means you are more adept at concealing your prowess. When it comes to freshly acquired insights, I, Zhao Ke, shall prevail. Temporary victories and defeats are of little consequence, besides as long as I am in the divine path. If I can outshine Yi Xian in understanding, opportunities for inheritance and strength enhancement will abound in the future. Yesterday's defeat was but a fleeting moment. In martial arts, the stronger one becomes, the longer their life spans. And true strength lies in achieving ultimate victory over a protracted existence. Sensing Zhao Ke's intentional yet subtle glances, Yi Xian frowned slightly. Has this fool not learned from yesterday's lesson? Yet, Yi Xian did not take Zhao Ke seriously. After all, in their previous duel, he had only employed half a Earth-tier secret art. The true might of the Divine Might Array had yet to be revealed, should Yi Xian activate the Divine Might Array. Even without summoning the Divine Statue and true divine powers, the enhancement of several secret arts alone would be enough to swiftly defeat Zhao Ke, the prodigy of the Zhao family soon, under the guidance of Hall Master Luo Tong. Yi Xian and his companions arrived at the back mountain of the Divine Path Hall. The area was shrouded in clouds and mist, brimming with spiritual energy, and occasionally, one could spot groups of spirit beasts dashing through the mountains. The rabbits are so adorable. I want to eat them. Suddenly, the little girl Ro Ruanji exclaimed, pointing at a group of spirit rabbits bounding through the hills. These spirit rabbits were birthed from the spiritual veins of the Shantian Divine Mountain. Their flesh transcended ordinary rabbit meat, brimming with spiritual energy. In a flash, Ro Ruanji vanished into the crowd. Hall Master Luo Tong made no attempt to stop her. The entire Divine Mountain belonged to the Divine Path, and the spirits residing within were fair game for the disciples to cultivate themselves. The spirit rabbits, born of concentrated heavenly and earthly energies, exhibited agility comparable to top-tier secret techniques. Little Rowan Ji pursued them for quite a while before managing to corner 3 or 5. However, just as she was about to seize them, whoosh, one of the rabbits she had trapped mysteriously vanished from her grasp. Staring at the empty space where the rabbit had been, Rowan Ji rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Momentarily dazed, what just happened to that rabbit? Before she could ponder further, a second rabbit disappeared, followed by a third. In the blink of an eye, all 5 spirit rabbits in front of Rowan Ji had vanished. Moreover, many rabbits in the surrounding mountains began to exhibit similar signs of disappearance. How strange. When did the spirit rabbits in the back mountain evolve spatial abilities? The 12th Hall Master, Luo Tong, stroked his beard, his face etched with confusion. Only Liao Wuji appeared to be stirred by some unseen force, his facial muscles trembling slightly. Wasn't this scene reminiscent of the mysterious disappearance of the spirit wood seeds he had encountered just yesterday? Standing amidst the crowd, Liao Wuji glanced at Yi Xian, either intentionally or unintentionally. After witnessing the fierce battle between Yi Xian and Zhao Kuo the day before, he was already harboring grave suspicions that the 3 spiritwood seeds he had lost were somehow tied to Yi Xian's machinations. Yet he had no evidence to substantiate his claims. Today, with Rowan Ji catching rabbits on the back mountain of the Divine Path Hall, a similarly bizarre situation had arisen at this moment. Liao Wuji was utterly convinced that the one orchestrating events behind the scenes was indeed Yi Xian. If it weren't for Yi Xian's remarkable display of power in his battle against Zhao Kuo, Liao Wuji would have had no hesitation in confronting him directly, demanding the return of the 3 spiritwood seeds. However, given Yi Xian's cunning nature and the fact that Zhao Kuo had suffered a broken leg without any evidence to implicate Yi Xian, Liao Wuji felt it prudent to refrain from acting alone. He needed to rally more allies to his cause. Casting a sidelong glance at Zhao Kuo, he instinctively dismissed him from consideration. This fool! Collaborate with him? By the time Liao Wuji shouted go, the matter would already be over for Zhao Kuo. Moreover, there was the risk of alerting Yi Xian and drawing his attention that it was simply not worth the gamble. With this thought, Liao Wuji's gaze swiftly shifted to the small and irritable Rowan Ji, who was catching rabbits in the mountains. This seemingly delicate girl was, in truth, as mischievous as Yi Xian himself. Utilizing her to contend with Yi Xian would be most fitting. Just as Liao Wuji contemplated how to subtly signal the little girl to turn her focus towards Yi Xian, he suddenly heard a ripping sound from the pocket behind him. My storage bag. In a panic, Liao Wuji shouted and turned around, only to discover that his treasures had scattered across the ground. With the spiritwood seeds having vanished without a trace, Yi Xian, Liao Wuji truly hadn't expected this. Before he could even make a move against Yi Xian had already extended his claws. Yet, in the face of Liao Wuji's furious and humiliated gaze, Yi Xian seemed unfazed, casually withdrawing his gaze from afar. Who called me? Are you looking for something? Liao Wuji thought to himself. How can a person's audacity reach such heights? Chapter 56. Soaring High. Remarkable talent. Feeling the flickering flames of ire above Liao Wuji's head, Yi Xian felt a deep sense of helplessness. This was especially true when he saw the little black creature, its mouth full of rabbit fur and spiritwood seeds, prancing back from the mountains. Brother, these seeds are so delicious. I couldn't resist. Yes, if they taste good, eat as much as you like. Liao Wuji was always wearing that insufferable expression, as if he had just let out a foul wind. Moreover, he had been subtly eyeing Yi Xian since they entered the back mountain, clearly plotting something nefarious. The actions of the little black creature served as a lesson for him. After all, Liao Wuji had no evidence against Yi Xian that if he wanted to eat, then let him eat. It wasn't as if Yi Xian were consuming his own seeds. This would also help to reduce the cost of raising the little black creature. After the strange incident in the mountains, everyone harbored their own thoughts as they followed the 12th Hall Master, Luo Tong, to a steep stone staircase. The staircase was surrounded by numerous prohibitions, with a dense aura of the natural order enveloping each step. This was the heavenly ladder. Every step bore the marks left by past divine path experts. Only by comprehending the essence of these marks could one ascend to the next step. Shortly, I will record your insights based on the height you reach on the ladder. and then submit them to the Divine Path Hall for unified evaluation. Your performance will determine the cultivation resources and secret treasures awarded to you. As soon as Luo Tong's words fell, Zhao Kuo had already taken a step onto the heavenly ladder. Ha! When it comes to insight, you can only follow behind and eat my dust. Zhao Kuo had been utterly humiliated these past few days. Once the unrivaled prodigy of the Zhao family in the eastern wilderness, he possessed an innate martial soul and extraordinary comprehension. Yet he had lost to Yi Xian and, today, had been publicly humiliated by a little girl from the northern wilderness. He desperately needed to reclaim some semblance of dignity. Insight. This is my stage. Zhao Kuo surged upward the heavenly ladder like a joyful fish returning to water. Indeed, as expected of the unrivaled Zhao family. With an innate martial soul, his comprehension is truly remarkable. Watching Zhao Kuo ascend the ladder with such speed, Luo Tong nodded approvingly. Following him was Liao Wuji, who was in a rather dismal state. Just as he concocted a brilliant plan to deal with Yi Xian had already struck first. He could see this moment. Liao Wuji was filled with frustration that he could not fathom how his thoughts had been so easily seen through by Yi Xian. How had Yi Xian managed to tear apart his storage bag from a distance, stealing all his spiritwood seeds? This scoundrel was clearly issuing a warning. Liao Wuji increasingly felt that Yi Xian was a being of unfathomable depths. Brother Yi Xian, they have both gone up. Why aren't you following? The little girl, Ro Ruanji, tilted her head and emerged beside Yi Xian. Feeling a twinge of wariness at her presence, Yi Xian replied, I'm going right now. In a flash, Yi Xian ascended the heavenly ladder. As Ro Ruanji watched his retreating figure. A playful smile spread across her lips. Just moments ago, she had been catching rabbits in the mountains. Those spirit rabbits had clearly been cornered by her. Yet at the crucial moment, they vanished as if they had encountered a ghost. And Liao Wuji's torn storage bag. At this moment, Ro Ruanji gazed at Yi Xian's back. Her eyes downcast, lost in thought. You can't see me. You can't even catch a glimpse of my figure. At the forefront of the heavenly ladder, Zhao Kuo charged ahead with unstoppable momentum, followed closely by Liao Wuji. Liao Wuji's inner turmoil was left unspoken, yet he was determined to prove himself. Though Zhao Kuo possessed an innate martial soul and extraordinary comprehension, Liao Wuji, as the most outstanding disciple of the martial Saint Pavilion in the western wilderness for 200 years, had his own unique strengths. Having an innate martial soul truly remarkable. Over the years, Liao Wuji had cultivated the secret techniques of the martial Saint Pavilion, planting a spirit root based on his internal spiritual veins. This spirit root, nourished by the energy of martial artists over the years, had matured into a towering tree within him. This tree gathered all of Liao Wuji's spiritual veins, having long since merged into a singular existence with him. Once the internal spirit tree awakened, he would be the one closest to the natural order of this world. While others needed to comprehend the heavenly ladder, he merely needed to awaken his spirit tree and connect with the surrounding steps. They would naturally allow him to pass through. Although Liao Wuji's actions might seem to border on cheating, to the 12th Hall Master, Luo Tong, it appeared that yet another prodigious talent had emerged among the ranks of the divine path. Establishing a spirit tree based on one's spiritual veins was a process fraught with immense suffering, requiring a willpower that few could muster. This young man from the western wilderness was indeed a promising seedling, destined to carve out a place for himself in the future. In contrast, the states of Yi Xian and Ro Ruanji puzzled Luo Tong. The two maintained a close distance behind Zhao Kuo and Liao Wuji. However, upon closer inspection, it became apparent that whenever Ro Ruanji quickened her pace to approach Yi Xian would also accelerate. It was as if the prohibitions and marks on the heavenly ladder held no sway over them. Zhao Kuo relied on his martial soul's comprehension, while Liao Wuji relied on his internal spirit tree to gain an advantage. But what were Yi Xian and Ro Ruanji relying on? With curiosity piqued, Luo Tong began to observe the pair more closely. As for Ro Ruanji, that was understandable. She was someone who had received attention from above. Being so highly regarded meant she surely harbored countless secrets. But what about Yi Xian? The record stated that yet, despite this, Those who have attained divine enlightenment merely benefit in their cultivation. It is not said that their insights are exceedingly formidable, that a person enlightened by the divine is not omnipotent. While they may face no bottlenecks in their cultivation, when it comes to comprehension, it is evident that Zhao Kuo, with his innate martial spirit, surpasses them. Furthermore, the notion that individuals enlightened by the divine experience no barriers in their cultivation is inherently limited. What if such a person, upon entering the sacred realm, finds their divine bone unable to evolve beyond 50%? Then, throughout their life, they would be confined to the pinnacle of the sacred realm, with no possibility of transcending to the semi-divine. Consequently, the Divine Path Hall has maintained a stance of observation regarding Yi Xian, this enlightened individual that on one hand, those enlightened by the divine can have their divine bones evolve through rival true gods. On the other hand, divine bones possess certain limitations. This has led to the predicament of the Divine Path Hall struggling to make a definitive assessment of Yi Xian's potential. However, this issue is not unique to Yi Xian. It has plagued all enlightened individuals throughout the ages. Nonetheless, Yi Xian's performance on the celestial ladder seems to starkly contrast with that of most others who have attained divine enlightenment. In the blink of an eye, Rou Ruanji and Yi Xian were in hot pursuit, rapidly closing in on the second-place competitor, Liao Wuji. What the hell? Why is Yi Xian tailing me so closely? Is the spiritwood seed he pilfered from me not sufficient? Must he continue his relentless chase? Startled, Liao Wuji clutched his treasures tightly, maximizing the activation of the spirit tree as he surged upward on the celestial ladder. Zhao Kuo, observing the sudden acceleration of the three behind him, furrowed his brow. What is happening? Are they jealous of my first-place standing, each one hoping to surpass me? In a fleeting moment, Zhao Kuo's martial spirit was ignited to its fullest potential. Thus, an extraordinarily bizarre scene unfolded upon the celestial ladder. Chapter 57. When skills fall short, one must bow to the wind. The four individuals raced like cars, at times drawing closer, at others pulling away, weaving a stunning tableau upon the celestial ladder. Finally, as Zhao Kuo reached the 300th step, a green lotus flower blossomed above his head. The colors gold, red, orange, purple, blue, white, and green indicated that Zhao Kuo was the first to ascend to the 300th step, earning the Green Lotus evaluation, a fitting recognition for his extraordinary comprehension bestowed by his innate martial spirit. Below the ladder, the 12th Hall Master, Luo Tong, gave a subtle nod, his gaze tinged with newfound affirmation. With the Hall Master's approval, Zhao Kuo beamed with pride. Just as he prepared to turn and boast to the others behind him, he was startled to find Liao Wuji had closed the gap to less than 10 steps. Behind them, Yi Xian and the little girl, Rou Ruanji, were also in hot pursuit, now within 20 steps of Zhao Kuo. Damn it, have they taken some kind of enhancement? Zhao Kuo exerted himself to the utmost, unleashing his martial spirit, and managed only to secure a Green Lotus evaluation for reaching the 300th step first. Why were they pursuing him so relentlessly? To prevent the three behind him from catching up. Zhao Kuo immediately resumed his ascent on the celestial ladder. As the 12th Hall Master, Luo Tong, had mentioned, the higher one ascends the celestial ladder, the more challenging the comprehension required becomes, beyond the 300th step. Zhao Kuo could distinctly feel that the pace of the stone steps beneath him was no longer as buoyant as before. Despite his martial spirit's utmost efforts, his steps began to slow incrementally. Yet in the blink of an eye, Liao Wuji had gained several steps on him. Following closely behind were Yi Xian and the relentless Rou Ruanji, each unwilling to fall behind. Alarmed, Zhao Kuo pushed his martial spirit to even greater heights. Why, when my innate martial spirit's speed has already diminished, do they show no signs of slowing? At that moment, drenched in cold sweat, Zhao Kuo sprinted up the celestial ladder. Questioning himself internally, he could not fathom why. In a domain where he excelled, he was unable to dominate the prodigies from the western, southern, and northern wastelands that in that instant. Zhao Kuo resembled an aging race car, suffering from an oil leak during a competition. Believing at the start that no one would even see his taillights. Yet to his surprise, he found himself in a desperate chase, with competitors hot on his heels. Finally, upon reaching the 500th step with all his effort, A white lotus flower erupted above his head. However, Zhao Kuo felt utterly exhausted, as if he had been turned into a mere dog, the forced activation of his martial spirit rapidly depleting his stamina and energy reserves. Even his clothing began to bear the telltale signs of sweat. He barely had time to glimpse the appearance of the white lotus when a figure abruptly floated past him. Indeed, it was as if they soared. Liao Wuji moved with an ethereal lightness, showing none of the fatigue or pressure that Zhao Kuo experienced from exerting his martial spirit to the limit. Zhao Kuo. My innate martial spirit, my transcendent comprehension, and yet I am utterly spent. Why does he appear so unburdened? Before Zhao Kuo could savor the thrill of earning a White Lotus evaluation, he was effortlessly surpassed. Glancing once more at the floating White Lotus above him, he felt as though it mocked and humiliated him mercilessly. He was about to step forward in pursuit when he felt his legs weaken. Oh no! Forcing his martial spirit had ultimately proven too strenuous. The drawbacks of extreme overexertion surged within him. Clenching his fists, Zhao Kuo struggled against the backlash from his drained martial spirit, his gaze filled with reluctant defiance as he watched Liao Wuji surpass him. Alas, though I have lost the title of first on the celestial ladder, at least this person surpassing me is not Yi. Zhao Kuo's words trailed off as another figure floated effortlessly past him. Yi Xian, gazing at Yi Xian, who wore a similarly relaxed expression. Zhao Kuo's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. I am not your elder. Yi Xian had no time to entertain Zhao Kuo's folly. He casually tossed a remark and continued his ascent on the celestial ladder. Notably, as Yi Xian sensed the relentless pursuit of Rou Ruanji behind him, his pace quickened once more. All of this infuriated Zhao Kuo. Yi Xian. He shouted at Yi Xian, who clearly disregarded him. Why is this happening? I cannot best Yi Xian in combat. I cannot outsmart him in the hidden realms. Now even my most cherished strength and comprehension is easily surpassed by him. Zhao Kuo felt as if he had suffered a grievous blow. Just as despair loomed over him and his reason teetered on the brink of collapse, someone gently patted him on the back. Keep going. You're the best. Hearing the sweet voice and encouraging gaze of Rou Ruanji, a rare warmth surged within Zhao Kuo's heart. Yet, inexplicably, his pulse began to quicken to, oh no, not again. As he felt an eruption of desire from below, a long surge rose from his lower abdomen, and Zhao Kuo's complexion changed drastically. The backlash he had struggled to suppress exploded within him. At that moment, however, no one paid Zhao Kuo any mind. With Rou Ruanji hot on his heels, Yi Xian's footsteps quickened, the faster he ran. The quicker Liao Wuji followed, creating a chain reaction. Damn it, my spirit tree has reached this level, and Yi Xian still pursues me relentlessly. Do we have such a deep-seated grudge? Liao Wuji believed himself not to be the kind who could not accept defeat. It's just a bag of spirit wood seeds. Liao Wuji conceded defeat with grace, but Yi Xian, approaching him, regarded him with a look of incredulity. Dude, are you feeling all right? Liao Wuji, is Yi Xian's relentless pursuit truly driven by a desire to eliminate me? As Liao Wuji stood there, his face a mask of bewilderment, he suddenly noticed the little girl, Rou Ruanji, relentlessly pursuing Yi Xian from behind. In that instant, it was as though Liao Wuji comprehended everything. Yi Xian was not chasing him. Rather, he was evading the relentless pursuit of the little girl. Had he known this earlier, he would not have exerted himself so futilely. Out of breath, Liao Wuji collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. What had initially been a spirited game of four had swiftly transformed into a contest solely between Yi Xian and the little girl, Rou Ruanji. At a flicker of unusual color passed through the eyes of the 12th Hallmaster. Luo Tong that he had anticipated that Zhao Kuo, endowed with a natural martial soul and profound insights, would shine brilliantly during the ascent of the celestial ladder. To his astonishment, Zhao Kuo became the first to be surpassed. The ascent was predicated on deep accumulation and gradual emergence. Zhao Kuo's reckless use of his martial soul, charging forward blindly, was nothing short of foolishness. After forming this assessment in his mind, Luo Tong turned his gaze towards Liao Wuji, who was nurturing a spirit tree within. Achieving a height of 700 steps through communion with the spirit tree was commendable in its own right. Having rendered a favorable appraisal, Luo Tong's attention shifted back up the celestial ladder, ultimately resting on the spirited chase between the little girl, Ro Ruanji, and Yixin Ti. That moment, they were separated by a mere 15 steps. Every time the little girl surged towards Yixin, he would increase his speed, widening the gap. Over time, even Ro Ruanji could not help but furrow her brow. Was Yixin's comprehension truly so formidable? She had long since discerned the capabilities of Zhao Kuo and Liao Wuji during their time in the Divine Path Hall. One possessed a natural martial soul, while the other was nurtured by a spirit tree. Their current achievements were within her expectations. Yet, Yixin, even a divinely enlightened individual, could not possibly possess such profound understanding. Could they, at this moment? The little girl's gaze towards Yixin grew increasingly profound. She felt as if Yixin was shrouded in a layer of mystery that I refuse to believe that the secrets you harbor can elude my keen perception. With a stubborn glint in her eyes, Ro Ruanji once again accelerated in pursuit of Yixin's retreating figure. Chapter 58. Crimson Lotus, a moment of silence. Doesn't this little girl ever tire from her relentless chase? Upon noticing Ro Ruanji pursuing him once more, Yixin frowned slightly. With the aid of comprehension crystals, the ascent of the celestial ladder felt like mere child's play to him. Why Yixin had no intention of climbing too quickly. But he could not withstand the little girl's unwavering pursuit. Zhao Kuo, endowed with a natural martial soul, and Liao Wuji, who clearly possessed some extraordinary abilities, were both exhausted. Yet this little girl showed no signs of fatigue whatsoever. I'm bolstered by the comprehension crystal, but what fuels her endurance? Thus, with a heart full of questions, Yixin continued to be pursued by the little girl, Ro Ruanji. Just as he was consumed by doubt, a purple lotus suddenly bloomed above him. The purple lotus, the 12th Hall Master, Luo Tong, felt a jolt of surprise at the base of the celestial ladder. Throughout the years, those who ascended the celestial ladder and achieved the purple lotus level were all exceptional individuals destined for the upper 3 tiers. To think that Yixin possessed such potential, being able to reach the upper 3 tiers already conferred most of the qualifications necessary to become a demigod. Why Yixin, a divinely enlightened individual with a divine bone, if he truly became a demigod, would undoubtedly be a formidable presence within that realm. This realization dawned upon him. Luo Tong's gaze shifted back to the little girl behind Yixin. At that moment, Ro Ruanji was still fervently pursuing Yixin, her face devoid of any signs of weariness. In the blink of an eye, she too had crossed the threshold of 900 steps marked by the purple lotus. Unexpectedly, among the prodigies selected from the 4 great wastelands, northeast, southeast, northwest, 2 possessed the qualifications for the upper 3 tiers. Luo Tong felt he had struck gold this time. In stark contrast, Zhao Kuo, who had painstakingly ascended to 700 steps, was now flushed and panting heavily. "Are you here, buddy?" Liao Wuji greeted Zhao Kuo, who had only just managed to catch up after much effort. After a brief period of recovery, Liao Wuji, sensing a resurgence of his depleted spiritual power, stood up, activated his spirit tree, and without a word, pursued the figures of Yixin and the little girl. Zhao Kuo. What does this mean? The moment I arrive, he departs. Is he deliberately waiting here to mock me? Zhao Kuo's previously calm demeanor flared up once more. However, Liao Wuji, now focused on climbing higher, paid Zhao Kuo no mind, gazing ahead at Yixin and the little girl, who had already attained the purple lotus rating and were still moving swiftly. Liao Wuji genuinely felt the vast chasm that separated him from them. Even as he acknowledged this disparity internally, he could not help but yearn to exert himself to bridge that gap. Even if just slightly. The summit of the celestial ladder, Yixin felt a sense of frustration. What kind of elixir did this little girl consume? She had chased him all the way here. Was she forcing him to unleash his latent potential? Soon, under the relentless pursuit of Ro Ruanji, Yixin reached the terrifying height of 1,100 steps, accompanied by the emergence of an orange lotus above him. The orange lotus, how astonishing! The 12th Hall Master, Luo Tong, was utterly astonished. He had initially believed his evaluation of Yixin to be sufficiently high, Yet he could never have anticipated that Yi Xian would reach such a height as the orange lotus. The radiant glow of the orange lotus enveloped the surroundings, penetrating the back mountain of the Divine Path Hall, awakening even the other 11 hall masters who were in seclusion within the hall. Orange, is this direction the celestial ladder? Could it be that our divine path will give rise to another extraordinary prodigy? Although prodigies in the upper 3 tiers are rare, there are still more than 10 within the divine path. However, over the years, few have achieved the orange lotus level during the ascent. The orange level nearly embodies all the prerequisites for becoming a demigod. While the ascent tests comprehension, qualities such as temperament, strategy, and capability are equally essential components of the evaluation. Such qualifications would undoubtedly place one at the forefront among the upper 3 tiers, barring any untimely demise. This individual was practically destined to become a demigod. As this thought crossed their minds, the remaining 11 hall masters of the divine path hall wore expressions of joyful contentment. If our divine path can unearth such a prodigy, should this child mature, it will stand as our greatest achievement. Just as the hall masters were about to express their sentiments, another beam of orange light shot up from the direction of the celestial ladder. The hall masters? Gazing at the sky where another orange glow had ascended, the hall masters of the Divine Path Hall were rendered momentarily dumbfounded. Did another individual achieve the orange standard? After a brief period of shock, the hall masters quickly regained their composure. They were certain that only the representatives from the 4 great wastelands had come to the celestial ladder for evaluation. In the past, even within the realm of the Xiantian divine path, where prodigies were abundant and talents were commonplace, encountering an individual of the orange lotus caliber was exceedingly rare. Yet, today, astonishingly, 2 had emerged. Among the 4, there were 2 at the orange lotus level. This would be hard for anyone to believe. Just as the hall masters donned expressions of skepticism, a crimson glow erupted skyward once more. The crimson hue was unmistakably red. Gulp. This time, the crimson light emanating from the celestial ladder extended far beyond the confines of the Divine Path Hall's back mountain. Many prodigies and powerful figures atop the sacred mountains were drawn to the penetrating red light. The candidates for the upper 3 tiers, feeling the surge of this red light, widened their eyes in disbelief. The celestial ladder, a red lotus? Is this a sign that an unparalleled genius is about to emerge? The red lotus is merely 200 steps shy of the golden lotus, the pinnacle of the Xiantian divine path. Throughout the history of the divine path's celestial ladder, anyone who achieved the red lotus was undeniably a formidable power within this wild spiritual domain. In an almost instantaneous moment, the prodigies of the upper 3 tiers of the Xiantian divine path simultaneously displayed an unmistakable sense of trepidation in their gazes. It was not only these elites from the upper echelons who exhibited such astonishment. Various formidable figures within the Xiantian divine path found themselves equally taken aback. The crimson lotus flower. After so many years, could it be that our Xiantian divine path is about to gain another unparalleled demigod? The significance of an invincible demigod in an era where true gods have nearly vanished is all too clear to them. Within a dim cavern of the Xiantian divine mountain, a demigod gradually emerged from a prolonged slumber. The crimson lotus. Ha ha! At last, my legacy finds a worthy successor. This individual, sensing a profound connection with the young man, declared he shall be my disciple. Pa, I was the one who awakened first, who says that the first to awaken has the exclusive right to choose a disciple. In an instant, the once quiet divine mountain became a flurry of activity. Yet, just as they vied for dominance, a beam of golden light surged skyward without warning, and a gigantic golden lotus began to unfurl gracefully in the skies above the divine mountain. Silence reigned. Utter silence enveloped the entire mountain. Golden? It is indeed a golden lotus. At that moment, the golden lotus hovering above the Xiantian divine mountain seemed poised to overshadow all that existed beneath it. Gulp! The divine beings, once petrified in their stares at the golden lotus, struggled to swallow their disbelief. Since the inception of the Xiantian divine path, only one individual had ever met the criteria for the golden lotus. Aside from the original divine figure, the Xiantian true god, namely, the esteemed goddess Xiao, who still resided within the divine mountain. Could it be that the heavens favor our divine path? After the goddess, are we to receive another prodigious talent destined to rival true gods? True godly stature, a prodigy of unparalleled caliber. In that instant, even the ancient demigods, momentarily stunned by the aura of the golden lotus, began to breathe heavily, a flicker of bloodlust glimmering in their eyes. He is mine. This successor belongs to me. Ha! Do you even know your worth? Who are you to mentor a true god? Silence. All of you. Be quiet. Whoever dares to compete with me shall face annihilation. Annihilate me. We shall see if you possess that capability. In that moment, various profound energies began to resonate throughout the divine mountain, compared to the demigods, who were embroiled in a heated struggle over the golden lotus. Luo Tong, one of the 12 hall masters at the foot of the celestial ladder, stood in a state of shock, his jaw practically on the ground. He had presumed that the purple lotus represented the zenith of Yi Xian's potential. Little did he expect that Yi Xian would provoke a phenomenon of the crimson lotus at the 1300 steps, followed by an extraordinary manifestation of the golden lotus at the 1500 steps. A golden lotus? Yi Xian actually triggered the golden lotus phenomenon. Meanwhile, Zhao Kuo, who was still lingering around the 700th step, had transitioned from envy to profound despair, his expression one of utter defeat. Akin to a lost puppy, the golden lotus, besides the Xiantian true god, had only been seen with the exalted goddess Xiao over the course of hundreds of thousands of years. Could it be that Yi Xian is comparable to the goddess? Particularly as Zhao Kuo recalled his relentless targeting of Yi Xian over these past few days, a chill gripped him. I dared to oppose a future true god. Not to mention Zhao Kuo himself. Even the entire Zhao family appeared as mere specks of sand before the presence of a true god. Insignificant, akin to ants. Indeed, this individual was truly formidable. Liao Wuji gazed at the dazzling golden lotus phenomenon above. His eyes filled solely with astonishment. He had exerted every ounce of his energy to awaken his spiritual tree, ultimately reaching a height of 800 steps. Yet, Yi Xian, also ascending the celestial ladder, shattered the ancient myths of the Xiantian divine path, which had stood for hundreds of thousands of years. Indeed, at this moment, the Yi Xian who invoked the golden lotus phenomenon appeared to Liao Wuji as a living legend. Looking up at Yi Xian bathed in the radiant glow of the golden lotus, Liao Wuji felt not the slightest trace of resentment. Have his spiritual seed consumed by someone capable of summoning a phenomenon at the 1500 steps was, in itself, an honor. For Liao Wuji, witnessing the birth of a legend was a stroke of fortune. The 1268 step. The young girl Ro Ruanji wore a similarly dazed expression. Her eyes fixated on Yi Xian. In her gaze lay a mixture of contemplation, astonishment, and disbelief. Golden, he actually achieved gold. In contrast to the bewildered Ro Ruanji below, Yi Xian remained remarkably composed as he regarded the golden lotus blooming overhead. Although he did not wish to draw excessive attention, he was aware of a formidable enemy lurking within the divine path. The master of the yin-yang fish, being of the upper 3 tiers and a candidate for the holy son of the divine path, held a position of considerable significance. As a mere upper-tier prodigy, how could Yi Xian hope to contend with such an existence? It was tantamount to striking a stone with an egg to gain the protection of the divine path. One must demonstrate sufficient potential. Thus, invoking the golden lotus phenomenon today was a decision Yi Xian had made long before ascending the ladder. The pursuit by the young girl merely accelerated his ascent. Clearly, Yi Xian had achieved his objective. He had successfully captured the attention of the ancient beings who had slumbered for many years within the divine path. Initially intending to interact with them as an ordinary prodigy, he was met with hostility and alienation, and no longer concealing his true nature, he declared, I am the unparalleled prodigy. At the summit of the divine mountain, the resplendent goddess Xiao, standing upon clouds, radiated an awe-inspiring majesty. Is this the direction of the celestial ladder? Observing the golden lotus blooming above the ladder, her brow furrowed slightly. Today marked the day when the 4 great wilderness regions entered the divine hall for testing. Now, the direction of the celestial ladder has summoned the golden lotus phenomenon. It is him. Almost instantaneously, The name Yi Xian surfaced in the mind of Goddess Xiao. She had never anticipated that the testing of the celestial ladder in the divine hall would lead to Yi Xian's early revelation. This was indeed my oversight. Since Yi Xian is destined to rise amidst calamity and become a true paragon, his talents are undoubtedly beyond those of ordinary prodigies. A superpower within the central wilderness spirit domain. The Xintian divine path has now attracted such phenomena. News will undoubtedly spread rapidly. Once Yi Xian's talents are exposed, all major forces will surely conspire to eliminate him. As the first individual to invoke the Golden Lotus phenomenon since the Xintian true god, Goddess Xiao was acutely aware of what it meant to be marked as the primary target of all forces facing collective extermination. Had it not been for her keen insight into the future, she might have perished long ago in such a hunt. How else could she have grown to her current stature at the pinnacle of the sacred realm, with strength surpassing that of ordinary demigods? With a fleeting glance, Goddess Xiao raised her jade hand, summoning a divine decree that descended from the heavens. Due to unknown reasons, the celestial ladder's restrictions have become ineffective. From this day forth, the divine hall celestial ladder shall be prohibited for half a month. And today's results will be annulled and excluded from the assessment. Yi Xian. Staring at the divine decree that descended from the skies, Yi Xian was utterly dumbfounded. What is going on? He had activated the divine crystal with all his might, intending to attract the attention of the divine path and secure himself as a key protected entity, preventing malicious targeting by the master of the yin-yang fish. Yet, after exerting himself for half a day, he was met with such an outcome. Did it mean that he had climbed a false celestial ladder? At the 1268th step, Ro Ruanji, observing the divine decree descending from the Xintian divine mountain, felt a flicker of intrigue in her eyes. She had ascended the ladder alongside Yi Xian, and surely she would know whether the celestial ladder was malfunctioning or not. Moreover, beyond the 1268th step, she could distinctly sense an increase in pressure. Even she found it challenging to maintain her previous ease. Given certain personal reasons, she had refrained from pursuing Yi Xian further. This divine decree, could it not be intended to deliberately protect Yi Xian? Almost instantaneously, Ro Ruanji deduced the deeper meaning behind the divine decree that descended from above. Things of the petite girl. Ro Ruan stifled a giggle, her eyes sparkling with an increasingly pronounced sense of mischief. Chapter 60. The Divine Maiden's Revelation. Firecrackers for celebration. Gazing at the oracle drifting above the sacred mountain, Liao Wuji was initially taken aback. Yet, gradually, as comprehension dawned upon him, a look of skepticism settled in his eyes. In stark contrast, Zhao Kuo was practically overflowing with excitement, on the verge of tears. Happiness had arrived so unexpectedly. He had thought that in this lifetime, he would never be able to catch up to Yi Xian. Who could have imagined such a dramatic turn of events midway? I once believed you. Yi Xian truly possessed the talent to invoke the Golden Lotus phenomenon. But it turns out you are merely a paper tiger, relying on the failure of the heavenly ladder's restrictions to seize the limelight. In this moment, Zhao Kuo could scarcely contain himself, yearning to set off some firecrackers in celebration. What does it mean when water reaches an impasse and reveals beauty, or when one finds rebirth at the end of despair? What does it mean when the mountains seem insurmountable, yet a glimmer of hope appears? Today, Zhao Kuo has truly experienced it all. He felt invigorated once more. He even couldn't help but wonder, had he not exhausted his martial spirit and ceased his ascent, would this splendid opportunity to reveal the Golden Lotus phenomenon have been his? With the divine oracle bestowed by the celestial maiden, deep within the sacred mountain, the semi-divine old monsters, who had previously been embroiled in fierce competition, began to curse vehemently after a momentary daze. Damn it! Why didn't you mention the heavenly ladder was faulty sooner? I had my divine annihilation technique all prepared, and you tell me that Golden Lotus was a sham. The divine annihilation technique is trivial. I was about to unleash the grand desolation infinite divine bell, but was forced to hold back. Damn it! You wasted my time in seclusion. Nothing but disappointment. Nothing at all. In stark contrast to the cacophony of curses from the semi-divine beings atop the sacred mountain. The Holy Realm powerhouses observing from the shadows were drenched in cold sweat, relieved to have survived. Just moments ago, they genuinely feared that those semi-divine old monsters would collapse the sacred mountain. The mere aura released by their divine techniques was suffocating. Semi-divine powerhouses are indeed terrifying. However, when it comes to the feeling of having survived a calamity, those divine prodigies on the upper three tiers felt the most relief. Their journey to this point had been fraught with challenges. Everyone was striving desperately for the positions of the Holy Son and Holy Maiden. If a prodigious being capable of manifesting a golden lotus were to descend, would there still be room for them to exist among the upper three tiers? What a farce! I told you, a golden lotus is not so easily attained. I have a furnace of elixirs to refine. So I shall not waste time here. I also need to ponder the hidden treasures. So I will take my leave. With the descent of the divine oracle from the celestial maiden, the crowd that had gathered to witness began to disperse. Only at the foot of the heavenly ladder stood Luo Tong, the 12th master of the divine hall, gazing at the oracle with disbelief etched across his face. As the principal overseer of today's heavenly ladder trials. How could he be unaware of its condition? What could be the purpose behind the maiden's actions? Yi Xian had clearly obtained the golden lotus evaluation solely through his own strength, unequivocally genuine and without deceit. Had it not been for his awareness of the celestial maiden's noble character, he might have suspected her of intentionally suppressing a rival, just as Master Luo was engulfed in confusion and uncertainty. The voice of the celestial maiden suddenly echoed in his ears. The goddess communicating with me. Upon hearing the celestial maiden's transmission, Master Luo's expression shifted dramatically. The emergence of a prodigy capable of manifesting a golden lotus is indeed a rare occurrence. Before he fully matures, we must take on the responsibility of safeguarding his path. As he listened to the celestial maiden's ethereal words, Master Luo's eyes began to shine with understanding that I comprehend now. The maiden is protecting Yi Xian. With his doubts dispelled, Master Luo's gaze toward the peak of the sacred mountain grew increasingly reverent. Over the years, the Xiantian divine path had flourished within the central wilderness spiritual domain. With the emergence of divine beings like the celestial maiden, they had undoubtedly drawn the envy of many powerful factions in the realm. If they were to discover that, alongside the maiden, another being of divine potential had appeared within the Xiantian divine path, the repercussions would be dire. Master Luo could easily foresee the frenzied attacks Yi Xian would face. The maiden not only possesses extraordinary talent and formidable strength, but she also foresaw potential crises that we had overlooked and took timely action to remedy them. Truly, she is the one and only goddess of our Xiantian divine path. With calamity looming, the presence of a powerful individual like the celestial maiden, who embodies both strength and wisdom, at the helm is undoubtedly a stroke of fortune for the Xiantian divine path. Now, as Master Luo looked at Yi Xian, there was a subtle change in his gaze, imbued with newfound hope that a maiden poised to challenge the realm of true divinity has already provided the Xiantian divine path with the confidence to navigate through tribulations unscathed. What if another Yi Xian were to emerge? Truly, the heavens favor our Xiantian divine path. Just as Master Luo was overtaken by excitement, a sudden descent of 11 figures interrupted him. The newcomers were the other 11 masters of the divine hall. These 11 masters felt as if their emotions had been on a roller coaster ride today, soaring with the birth of a prodigious being capable of manifesting a golden lotus, only to plummet as that prodigy vanished before their eyes. They were left feeling utterly exposed. At this moment, the 11 masters were all harboring a simmering frustration. There was disappointment, resentment, and a flicker of hope that should have been extinguished under the divine oracle. Even though the celestial maiden had delivered her oracle, they were still eager to witness the situation for themselves and inquire whether the heavenly ladder truly malfunctioned. Was that fleeting prodigy merely an ephemeral illusion? Each of them fixed their gazes intently on Master Luo, desperate to seek a definitive answer to quench their lingering hopes. Facing the 11 masters who were like brothers to him, Master Luo opened his mouth several times, but ultimately refrained. The malfunction of the heavenly ladder was my fault. With his head hung low, Master Luo discreetly deactivated the restrictions on the heavenly ladder. Not only that, he employed a subtle trick, directly removing several key restrictions within the heavenly ladder. My apologies, brothers, for the sake of allowing our Xiantian divine path to nurture another unparalleled prodigy. I must bear the blame of deceiving you all. Having received the celestial maiden's covert transmission, Master Luo had resolutely resolved to protect Yi Xian at all costs. Upon hearing Master Luo's affirmative response, the expressions of the 11 masters transformed, their palpable disappointment almost turning into an ocean of despair. How could the heavenly ladder, in perfect working order, suddenly malfunction? The third master remained unconvinced and boldly stepped forward. After some tests, he confirmed that the heavenly ladder had indeed encountered issues. So, the previous golden lotus was Forget it, forget it. The golden lotus phenomenon is not so easily manifested. As for the four of them, the Divine Hall Masters, their faces heavy with disappointment, turned to glance at Yi Xian and the others on the heavenly ladder. Let us distribute the resources to the halls and study them slowly. After the Grand Master spoke, he and the remaining 10 masters turned away, their faces marked by disappointment. Only Master Luo remained rooted in place, feeling a deep sense of guilt. Yet, when he considered that his actions were intended to safeguard the rise of a prodigious being of divine potential within the divine path, his countenance brightened once more. I dedicate my efforts to the divine path. Chapter 61. Forgetting loyalty for desire, unashamed, on the journey down the mountain. Zhao Kuo persistently cast provocative glances at Yi Xian, yet Yi Xian paid no heed to the fool. The restrictions on the heavenly ladder were clearly intact. Why then did the divine path proclaim otherwise? Yi Xian was no fool. He had navigated the trials relying on his insights into the divine crystal. Whether the heavenly ladder was faulty or not, he was well aware. As for the oracle that had just ascended, could it be that it was intentionally meant to protect me? In a fleeting moment, Yi Xian, having comprehended everything, couldn't help but let out a bitter smile within. The heavens bore witness. What Yi Xian desired was the kind of awe-inspiring, unparalleled aura of protection that would deter the world. Ideally, he wished for the owner of the yin-yang fish to refrain from provoking him altogether. Yet now, this sense of being both protected and unprotected felt entirely frustrating. As time passed, 2 months had already elapsed since the incident with the ascending ladder that had incited the appearance of the false golden lotus. During these 2 months, Yi Xian had dedicated his days to attending lectures at the Divine Path Hall and immersing himself in cultivation at the Bamboo Cottage. In the interim, to gauge the reaction of the Divine Path, he intentionally consumed a piece of the great Tao fruit, evolving his divine bones to a state of 40%. As expected, the divine path remained utterly unresponsive. Yi Xian, feeling helpless, covered his face with his hands. He was now thoroughly convinced that the divine path was secretly safeguarding him. It seemed that his previous antics on the ascending ladder had been excessive, resulting in the golden lotus phenomenon's evaluation that had left the higher-ups of the divine path quite restrained. Thus, the Xiantian divine path was fervently striving to conceal the brilliance that emanated from Yi Xian. Although this was a form of protection, it was of little use against the owner of the yin-yang fish, failing to exert any deterrent effect. However, upon reflecting on the meticulous care with which the divine path was currently shielding him, Yi Xian couldn't help but feel a surge of delight. If the owner of the yin-yang fish, unbeknownst to the circumstances, dared to make a move against Yi Xian, what consequences would ensue? The mere thought of this made Yi Xian's heart swell with a sense of satisfaction. Indeed, the thrill of waiting for an adversary to take the bait and fall into a trap was quite exhilarating. A true hunter always appears in the guise of prey. Yi Xian felt increasingly inclined towards embodying the role of an antagonist. He wondered how the owner of the yin-yang fish would feel when confronted with the collective suppression from the various formidable figures of the divine path. The power of the great Tao fruit had fully transformed Yi Xian's divine bones to 40%. His cultivation had reached the rank of a 2-star martial king, on the verge of breaking through to the 3-star state. Moving forward, the enhancement provided by the great Tao fruit would only diminish it. It was indeed a pity in Yi Xian's eyes. The great Tao fruit was, after all, a commendable reward from the golden treasure chest. But even so, it was unavoidable that he would find himself in a predicament where its efficacy gradually waned. Although he had only absorbed a single drop of divine blood, it was likely that, similar to the great Tao fruit, the more he absorbed over time, the lesser the enhancement would become. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian cast a glance at the pitiful 621 points of great Tao fortune shimmering atop the golden sphere. During these 2 months, he had remained in the central wilderness spirit domain, diligently writing letters to his beloved wife. However, significant events had transpired in the southern wilderness domain. To be precise, 2 major occurrences had taken place. Firstly, the ancient monster within the royal family of the Jiang Kingdom had finally breached the threshold of the martial king realm. Stepping into the martial emperor domain, that a nation led by a martial emperor was bound to experience a surge of confidence. Under the leadership of this ancient figure, the royal family of the Jiang Kingdom had swiftly eradicated the Yushan Sword sect and the Red Alliance, 2 martial factions that had long entrenched themselves within Jiang Kingdom. This left neighboring countries trembling in fear. Only the Yi clan stood firm amidst the storm, all because they had a peerless prodigy advancing into the Xiantian divine path. The second event involved the Starry Academy. Dantai Mingwei, with the prowess of an 8-star martial master, had successfully traversed the Star God Tower and obtained the highest inheritance from the Starry Academy, drawing the attention of mysterious powerhouses. It turned out that the inheritance within the Star God Tower was a remnant left behind by a significant figure from an enigmatic force known as the Fallen Pavilion during their travels in the central wilderness spirit domain. However, the then president of the Starry Academy had been unable to fully comprehend it due to limited aptitude, thus missing the opportunity. Yet, Dantai Mingyuan not only fully absorbed the inheritance, but also, in the span of just 2 months, progressed from an 8-star martial master to a 9-star grand martial master, just 1 step away from the martial sect realm. When this news reached the central wilderness spirit domain, Yi Xian felt as if his mind had been blown. He had taken 18 years to grow from a mere martial artist to a 9-star grand martial master, while the protagonist Dantai Mingwei had accomplished this feat in just over 2 months. Such a terrifying rate of ascension made even Yi Xian, who had awakened his own golden finger, exclaim inwardly, "The protagonist's halo is indeed formidable," though the miraculous rise of his beloved wife was a cause for celebration. It posed an unsettling dilemma for Yi Xian. Due to her intense cultivation retreat over the past 2 months, his affection points and great Tao fortune had plummeted, leaving him unable to gather enough for 10 consecutive draws. The crux of the issue was that with his wife's rapid growth, it was inevitable that they would soon face a transition to a new realm, should that time come and he remained stagnant in his progress. The distance between him and his beloved would inevitably widen. The widening distance was secondary. The pressing concern was where Yi Xian would acquire such substantial affection points and great Tao fortune. It was clear that he needed to accelerate his own power enhancement. With this in mind, Yi Xian resolutely retrieved the last piece of the great Tao fruit from the reward space of the golden sphere. Meanwhile, atop the divine mountain, the little girl Ro Ruanji sat across from the divine maiden Shi Yao, her face alight with mischief. Her eyes sparkled with amusement as she fixed her gaze on Shi Yao, whose expression became increasingly flustered under the weight of Ro Ruanji's insinuating stare. "Are you still planning to cultivate properly? Oh, you still have a mind to train. If I were you, I would have pounced on him by now. Do you know how many letters Yi Xian has sent to the southern wilderness domain during this time? 30 letters, a full 30. Ro Ruanji recounted, counting on her fingers. That I've told you, my relationship with him is not what you think. Xiao replied, her brows furrowing slightly. What kind of relationship? Did I ever say anything? Sensing the teasing glint in Ro Ruanji's eyes, Xiao couldn't help but furrow her brow in annoyance. You, the esteemed leader of the Charm Sound Pavilion, deliberately mingling among the chosen from the 4 great wilderness domains just to amuse yourself in front of me. Amuse myself? Am I really that kind of person? Ro Ruanji bounced up from her seat. That I came all this way from the northern wilderness domain, traversing thousands of miles, just for the sake of your lifelong happiness, my dear sister. Ro Ruanji was well aware that her divine maiden friend, despite projecting an air of superiority before outsiders, was utterly clueless when it came to matters of the heart. Ironically, this selection of prodigies from the 4 great wilderness domains was all for the sake of a man. Thus, Ro Ruanji felt compelled to return hastily to the divine path to oversee her dear friend's interests. You still dare to say? With your strength, if you exert yourself, you could at least reach above the Crimson Lotus realm. In truth, What Xiao implied was that if her dear friend made an effort and surged forward, she could naturally draw the attention that would trigger the Golden Lotus phenomenon towards Ro Ruanji. Unfortunately, the little girl, entirely focused on the Divine Maiden, did not grasp the implication at first. In no way. Enduring restrictions isn't reflective of my true comprehension level. I'll ascend as far as my abilities allow. I have no interest in cheating my way through. After saying this, Ro Ruanji suddenly felt that something was amiss. Wait, are you asking me to shield your wild man from harm? Her pupils dilated as if betrayed by the world. Oh, so I treat you as a dear friend, and you use me as a shield? How could you use me to protect your wild man? Ugh, shameless. You forget friendship when a man is involved. I see now, I've misjudged you. This vile woman, I shall sever ties with you. Chapter 62. Proud capital, dreadful item, you're a dignified peak saint, with one foot on the threshold of semi-divinity, and yet you can't even fend off a little harm for the younger generation. What's so wrong with that? Gazing at the tantrum-throwing Ro Ruanji, Xiao appeared to be discussing a trivial matter. Sensing the gradual deterioration of their friendship, Ro Ruanji felt like a forsaken woman scorned. You want me to shield your wild man? Fine. But as she gazed at the corners of her mouth being gradually tugged apart by divine power, the little girl, Ro Ruanji, finally revealed a pleading look in her eyes. Sister Goddess, I was wrong. The disparity in strength compelled her to lower her stance temporarily. However, her heart was still rife with resentment. Clearly, she had merely sought a wild man, yet she stubbornly refused to admit it. Just wait. One day, I shall make everyone in the divine realm aware that even a goddess can yearn for love. The little girl, Ro Ruanji, thought fiercely to herself. Just then, as she was about to speak again, the goddess Xiao cast a sharp glare in her direction. That I shall say just one thing, Ro Ruanji declared earnestly, raising her finger. Noticing the goddess's expression softening gradually, she finally spoke, earlier, in the Divine Path Hall. Yi Xian mentioned that he preferred goddesses over women. You are the acknowledged goddess of the Xiantian Divine Path. Does that not imply that he holds affection for you? The sound of her laughter echoed atop the divine mountain, while she had already vanished without a trace, leaving behind the goddess Xiao, who stood lost in thought. Preferring goddesses? Disliking women? Even Xiao herself was unaware that the moment those words left her lips, a peculiar emotion began to blossom within her heart. This foolish woman truly causes one to worry. The little girl, Ro Ruanji, cast a glance back at the dazed figure atop the mountain. Despite being a close friend who had shielded her from harm and threatened to tear her tongue apart, Ro Ruanji understood that her dear friend was cold on the outside, yet warm on the inside. Alas, what can I say? We are bound by our lives as best friends. The goddess Xiao had saved Ro Ruanji's life on several occasions in the past, were it not for this good friend, who had continually safeguarded her. Ro Ruanji would not have smoothly reached the pinnacle of the sacred realm. Although she had only just crossed the threshold of semi-divinity, Ro Ruanji knew that advancing to semi-divinity was merely a matter of time. Yet in comparison to her own strength, her dear friend's lifelong happiness held greater importance. Just as Ro Ruanji pondered this, an aura of divine bone transformation suddenly surged from the third tier beneath the divine mountain. Is that Yi Xian? Ro Ruanji's eyes widened in surprise that in a mere 2 months, the divine bone had undergone 2 transformations consecutively. Now I believe in my dear friend's choice of wild man. After a brief moment of astonishment, Ro Ruanji gradually regained her composure. Once again, golden lotus flowers, another transformation of the divine bone. Yi Xian's aptitude was now beyond doubt. His character, demonstrated by his unwavering protection of an utterly unremarkable fiancée, was commendable as well. However, Yi Xian was ultimately a man bound by a betrothal. My foolish friend has developed feelings for a married man. Is she truly willing to play the role of a mistress? The thought brought a pang of heartache, yet I can't help but feel delighted for her. Ha! You silly woman, weren't you going to tear my mouth apart? Come on, tear it apart, even if you destroy my tongue. It won't change the fact that you're going to be a mistress for that wild man. Ah. The transformation of Yi Xian's divine bone lasted a full cup of tea's time. 43%. Indeed, not only had the effectiveness of the transformation diminished, but the duration had also shortened. Nevertheless, Yi Xian remained unconcerned, for he had anticipated all of this. Just as he prepared to rise and harness the strength of his newly attained 3-star martial king. The golden sphere within him trembled twice. Acquired guilt from Dantai Mingwei. Great Dao Fortune critical hit 20. Great Dao Fortune critical hit 20. Great Dao Fortune critical hit 21. Great Dao Fortune critical hit 22. Won the world. What is happening? Critical hit. It can work like this? Clearly, the little wife, having exited her seclusion, felt a profound sense of guilt and indebtedness after receiving Yi Xian's unwavering letters for over 2 months. This resulted in Yi Xian's gradually dwindling Great Dao Fortune suddenly becoming robust once more at that moment. As the Golden Sphere's Great Dao Fortune soared, it began to exhibit some marvelous changes. Oh! In Yi Xian's astonished gaze, a new option named Diamond Flying Lock appeared next to the original 10 consecutive draws. Upon closer inspection, he saw that it resembled a flying claw icon, which, when clicked, would allow one to soar into the prize pool and seize a diamond treasure chest at will. However, this fixed option for the diamond treasure box required a hefty 600 points of Great Dao Fortune for a single attempt. That was nearly equivalent to a substantial portion of 10 consecutive draws. In addition to the newly added Diamond Flying Lock, Yi Xian noticed that the golden sphere within him now radiated an even deeper golden light. The Great Dao Fortune had also become more substantial. Could this mean that my golden finger has leveled up again? Though Yi Xian was uncertain whether the newly upgraded golden sphere possessed any other remarkable uses aside from the Diamond Flying Lock, the upgrade was undoubtedly a boon for him. The critical hits born from his little wife's feelings of guilt persisted until the Great Dao Fortune within the golden sphere approached around 900 points before finally ceasing. It appeared that it wouldn't be long before he could indulge in another long-awaited round of 10 consecutive draws. Even though the golden sphere had gained a Diamond Flying Lock, the rewards within the golden treasure chest still offered substantial enhancement effects for Yi Xian. While the diamond treasure box was precious, the cost of 600 points of Great Dao Fortune for a single flying claw was still too exorbitant for him at present. I'll quote a popular saying from Yi Xian's past life. It's not that I can't afford the Diamond Flying Lock. Rather, the 10 consecutive draws offer superior value. Yi Xian Gij. At that moment, the voice of the little girl, Ro Ruanji, suddenly echoed from outside the bamboo cottage. Ye Wan. Why has this master of divine tea arts come again? Brother, should I go kick her away? Xiao He turned to Yi Xian with a look of concern. Ever since the golden sphere within Yi Xian had leveled up, Xiao He had grown increasingly fond of being by his side. Let's just leave it be. Yi Xian shrugged. Although he still had no idea about the little girl's background, one thing he was certain of was that she indeed had powerful connections within the Xiantian Divine Path. Even the lessons imparted daily in the Divine Path Hall were taken lightly by her, yet not a single hall master seemed to hold her accountable. Truly a special recruit. Soon, as Yi Xian stepped out of the bamboo cottage, he saw the little girl on the opposite side, radiating a tea-like aura, flashing him a brilliant smile, the 3-star martial king. Yi Xian Gij, that's so impressive. The little girl, Ro Ruanji, intentionally raised her voice on the other side. Zhao Kua, who had also exited the bamboo cottage, darkened visibly upon hearing of Yi Xian's breakthrough to 3-star martial king, his expression akin to that of one who had consumed something foul. In contrast, Liao Wuji wore an expression of resigned acceptance of reality. The Divine Path Hall has issued an urgent summons for us. There must be something significant at hand. The Divine Path Hall rarely summoned exceptional talents engaged in cultivation unless it was of utmost importance. Do you know the reason for this summons? Yi Xian suddenly turned his gaze toward the little girl, Ro Ruanji. Others may be unaware, but special recruits undoubtedly had more channels for obtaining information than ordinary talents. Of course, Ro Ruanji puffed out her chest proudly. Instinctively, Yi Xian and his companions glanced at the little girl's flat chest. Yes, that's something to be proud of, yet their actions seemed to provoke Ro Ruanji greatly. How dare you younglings look down upon my remarkable assets? Were it not for her unique cultivation method that caused her to revert to a youthful appearance periodically, she would have long since showcased her true form to let these naive children witness what true ferocity looks like. Forget it. I shan't bicker with a bunch of little brats. Especially not with her dear friend's wild man. If she were to seduce her dear friend's wild man, wouldn't she come charging down for the divine mountain, sword in hand, ready to cleave me in two? With that thought, Ruanji felt a sudden thrill deep within her heart. Why, Yixian Gij, are you not curious about why the Divine Path Hall summoned us? Come closer, and I shall tell you. Chapter 63. The Friends Man. I've got him. Are you certain this is meant to inform me, rather than consume me? Feeling the alluring gaze of the little girl, Yixian instinctively turned away. Since this was a summons from the Divine Path Hall, we should hasten our way there. Who would believe the words of a mere tea art master, especially in such a feigned, seductive state? It was clear there was a trap laid out, waiting for Yixian to leap into it. He certainly did not wish to appear before the hall masters of the Divine Path Hall. Blushing like Zhao Qua, with a large pillar atop his head. Before long, upon reaching the Divine Path Hall, Yixian encountered the 12th Hall Master, Luo Tong. Besides the 12th Hall Master, the 3rd Hall Master was also present. Becoming a prodigy of the Divine Path not only allowed one to enjoy the various cultivation resources and hidden treasures bestowed by the Divine Path, but also came with the responsibility and duty of safeguarding it. Originally, after passing the trial of the Heavenly Ladder, the Divine Path Hall should have dispatched corresponding protective tasks to you. However, due to various reasons, this has been delayed until now. At this juncture, the 3rd Hall Master paused slightly. Today, I have summoned you here to assign you protective tasks. Protective tasks? At this, Yixian and the other two were momentarily taken aback. Only the little girl, Ruanji, wore an expression that suggested she had seen through everything long ago. Ahem, this protective task is quite simple. Near the Qiankuan Sea, there lies a coastal mortal city named Dan City, currently under the influence of our Xiantian Divine Path, that it is home to a significant number of mortals and martial artists. However, just half a month ago, Dan City has been plagued by frequent attacks from sea beasts. Sea beasts do not belong to the category of demon beasts and naturally fall outside the jurisdiction of the Divine Beast Mountain. In a sense, sea beasts are akin to the ferocious beasts encountered by Yixian in the life and death secret realm. They're simply brutish creatures, endowed with strength yet devoid of intellect, knowing only slaughter. The sudden surge of sea beast attacks near Dan City must have its reasons. You are all prodigies of the Divine Path, possessing strength that exceeds the martial king realm. Thus, the task of resolving the sea beast invasion in Dan City now falls upon you. As the 12th Hall Master, Luo Tong spoke, he covertly glanced at Yixian amidst the crowd. Luo Tong had pondered for a long time regarding Yixian's protective task. The previous incident at the Heavenly Ladder, which triggered a golden lotus phenomenon, had not escaped the notice of the divine maiden Shi Yao. This matter soon spread across the major powers of the Central Wilderness Spirit Domain. Although the divine maiden Shi Yao swiftly issued a divine decree, claiming it was due to the failure of the Heavenly Ladder's restrictions, it still incited clandestine investigations from various major powers. After all, concerning the Xiantian Divine Path, the question arose whether another prodigy like Shi Yao, with the potential to challenge the true deity realm, might emerge that no faction within the Central Wilderness Spirit Domain dared to take this lightly. The news of the prodigies from the 4 major wilderness branches heading to the Heavenly Ladder for testing could not be concealed. If Yixian and the others delayed their protective tasks, it would undoubtedly arouse the suspicions of the major powers. By then, the smokescreen that the divine maiden Shi Yao had cast over Yixian would be rendered ineffective, and he would become the target of scrutiny. Shortly, I will be responsible for transporting you to the vicinity of Dan City. After the transfer, I shall return to the Divine Path, while the protective task in Dan City will be left for you to resolve on your own. The 12th Hall Master, Luo Tong, spoke with an air of righteousness. Yet in his heart, he had already made up his mind. Once Yixian and the others were sent to Dan City, he would find an opportunity to secretly protect Yixian. This was also a task entrusted to him by the divine maiden Shi Yao. For this purpose, the divine maiden had specially bestowed upon Luo Tong a talisman infused with her divine power. This talisman not only assists Luo Tong in better concealing his presence, but also has the capability to summon the divine maiden's true form in critical moments. With the peak cultivation of the divine maiden, her divine bones and might could easily overpower the vast majority of demigod-level beings in this world. Having such confidence in his heart, Luo Tong appeared unperturbed, as steady as a seasoned veteran. Completely unaware that the aura of the talisman had already been detected by the little girl, Ro Ruanji. Was this some covert trick prepared by her good friend for her wild man? Though the aura of the talisman was exceedingly concealed, Ro Ruanji, given her familiarity with the Divine Maiden, still managed to sense it. The crucial factor was that Ro Ruanji herself was already on the brink of stepping into the demigod threshold. Coupled with her inherent perceptiveness, and Luo Tong not having made any deliberate effort to hide it, she was able to catch a whiff of it. It seemed her good friend truly cared a great deal for her wild man. Now that Ro Ruanji was aware of her best friend's intentions, she naturally felt compelled to help alleviate her worries. Her friend's man? Just you wait. I shall secure him. Before long, under the teleportation array of the 12th Hall Master, Luo Tong, the figures of Yi Xian and his companions vanished from the Divine Path Hall. Buzz, accompanied by a flash of bright light, the 12th Hall Master Luo Tong appeared pale in a desolate valley. Luo Tong, Liao Wuji, Zhou, Guo, aren't we supposed to go to Dance City? Hearing Liao Wuji's inquiry, Luo Tong took a deep breath. How could I have forgotten that Yi Xian was the one who triggered the Golden Lotus phenomenon? His fate must be extraordinarily precious. Alas, my preparations were woefully inadequate. How embarrassing. Internally lamenting, the 12th Hall Master Luo Tong feigned calmness and stretched lazily to mask his awkwardness. I haven't left the sacred mountain for a long time. The air here is so fresh. I cannot help but pause to breathe it in. Yi Xian naturally understood the reason for Luo Tong's pause. He had grown accustomed to the same occurrence during his journey to the Xiantian Divine Path. He instinctively glanced at the little black figure concealed beneath the shimmering light beside him. It seemed there were still many places along the way with such refreshing as expected during the subsequent moments. The teleportation array of the 12th Hall Master Luo Tong flickered intermittently, pausing multiple times, until finally it successfully transported Yi Xian and his companions to Dan City. Besides Yi Xian, another person sensed the peculiarity, the little girl, Ro Ruanji. However, like the 12th Hall Master Luo Tong, she could not penetrate the shimmering illusion surrounding the little black figure. She simply assumed that all of this was a chain reaction triggered by Yi Xian's extraordinary fate. Well then, the subsequent matters are now in your hands. As the voice of the 12th Hall Master Luo Tong faded away, he vanished without a trace. The journey of teleportation had utterly exhausted him. Luo Tong urgently needed to find a place to recuperate and restore his strength. Once Luo Tong's figure disappeared, Zhao Kuo was the first to cast a glance at the three individuals before him. He truly had no desire to complete the protective task alongside Yi Xian. The mere sight of Yi Xian was enough to irritate him. Damn it, why did he manage to break through to the third-star Martial King? With a sullen expression, Zhao Kuo silently cursed in his heart and turned away to leave the group. Liao Wuji glanced at Yi Xian and then at the little girl, Ro Ruanji. These two were nothing but trouble, and being with them would undoubtedly lead to pitfalls. It would be far more prudent to act alone. Investigating the sea beast was already complicated enough. Liao Wuji did not wish to increase the difficulty of his endeavor because of Yi Xian and the little girl. Brother Yi Xian, those two are not very cooperative. How about we team up instead? Observing the little girl, Ro Ruanji, bouncing towards him, Yi Xian's form suddenly distorted, and an enigmatic scene unfolded. The Yi Xian who had been standing still miraculously vanished without a trace. Ro Ruanji. What just happened? Where did my best friend's wild man go? Chapter 64. A colossal entity, truly enormous. It turned out that Yi Xian had long anticipated that the little girl, Ro Ruanji, would cling to him. So, after the 12th Hall Master Luo Tong landed, he had directly employed a shimmering illusion to leave the group in advance. Brother, why are you so afraid of that woman? Afraid of her? Why would I be? Looking at the little black figure before him, who wore an innocent expression, Yi Xian spread his hands. Not afraid? Then why run? In the mindset of the little black figure, running away was a sign of fear. Just like those ferocious beasts and demons in the life and death secret realm, they would flee upon seeing the little black figure. Only after being repeatedly defeated by her did they finally stop running. Their initial terror now deeply ingrained. Silly child, That is not called fear. It is called avoiding trouble. To Yi Xian, Ro Ruanji was simply a walking troublemaker. Take her along for a protective task. The difficulty of the tasks will only escalate in a linear fashion. To some extent, Yi Xian's perspective on this matter is quite similar to that of Liao Wuji. However, in Liao Wuji's eyes, Yi Xian is equally the one who creates trouble. Due to the frequent assaults by sea beasts, the towering walls of Fan City are etched with numerous, radiant magical arrays and runes. Additionally, many martial artists have voluntarily taken up weapons to patrol atop the city walls. Just then, a sudden surge of colossal waves erupted on the tranquil sea surface outside Fan City, that a peculiar sea beast, resembling a shark and covered in the scales of a dragon, with claws akin to those of a crocodile, abruptly emerged from the depths, charging towards Fan City. This creature is a sea beast of the martial sovereign level. The patrolling martial artists atop the walls were stricken with terror. The martial sovereign level sea beast poses a significant calamity for a mortal city. Among the crowd, numerous martial masters, even those of the Grand Martial Master rank, began to tremble uncontrollably under the menacing aura of the martial sovereign sea beast. At that moment, a figure descended from the sky. How dare such a diminutive sea beast act so recklessly? The newcomer was Zhao Kuo. During this time, Zhao Kuo had been stifled for far too long. He had originally believed that following the Celestial Ladder incident, he would be able to surpass Yi Xian effortlessly. Little did he expect to become a mere witness to Yi Xian's 2 transformations of divine bones. The thought that Yi Xian had ascended to the rank of a 3-star martial king in just 2 short months, while he remained stagnant at the pinnacle of 1 star, sent Zhao Kuo's sensitive nerves into a frenzy. Why Yi Xian perish? At this moment, the sea beast charging from the ocean appeared to Zhao Kuo as if it were the very embodiment of Yi Xian himself. His ruthless fists rained down upon the sea beast, one blow after another. Zhao Kuo didn't even resort to using his treasured long sword, as it seemed that only this visceral assault would alleviate the hatred festering in his heart. "Brother, why does that fool take so long to strike a fish?" In the eyes of the little black creature, Zhao Kuo's 1-star martial king strength should be sufficient to dispatch any opponent of the martial sovereign level in an instant. Yet, Zhao Kuo continued to unleash blow after blow, showing no intention of ending the battle swiftly. Silly child, he is not striking a fish, but rather his own loneliness. Why Yi Xian gently patted the little black creature's forehead. Indeed, he was battling against his solitude. "Brother, there's a foolish creature in the sea. I can sense its presence. Should I go play with it?" Yi Xian? A foolish creature in the sea. Could it be a sea beast? Clearly, the foolish creature the little black creature referred to was not the shark being mercilessly beaten by Zhao Kuo. However, any sea beast that could capture the little black creature's attention must be formidable. Can you discern its strength? In terms of strength, it's probably comparable to a lowly pimp. The lowly pimp mentioned by the little black creature was indeed the black dragon of half-step, Saint Realm lurking within the secret realm of Xintian sect. Significantly stronger than a 9-star pinnacle martial emperor. This implies that the true formidable foe lies beneath the sea, while Zhao Kuo is merely toying with a small fry. Upon realizing this, a strange smile flickered across Yi Xian's lips. "Let us go, little black creature, and meet that foolish being. Brother is coming too? That's wonderful." The little black creature had been cooped up in the Xintian divine path for far too long. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so eager to rush into the depths of the sea upon sensing the presence of that foolish creature. Soon, under the guidance of the little black creature, Yi Xian encountered the so-called foolish being. It turned out to be a mermaid. Following the astonished gaze of Yi Xian, he beheld a colossal sea beast, resembling a mermaid, angrily swimming back and forth beneath the waves. The reason for describing her as colossal is that she truly was immense, a mermaid towering over 100 feet, even after 18 years of rebirth in this world. Yi Xian had never seen one before. No wonder they say one truly sees it all after living long enough. The mermaid was indeed beautiful, and she was indeed gigantic, with her massive form and her current irate state. She churned the depths of the ocean into a tumultuous frenzy. "Brother, may I go and strike her?" The little black creature was itching for a fight. It was a rare opportunity to encounter 2 such large punching bags. Yi Xian turned to glance at the little black creature. Are you serious? Just at that moment, the agitated mermaid had noticed Yi Xian's presence. Humans. She seemed to harbor an intense hatred for humanity. Almost immediately upon spotting Yi Xian, she commanded the surrounding 100 or so martial, sovereign-level sea beasts to charge at him. That why Yi Xian vaguely sensed that among these martial sovereign sea beasts, there were also a dozen or so powerful sea beasts of the martial king level. Little black creature, stay put and do not move. Having spent considerable time in the Xintian divine path, Yi Xian had been in seclusion, waiting for a suitable opportunity to test his many abilities. Now, this moment presented itself as an excellent chance, as Yi Xian prepared to unleash the divine might great array. The little black creature displayed a reluctant expression. It was she who had initially suggested coming out to play. Why was brother the first one to engage? The combined prowess of a 3-star martial king and the divine might great array transformed Yi Xian into a force akin to a bully in a kindergarten, effortlessly overpowering his opponents. With the innate divine bones and the accompanying divine might, Yi Xian was already an unbeatable entity within the same realm. Moreover, he had only activated the divine might great array and had yet to summon his true divine form. As he observed the martial sovereign sea beasts beneath him, it was evident that they posed no challenge at all. Even the martial king-level sea beasts were easily dispatched before Yi Xian. In a fit of rage, the mermaid let out a piercing scream. The surrounding sea beasts hastily cleared a path. The once tranquil depths of the sea were suddenly torn open, and a surge of colorful light erupted at the surface. Zhao Kuo, who had been fervently fishing moments before, found himself instantly immobilized. Zhao Kuo. What is happening? Before Zhao Kuo could comprehend the situation, another towering wave struck, sending him tumbling from mid-air. Chapter 65. An ominous atmosphere. Most eerie, unable to contend with the smaller foes. Was it time to summon the mightier ones? Deep beneath the sea, facing the half-step Saint Realm mermaid, whose scales radiated with a spectrum of colors, Yi Xian smiled lightly. Following this, a divine figure slowly rose behind him. It was the divine form he had conjured from a fragment of true divine power within the divine might great array. As the divine figure emerged, Yi Xian's strength instantly surged to that of a martial emperor. Boom! Confronted by the advancing mermaid, Yi Xian's divine figure launched a punch that, in an instant, a massive vacuum formed beneath the sea. Zhao Kuo, having just plunged into the ocean, was still reeling from the bizarre 5-colored light when a tremendous force surged from the depths, propelling him back into the air. What the hell is going on? Before the dazed Zhao Kuo could gather his wits, the severely injured shark, having lost nearly half its vitality, suddenly swung its tail and charged at him. The enormous tail swung relentlessly, striking Zhao Kuo's face with fervor. Slap, slap. Zhao Kuo felt as if his face were about to swell from the repeated blows. Just as he prepared to retaliate, the 5-colored light re-emerged from the depths. Damn it. Will this ever end? Zhao Kuo found himself once again ensnared by the surging light from below. As the shark reveled in its opportunity for vengeance, it had enjoyed the previous beating, and now it was finally its turn to retaliate. With a sudden headbutt, the shark sent Zhao Kuo crashing back into the sea. Even a creature with a low intellect, after being bullied, yearns for revenge, especially when it comes to Zhao Kuo. This moment. Zhao Kuo, struck by the headbutt, sported a considerable lump on his forehead. His eyes were filled with humiliation and rage. He, a dignified martial king, was publicly humiliated by a mere fish, especially when he recalled the martial artists atop the city wall, who had cheered for him and nearly thrown flowers in his direction. Now witnessing him being battered by the shark, their expressions of disbelief only intensified his feeling of humiliation. How infuriating! Merely a martial sovereign sea beast dares to act so brazenly before me. Zhao Kuo slowly unsheathed his treasured long knife, sensing that it was time to let the shark spear it across from him, who truly held dominion over its fate. However, at that very moment, a colossal wave surged from the depths of the ocean. Curse it! Not again! Before Zhao Kuo could even firmly grasp the long knife, he was tossed about by the towering wave, disoriented. Meanwhile, deep beneath the sea, Yi Xian engaged in a fierce back and forth with the giant mermaid, both parties relentlessly creating vast vacuums in the depths below. Truly, a half-step into the sacred realm, the pinnacle of martial emperors. After a series of intense confrontations, Yi Xian glanced at the cracks appearing on the surface of the Dharma form behind him, gently wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, facing the peak martial emperor mermaid as a martial king. Had outsiders witnessed the scene before him, they would have surely been left aghast. As he observed the mermaid's multicolored scales shimmering once more, Yi Xian raised 2 fingers and lightly tapped his brow. In the next instant, a long dormant small whale slowly swam out from his forehead. However, this time, the small whale appeared far less endearing than when Yi Xian had first awakened it. Its once light blue body had turned a deep navy, and its bare mouth now sported a row of faintly visible sharp teeth. In response to the mermaid's colorful tail striking out, a glimmer of greedy crimson shone in the small whale's dark eyes. Swallow, Yi Xian pointed decisively. The small whale's body began to swell rapidly, surpassing the giant mermaid's towering frame in mere moments. The sight caused the enormous mermaid to widen her eyes in shock. Yet before she could react, the immense maw of the whale had already opened, resembling an endless black hole, voraciously devouring everything in its vicinity. The vibrant light from her tail was consumed by the whale above Yi Xian. The mermaid's previously furious gaze gradually shifted to one of terror. The deity figure behind Yi Xian harbored trace of true divine power, even though the whale-summoning divine art, born of this divine power, was not as fearsome as if a true god had executed it. It still embodied the laws of this world. It was far beyond what the mermaid and the other exotic sea beasts could withstand. Gulp, gulp, gulp. The colorful light surrounding the mermaid was being devoured more and more by the giant whale. The mermaid abandoned her earlier fierce demeanor, bubbles escaping her mouth as if she were pleading for peace. So, we're not fighting anymore. Sensing the mermaid's apprehension, Yi Xian smiled faintly, and he pointed, and the gigantic whale above returned to the Dharma form at his brow. Yi Xian exhaled a breath of turbid air. In that brief moment, his divine might formation had reached its limit. Even though his divine bones had undergone a 43% metamorphosis, he had nearly been drained by the formation. Had it not been for this, would he have easily let the giant mermaid go? Indeed, manifesting the complete form of the whale-summoning divine art was still somewhat beyond his current capabilities. Fortunately, the multicolored light from the mermaid's tail had been significantly consumed by the small whale, barely maintaining Yi Xian's current state. "Brother, are you done? Can I take my turn now?" Just then, Xiao Haiba suddenly emerged from the shimmering illusions. Having watched for so long, she could no longer contain her excitement. Yet her mere sidelong glance sent the giant mermaid into a state of sheer terror. Indeed, she truly lost control of her bladder. Yi Xian could distinctly sense the surrounding seawater becoming murky. The mermaid trembled uncontrollably, her scales quivering as if she had encountered something truly frightful. "Brother, why has her belly deflated?" Perhaps she was scared out of her wits, observing the mermaid, who now hunched over like a servant. Trembling in fear, the regal demeanor she had previously exuded as the queen of the sea had vanished entirely. With her in such a state, do you still wish to fight? It's certainly isn't as entertaining as before. Yi Xian mused, noting the stark contrast in the mermaid's demeanor. How about this? You go and ask her why she brought so many sea beasts to attack human cities. The mermaid had completely succumbed to Xiao Haiba's intimidation. Yi Xian had no doubt that whatever Xiao Haiba asked, she would answer honestly. This mermaid was an exotic sea beast, displaying far more intelligence than the ordinary sea creatures around her. Attacks by sea beasts on human cities were not uncommon. However, organized and premeditated assaults were rare. Yi Xian sensed that there might be some undisclosed secret lurking behind this. Sure enough, under Xiao Haiba's inquiry, the mermaid quickly divulged the entire situation. You mean to say that her daughter was captured, and she brought the sea beast to besiege Dan City in order to rescue her? Of course, that was not the crux of the matter. What truly piqued Yi Xian's interest was another piece of information the mermaid revealed. The individuals who had abducted the mermaid's child had used her daughter as leverage to compel her to attack human cities, aiming to lure the disciples of the Xiantian divine path here to undertake a protective mission. "Brother," She isn't lying. I can feel it. Having spent years in the realm of life and death, dealing with fierce beasts and demonic entities, Xiao Haiba could instantly discern whether the mermaid was deceitful. Akin to how one could judge the thickness of an envelope to assess whether concrete met the required standards. The protective missions of the Xintian Divine Path were always subject to rank limitations. Missions executed in the middle tier would never deploy the top-tier prodigies. Simple tasks like sea beasts attacking mortal cities would only involve lower-tier divine prodigies, and this mermaid, whenever she launched assaults on Dan City, had predominantly employed sea beasts of martial sect level. Even among lower-tier prodigies with some protective experience, they would not be dispatched for such straightforward tasks. This was a ploy to lure newcomers within the divine path. Coincidentally, during this period, the only lower-tier prodigies who had just entered the Xintian Divine Path without any protective experience were Yi Xian and his 3 companions, freshly selected from various desolate domains. Had they been targeted right after their entry into the Xintian Divine Path? To confirm this, Yi Xian had Xiao Haiba conduct a thorough interrogation of the mermaid, inquiring about the appearance, attire, and techniques of the individuals who had captured her child. As a result of the questioning, Yi Xian indeed gleaned new insights. You mean to say that those individuals were shrouded in a chilling aura, and the secret arts they employed were exceedingly strange? Upon hearing this, Yi Xian's expression grew increasingly peculiar. It seemed he had discerned the identity of these individuals. Chapter 66. The Royal Class Sea Beast makes a hasty retreat this familiar chill. This inexplicable strangeness, wasn't it the hallmark of his old acquaintance, the underworld sacred cult? It appeared that the figures behind Hua Yun Tian could no longer restrain themselves from taking action against him. Yi Xian smiled faintly. He was now almost certain that the assault on Dan City by the sea beast was a complete conspiracy aimed directly at him. Xiao Haiba, if you weren't satisfied earlier, how about I take you to play a more thrilling game? The moment Yi Xian spoke, a brilliant plan began to take shape in his mind. At a game. That sounds fun. Upon hearing there was a game to play, Xiao Haiba's dark, glistening eyes lit up. Yi Xian adorned Xiao Haiba with a shimmering illusion once more and approached the trembling giant mermaid. My, she is indeed enormous. Standing before the 100-foot-long mermaid, Yi Xian felt an overwhelming sense of pressure that struck him with a powerful visual impact. There's a fool up there. Send your subordinates to engage him in a proper game. Hearing Yi Xian's command, the mermaid nodded vigorously. Yes, send someone formidable. Fearing that the mermaid might lack the necessary intellect, Yi Xian added another remark. After all, since they were of the same sect, if Zhao Kuo aspired to be a hero of the fishing realm, Yi Xian would certainly support him. Above the surface of the sea, Zhao Kuo held a treasured long sword in one hand, while in the other, he grasped the head of a shark spirit. He had been utterly bewildered by the vibrant light and massive waves surging from the depths. But gradually, he began to realize that something down below was deliberately targeting him at this moment. Zhao Kuo's eyes were fixed intently on the surface of the sea below. A martial king. He possessed the might to command the heavens and the earth. Yet, the recent colossal waves and radiant lights emanating from the ocean depths seemed to restrict his dominion over this realm. Could it be a martial emperor? Zhao Kuo's brows furrowed sharply. Despite his arrogance, if there truly existed a martial emperor-level sea beast beneath the waves, it was too perilous for him to confront alone. He needed to summon Yi Xian, Liao Wuji, and that mischievous little girl from the northern wilderness to join him in an instant. Zhao Kuo resolved to cunningly ensnare both Yi Xian and the little lowly. A triumphant smirk crossed his face as he glanced at the low-tier martial artists and mortals on the city wall, who gazed at him with admiration. That moment, his vanity was immensely gratified. I know there are sea beasts of the emperor level below, but I want to reveal it. Let Yi Xian and the others contend with this emperor-level sea beast and face calamity. Just as Zhao Kuo prepared to return to Dan City, relishing the flowers and applause while watching Yi Xian and his companions being battered by the emperor-level sea beast, an array of dark shadows suddenly surged from beneath the calm sea. These were martial zone-level sea beasts, such a multitude of them. As more and more martial zone sea beasts emerged from the ocean, the previously cheering mortals and low-tier martial artists on the city wall displayed expressions of sheer terror. Gulp. The numbers must be nearing 100. As low-tier martial artists, these martial spirits and masters on the city wall had never witnessed such a terrifying congregation of martial zone-level sea beasts. Even the grand martial masters turned pale in fright. Not to mention the ordinary mortals on the wall, although Zhao Kuo had just slain a martial zone sea beast before their eyes. It had taken him a considerable amount of time, and he had even endured some bruises. Could Zhao Kuo truly protect Dan City against so many martial zone sea beasts? Many quick-witted individuals began to discreetly vacate the walls, fearing they might be caught in the ensuing battle. Martial zone sea beasts. So many of them, Zhao Kuo was equally taken aback by the astonishing number of martial zone sea beasts surrounding him. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. Humph, beneath the realm of Martial King, no matter how many come, they are but a swarm of ants. Had it not been for the Martial Emperor Sea Beast's earlier taunting, he would not have taken so long to slay a mere shark. Now, this group of Martial Zone Sea Beasts was perfect. It would allow the people of Dan City to witness Zhao Kuo's true prowess. However, when Zhao Kuo turned to look at Dan City, he was astonished to find that the low-tier martial artists who had once cheered for him had already vanished without a trace. Zhao Kuo, damn it, a bunch of mortals, not even as worthy as ants among low-tier martial artists. Were it not for me, Zhao Kuo, you would have been devoured by that shark's spirit long ago. Yet, you all flee without waiting for your master to display his might. Do you think that someone like me, Zhao Kuo, cannot contend with a mere horde of martial zone sea beasts? Just as Zhao Kuo's temples throbbed with anger, several enormous dark shadows leapt from the tranquil surface of the sea. Roar. The fierce roar seemed to imprison the very fabric of this realm. Martial king-level sea beasts, sensing the terrifying aura emanating from them. Zhao Kuo's pupils constricted sharply. He was unafraid of any number of martial zone sea beasts, but to think there were also martial king-level beasts, and in such overwhelming numbers, the situation had changed drastically. Meanwhile, within Dan City, confusion reigned. What was happening? Why had so many sea beasts suddenly attacked the city? The hidden members of the Netherworld Holy Sect furrowed their brows, exchanging perplexed glances. Just days prior, they had received a secret order from Saint Zixian, commanding them to deal with a mere lower-tier genius who had recently entered the Xiantian divine path. Initially, they were baffled. Why would the esteemed Saint Zixian personally intervene against a mere lower-tier genius? Although he had been in seclusion for a millennium and had yet to ascend to semi-divine status, his esteemed position within the Netherworld Holy Sect was undeniable. This matter had left Saint Zixian equally frustrated. He had initially believed that with the power of his avatar in the Xiantian divine path, eliminating a mere Yixian would be as effortless as crushing an ant. Yet, the reality was that before his avatar could act, it had to retreat into seclusion to stabilize its cultivation due to a backlash from its hidden lair. Before it had even begun, it had already come to an end, although his avatar had yet to locate the individual behind the backlash. It did not diminish Saint Zixian's intention to deal with Yixian to allow someone to sabotage his plans. The fact that Yixian had survived thus far was already a testament to his mercy. In order to confront Yixian, Saint Zixian had dispatched 2 6-star martial emperors and over 10 9-star martial kings. Such a formidable lineup was enough to obliterate a powerful force within the 4 great wastelands. Saint Zixian was confident that dealing with a mere Yixian was more than sufficient. In fact, not only did Saint Zixian believe this, but so did the members of the Netherworld Holy Sect present. To ensure absolute success without revealing their intentions, they had even resorted to abducting a half-step saint-level exotic sea beast pup from the depths of the ocean, using it as leverage to lure the Xiantian divine path in ascending someone. According to their original plan, the sea beasts under the mermaid's command would periodically assault Dan City, with their strength mostly contained within the martial zone level, aimed at avoiding alerting the powerful figures within the Xiantian divine path. However, now an overwhelming number of sea beasts had suddenly emerged, including those of the king level. Even if the Xiantian divine path were to react slowly, they would inevitably sense that something was amiss in Dan City. If that were not enough, the key issue was that their plan to hunt Yixian had yet to commence. If they were to return empty-handed, Saint Zixian would undoubtedly not spare them. As the members of the Netherworld Holy Sect furrowed their brows, uncertain of how to proceed, A sudden scream pierced through the crowd. What is happening? Did I just see something fly past? Wait, are we missing someone? After a brief moment of shock, the members of the Netherworld Holy Sect's expressions changed drastically. Originally, there were 2 6-star martial emperors and 13 9-star martial kings. But after that scream, one of the martial kings had inexplicably vanished from the crowd. Shock, dismay. In the presence of the 2 6-star martial emperors, while the saint-level figures remained absent, they were the rulers of this realm. Yet, in that fleeting moment, they had sensed nothing amiss, save me, at that moment. A faint voice drifted in from outside the window. The members of the Netherworld Holy Sect hurriedly turned to look outside. They beheld the 9-star martial king who had flown out the window. His spine grotesquely twisted as if he had been struck by an immense force. The 9-star martial king, who had barely escaped with his life, was equally vexed he had been discussing matters with everyone inside. And suddenly, it felt as if he had been kicked by something. To be a dignified 9-star martial king and to be reduced to such a state by a mere kick. One might think he was made of clay. However, just as the members of the Netherworld Holy Sect prepared to render assistance, another scream erupted from the crowd. This time, it was a 6-star martial emperor who had been sent flying. The members of the Netherworld Holy Sect. What on earth is happening? What are they encountering? Why can even the martial emperors not escape their fate? Fear, confusion, various emotions surged within their hearts. The previous incident with a 9-star martial king was one thing. But now, a martial emperor had been sent flying, especially when they witnessed the 6-star martial emperor crashing to the ground. His chest caved in, blood pouring from his mouth. The fear in everyone's eyes reached a fever pitch. Could it be some hidden technique that strikes from a distance? How could they inflict such grievous injuries upon the two of them without our awareness? If we remain here any longer, it will be but a fleeting moment before all the formidable members of the Yume sacred cult within the room soar into the sky. They hadn't even discerned what their adversaries looked like before they suffered the loss of 2 comrades. The means employed by the enemy have instilled a profound sense of dread within them. This moment, the only thought occupying the minds of these Yume sacred cult warriors is to flee. They cannot even spare a thought for their critically injured companions below. Meanwhile, in the city of Dan, the diminutive yet determined Ro Ruanji, having lost track of Yi Xian, is scouring every corner in search of him. How peculiar it is that her best friend S. Wildman has vanished without a trace right before her very eyes. Ro Ruanji finds it utterly perplexing as a peak saint realm practitioner, nearly on the brink of the demigod realm. The mistress of the main tower should not have allowed a mere 3-star martial king like Yi Xian to slip away so silently and mysteriously. Either there is something amiss with her, or Yi Xian himself is not what he seems. Ro Ruanji is quite certain that she has no issues. Her peak saint realm perception allows her to cover the entirety of Dan City. She could sense even an ant crawling within it. Thus, the problem must lie with her best friend S. Wildman. With a furrowed brow, Ro Ruanji reflects on her earlier suspicions regarding the extraordinary nature of the man her best friend had chosen. Yet, she could never have anticipated just how extraordinary he truly is. Vanish without a trace, even in the presence of a peak saint realm practitioner. How could a mere 3-star martial king be so exaggeratedly elusive? At this moment, hidden in the shadows and equally troubled by Yi Xian's disappearance, is Luo Tong, the 12th Hall Master, who had been protecting him. He had merely taken a moment to recover from the exhaustion caused by the teleportation when he turned around to find Yi Xian mysteriously vanished. Luo Tong is now in a state of panic, akin to an ant on a hot stove. Even the sudden appearance of numerous sea beasts outside Dan City barely registers in his mind. After all, they are merely a horde of martial sect and martial king-level sea beasts, easily dealt with in a matter of moments. However, upon recalling the Golden Lotus phenomenon triggered by Yi Xian on the heavenly ladder, his anxiety intensifies. The Golden Lotus phenomenon, over the years of the Shintian divine path, aside from the revered Shintian true god, only the goddess Xiao has exhibited such a manifestation. Now, with the divine favor bestowed upon us, we have the chance to witness another prodigious figure like Yi Xian, that if I fail to protect him and he meets an untimely demise, the very thought sends Luo Tong into a spiral of despair. The goddess trusts him enough to assign such a critical protective task to him. And yet, Yi Xian has slipped away from his grasp, just as Luo Tong is consumed by worry and self-reproach. A dozen strange figures suddenly soar into the sky above Dan City. Is that the aura of the Yume sacred cult? In an instant, Luo Tong's gaze locks onto these Yume sacred cult warriors. 1 6-star martial emperor and 12-peak 9-star martial kings. Could Yi Xian's disappearance be linked to the Yume sacred cult? With this realization, the already anxious Luo Tong's expression grows icy. The sudden appearance of the Yume sacred cult within the territory of the Xiantian divine path, especially at such a peculiar moment when Yi Xian has vanished, raises alarm bells. The Yume sacred cult is known for its treacherous methods, and it is entirely possible that their machinations are behind Yi Xian's disappearance. Once this thought takes root in his mind, a hint of murderous intent surfaces in Luo Tong's cold gaze. No way will I let these scoundrels escape. Prepare to face my wrath. As he reveals himself, a 100-foot iron staff rises behind Luo Tong. Regardless of whether this matter is connected to the Yume sacred cult, since fate has brought him face to face with them, he cannot afford to let this band of Yume sacred cult scoundrels slip away easily. With a sweeping motion of his staff, a massive, distorted vortex forms in the sky above Dan City. This staff, forged from an entire iron mine in his youth, is a sacred weapon far surpassing all treasures known to this world. When wielded by Luo Tong, a Saint Realm practitioner, it becomes utterly unmatched. What is happening? A Saint Realm powerhouse. The Yume sacred cult warriors, in a frantic bid for survival, turn pale at the sudden emergence of Luo Tong. Their faces drain of color, especially when they sense the colossal vortex looming above them, trapping them in its grasp. As expected, the Xiantian divine path has long since laid an ambush for us here. They should have anticipated that in the territory of the Xiantian divine path, they would be subjected to such relentless assaults. How could even a 6-star martial emperor be caught unawares? It must be that the Xiantian divine path's warriors are at play. Now, witnessing the 12th Hall Master Luo Tong confirms their worst fears. But how is it possible? We have taken such precautions. How could the Xiantian divine path discover our plans? The Yume sacred cult warriors, trapped within the grasp of the vortex, are at a loss. For this scheme to lure Yi Xian into an ambush, they have meticulously prepared for over half a month. After such careful planning, how could they have been exposed by the Xiantian divine path? Could the rumors be true? The remaining 6-star martial emperor of the Yume sacred cult suddenly recalls something. 2 months prior, the Xiantian sacred mountain revealed a golden lotus phenomenon, with golden light radiating in all directions. The massive golden lotus lingered atop the sacred mountain for half a day before gradually dissipating. This event caused quite a stir across the entire central wild spirit domain. The Xiantian divine path has already claimed one goddess. Xiao. If another prodigious figure of divine stature were to arise, what place would other sacred lands or divine paths hold in the central wild spirit domain? To uncover the truth, the Yume sacred cult had dispatched their elite members. Unfortunately, the conclusion they reached was that the heavenly ladder of the Xiantian divine path had exhibited anomalies. A figure of divine stature is not easily born. After confirming the authenticity of the news, they gradually set the matter aside. Yet now, reflecting on it, this 6-star martial emperor of the Yume sacred cult feels increasingly that it was all a ruse concocted by the Xiantian divine path to mislead them. Indeed, this is the only explanation. A mere coastal human city like Dan. How could they operate so covertly and attract so many divine path powerhouses, attacking from afar and invoking Saint Realm power? It must be the one who triggered the golden lotus phenomenon among the prodigies assigned to this protective mission, when he recalls the strange orders given by the sacred son Xianhu. The realization dawns upon this 6-star martial emperor of the Yume sacred cult. Yi Xian. Yi Xian is the one behind the golden lotus phenomenon of the Xiantian divine path. Chapter 68. The Savior has arrived. You are doomed. If sacred son Xian were present, he would undoubtedly be astonished. His subordinates have managed to uncover the truth before him. Xianhu had merely directed them to target Yi Xian due to personal grievances, never anticipating that his subordinates would unravel the mystery behind the golden lotus phenomenon of the Xiantian divine path, and with such accuracy. At this moment, as the Yume sacred cult warriors gaze at Luo Tong, brandishing his iron staff. Fear grips them all. Confronted with a Saint Realm powerhouse, our chances of survival are non-existent, unless, understanding everything that has transpired, the six-star martial emperor of the Yume sacred cult suddenly produces a pitch-black mysterious orb. This is a precious treasure bestowed upon me by the sacred sun. You must activate the Yume Grand Formation to buy me some time. Once the treasure is activated, it will allow us to escape together. Upon hearing the words of the six-star martial emperor, a glimmer of hope flickers in the eyes of the despairing Yume sacred cult warriors. They hurriedly retrieve their sacred cult treasures and begin to set up a formation. Coalescing into a massive dragon formed from eerie black mist, the Yume Black Dragon Formation, gazing at the colossal black dragon before him. Luo Tong coldly exhales, a black snake, a black dragon. If you had summoned a true black dragon today, I might have found it challenging to break your formation. Alas, a mere black dragon will barely withstand 3 strikes from me. As soon as the words left his lips, the formidable iron rod in the hands of the 12th Hall Master, Luo Tong, had already descended. A thunderous shockwave surged through the air above Dan City, rapidly radiating outward. With a resounding crack, the recently formed Dark Serpent Formation was instantly breached. The formidable members of the Underworld Sacred Sect present exchanged glances, their expressions shifting in alarm. Yet before they could react further, the heavy iron rod wielded by Luo Tong came crashing down once more. Time had elapsed since Yi Xian's disappearance, and he was in urgent need of extracting information regarding Yi Xian's whereabouts from these Underworld Sacred Sect fiends. This time, faced with the colossal iron rod in Luo Tong's grasp, not only did the entire Dark Serpent Formation shatter, but even the 12 martial kings sustaining the formation spewed forth blood in unison. The final blow was imminent. They could only endure one last strike. Just as the massive iron rod was poised to swing down again, the six-star martial emperor of the Underworld Sacred Sect at the center of the formation activated a mysterious black orb. Witnessing this, the 12 blood-spitting martial kings radiated a fervent excitement and exhilaration. However, just as they believed they might finally escape, the six-star martial emperor, who had stood at the center, abruptly vanished with a swish. The martial kings were left bewildered. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the abandoned martial kings of the Underworld Sacred Sect felt as though they had been betrayed by the very fabric of the world. Yet they were undeniably fortunate. For in that fleeting moment of distraction, Luo Tong's massive iron rod had already descended from the heavens. With a resounding boom, the ebony serpent that had loomed threateningly above them was instantly torn asunder. They scarcely had time to utter a curse before they, along with the surrounding formation, were reduced to mere dust. In the distance, above the sea, Zhao Ke, witnessing Luo Tong's display of might, was nearly overwhelmed with exhilaration. The sacred realm expert of our Xiantan divine path has arrived. You wretched sea beasts, after encircling me, Zhao Ke, for so long, now that a strong figure from my divine path has come, I shall see how you meet your demise. Zhao Ke was indeed in a dire predicament. Surrounded and besieged by hundreds of martial sovereign sea beasts and a dozen martial kings, he had been mercilessly beaten. Despite his innate martial spirit and the 3 yellow-tier secret treasures he possessed, he was reduced to a pitiful state, his flesh torn and tattered, resembling a beggar. No, even a beggar fared better. At least they lacked such a multitude of lacerations. The sea beasts attacking Zhao Ke were equally taken aback. The terrifying aura of the sacred realm exuded by Luo Tong had sent shivers down their spines, even among these lowly creatures. Yet, just as Zhao Ke regained his confidence and swelled with pride, Luo Tong, who had been poised with the iron rod in the air, suddenly vanished. Zhao Ke, what in the world is happening? Am I truly the only one being besieged by so many sea beasts? In truth, it was not that Luo Tong could not see him. Rather, he had no time to spare, for Yi Xian had gone missing, and the only lead lay with this group of underworld sacred sect fiends. But now, one had escaped. At this moment, Luo Tong was singularly focused on capturing the fleeing underworld sacred sect fiend, determined to interrogate him relentlessly regarding Yi Xian's whereabouts. Meanwhile, the little girl Ro Ruanji, who remained in Dan City, Observe the iron rod-wielding Luo Tong pursue the fleeing fiend with a contemplative expression. My good friend has found this protector for her wild man, but it seems inadequate. Yi Xian vanished right beneath her nose. The strongest among those underworld sacred sect fiends was merely a 6-star martial emperor. If a mere 6-star martial emperor could abduct Yi Xian before her, then as the esteemed master of the Charm Sound Pavilion, she might as well find a block of tofu to end it all. Yet the question remains, how did a 6-star martial emperor accomplish what she could not? Yi Xian was merely a 3-star martial king. Yet in Ro Ruanji's eyes, he transcended the ordinary 3-star martial king. The enigmas surrounding her wild man were indeed multiplying. At this moment, all of Ro Ruanji's focus was directed solely at Yi Xian. Entirely disregarding Zhao Kuo, who was being mercilessly assaulted by sea beasts above the ocean ditto, but there was still someone paying attention to him. Liao Wuji, standing far atop a high building in Dan City. Zhao Kuo, you fool. Liao Wuji had only conducted a brief investigation into the sea beast assault on Dan City. Yet in the mere turn of a moment, that imbecile Zhao Kuo had lured forth such a multitude of sea beasts from the depths. It was one thing to contend with martial sovereign-level sea beasts, but to have so many martial king-level beasts as well. This would spell disaster for Dan City. It was time to flee. Initially, upon witnessing Luo Tong's emergence, Liao Wuji had hoped that the troubles in Dan City would finally come to a close. Who would have thought that Luo Tong showed no interest in the sea beasts outside the city? Liao Wuji was not a simpleton like Zhao Kuo, swayed by a few flowers or compliments to recklessly engage in battle with sea beasts. Moreover, Yi Xian and Ro Ruanji had not appeared since their separation. These two devious individuals surely harbored ulterior motives. The mere presence of these sea beasts outside Dan City was already enough to induce a headache. What if those two schemed against him? Just the thought sent a chill down Liao Wuji's spine. As he prepared to take his leave, he suddenly caught sight of Zhao Kuo. Having been thoroughly beaten and resembling a mangled figure, seemed to have found a glimmer of hope that you're in trouble now. My brother is coming. Brother Liao, come quickly and lend me your strength, Liao Wuji. Chapter 69, Difficult Brothers, you fool. Damn it, Zhao Kuo, you idiot. Feeling the intense gaze of over a dozen martial king sea beasts locking onto him, Liao Wuji felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate that fool Zhao Kuo. All he wanted was a quiet escape. Was that too much to ask? Why must he be dragged into this chaos? Yi Xian and the little girl were already troublesome enough. Now even this fool Zhao Kuo had set his sights on him. Zhao Kuo had no choice. Surrounded by so many sea beasts and believing he had summoned a powerful ally, he was shocked to find that Luo Tong had completely ignored him if he did not pull Liao Wuji into the fray. He would surely be at the mercy of these sea beasts. However, as these two difficult brothers faced the relentless onslaught of sea beasts, on another front, Luo Tong, in hot pursuit, had finally caught up to the fleeing 6-star martial emperor of the underworld sacred sect, who had used the black orb to escape Dan City. This what it means to be a sacred realm expert. The fleeing martial emperor of the underworld sacred sect was struck with terror as he glanced back at the relentless Luo Tong hot on his heels. Truly fearsome, he had sacrificed his companions to carve out a path for himself with the treasure. But to his dismay, Luo Tong had closed the distance so quickly. Don't come any closer at this moment. The 6-star martial emperor's heart raced with dread that he wished he could sacrifice another wave of teammates. But alas, he had already exhausted his options back in Dan City. Underworld sacred sect fiends, surrender Yi Xian at once. Or do not blame my iron rod for being merciless. Previously, in a moment of desperation, Luo Tong had struck down 12 9-star martial kings from the underworld sacred sect. Now, only this fleeing 6-star martial emperor remained, the sole hope in his quest to find Yi Xian. Luo Tong would not allow this underworld sacred sect fiend to slip away from his sight. However, the words he uttered left the fleeing martial emperor in stunned silence. Why Yi Xian? You Xintian Divine Path are the ones who orchestrated our ambush to capture that Yi Xian. And now you come demanding him from me. How could I possibly know where he is? The escaping martial emperor felt his mind spiraling into chaos, akin to a muddled mess. First, the unexpected gathering of sea beasts outside Dan City. Then the discovery of their hiding place. Before they could comprehend the situation or grasp how their companions had been grievously wounded and expelled, they were met with the relentless blows of Luo Tong's iron rod. Each bizarre occurrence unfolded without leaving the slightest room for respite. The martial emperor of the Yuming sacred sect, fleeing with a sense of unease, faintly felt that unseen hands were orchestrating events behind the scenes. If at this moment his thoughts were known to Yi Xian, who was closely trailing the two, he would undoubtedly give him a thumbs up. You actually guessed this? Your imagination is quite impressive. Indeed, the shadowy manipulator was none other than Yi Xian himself. He had first instructed Xiao Haiba to launch an attack on the stronghold of the black-clad members of the Yuming sacred sect under the cover of illusory lights, forcing them to reveal their whereabouts. Once these Yuming sacred sect powerhouses were exposed, they would inevitably be discovered by the protectors dispatched by the Shandao to safeguard Yi Xian. Since Yi Xian had long anticipated this covert protection from the Xintian Shandao, he naturally could not miss the opportunity to deal a significant blow to the Yuming sacred sect. However, this was not the entirety of Yi Xian's plan. Xiao Haiba, run faster. Got it, big brother. At that moment, Xiao Haiba, carrying Yi Xian with one hand, darted forward swiftly under the veil of illusions. It had been a long time since he had witnessed such thrilling action. Just as Luo Tong, the 12th Hall Master, raised his long iron rod in pursuit, the martial emperor of the Yuming sacred sect found himself on the brink of disaster. The Yi Xian quickly patted Xiao Haiba on the head. Go help him. All right, big brother. Just remember not to go too hard. As he watched Xiao Haiba vanish in the blink of an eye, Yi Xian's expression twitched slightly. Although Luo Tong was a Holy Realm powerhouse, even Holy Realm beings had fallen to Xiao Haiba's might before. Even the ancestors of the Xintian sect, from generations past, had been left trembling in fear by her. At this moment, Yi Xian could only silently pray for Luo Tong's safety, hoping he wouldn't be struck down by a single punch from Xiao Haiba. Hey, Yuming sacred sect demon, take this blow from Luo Tong. The 12th Hall Master swung his iron rod mid-air. His intention was quite simple. He merely sought information and aimed not to kill the Yuming sacred sect demon. However, at the crucial moment when his iron rod descended, an invisible force struck down heavily upon it. What is happening? Startled, Luo Tong felt his hands go numb, nearly losing grip on the iron rod. Meanwhile, the fleeing martial emperor of the Yuming sacred sect thought he was doomed, especially upon seeing the massive iron rod that Luo Tong wielded. He had already experienced its might back in Dan City. With a 6-star martial emperor strength, he had no hope of resisting it. Who would have thought such a reversal would occur? How could a formidable Holy Realm powerhouse lose control of his weapon? After a brief moment of astonishment, a wave of elation washed over him, a feeling akin to surviving a catastrophe. If he didn't escape now, when would he? The martial emperor of the Yuming sacred sect had no time to ponder the situation. He bit his finger sharply, tracing a mysterious bloodied rune in the in the next moment. His speed inexplicably skyrocketed. This was the Yuming sacred sect's secret method to enhance speed by burning their essence blood. Although the speed would surge exponentially for a brief period, the backlash on his body would be significant. In the blink of an eye, the Yuming sacred sect demon had vanished from sight, leaving Luo Tong feeling an urgent sense of anxiety. Despite several attempts to charge forward, an invisible force repeatedly pushed him back. Luo Tong looked around in bewilderment. As a Holy Realm powerhouse, no one beneath the demigod level could toy with him like this. Could it be that the Yuming sacred sect had even summoned a demigod this time? With that thought, Luo Tong's expression changed dramatically. That a demigod was clearly beyond his capacity to confront. Yet, Yi Xian's disappearance was evidently tied to the Yuming sacred sect. In that case, there was only one course of action. He slowly retrieved the spirit talisman bestowed by the goddess Xiao. Though the goddess was at the pinnacle of the Holy Realm, her divine bones had already awakened over 90% of their power. Even a demigod would find it impossible to escape her might. Goddess, please come. Luo Tong hurled the spirit talisman high into the air. Just as he called upon the goddess, an eerie scene unfolded once more. My talisman! Luo Tong exclaimed in shock. He watched in disbelief as the talisman slipped from his control, threatening to tear him apart. What could possibly snatch away even the talisman bestowed by the goddess? However, amidst the chaos, the elated Xiao Haiba, clutching the glowing talisman, returned triumphantly to Yi Xian. "Big brother, look, I brought back something good." Yi Xian stared at the radiant talisman in Xiao Haiba's hand, momentarily taken aback. "You stole this from Luo Tong?" "Yep." Xiao Haiba nodded happily, as expected, while Yi Xian inwardly sighed, covering his face. Once Xiao Haiba took action, neither friend nor foe could escape her grasp. However, Yi Xian couldn't dwell on Luo Tong's lost talisman at this moment. For in the blink of an eye, the martial emperor of the Yuming sacred sect had completely vanished from sight. "This guy is a part of my plan. Xiao Haiba, it's your turn now." "All right, big brother." After toying with the talisman for a while, Xiao Haiba realized it was inedible and tossed it directly to Yi Xian. Compared to the shimmering object that offered no sustenance, Xiao Haiba preferred to unleash her strength on others. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Yuming sacred sect martial emperor, having finally escaped, glanced back to find Luo Tong's figure no longer visible. Did I really make it out? Excitement and exhilaration surged within him. An array of emotions exploding from the depths of his heart. He truly hadn't anticipated that he would survive today, especially when facing a Holy Realm powerhouse. What had just happened with that Xiantian Shindao Holy Realm expert? Clearly, there was no way a Holy Realm powerhouse's iron rod could simply be sent flying on its own. Could it be that someone was assisting me from the shadows? With that thought, the newly liberated martial emperor's eyes gleamed with intense joy. Could it be that the Holy Sun had foreseen our predicament in Dan City and the impending pursuit by the Xiantian Shindao? The more he pondered, the more convinced he became. His admiration for the Xuanhua Holy Sun reached a new zenith. Truly, the Holy Sun was one of the most profound interpreters of the Yuming sacred canon in over 1,000 years. Aside from the sect's secluded leader, only the Xuanhua Holy Sun had comprehended the Yuming sacred canon to such depths. The Holy Sun's status within the Yuming sacred sect was not only due to his identity, but also because of his deep understanding of the sacred canon. It seemed he should draw closer to the Holy Sun upon his return. It would be best to use back channels to strengthen their relationship, with such a powerful Holy Sun supporting him. His future cultivation path within the Yuming sacred sect would surely be much smoother. His confidence soared, for even if he failed his mission, he could still foster a good relationship with the Xuanhua Holy Sun. The key point was that he held vital intelligence about the Xiantian Shindao. The Xiantian Shindao had given birth to a prodigy who caused the Golden Lotus phenomenon. Such a significant task would never be entrusted merely to a handful of martial emperor and martial king level disciples. Thus, the six-star martial emperor of the Yuming sacred sect boldly speculated that the holy sect itself could not verify the truth of this information, which was why they had sent him to test the waters. Now, all those sent had perished, leaving only him to escape alive. This was his value. At this moment, the martial emperor of the Yuming sacred sect felt as if he had found an anchor amidst the chaos. And he floated with a sense of elation that it was merely a matter of using secret techniques and losing some essence blood. Once he returned to the sacred sect and achieved great merit, countless spiritual pills and precious treasures would be bestowed upon him. Not only that, but he could also cultivate a favorable relationship with the Holy Sun Xuanhu. The thought alone made his heart swell with delight. Yet, just at that moment, a colossal shadow of a sword descended from the heavens, abruptly interrupting his euphoric reverie. "Who are you?" The martial emperor of the Yuming holy cult furrowed his brow at the figure that had materialized before him. This individual possessed striking eyebrows and piercing eyes, exuding an otherworldly aura. Clearly not an ordinary character. One sword. Instead of answering his question, the figure slowly raised a finger. "What?" The martial emperor of the Yuming holy cult wore a puzzled expression. "Receive my sword, and you may pass." The calm voice echoed once more. "Haha, just one sword? That is rather presumptuous." As he laughed maniacally, the martial emperor of the Yuming holy cult gazed at the figure again. Although he had been relentlessly pursued by the 12th Hall Master, Luo Tong, he was still a 6-star martial emperor. This mysterious figure, though enigmatic, emanated an aura that was far from the Saint Realm. If he was not of the Saint Realm, how could he possibly threaten a distinguished 6-star martial emperor? Was he truly so wounded that all sorts of rabble felt emboldened to bully him? The six-star martial emperor of the Yu-Ming holy cult cast a sidelong glance at the figure before him. "Spare me your words. If you do not unleash your sword soon, I fear you shall never have another opportunity to do so." He had been hunted from Dan City to this very spot and was already simmering with pent-up frustration. Now, fate had conveniently dropped such a fool into his lap, clearly providing him with a chance to vent his wrath. The newcomer chuckled lightly at his words, and then, with a single, unmatched stroke, unleashed a powerful beam of sword light. This sword light appeared formidable, with intertwining black and white shadows coalescing at its edge. Yet the martial emperor of the Yu-Ming holy cult felt no hint of danger beneath it. Could this individual be feigning strength, merely a dim-witted lantern, having ascended to the position of six-star martial emperor? He was naturally far from careless. Although the figure that had suddenly appeared before him did not radiate a sufficiently potent aura, as a six-star martial emperor, he had always discreetly activated his defensive treasures. However, this level of attack, not only would it not breach his defenses, but it would hardly even tear his clothing, just as the six-star martial emperor of the Yu-Ming holy cult was engulfed in confusion. A violent tearing force suddenly coursed through his body. Before he could comprehend the unfolding events, his right leg and arm had been severed from his torso beneath the sword light. How could this be? In a howl of despair, the martial emperor of the Yu-Ming holy cult was filled with horror. The earlier ominous sword light had clearly emitted no sense of danger, yet his body had been ruthlessly torn apart. Throughout the entire ordeal, his protective treasures had not reacted at all. Who are you? Truly. At this moment, the dismembered martial emperor of the Yu-Ming holy cult, now rendered a mere shell of his former self, gazed at the figure before him in sheer terror. What kind of formidable person could launch an attack without him sensing the slightest threat? However, in response to his inquiry, the figure remained unfazed. A serene expression adorning his face. I am Yulongkong of the Xiantian Divine Path. Chapter 71. The Awakening of Destiny. I am the villain Yulongkong, the prodigy of the upper three tiers of the Xiantian Divine Path. Upon hearing the name Yulongkong, the disheveled martial emperor of the Yu-Ming holy cult, now lying in a pool of blood, saw his complexion transform dramatically as a prominent force within the central wilderness spirit domain. And a six-star martial emperor of the Yu-Ming holy cult, he was certainly no stranger to Yulongkong's name. This was a name he had not only heard of, but had also once feared deeply. Compared to the protective tasks assigned to the upper, middle, and lower tiers of the Xiantian Divine Path, the challenges faced by the middle tier were mere child's play. The upper three tiers of the Xiantian Divine Path excelled in hunting other top-tier prodigies from the various holy sects and divine powers within the central wilderness spirit domain. For hundreds of thousands of years, this hunting practice had been tacitly accepted among the major sacred places and divine paths, as long as the elders Saint Realm and demigods of these great forces did not intervene. The hunting amongst these top-tier prodigies could escalate without any interference. The renowned Xiao goddess of the Xiantian Divine Path had, in the past, slayed countless prodigies from various holy sects and divine paths during such hunts, and her fearsome reputation still lingered among the great powers. While Yulongkong may not possess the same level of intimidation as the Xiao goddess, he had risen to prominence in just over a century, emerging as a dark horse vying for the position of Holy Sun within the Xiantian Divine Path. Moreover, his methods were ruthlessly efficient, with prodigies from various holy sects and divine paths, such as Shinshan and Bipotent, having perished at his hands. Additionally, he possessed two extraordinarily powerful earth-tier treasures, passed down from the ancient era of the Yin-Yang true deity. Recalling the earlier intertwining black and white sword light, the dismembered martial emperor of the Yu-Ming holy cult became increasingly convinced of Yulongkong's identity. However, unbeknownst to him, the figure standing before him was not Yulongkong, but rather Yi Xian, who had transformed into Yulongkong's visage through the use of illusion. The sword that had severed his limbs was, in fact, a mere illusion executed in collaboration with Little Black. Since the last encounter at the Xiantian Divine Path, where Yi Xian had devoured half of the avatar of the Yin-Yang Fish Master, he had not merely focused on arduous cultivation for the past 2 months. The upper three tiers prodigy, Yulongkong, the notoriety of such a figure was far too immense to conceal, even if Yi Xian wished to hide. It would be impossible that it was exceedingly simple for him to inquire about Yulongkong's identity within the Xintian divine path. Now that he had discerned the identity of the Yin-Yang Fishmaster, Yixian was determined not to let this golden opportunity slip away that moment. He regarded the dismembered martial emperor of the Yuming holy cult with a faint smile, as if anticipating the grand spectacle about to unfold. Feeling Yixian's gaze upon him, the martial emperor, who had already identified him as Yulongkong, experienced a change of countenance. He had not only failed to see through Yixian's illusion, but had instinctively interpreted the earlier bizarre sword light as a result of Yulongkong's successful cultivation of a secret treasure, leading to its subtlety. A six-star martial emperor. How could his sword light be so restrained before me? What must his actual strength be like? At that moment, lying in a pool of blood, the martial emperor of the Yuming holy cult was filled with dread and confusion. While fear gripped him, he was more perplexed. The prodigies of the upper three tiers never participated in low-tier protective tasks. Why was Yulongkong present here? If the appearance of Luo Tong, the 12th Hall Master, was to protect the individual who had triggered the Golden Lotus phenomenon within the Xintian divine path, then Yulongkong's presence was utterly unfounded. Amidst his bewilderment, the six-star martial emperor of the Yuming holy cult found himself spiraling into another round of conjecture. The Xintian divine path, much like the Yuming holy cult, fostered competition among prodigies. As an upper three-tier prodigy, Yulongkong should be especially concerned about the individual who had caused the Golden Lotus phenomenon within the Xintian divine path, unless, suddenly, the martial emperor of the Yuming holy cult's expression shifted dramatically as he seemed to grasp a thought. You are the one who triggered the Golden Lotus phenomenon? Gazing at the martial emperor of the Yuming holy cult, whose imagination had run wild, Yixian, too, was momentarily taken aback. He had never anticipated that the opponent's imagination could stretch to such lengths. Initially, he had simply intended to create a ruse, to mislead the Yuming holy cult, and, in the process, probe Yulongkong and the identity of the elusive figure behind the Yuming holy cult, but to his surprise, such an unexpected gain emerged. Quickly regaining his composure, Yixian looked at the frenziedly speculating martial emperor of the Yuming holy cult, a peculiar smile gradually forming on his lips. Since you have discovered my identity, I shall no longer conceal it. Indeed, I am the unparalleled prodigy of the Xintian divine path, who triggered the Golden Lotus phenomenon. Is it not true that your Yuming holy cult sought to lure the sea beast to attack Dan City, targeting my substitute? With that, Yixian's voice rippled with conviction. Since you have already made a move against me, why would I sit idly by? Indeed, the martial emperor of the Yuming holy cult's eyes widened in realization. So, Yixian is indeed your substitute. We wasted half a month laying in wait for a mere substitute. How utterly futile. Oh, how is it possible that preparations for my ambush began a fortnight ago? Upon hearing this, Yixian couldn't help but smile. Indeed, it seems that the villain understands the villain best. With just a modicum of cunning, Yixian managed to extract the truth from his opponent's lips. Realizing this now, doesn't it seem too late? Unfortunately, you no longer have the opportunity to inform your unseen benefactor, this moment. Your hidden support is likely still reveling in the false information released by the divine path. Blissfully unaware, what a bunch of foolish beings. Silence. How dare you utter a word in the presence of our holy son? The voice of the fallen martial emperor of the Netherworld's sacred sect suddenly rose. You are merely a trifling genius of the Xintian divine path, a candidate of no consequence, unworthy of comparison with our holy son. Even if our holy son momentarily falls prey to your schemes, he will soon regain his senses. Just wait. Our holy son will not let you off the hook. Even if you slay me today, our esteemed holy son will certainly avenge me. The six-star martial emperor of the Netherworld sacred sect had initially intended to scare Yu Changkong with his words before his demise. To his astonishment, he found Yu Changkong standing still, brow furrowed in contemplation. The holy son? The Xuanhu holy son of the Netherworld sacred sect is renowned throughout the central wilderness spirit domain, but why Yixian had heard of him even while he was in the southern wilderness. Who would have thought that the one sent to deal with him from the Netherworld sacred sect would be him? If Yixian had offended someone else within the Netherworld sacred sect, it might have been tolerable, but alas, It was this Xuanhu holy son, who stands second only to the long-secluded netherworld lord, that Wei Yixian felt that, as a villain, he was living a life more burdensome than the protagonists. Constantly targeted by others. Yet, what could he do? He was merely an early-stage minor boss, akin to one who dispenses experience points to the protagonist in the novice village. Had he been endowed with the identity of a formidable final boss from the outset, he wouldn't have to toil so much. If that were the case, a mere glance from him would have sent countless subordinates scurrying to dispose of those pesky foes, just like the Xuanhu holy son. Nevertheless, Yixian remained undaunted. Even the protagonist's radiant wife had been subdued by him. How could he fear a mere holy son from the netherworld sacred sect? Although the Xuanhu holy son's current status and strength loomed like an insurmountable mountain before Yixian, he was confident that, given enough time, with his golden finger and the ability to stack buffs infinitely, he would eventually erode this mountain before him. Destiny awakened, successfully plundering the villainous male lead's fortune. Fortune of the Great Path 1, 1, 2, 3, Yixian. Villainous male lead? What does this mean? Is this Xuanhu holy son perhaps a dark counterpart to the little healer? Chapter 72. The Holy Son's Thoughts. Elusive and unfathomable, Yixian truly did not anticipate that the script would grant him a Xiao Huahua-style fiancé, and now even a dark male healer had been delivered to his door. No wonder he had been targeted relentlessly. It turned out that Yixian's alteration of his villainous fate had also affected the fate of his little wife, the destined female lead. Although Yixian was unclear about how this Xuanhu holy son should have appeared in the little wife's narrative, it was evident that as the destined female lead, she would not lack for other male leads of Xuanhu's caliber. With the appearance of a dark version of the little healer, it was entirely plausible that a male counterpart to Xiao Suner, Yefei, Ziyin, or even a male version of the Medusa Queen could arise in the future, that Wei Yixian had initially thought that his incessant letters would have secured his little wife's affection. But it seemed that competitors were still plentiful. However, the thought that these rivals would ultimately become mere tools for Yixian to plunder fortune from only filled him with a sense of satisfaction. At that moment, the fallen martial emperor of the netherworld sacred sect, lying in a pool of blood, remained oblivious to the profound changes unfolding within Yixian, spurred by the golden orb's prompt. Noticing Yixian's silence as he stood still, the six-star martial emperor's eyes flickered with determination, resembling a warrior prepared to meet his end with bravery. In any case, I cannot escape today, if I must die beneath your sword. Know this, our holy son will never forgive you, that he will flay you alive to honor the loyal souls of our sacred sect who perished at your hands. The six-star martial emperor, believing his demise was imminent, unexpectedly discovered that Yu Changkong seemed particularly intrigued by the mention of the Xuanhu holy son. Each time he uttered the words holy son, he noticed his opponent's thoughts would momentarily halt. Whether out of interest or dread, it provided him a glimmer of hope for survival. Our holy son's martial arts are formidable. He entered the holy realm over 1,000 years ago, mastering the netherworld sacred classics like no other. At this moment, he was investing all his efforts in diverting Yu Changkong's attention by speaking of the Xuanhu holy son. Meanwhile, he discreetly drew forth a black orb, quietly gathering his strength, did I tell you. Do not doubt it. Although you are a mere genius of the Xiantian divine path, you are nothing before our holy son. Should he so wish, a mere sneeze from him could cause your blood to flow from all 7 orifices. He spoke incessantly, transforming from a six-star martial emperor into a relentless chatterbox. As he felt the black orb in his hand reach its full charge, a flash of excitement crossed the fallen martial emperor's eyes. Unable to contain his bubbling anticipation, he activated the black orb, and in an instant, vanished without a trace. Wei Yixian remained rooted in place, watching the other party's departure, devoid of any inclination to stop or pursue him. Brother, why didn't you kill him just now? Upon hearing little Black Bar's inquiry, Yixian's lips curled into a faint smile. What purpose would it serve to slay him? Allowing him to live is where the true amusement begins. Let us go, little Black Bar. I'll take you back to Dan City for a proper meal. After all, since little Black Bar couldn't, I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. The young girl, Ro Ruanji, inwardly stamped her foot in frustration This moment, she not only felt that the two heavily wounded members of the underworld's sacred sect sprawled on the ground were somehow connected to Yixian, but she also believed that the sea beast, which had suddenly vanished above Dan City, was related to him as well, especially when she witnessed Zhao Qua, who had been pummeled to a pulp by the sea creature, alongside Liao Wuji. Who but the wild man of her best friend would engage in such idle amusement, reducing these two fools to such a state? Just as Ruanji was lost in these thoughts, a figure slowly approached from a distance. Yixian. The moment 12-Hall Master Luo Tong recognized Yixian, he was nearly overwhelmed with emotion and on the verge of tears. He had feared that Yixian had been captured by the fiends of the underworld's sacred sect. His heart was filled with deep remorse. Safeguarding Yixian was a task personally entrusted to him by the Divine Maiden, Xiao. If Yixian had truly fallen into the hands of the underworld's sacred sect, how could he ever face the maiden and the entire Xintian divine path? Thank heavens, Yixian was safe. It was truly a relief. In stark contrast, the young girl gazed at Yixian with a sarcastic expression. Brother Yixian is so impressive. I've been searching for you for ages, and only now do you make your appearance. You haven't been engaged in any clandestine deeds, have you? Unexpectedly, Yixian responded with uncharacteristic candor. Well, it is indeed a bit unsavory. So I went ahead and handled it discreetly. Chapter 74. Breaking through, Su Nh's transmission gazing at Yixian's frank admission. Ruanji's eyes widened in disbelief. She had expected Yixian to at least offer some evasive remarks. But his acknowledgement was so straightforward. Are you saying that these two on the ground were also injured by you? Upon hearing Ruanji's question, 12-Hall Master Luo Tong was taken aback. He had never considered this angle. Hence, he was astonished as to why Ruanji believed that these two formidable members of the underworld sacred sect had been harmed by Yixian. Well, perhaps it is true. Yixian wore a deep, contemplative gaze, a smile gracing his lips. Ruanji, 12-Hall Master Luo Tong. Both were left speechless, but for entirely different reasons. Ruanji was stunned by Yixian's sincerity. After secretly engaging in so many activities, he had not offered even a hint of denial. Moreover, he responded to her inquiries. The honest Ruanji could not help but wonder if her best friend's wild man was concocting yet another scheme. Conversely, 12-Hall Master Luo Tong's astonishment was rather straightforward. Yixian, you just